Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
This seems to be the end of another long search. Perhaps my last. Across the valley, the mountainside is scorched. The once towering jungle, now a layer of ash. A monstrous weapon of war has at last shown its hand. And soon, perhaps, I too will be destroyed. Therefore, as I pause before the final assault, I wish to record how I came to find this weapon. And I trust that my Indian servant Angelo may deliver it into safe hands. It's a story that takes in many parts of South America. There are women, there is gaiety. There's also mystery, loneliness, terror. I've traveled from the pulsating night spots of the cities across the silent pampas, slept in the whispering ruins of ancient temples, hacked my way through shrieking jungle. Now, I've come to desolation. And I can guess at the fate of the airliners that have vanished so mysteriously in these parts. Anyway, this is Bruce Carson, piecing together the fragments of Operation Death Ray. The more exotic part of Operation Death Ray began in a night spot just off Rua de Ouvidor, one of Rio de Janeiro's most colorful streets. The Black Macaw, it's called, as South American as capsicums. I was there hoping to track down a former pilot in the German Air Force, the only man who could give me a start in my search. He was proving elusive, and the Black Macaw's wizened old Brazilian bartender was stonily ignoring all my attempts to strike up a conversation. But I had a way of dealing with such situations. I dragged a certain pipe from my pocket, filled it, then beckoned him over.
You desire something, senor?
Box of matches.
Matches?
You know, phosphorus. To light this thing.
Oh, of course, senor. Phosphorus.
Came out with a box. Must have left it somewhere.
Here, senor.
How much?
10 centavos.
Here. Keep change.
Muchas gracias, senor. Muchas gracias.
No ban on pipes, I trust?
Ban, senor.
Smoking these things. Allowed?
Oh, indeed, indeed.
Where you were looking at it, began to think it might not be the right thing for the Black Macaw. Yeah, that's got it.
Permit me to explain, senor. The pipa, your pipa very much attracts my attention.
Oh, the pipe, eh?
Most rare, senor.
Moorish, old chap. Picked it up on a jaunt to Spain. Remarkable decorations on it, huh?
Indeed.
I collect the things, you know.
Collect, senor?
Just a hobby. Always carry 2 or 3 with me. You might be interested in this one, for instance.
Oh, senor.
It's a Bavarian pipe, you know. Like the carvings?
Exquisite, senor. But Bavarian?
German, that's near enough.
Oh, German, ah.
I dare say you've seen plenty.
Oh, no, senor.
No? No, I thought perhaps this type of pipe would have been greatly favored by German officers. Imagined you'd have seen plenty in here during the war and since.
German officers, yes. Piper, no.
You still see 1 or 2 of these chappies here?
No longer, senor.
Oh. Why's that?
Oh, times have changed.
Pity, you know.
I do not follow, senor.
It's like this. I was hoping I might bump into a former German Air Force pilot. I'm told he was a gay dog. Arrived in Rio around about 1945.
Young, senor. Very fair.
Could be.
If it is the one, senor, he is no longer a client.
Oh, bad luck.
But perhaps I may be able to assist, senor.
Oh, I see.
First, I must attend to the customer at the other end of the bar. Then we will speak together again. Do not leave, senor.
You can count on that, old chap. Well, Carson, seems like the black macaw and your blonde bird have been keeping company.
Monsieur, please, your help. Do not desert me.
My dear, the affair's scarcely started.
Engage me in conversation, monsieur.
With pleasure. Draw up a stool.
Act as if you have been waiting for me.
I have. All my life.
Please. As if you have been waiting for someone well known to you.
Then let's put it this way. I've been waiting so long I was getting a bear's head drinking horses' nicks.
This is no joke. I am being pursued by a man.
Understandable.
Please, monsieur, look out of the corner of your eye.
Yes?
Not at me, at the man.
Oh, the Rio dandy, eh?
He follows me from the cabaret where I dance.
So you're a dancer, huh?
Oui, at El Rocco.
Must look in there sometime.
Monsieur, I beg of you. Only if you act as close friend will he go.
Close friend. Pleasure. Come on, let's dance. We must introduce ourselves. Her name was Fay, and she was part French, part Italian, a dark and ravishing creature. I saw no reason why I could not include a little gallantry in my assignment, so we danced, and the grim background to Operation Death Ray was forgotten for the moment. But the grim part of the operation had begun just a week previously in London. On the Thames embankment, I had a rendezvous with Intelligence Major Alistair Aiken. Apart from the pigeons, we were alone.
You don't like pigeons?
I loathe them.
But, old man, I understood that among your various quaint hobbies you included bird-watching.
Not pigeons, Aiken.
Strangely enough, I have a warm regard for them.
But why, for heaven's sake?
Remember that carrier that went AWL in the last war? Landed a vital message right in our laps.
I have some faint recollection. But, Aiken, what's all this about?
Well, Carson, if you'll be good enough to get that murderous-looking pipe out of my face...
Murderous is the word. Picked it up on a jaunt to Afghanistan, you know.
Now, steady. I don't want another lecture about your beloved pipes.
Actually, old chap, I was going to speak about weapons. Another of my loves, if you remember.
I certainly do remember. But what I have to tell you is also about a weapon. Something really out of the ordinary.
You don't say.
You've been reading the papers lately?
Naturally.
I mean, imaginatively. Looking for the story behind the printed story.
Can't say I have. But, go on, what's all this about?
You may have read a small paragraph about a former German Air Force steward returning home to his quiet and peaceful village.
Seems to ring a bell.
He had some story about getting out of Europe by air just before World War II packed up and reaching South America.
Oh, yes. A load of scientists on board or something. Struck me as just another fantastic yarn.
We managed to have it presented that way.
Oh, you mean there's something in it?
A great deal to it.
I'm all ears.
It was an amphibious plane, loaded to the roof with extra petrol. As well as the crew, it carried some 8 scientists who'd been working more or less independently on a secret project. They had a hellish flight.
I don't wonder.
They made the coast of Brazil, but crashed in the jungle somewhere north of Rio. 2 members of the crew, the pilot and the steward, survived.
What about the scientists?
2 were killed, leaving 6 to join the march south to Rio. They contacted friends there and learned that the war was over. The 6 scientists had been working under strict supervision, and so they jumped at the opportunity of scattering. We've no idea where they are now.
I see.
And nor has this steward. He was a pretty simple fellow and seemed to have very little contact with the scientists. However, with the pilot, it was a different matter. He took a chance and plunged into the high life of Rio.
What did he do for cash?
He had plenty. A great deal, apparently, because he married a very attractive Brazilian fashion model.
And how attractive they can be, old chap.
Yes, and how fickle, too.
How's that?
As soon as the money petered out, she left him.
Ah.
From what we could gather from this steward fellow, the pilot is more or less a destitute.
In Rio?
There or thereabouts. Anyway, Carson, you're probably starting to see where I'm heading. That pilot seems to be our only chance of tracking down those 6 scientists.
And, why track them down?
We want the full dope on this secret project. From captured documents, we had suspicions, but we could never get anything concrete.
So Carson packs his bags again.
That's the general idea. You're the man for it, you know. As an executive of a meat importing firm, there's plenty for you to do legitimately in South America. It's no easy assignment, Carson. It's almost certain that the agents of other powers will be on the job.
Nothing very unusual about that.
Yeah, perhaps not. But this time the prize is unusually big.
Precisely what?
As far as we can make out, a death ray.
A death ray? Some weapon, all right. The mad dream of twisted minds for generations. Matter of fact, I could use one right now.
Why, what do you mean?
See that Thames rat poking its head through the drain?
Oh, yes. Hey, what the blazes are you doing with that pipe?
Watch. Missed it.
Great Scott, that pipe!
Has a spring arrow concealed in the heavy false stem.
A spring arrow? And you've been smoking the darn thing and pointing it into my face.
You said yourself it was murderous.
Murderous, all right. Oh, but what a crazy coot you are.
Naturally. Otherwise, I wouldn't be jumping at this assignment. Lovely place, Rio. Lovely people. Lovely people, lovely women. I danced this fay around the tiny, dimly lit floor, forgetting for the moment that the wizened old bartender probably had the vital information I was after. Then suddenly the band stopped playing. There was a commotion around the bar.
Monsieur Carson, why is all this?
That's what I'm going to find out.
Look, Le Garçon.
Yes, the bartender.
He has collapsed, perhaps.
Collapsed. With that knife in his back, he's dead.
Indeed, senorita, the knife was thrown from the door. The murderer vanished into the night.
So, there it was. I'd met a woman, soft, alluring, apparently a little scatterbrained. Meanwhile, my first worthwhile contact had met his end. The agents of other powers were on the job, all right. Operation Death Ray had begun with death.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
However you may judge French-Italian dancer Fay Corelli, in the end, she's not the type of woman easily dismissed from the mind. Perhaps that's why I've gone a little ahead of myself in relating what led me to find the grim evidence that this death ray was indeed a real thing. 2 days after I accepted this assignment from the British intelligence, I landed by constellation at Rio's Galeo Field. But no cloak and dagger stuff for me. I've always made a point of being limelighted, and so disarming the critics. Thus, word was sent ahead, the reporters were waiting, and the newspapers duly published stories about the arrival of Senor Bruce Carson. He was a high executive of a British meat importing firm, an ardent bird watcher, and enthusiastic collector of ancient weapons and novelty pipes. I read these accounts in the palatial Copacabana apartment of Sir Giles Davenport, a long-time resident in these parts, and also a keen bird watcher, in more ways than one.
Yes, Carson. I get the point. With all that guff about you and those photographs, no one would suspect you of being here on an undercover assignment.
As I said, Sir Giles, I found it pays off to be conspicuous.
Yes, well, it's your neck, old fella. But what the blazes is that? That thing you are sucking in this photograph?
Oh, a pipe.
Yes, I guess that. But then, it's almost a weapon.
Well, actually, Sir Giles, that's precisely what it is.
A weapon?
So, let me show it to you.
I say, how many of these things do you carry around?
Oh, I brought 24 odd with me. Generally have 5 or 6 on my person.
Remarkable.
A Moorish pipe, eh?
Oh, yes. Thought I recognized the style of the inlay.
You can unscrew the bottom of the bowl.
Eh?
Yeah, like so.
Oh, amazing.
And here, you see, capsules.
Capsules? What for?
Oh, handy, no? Might want to send someone off to bye-bye in a hurry.
Oh, you mean sleeping draughts?
Well, knockout drops.
Oh.
Now, this other pipe, for instance, is from Afghanistan.
It could have caused a holy war by the look of it.
Very handy in a war, Sir Giles. False stem here, fitted with spring mechanism and a very useful steel arrow.
Then put it away, man. Put it away before anything happens. I thought you didn't go in for the cloak and dagger stuff.
Well, not in the accepted sense of the word. Well, anyway, down to brass tacks.
Right, yes. I feel on much safer ground, much safer.
You know now why I'm here.
Yes, to track down 6 scientists. Yes, some task, old fella. A big place, this. Brazil alone, larger than the USA.
They must be located before any other power gets at them. If there is such a thing as a death ray, and if between them these 6 scientists can piece it together, our people must have it first.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a scratch start, Sir Giles. But we believe the German pilot who flew out these scientists in 45 can at least provide the names.
I should imagine so. Even where they've nipped off to.
That's what I'm hoping.
What about the pilot's name?
Carl Schmidt.
Carl Schmidt?
You understand what you mean. Bad as Bill Jones.
Exactly. Must be scores of Carl Schmidts in Rio alone. Any other details? Plumage, habits, and so on?
Plumage, blonde. Habits, nocturnal.
Nocturnal?
Led a gay life. Soulmate of mine, perhaps.
Oh, yes, I see.
Married a Brazilian fashion model, but when his money petered out, she dumped him.
These women, you know.
Yeah, we're told now that he's more or less destitute. May not be in Rio itself.
Quite a number of fellows like that roaming about these parts, Carson.
So I'm informed.
However, that's enough for me to start with. I'll contact you. If I can get a line on him, his nesting habits, you know, then I'll give you a string of places to watch.
Sir Giles contacted me next day. He had a sizable string of night spots where our bird was accustomed to roost. It was at the Black Macaw that I had made my first contact and lost him. It was at the same spot that I met Fay Corelli and found her left on my hands.
Oh, Monsieur Carson, you will excuse me for being so upset, but I am not accustomed to murder.
Understood, my dear. Another drop of champagne?
Well, seeing that I do not have to appear again tonight at the cabaret, oui.
Fine.
When I dance, I never drink.
Oh, other way round with me. But here's looking at you.
Here is, what?
Good luck.
Oh, oui, good luck. Monsieur Carson?
Bruce, if you don't mind.
Well, Monsieur Bruce, why would anyone want to throw a knife and kill that poor aged man behind the bar?
Who knows?
He was so harmless and so very old.
Age brings wisdom, they say. Perhaps he knew too much.
Knew too much? About what?
Look here. How about me asking some questions for a change?
Of course.
What made you come running into the Black Macaw tonight?
I was being pursued by a horrible man in what you call loud dress. You saw him for yourself.
True enough.
No doubt he saw me dancing at El Rocco and, I often have the same trouble.
Well, imagine that.
Then you understand?
Just wondering. But why pick on the Black Macaw?
Because it is close to El Rocco.
Oh, of course.
And because I think the men on the music stand who are in the same business will protect me, then I see you.
Fate.
Perhaps it was.
Anyway, when am I going to see you dance?
Tomorrow night. If you will come.
Try keeping me away. Well, now let's toss this off. I'll see you home. It wasn't until an hour later, when I was heading back to my apartment in a taxi, with a suicidal Brazilian driver at the wheel, that I began to think seriously about the night. That old bartender had hinted he could help me trace the German pilot. 10 minutes later, he was dead. That knife was meant for me, perhaps. Well, my turn was to come. The next night, I booked a table at El Rocco. Fay Corelli danced. And how she danced. As her act came to an end, I became aware of a different type of beauty alongside me. Cool, aloof, blue-eyed, flaxen-haired.
Mr. Bruce Carson.
The same?
You will excuse me approaching you in this manner, but I recognized you by the pipe.
Oh, yes, Tyrolese.
Most becoming.
Quite harmless, actually. But do sit down.
Thank you. It will only be for a moment.
Bright spot.
A little too bright.
Drink?
No, if you don't mind. This is a matter of business.
Business?
Oh, nothing to do with your interest in the beef and the mutton, Mr. Carson. It is in relation to your private interests.
My, private interest?
The collecting of arms and ancient weapons.
Oh.
I conduct a shop for antiques in Rue de Ouvidor.
Oh, know the street well.
Here is my card with the address.
Thanks.
I have been approached by a party to handle, on their behalf, the sale of a rare crossbow.
That a fact, eh?
Of 16th century Spanish origin.
Well, I'd like to look it over.
You'll be there in the morning.
I don't see why not.
Would 11 o'clock suit you?
Perfectly.
11 o'clock, then. Now I will leave you, Mr. Carson. I see that someone is coming to join you. Goodbye for the present.
Many thanks, Miss, Faye, a divine performance. Now I'm utterly struck on you.
Who was that?
Oh, the blonde?
Oui.
Well, let's see the card. Helena.
Elena.
Old wares and the address. That's all it says.
I do not like her.
No?
She is pale and cold.
Perhaps.
She is not warm like me. What does she want?
She's got a crossbow she thinks I might be interested in buying.
And are you?
Most. I'm looking it over in the morning. Meanwhile, let's have a toast to that superb dancing of yours.
Mr. Carson, you are late a little.
Oh, it's this Rio traffic. Wide streets, drivers all madmen. I'm sorry, Miss...
The crossbow you will find in this large box.
Oh, what's it doing in that, for heaven's sake?
It was delivered to me as you see it by the party in question.
Odd?
When one deals in antiques, Mr. Carson, nothing is odd.
Possibly not.
I left the opening to you.
Why?
It is more the task for a man, surely.
Very well.
What are you doing?
Turning the box on its side.
Would it not be easier to open it?
I prefer the safer. Now, let's see.
Mr. Carson, would you be good enough to explain?
You'll soon get your explanation if you don't already know. Now, get behind me.
I beg your pardon.
If you have any sense, you'll... Fine, that's the idea. Out of harm's way.
I do not understand what this is all about.
Watch. First, we undo this clasp. So. Now to raise the lid. Gently.
Oh, you fool! That vase is shattered.
Better a vase than my chest. Or don't you think so, Miss Helena?
What is all this?
Look on the wall behind the vase. An arrow, quivering still. And that arrow was obviously arranged for yours truly. I'd say a quick explanation would be the order of the day. So there it is. In a few days, I'd met two women and almost my own end. This blonde Helena had an explanation to make, all right. But it was more obvious than ever that I had some pretty ruthless competition in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, assignment in Rio.
Operation Death Ray certainly got off to a flying start. But my mind was far, far away from any assignment that night at El Rocco Cabaret. Who wouldn't be, watching Fay Corelli throwing those lovely legs around as only a dancer who's part French, part Italian, and part pure siren can. Then there was the tall Nordic blonde. She came up to my table. She'd read in the newspaper that I was an ardent bird watcher, a collector of ancient weapons and novelty pipes. She had a 16th century crossbow. Was I interested? Yes. So she gave me her card. Helena, Old Wares. It was around 11 next morning when I called at her shop in Rua de Uvidor. The crossbow was in a box. Odd, I thought. I was very careful lifting the lid. Just as well. Next thing, a spring snaps, there's a big vase shattered, an ugly arrow quivering on the wall, and the blonde Helena flushed with anger.
Mr. Carson, you do not appear to realize that beautiful vase. It was valued at over 2,000 cruzeros.
Pity.
All you say is pity.
So, better the vase than yon arrow disturbing the weave back and front of this suit I'm wearing, if you follow what I mean, Miss, Helena.
You will call me Miss Jansen, if you please.
Please yourself. But quite a surprise packet you presented me with.
I know nothing about that.
Oh, tut, tut.
I will thank you not to question my word, Mr. Carson.
A trifle hard not to. But let's tug this arrow out of the wall. Yeah, that's got it. 16th century vintage, all right. Now the sharpening on the barb, undoubtedly 20th century, contemporary. As I said, quite a surprise packet.
And as I said, Mr. Carson, I know nothing about it.
Come, you must know something. How'd you come by this box of tricks?
I was merely acting as an agent.
Who for?
A woman.
Description?
I'm afraid I cannot oblige. The whole matter was arranged over the phone.
A voice. What about that?
Since we're to be so exasperatingly abrupt. Brazilian. Cultured.
That you're only dealing with her?
Yes. The box was to be delivered by carrier. A truck arrived shortly afterwards. 2 men carried the box inside. They put it down where I asked them.
Very gently, no doubt.
I don't remember.
The men? What'd they look like?
Just workmen. I'd never recognize them again.
Of course, you didn't open the box.
I did not.
Ask why?
Because, Mr. Carson, the woman expressly asked that the box should remain untouched and unopened until you arrived. She wanted that privilege to be left to you with your strong, experienced hands.
Strong, anyway. What about her address?
She didn't leave one.
Yeah? Odd, don't you think?
She explained she was acting on behalf of someone else. Someone who thought you would be interested in adding the crossbow to your collection. She left his address. I have it upstairs on my desk pad.
Must get that. But this other person, a man, you say?
Yes. The woman said that if by any chance you should happen to ask who he was...
If? Go on.
I was to say that he was formerly an aviator.
Aviator?
And that he'd served with the Air Forces of Germany.
So...
I must say, Mr. Carson, that now that I have overcome my resentment of your masterful attitude, I'm rather intrigued.
Intrigued, Miss Jansen? How?
Why should you be selected out as a target like this?
Business rival, perhaps?
But you're with a British meat importing firm.
What difference does that make? Ask him.
It's a well-ordered industry, rarely associated with anything quite so sinister.
Well, then, perhaps someone's trying to test my knowledge of ancient weapons, or perhaps someone was merely hoping to shoot the pipe out of my mouth, or perhaps even the birds don't want me watching their habits, so they got together like this to warn me off.
Really, Mr. Carson, there's one thing I loathe a man being, and that is facetious.
Facetious, eh? Oh, well.
The point is, are you or are you not interested in buying this crossbow? The price asked is 800 cruzeros. That, of course, includes my commission.
800? That's around £16 sterling. Fair price. Very fair. Take check?
Certainly.
Good. But while I'm writing it, that address.
Oh, yes, Mr. Carson. I'll slip straight upstairs and... Oh, excuse me a moment. Can I help you, madame?
No, thank you.
Then...
It is Monsieur Carson I wish to...
Faye!
Surprise?
Jove, yes. Pleasant surprise, this. But what brought you here?
I was being pursued.
You were?
If you'll pardon me, Mr. Carson, I'll get that address for you.
Oh, yes, thank you. Now for check.
Besides, I am not happy when I think of you with that one. I do not trust her. She is not open like I am. I am worried for you.
Ah, so you came to protect me.
In a way. But most of all, I come for you to protect me.
Of course. You were being pursued.
By a man in low dress.
Dandies go for you, it seems. 800.
When you are a young girl, you think it is all soap and bubbles to have a good shape and pretty face. But what happened? All the time you are being pestered by the men. Oh, I am so weary of it.
It seems I'm not considered any threat.
Oh, you are an Englishman. You have the, what do you call, sense of balance.
Been known to overbalance there.
If that happen, I will look after you.
Must try.
Here is the sheet from the desk pad, Mr. Carson. The address is on it.
Oh, thanks. What?
San Salvador Avenue. Not far out.
I intend going there right away. Looking over the place, at least. May I leave the deadly weapon here, meanwhile?
If you wish. And should anything further of interest turn up, shall I contact you?
Do.
Monsieur Bruce, we go.
Right away.
Mademoiselle Corelli, is it not?
What of it?
Forgive me for not recognizing you sooner, but clothes do make such a difference.
Oh!
I saw your dancing routine last night at El Rocco. I rather enjoyed it.
It is my purpose to entertain. Is it not, Monsieur Bruce?
Seems so. Yes. But what am I going to do with you, Faye?
You are taking me with you, of course, silly one. Come along.
I told Faye about the prearranged archery in the antique shop. Couldn't put her off. First she was aghast. Then she blamed Helena Jansen and threatened to do something to her that wouldn't exactly fit into her dancing act. But she forgot all about it once the taxi stopped outside the address Helena had given me. Joke?
It is so funny.
Mind letting a fellow in on it?
This place where we stop.
Imposing enough.
It is a hospital.
Hospital? Maybe they've started a new stunt for recruiting patients then.
But a maternity hospital.
Oh.
So perhaps the little baby sent you the crossbow?
Wish it was. Yeah, but the address is obviously a blind. Let's forget the whole thing.
Oh, but who sent you the crossbow?
Say Father Christmas. Or, say Kris Kringle. Anyway, gorgeous, where do I drop you?
I adore the gorgeous. But the drop, oh.
City somewhere?
No, I'll stay with you.
But, Faye,
I have all the time free until I go to El Rocco to dance. And, Monsieur Bruce, last night, when you drive me to my place, you promised me something.
Faye?
Oui? How often you forget. You tell me all about the beautiful pipes you bring with you.
Oh, yes, pipes. Not etchings, my dear. Well, we'll take a quick look at them, then lunch. How about that?
Adore it.
Right. Driver.
Senor.
El Presidente Hotel.
Si, senor.
Know it?
Si, senor.
We'll go to it. Now, Faye. This here.
What is it? Oh, a pipe?
So, one at least I can show you before we reach my suite.
It is divine. The colors, they are so glossy and bright.
Swiss.
Oh, from Switzerland?
So, unusual pipe this.
Most unusual.
I'll show you why there. There's a little catch underneath the bowl. Listen.
A musical box? A musical box underneath a pipe?
Like it?
Oh, so beautiful.
Well, this is just one of the pipes with the musical box. For a better one. Wait till we reach my suite at El Presidente. Here we are. Ample time to see the pipes, drink, then lunch. This looks like the key. Yes.
Oh, such a lovely suite.
In you go. Carpet's made to walk on.
Oh, it is like a dream. Oh,
Faye.
look. The drawers, the bags.
Why, so...
All emptied out. Oh, Monsieur Bruce, everything in great upset.
Visitors, seems.
Visitors?
Burglars.
Oh, then you must...
And don't touch the phone.
I sent for the gendarme.
Don't want them. Sorry. I'm afraid the luncheon must be postponed, Faye. I must check through things, then report the matter in person to the company. This is something I wasn't expecting. There was nothing missing, only Fay, as I went as quickly as possible to the Copacabana apartment of Sir Giles Davenport. We both had an interest in bird watching, and this was really something for the fanciers. No one answered. I don't like waiting in vestibules. I have a certain pipe that is readily converted into a skeleton key. There seemed to be no one around, so I set to work. Easy does it. Just another little twist.
You are perhaps aware of something pressing into your back, senor?
I seem to be feeling something.
Then we will make certain. So, it is as sharp as it feels, senor, and be warned that it is held in the hand of one who comes from a long line of peons.
Oh, that a fact, eh?
Indeed, senor. And it is a fact also that but 2 generations ago, my ancestors were complete savages. They killed for the delight of it, senor. Often I myself have such yearnings.
Interesting.
We both find it interesting, senor. I am interested in you most. You will do as I say, or in a brief moment I will use this knife as my ancestors would already have done. You will do as I say.
I dodged an arrow in the chest because I'd been on the alert. Now I had a knife pressing in my back because I'd been too casual. Operation Death Ray looked like coming to a sudden end.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, assignment in Rio.
There were other agents on the job, all right. First, when I was in that antique shop with blonde Helena Jansen, I just missed collecting a deadly arrow from an ancient crossbow. Next, when I was with French-Italian dancer Fay Corelli, my hotel suite was ransacked. Nothing missing, but someone was anxious. Anxious, no doubt, that I should not locate that German flyer who could give me the names of the 6 scientists, and so the secret of the death ray. I felt it was time for another chat with my Rio contact, Sir Giles Davenport. No one answered at his Copacabana apartment. I decided to let myself in, and was in the course of doing so when I felt something nudging at my spine and heard a voice growling in my ear.
Is it clear to you then, senor, what I now grasp in my hand?
Expect so. How long, might I ask, is the blade?
Senor, were I to use it up until its hilt, then for a brief moment, perhaps, you would be able to observe the splendid sharpness of its point.
Practically a rapier. What can I do for you?
As I have warned you, senor, you will do as I say. I'm curious to know what manner of instrument you are employing for the purpose of opening that door.
Nothing at all.
You grasp some small object in your hand.
That? Only a pipe.
A pipe? You will hand it to me.
Of course. There you are.
Well, this is indeed a strange one.
Rather novel. Picked it up in England.
The stem is most unusual, senor.
'Tis that.
You are employing this perhaps to force your way into the apartment?
Using a pipe to force my way in? Really, old chap, I ask you.
Who might you be, senor?
Name's Carson. Bruce Carson.
And here in Rio de Janeiro, what is your mission?
Mission? Scarcely that. Merely here as representative of British meat importing firm. Give you my card.
Oh, no, senor. Permit me to remind you what I grasp in my hand.
Rather pointed, must say.
Do not reach toward the pocket, senor. That is a ruse of which I'm well aware. It is not always with a card that one is presented.
Seem to be well up in these things. You haven't a card yourself by any chance?
Senor, you have already been presented with mine.
I see what you mean.
Carson!
Ah, Sir Giles.
Upon my soul, what is going on here?
I was wondering myself.
Angelo!
Excellency, this man I discovered attempting to break into the apartment while you were out taking your walk.
Well, if he wants to break in, he's perfectly at liberty to do so. Unorthodox, but nevertheless...
Excellency, the senor is known to you?
He certainly is. A fellow bird watcher all the way from England. Come here to track down some creatures of strange plumage. Now, get that knife out of sight. Ghastly.
Yes, Excellency, at once.
You know this fellow, Sir Giles?
I should think so, Carson. My servant, Angelo. Been with me these many years. Charming fellow, really.
I pray, senor, there will come a time when I'm able to make amends for the great insult.
Just as well Angelo didn't suddenly grow savage like his Indian ancestors of 2 generations removed. That would have meant never knowing him. And later, I was to know him so very well, to value him for his loyalty and courage, stand in wonder of him for his strange mixture of violence and gentleness. There was a deeply apologetic air about him as he set the drinks down in front of us.
Will that be all, Excellency?
Thank you, Angelo. I'll call if there's anything further. I'll call.
As you say, Excellency. And if there is any service I may do, Senor Carson, permit it that I may hasten to oblige.
The time will come, Angelo.
Trust so, Excellency. I trust so.
Well, Carson, he'll get over his upset. I've tried to break him of the Excellency, but he will have it that I come from the very top deck of British nobility. However, the drinks. Soda or water?
Water, Sir Giles.
Say when.
Oh, thanks. Yes, sir?
Yes, I'll take this one straight. Good luck, Carson.
Good luck, sir. I'll need it.
Pleasant. But now to brass tacks. What's been happening? When last I saw you here, you were off to look over the various night spots where our blonde bird, the flyer, might be found.
Well, I started with the black macaw.
The black macaw?
Seemed an appropriate start for a bird watcher.
Hold steady, Jiff Carson. No doubt I gave you that name on the list, but it seems I've heard it elsewhere recently.
You have? In this morning's papers?
Oh, of course. The bartender knifed or something.
Knifed very skillfully, Sir Giles. I was there at the time.
You don't say.
Strange little fellow. Wizened, rather sour-looking. I wanted to engage him in conversation. Seemed a hard nut to crack. But then the pipes worked the trick again.
How do you mean, Carson?
Dragged out a Moorish pipe, and then a Bavarian one. Eyes lit up. Wanted to know all about them. Anyway, got talking. He reckoned he could tell me something about a flyer, blonde, formerly with the German Air Force. Told me to wait. Meanwhile, a young woman...
accosted you?
No. A fellow, dandified type, annoying her. She appealed to me for protection. No reason to refuse. We danced, introduced ourselves. Fake-Corelli, French-Italian. Ravishing. Dancer at El Rocco. Anyway, time I got back to the bar, little Brazilian was dead.
It seems, Carson, that we've got some pretty ruthless opposition on the job.
On the job's right, sir. Last night I went to El Rocco. One of the spots on your list.
That's right.
At the same time, I thought I might see what sort of a dancer Mademoiselle Corelli really is. Superb, Sir Giles. But when she was dancing, a rather tall, rather cool-looking young woman came over to me.
What is it about you, Carson?
Pipes, Sir Giles.
Yes, I must take up that hobby. But go on.
And she explained she was a dealer in antiques, with a shop in Rua de Ubidor. Helena Jensen.
Yes, I believe I know the place.
And she said there was a 16th century crossbow there. Might interest me. Well, sir, I went there at 11 this morning to inspect the crossbow. It was in a box, which I was supposed to open. Seemed odd. I turned it on side, like so. Opened it gently. Snap of a spring, shattering of a vase. There was an arrow quivering in the wall.
Dastardly.
I rather thought so at the time.
But why hadn't this woman opened the box herself?
I wasted no time asking that same question, sir. She said that she was acting on behalf of another person, and that the opening must be left to me.
Ah, I see.
And if, by any chance, I happened to ask who he was, I was to be told that he was formerly an aviator, and that he'd served with the air forces of Germany.
Carson, doesn't this mean the flyer's trying to get at us?
I think not. You see, Sir Giles, Helena Jensen gave me an address. It was supposed to be the flyer's, or that of someone associated with him. Turned out to be a blind.
Someone's idea of a joke, eh?
Sir. But that's not all of it.
No?
Back at the hotel, I found my suite upside down.
How do you mean?
Uninvited callers.
Ah, I see. Anything missing?
No, nothing. Pipes, etc., all intact. Of course, there were no clues there for anyone to find.
Naturally, old man. But this all ties in. Whoever set the crossbow trap may have hastened to examine your effects before the police arrived, if you follow what I mean.
Quite. On the other hand, we may have the agents of two separate powers working against us.
Prize is big enough to attract half a dozen powers, old man.
Exactly. Anyway, Sir Giles, that brings me up to my arrival here. No one home, so I thought I'd let myself in and wait. Didn't bargain for your Angelo.
You should have met him a couple of days back, but at that time I had him working out in his unobtrusive way. He's come to light with some very valuable information. It'll save you the fag of doing all those night spots.
Well, hardly fag so far, sir. Do go on.
You recall this flyer married shortly after he arrived here?
Oh, yes. Local fashion model. Something exquisite.
Well, you'll be the judge of that.
Yeah? How so, sir?
Angelo's managed to locate the apartment building where she's living at present.
Oh, he has, but
Quite close. Handy, too. In the fashion world, she was known as Paquita. She still has her maiden name on the box of the apartment. Senorita Paquita Rifio.
And the name of the apartment building?
Fiesta of all names. Very big place. Anyway, Carson, I'll let you know how to get there, and the rest will be up to you.
I found the building easily enough. Senorita Paquita Rifio, on the box. I took the elevator to the 8th, walked along to 809, her apartment. I stopped, and my heart nearly stopped at what I heard.
No!
Hello?
Silenzio!
No! Socorro!
This calls for quick action. The door.
Socorro!
What are you trying to do to that young woman? Strangle her? I happen to be someone who has Senorita's interests very much at heart. That's better. Keep your hands to yourself. And if you'll be so good as to stand to one side while I telephone the police.
Police? Guardia Civil?
So.
Oh, no.
Wait.
Adios, senor. Adios.
Yeah, go on. Can't be helped.
Thank you, senor, thank you.
No trouble. Just passing. Heard rumpus. Who was he?
To me, senor, he is entirely strange. There is a knock upon the door. Then into here he forces his way. He asks me things for which I do not have the answer.
Asks you what thing, Senorita?
Oh, names.
Names?
It is all to do with my former husband.
So?
But I cannot tell him. He will not believe me. He then attempts to force me, senor. Oh, I thought he would kill me.
Feeling better now?
Oh, so much. Oh.
Anything wrong?
Oh, it is me, senor. I am all wrong. Look at me in the mirror. My hair, my clothes.
Rather charming, I thought.
Oh, how ever can you say that? I must attend to myself. Pardon me, senor. I go for a few minutes to the bedroom.
Well, take your time, dear. When you get back, we'll have a little chat, eh?
Si, senor. Then I must thank you properly.
Hello?
I fear it will not close properly. The catch has been broken.
Of course.
But you will realize from what I hold in my hand that I desire you to raise your hands, Mr. Carson.
Well?
I am in a position to insist.
Heck. Court, seems.
I fear so, Mr. Carson. This is a situation somewhat unusual for a man whose hobby is bird watching. Or is it?
So, there it was. I had a pretty fair idea what the Spanish hooligan was after. What about this fellow with the gun? There was opposition in Operation Death Ray, all right. And it seemed I was face to face with it.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, assignment in Rio.
Yes, if Senorita Paquita Riccio was any example, these Rio fashion models were certainly stunners. The oval face, the olive skin, the big dark eyes, enough to leave anyone breathless. Of course, the young lady was a little breathless herself after I used the shoulder as a latchkey and barged into her apartment. Arrived just in time to prevent a local tough from forcing some information out of her. The Brazilian bowed out. I let him go. It was the information I was after. The whereabouts of the senorita's former husband, the wartime German flyer. First, she excused herself, saying she wanted to fix the mussed hair, etc. So I was left there, thinking that at last I was on the trail of those 6 scientists, and so the deadly secret. Then I found myself looking into a stern, jowled face and a rather neat little luger.
I feel certain you appreciate the situation, Mr. Carson. You will kindly raise your hands.
Unaccustomed to such exercise, you know.
We are all caught out sometimes. Nevertheless, I insist.
No alternative, seems. How's that look?
That is better.
Rather thought it would make me look as though playing basketball.
You number basketball among your hobbies also, perhaps?
So far not. What with pipes, old weapons, bird watching, seem to have hands full.
Ah, yes. Bird watching. An unusual place to come in order to watch a bird, think you not? I am curious to know what you are doing here.
Really, old chap, before we discuss such, personal matters, don't you think we might introduce ourselves?
I have no need to be introduced to you, Mr. Carson.
Senor, your hands! What? Eric!
A precaution, Paquita.
What need is there for precaution? Put away that nasty little gun.
You know who this man is, then?
I know that he is Inglese and most gracious, and that I am very much in debt to him. Put it away, Eric. That is much better. And you, Senor, no more of that absurd-looking hands up.
Pleasure to oblige.
Paquita, I ask you again. You know who this man is?
I have told you what I know, Eric.
Then I will tell you more. This is Mr. Bruce Carson. Does that mean anything to you?
After this, it always will.
He is the fellow whose name and picture were splashed all over the fronts of the newspapers several evenings ago.
You see, of course, I was so fascinated. Senor Carson, you cannot imagine with what interest and delight I read about you. The pipes and the weapons and the birds. You are the man?
It's me, I'm afraid.
Ah, most intriguing.
Intriguing, indeed. But what brings Mr. Carson to this apartment? Why is the lock on the door hanging by a splinter of wood?
Eric, the most frightening thing happened to me. I am expecting you, because you tell me you would arrive about this time. There is a knock upon the door. I answer, thinking it is you. But the moment I open...
This fellow pushes his way in?
No. A most frightening person. He had certain demands to make of me.
Demands?
No, it was all to do with Carl.
Ah, him again.
Who might Carl be?
My former husband, Senor.
Yeah, and we do not care to discuss the matter with you, Mr. Carson. It is painful enough to us alone.
I'm a good listener, you know.
Paquita, what happened then?
This terrible man took hold of my throat. He said he must have the name of some scientist who flew out to South America with Carl.
I see.
A pity I interrupted then, eh?
I do not think so, Senor. You broke through the door at the very right moment.
What I mean was, if you'd told the fellow the names, then he'd gone off happy. As it was...
But I do not know the names.
Oh. Sad.
Paquita, I am asking you for a full account of what happened. This intruder had hold of you by the throat, and you were protesting that you knew nothing. And then the door bursts open, and in comes the gallant Mr. Carson.
The very gallant Mr. Carson.
Oh, charmed.
And how, might I inquire, did he know the precise moment at which to intervene?
That I cannot answer.
Allow me.
Of course, Mr. Carson, you have much yet to explain.
I heard the senorita's cries for help. It so happened that I was in the building.
Yes, that is what I meant. You have much yet to explain.
I'd been up on the 10th floor.
And for what reason, might I ask?
Calling upon an English gentleman up there. Rolls. Acquainted with him, no doubt.
This is a very large apartment building. I am only a visitor. I fear I am not acquainted.
Eric, I assure you, there is a gentleman of that name somewhere above.
Very good. But what brought you to the 8th floor, Mr. Carson?
Walking down.
Walking? When there are the elevators?
Feeling like a spot of exercise. Spent half my time here in lifts and taxis.
And so, At the very time you reach this floor, you hear Senorita Rufio's cries for help.
Exactly.
And it was most fortunate for me. I am most grateful.
Enough, Paquita. You do not have to build up a mountain of gratitude for him.
Hey, old chap, scarcely the way to talk to a lady.
I happen to be the employer of the lady.
Fact, eh?
She is one of the models who works for me. Exclusively. And it will not please me if she has anything further to do with you, Mr. Carson.
Ask why?
I do not care for you.
Oh, that's all you've got against me?
So far, it is.
Relief?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, nothing.
There's just one other thing I would like to know. Then you may depart, Mr. Carson. What became of the man who was in here molesting Senorita Rufio?
Oh, made quite an exit, old chap. Too fast to detain. But why try?
There was no connection between him and yourself, Mr. Carson?
Perish the thought. Why the blazes would I be wanting to force anything out of the senorita? Apart from sweet nothings, I mean.
Would that take force, Senor?
Oh, makes more interesting. So they say.
That will be enough, Mr. Carson. I am not altogether satisfied with you. But you may go. I will escort you to the door.
Yeah, it seemed a hot spot for a while, that apartment. Thinking things over, I wasn't altogether satisfied with our friend Eric. That business about visiting a Britisher 2 floors up was a very necessary piece of quick thinking. But I always study the post boxes outside first. Anyway, I returned to my suite at El Presidente. Glorious as she was, the senorita had not lived up to expectations. I still had to track that blonde flyer. Pondering on it when the phone rang. Hold steady, Carson coming. Carson.
Oh.
Say again.
I was afraid I would miss you. Of course you know this is.
I say, not...
Si, Paquita.
This is delightful. But why?
For several reasons, Senor Carson. I decided to thank you in a proper way for what you did for me. But that Seidel had to arrive.
Seidel?
Eric, you know.
Him? Of course.
Also, there is another matter. I think perhaps it will be of interest to you.
And that?
It would be unwise for me to mention it under these conditions, Senor Carson.
Phone. Yeah, see what you mean.
I would like to speak to you in private.
Meet you someplace?
That would be unwise also.
How so?
I am a fashion model, Senor. I'm well known in this city.
Of course. Well,
Would it not be permissible for me to come up to your suite at El Presidente?
I suppose so. But, how come you know I'm here?
That was simple. I get the newspaper with the story of your arrival in Rio. It says there that you go to a suite at El Presidente.
That's fact. Well, why not? When?
Within an hour, Senor. Could you wait that long?
Wait a lifetime, dear. Come straight up, press the buzzer. Meanwhile, I'll rustle up a cocktail. Interesting switch, I thought. As I toyed with the gin, the vermouth, and some of that hair-raising South American rum, fell to pondering again. Interesting assignment, this. My 3rd day in Rio, and fate had already generously seen to it that I'd crossed paths with 3 rare creatures. Paquita, Helena, and Fay Corelli. Operation Death Ray was having its lighter moments. Howsoever, there was quite a problem coming up. Hello, already? Hurry, it seems. Right with you.
Monsieur Bruce.
Fay.
Oui, it is me. It is such a relief to find you back here. Close the door.
Oh, Fay,
Go on, silly. Close it up. Oh, why you stand there with that funny look on your face? You have never seen a woman before? Oh.
Never one quite the same as you, my dear. But, all right. There.
Oh, I see you have made the place all tidy since the volcano.
Volcano?
The upheaval. When a stranger comes in and goes through everything.
Oh, that. Oh, well, didn't take much time. But, Fay, what are you doing here at this time of day?
I don't start to dance at El Rocco until much later. I have time going it away. Besides, you know what happens?
No.
I am being pursued.
Oh?
By a man.
Same one?
Oh, there are so many. Oh, I take no notice of them. I come to you for protection.
Seems I've been appointed guardian, eh? Oh, well.
Ruth, you are strange. Are you not a little pleased to see me?
Anywhere, any time. Trouble is, I'm expecting a visitor.
I will not interfere.
But it's business.
That is all right. I know nothing in the world about business. I cannot interrupt.
Understood, but I promise that this will be in private.
Then I go into the bedroom and shut the door. I stay there until you go.
Wouldn't be cricket.
Cricket?
Never mind, dear. But really, I must see this person alone.
Monsieur Bruce, I come to you for protection. Now you make me jealous.
Jealous? How now?
I see the cocktail already.
Oh, got to impress the client, you know?
Who is it?
Oh, wouldn't interest you. Faye, I'll pick you up later at El Rocco. I must work sometimes, you know?
Very well. I'll go. But first, a little cocktail?
Well, why not? Oh, would be early, too.
Too late, Monsieur Bruce. There is your business acquaintance, and I am still here. But I promise you I will not be in the way.
Trouble is, someone else might think you are. Anyway, must face it. So, there it was. An awkward spot. On one side of the door, the woman who seemed to be taking care of the lighter side of my life. On the other, Paquita Rifio, with information vital to my serious mission. Someone was going to be at daggers drawn in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, assignment in Rio.
Faye Corelli's unexpected arrival at my hotel suite put me in quite a spot. She was being pursued by another strange man. She wanted my protection. Trouble was, I was pursuing a blonde flyer, formerly of the German Air Force. And his former wife, Rio fashion model Paquita Rifio, was due to arrive any minute. I had fresh hopes of tracing the flyer, and so contacting the 6 scientists believed to share the secret of the death ray. I couldn't have Mademoiselle Corelli upsetting those hopes. But she wasn't over-anxious to leave. The newly mixed cocktail caused her to suspect that I may not be waiting for a business contact, as I'd said. Howsoever, I talked her into leaving. She was about to go when the door buzzer went. The situation was to be more bewildering than I expected.
Monsieur Bruce, are you not going to attend to the door? The buzzer go for the second time.
Listen to me, Faye. Perhaps you'd better go into the bedroom for the time being.
I am easy.
Though on second thoughts that wouldn't help any.
No?
No, stay where you are. Have to get out of this best I can. Coming. Right with you. Miss Jansen. The surprise is coming thick and fast. What are you doing here?
I'd like to settle a matter with you, Mr. Carson.
Of course. Come in.
Thank you.
You know Mademoiselle Corelli, of course.
Oh, yes. We spoke this morning at my shop in Rue de Ubidor.
Unexpected call, this, Miss Jansen?
I've been out looking over some old silverware. As I was passing, I thought I'd see if you were in. The man on the desk said for me to come straight up, rather as if you'd been expecting me.
Oh, but he has.
Really?
For you especially, he has mixed the cocktail.
But
do sip together when you talk business.
I don't understand. Mr. Carson couldn't possibly have known I was coming.
Oh, this is very peculiar.
Quite simple, actually. Miss Jansen isn't the person I was expecting.
She's just someone else dropping like me.
So?
Busy place. Oh, Monsieur Bruce, you must take another cocktail. So good to clear the throat with.
Oh, might at that. How about you, Miss Jansen?
A trifle early for cocktails, I fear.
Nonsense. I like them for breakfast myself. What about you, Monsieur Bruce?
Wouldn't be first time. Howsoever...
Most times, Miss Jansen, I never touch anything before I dance. But it is many hours yet before I go to El Rocco, so I can afford one or two. Ah, Monsieur Bruce, you are neglecting me?
Oh, your glass. Empty, of course. Quite sure you won't, Miss Jensen?
Positive.
Oh, well. There we are, Faye.
Just right, Monsieur Bruce. Well, talk away, you two. Go on just as if I'm not here at all.
It will only take a moment. Mr. Carson, you will remember the crossbow.
I'm not likely to forget.
I should think not, especially after what happened. Miss, or whatever you call yourself. That was a most terrible thing to do to a person. Monsieur Bruce, he might easily be lying dead now with that ugly arrow through his breast.
Steady, Faye.
No, I am most very upset about it.
Did not Mr. Carson explain that I knew nothing about that crossbow being set as it was?
He did. But I do not know that I care to believe it.
You're not suggesting, I hope, that I did it deliberately.
If the cap fits, you wear it?
Really, Mr. Carson?
Faye, maybe you'd better just sip the cocktail.
Oui. I sip it all right there. Now another. I feel all jumbly inside.
A little that way myself. But here you are.
To continue, Mr. Carson.
Oh, yes, the crossbow. Intend picking it up next couple of days.
Please yourself about that. But the check?
Nothing wrong with it.
No. But I want to return it to you. Here.
Just a minute. Why?
I find the address given to me by the person who sent the crossbow to my shop
was a maternity hospital. Monsieur Carson and I know we went there. Behind the whole business there is something most nasty.
And most mysterious, if I may say so. But under the circumstances, I do not care to have anything further to do with the sale of the crossbow. As a dealer in old wares, I have my reputation to consider. You will take the check, Mr. Carson.
Your commission there. How about that?
I'm not handling the weapon. You may have it.
That vase, the one that was smashed when the arrow shot out of the crossbow.
I can scarcely blame you for that.
Seems I take it back then. Thanks.
Might I say how much I regret this mix-up? I trust it won't stand between us should any other weapon of interest fall into my hands.
Why should it?
You've been most understanding, Mr. Carson.
Oh, if you only knew how understanding he could really be.
We were supposed to be talking as if you were not here, Mademoiselle Corelli. But, Mr. Carson, you are apparently waiting on some special business appointment, so...
Yes.
If you'll excuse me,
No, don't go yet.
Why not?
Just remembered. Phone call. Company waiting. I must make it.
Oh, you don't mean me for that, surely.
Something else to say to you. This call urgent. Must get into the bedroom phone. Wait with Mademoiselle Corelli. Suddenly hit me. Paquita Riffia was due any time. No trouble seeing the last of the cool blonde Helena Jansen. But Faye was going to be more difficult than ever. Delightfully willful creature that she was. At the risk of having her gouge Helena's eyes out, I went into the bedroom and quickly dialed out to my Rio contact, my fellow bird watcher, Sir Giles Davenport.
Hello?
That you, Sir Giles?
Yes, indeed. Davenport here.
Carson.
Oh, Carson, old chap. How are you getting along with your business affairs?
Little confused at present, sir.
They always are, of course, when one starts out. You been getting any time for a spot of bird watching?
A little.
Splendid. Seen anything worth reporting?
I'm hoping to in the near future. The female species that mated with that migratory blonde bird. Sir Giles, I wonder, could you do me a favor?
Only too pleased to do what I can.
Could you come round here to El Presidente right away?
I was going for a breather, you know, but I suppose I could manage it. What's the trouble?
I've a very important contact coming up to my suite. Could be here any time now. But I've some feminine company. Rather hard shift. I hate doing this, but must. Could you come round, sir? Sort of pose as the business contact I've been expecting. After all, you are one of the directors of the meat importing outfit.
Yeah, I think I can carry that off, Carson. Time is a premium, eh?
Very much, sir.
Then hang up, old man. I should be there inside 10 minutes.
Fine, sir. 10 minutes. Let's hope that's... Faye.
I am just coming in quietly. I am lonely out there.
Lonely? What about...
Oh, she went. She could not what you call, tolerate me any longer. She looked on her nose at me. So I look under my eyelashes. The cold look I reserve for those men who ogle at me too hard when I dance. Monsieur Bruce, I tell you before, I do not like her.
Not your type, my dear.
Not yours either.
What is my type?
I think I know. But not that one. There is much else to her than you think.
How so?
Could she not telephone you? Why she need come all the way up to say hello?
But didn't you come all the way up?
With me it is different. Monsieur Bruce, show to me that pipe again.
That pipe? I've got scores, you know.
The one from Switzerland, I mean.
Oh, this.
Oui, that is it. With a tiny musical box underneath it. Switch it on for me.
My dear, it's...
Please, Monsieur Bruce.
Martyr to the species. Howsoever...
It is so lovely. You remember, Monsieur Bruce, I tell you I know a very special dance to that music. A dance for you?
Some other time.
Oh, you are so mean.
My dear young lady, you must understand that I'm in Rio on business for my company. I have work to do.
But not until your business person arrives.
Surely you wouldn't want such a special dance interrupted by the door buzzer.
Well, perhaps not. But do not turn off the little switch. I want to listen to it.
Please yourself. Better hurry, Sir Giles.
What you say, Monsieur Bruce?
Oh, just passing thought. Nothing. Oh, here's a pipe, though. You hold it till the musical box runs down. Times when you'd adore a creature like Faye for wanting to linger, but not this time. The musical box ran down. She insisted on winding it up again. I was thinking I should have accepted the dance offer and made the best of things when the door buzzer went. Sir Giles both looked and acted the part of a sedate business contact. Faye seemed convinced. She left after I'd promised to drop in at El Rocco that night. Quickly as I could, I brought Sir Giles up to date.
But, Carson, you only arrived here the day before yesterday.
So?
You wasted no time in getting acquainted with the city's loveliest attractions. 3, Carson.
Coincidence, sir. Nothing more.
One never knows.
I was down at the Black Macaw looking for our blonde flyer when Faye came in, saw the Rio dandy who was following her. Appealed to me for protection.
Don't blame you for offering it, old chap. Especially after seeing her, divine figure.
Should see her dancing at El Rocco.
Yes, I certainly must. But this fashion model, you say, she's somewhat exotic, too.
As only Rio models can be.
Strange that she should contact you, Carson.
It did surprise me.
The thing that I don't like is that big foreign fellow who you said employed her.
Oh, Seidel.
Yes, Carson. I'd like to know where he fits into the picture.
The way she spoke over the phone, he seemed to be something of a monster.
Possibly he is. Yet, Carson, for her to ring you like that, you must have let on that you were interested in certain aspects of her past.
I did my best not to, sir.
On the other hand, she may know from other sources.
I see what you mean, Sir Giles.
I'd take her very gently, Carson. Just a word of advice from a somewhat older bird watcher,
Yes, thank you, sir. Anyway, care for a cocktail?
Might as well, I suppose.
Right. Have to wait, I'm afraid. That'll be the senorita.
Never mind, old man. I'll slip inside to the bedroom and leave you to it. But remember, Carson, this is your big chance to get in contact with that flyer. Take her gently.
Sir Giles went to the bedroom and closed the door. I went to the suite door, opened it, and there was Paquita Rufio, alone. It seemed strange that one so beautiful could hold the key to the ugly secret behind Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, Secret Agent. Operation Death Ray, Assignment in Rio.
Things were quite tense that afternoon in my rather luxurious El Presidente Hotel suite. I'd been searching somewhat aimlessly for a trace of the blonde German flyer who could put me on the trail of the 6 scientists, and so the secret of the death ray. Now I was about to see his former wife, Paquita Riffio, a Rio fashion model. Meanwhile, Sir Giles Davenport, my Rio contact and fellow birdwatcher, had slipped into the bedroom to wait. The buzzer went a second time. I opened the door. There was the exotic senorita, quite alone.
It is all right for me to come in, Senor Carson?
I'm waiting for you rapturously. Come on.
Thank you. Such a lovely apartment.
Oh, well, company pays.
Company?
The meat importing firm I work for. British outfit.
Of course, see. In the newspapers when they write of your arrival, and all your most unusual hobbies are read of there.
Anyhow, make yourself at home. Waste no time putting my mind at ease.
At ease, Senor Carson? There is nothing wrong, I hope.
Not, except, can't puzzle out why you should ring me as you did. Ordinary fellow, I am.
Ordinary? Oh, never that, Senor Carson.
No? How so?
For one thing, this strange pipe of yours. The one that you are wearing now, for an example.
Wearing? Oh, pardon me. Take it out.
I'm glad you have done that, Senor. Because now I can attend to the first reason why I come here.
Oh, I say, my dear,
There.
Unexpected salute.
You do not care to be kissed?
Oh, not allergic, sure you. But trifle unexpected, as I said.
Ah, but you deserve it.
I do?
Of course. For the way that you saved me from harm today in my apartment.
Oh, that. Oh, so happened I was passing down the stairs, heard the rumpus. Couldn't very well do anything else but chase the fellow off.
Oh, I shall never forget Senor Carson. At my throat were his hands.
I mustn't think about it.
I am not able to forget. You see, Senor Carson, there are other hands at my throat.
How so?
Constantly, Senor. Look at me.
But,
Please, Senor.
Oh, not allergic to that, either.
What do you see in my face?
Beauty, senorita.
Happiness?
A little troubled at the moment, perhaps.
A little. I am most unhappy. When I smile, it is only a mask. Senor, I must tell you about myself. When I am 17, the war is over in other countries of the world. Just. There is a dashing and handsome young German flying man who arrives here in Rio. He is gay. He has a wonderful place to live. His means are endless. So we become married. But soon, there is no money. Everything begins to crumble away. Love and happiness.
Senorita, precisely why are you telling me all this?
I have a purpose, believe me. It is to the benefit of both of us. Hear my story, I plead of you.
Oh, don't worry. But, cocktail, keep it company.
Will you be offended if I still say no thank you?
Offended? Oh, perish the thought. On with the story.
Senor, I am not quite 20 when I am parted from this husband of mine. He was not understanding to me. Yet I suppose the blame is also mine. Once his means are at an end, I cannot be in love with him any longer. So I am a model to keep myself alive. Everywhere my pictures are printed, but the money is still not enough to live as I desire. So I think it a fine idea to leave my affairs to Eric Seidel.
You work exclusively for him?
Exclusively? I cannot breathe, but he wants to know what I am doing. Money it has brought me indeed, but I am completely in his hands. Senor Carson, I open my heart to you. When I married Carl, I was gentle. Eric has taught me to be hard. Now that I am so desperate for the way to break out of his power, I will do almost anything. Anything. Senor Carson, I've had so little experience at striking the bargain. But here I have come to make one with you.
Oh, I'm a businessman, you know. My profession. Always willing to listen to a proposition. Let's hear.
First, when that horrible man invades my flat today, you remember perhaps what he wanted to know of me?
That demand was made before I broke in.
In your presence later, I spoke of it again.
Perhaps Carson's memory needs jogging.
He was interested in some scientists who had flown to South America with Carl, my husband. From me, he wanted their names.
So? Have vague recollection.
I could not answer him, because I have never known the names.
Remember you saying that now?
Another thing he demanded of me, Senor, was this. Where is my former husband now?
You, didn't know that either?
To the horrible man, I said that.
But, point of fact, you do know?
I do, Senor Carson. And I believe such information may be of great importance to you.
Me? How come by such an extraordinary idea?
I think you're interested.
Astounds me.
I will tell you why. This horrible man asks me another question. Has Senor Bruce Carson ever been in touch with me?
Well...
Senor Carson, I have been thinking. Was it simply by chance that you happened to be outside my apartment today to rescue me?
Absolutely. Oh, don't doubt me, surely?
Oh, it would be most ungrateful if I did that, Senor. But this information about my former husband is what you call the basis of my bargain. To break free of Eric, I must have Cruzeros.
Senorita, thinking the matter over...
You are interested?
No, but that horrible type, he might be getting me mixed up with someone else in the company. Got a few wild devils on the payroll, you know. Perhaps I could do a quick checkup.
Oh, you mean to find out who it really is that is anxious for the information?
So, get him to ring your apartment, perhaps.
Oh, no, please, no. Eric must remain unaware of all this.
Of course, but how contact you?
Perhaps the person could ring my apartment. Let them ask for Dolores.
Dolores? So?
If a man answer, it will be Eric. Put down the receiver.
Oh, yes. Tell the person that.
If I answer and I say wrong number, you will know that someone about. If all safe, then I will speak.
Oh, simple enough.
But I desire a high price for the information, Senor Carson.
What do you call high price?
25,000 cruzeros.
25,000. Oh, let's see. Sterling, roughly 500 pounds. High, I suppose.
I must have all of that to break away from Eric. Senor Carson, you have been most understanding.
Wish I could be a little more. Understand exactly what this is all about, I mean.
Perhaps you do not care to reveal yourself?
Open as a book. Oh, but before you go, you simply must have a cocktail.
Impossible, Senor.
Well, how now?
Eric, perhaps he is at the studio of the photographer. He might suspect something.
Oh, have to knock off rest myself, seems.
Think of me when you're drinking it, Senor Carson. And before I go, let me thank you still once again.
Never know what's going to happen next in Rio. Marvelous city, warm-hearted people. The breathtaking Paquita departed, and Sir Giles came out of the bedroom, chuckling. We both needed a few swigs of that cocktail.
Tasty brew, Carson.
Oh, nothing out of the ordinary, Sir Giles.
Well, compared with the senorita...
See what you mean.
You handled her rather well, I thought.
Oh, handled herself rather well.
True, no fool. Either genuinely desperate to break free of this sidle fellow, or a superb actress.
Yes, Sir Giles. I had to restrain myself not to strike a bargain there and then.
Yeah, rather glad you didn't. This thieves... thinking out. Could be a trap.
My thoughts, too. Cheers, anyway.
Cheers.
Yeah, feeling a trifle weary myself. Reaction, perhaps.
Dog-tired, Carson. But about this girl, as I said, you must think it over.
Thanks, sir. Time's premium, but can't afford to go off half-cocked. Anyway, Sir Giles.
Sir Giles!
Carson is scarcely pulled me head up.
It's exactly the same.
Sir Giles!
Sorry, Carson, I must sleep.
It's the cocktail doctored, Sir Giles. Doctored.
I can still hear myself sighing, powerless to do anything about it. Been doing undercover work for many years. Never caught like that before. I was first to stir. Room and pitch darkness. First I stared at the luminous dial of my watch till I saw 8 o'clock. 4 hours. Switched on the lights, then got busy on Sir Giles. Sir, wake up, Sir Giles.
I see. What the deuce?
A cocktail. Drugged.
It's a confoundedly stupid thing to do, Carson.
For me to do?
Oh, beg your pardon. Of course not you. It must have been the emotional Paquita. Hard to imagine it, eh?
So. Yes, but it might have been Helena Jensen, or even my divine dancer, Fakerelli. They were in here practically one after the other.
Yes, you were explaining. Anyway, the suite, any harm done?
Looks all right. No sign of anyone having been through.
You weren't drugged for nothing, Carson. You'd better check your pockets.
Nothing incriminating in mine. Always make sure of that.
How about money?
A couple of $100 cruzeros in my wallet, that's all. But wait, there was that check that Helena Jensen returned to me.
Then check up fast.
Yes, must.
Well, Carson?
Notes all there. How much is held, Sir Giles?
Nothing missing. But their check.
Yes, here too.
Then what the blazes?
Hold on.
Something has gone?
No, something added.
Well, what's the folded paper?
A note. Printed with ballpoint pen. Interesting.
Let's hear it, man.
Sorry you couldn't oblige this time. Signed, one of the girls.
One of the girls? That means...
Helena, Faye, or Paquita?
Vixen.
Only one, Sir Giles.
Let's find out which one, by Jove. Then we'll know who's interfering with our attempts to get at that German flyer.
By all means, Sir Giles. But who could imagine the culprit being any one of those 3 divine creatures? So, there it was. A ruse as old as cloak and dagger. 3 suspects. Seemed the field was getting more crowded and glamorous in the race for the grim prize of Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, Secret Agent. Operation Death Ray, Assignment in Rio.
The burning question was, who had drugged the cocktail? First suspect was Paquita Riffio, our exotic fashion model. She was the last caller at my hotel suite on that rather busy afternoon. She'd been there offering to sell me the information we so desperately needed, the whereabouts of her former husband, the blonde flyer. But then, shortly before her, there'd been 2 other callers, the fair, aloof Helena Jensen and our French-Italian dancer, Fakerelli. Which one of them? Sir Giles Davenport and I had a light snack out on the balcony. We sat back there looking out on the shimmering lights of Rio. We still hadn't arrived at any answer.
Look at it down below, Carson. Must be some of the speediest traffic in the world.
Yeah, without a doubt, Sir Giles. Big city, Rio.
Wonderful city. But to get back to it, who tampered with your cocktail?
Can't imagine any one of those dear creatures.
You might have done it yourself, of course.
Me, Sir Giles?
Indeed. I recall you telling me that among the fabulous pipes you carry about, you have one with knockout drops concealed in a false bowl. In fact, you showed me the juicy thing.
Never been guilty of self-inflicted wounds, sir.
I don't know about that either.
How so?
Well, in a few days you've inflicted these 3 women upon yourself, and look what happened.
I see what you mean.
And it must be one of them.
Well, best we can do is go through them one by one again. Fakerelli. Imagine her?
Candidly, no. Divine soul like that, it seems impossible. Besides, any reason why she should?
Nothing definite.
But something, Carson? Come along.
She was very curious to know who my business contact was to be. The one for whom the cocktail mixed.
Well, hardly a motive, but strange minds to some women. She could well have dropped something into the cocktail.
Oh, yes, the top was off the shaker, and Nothing was poured from it after I gave fair glass when she was at daggers drawn with Helena Jansen.
This Miss Jansen could be suspected. After all, Carson, it was at that antique shop of hers that you nearly collected an arrow from some ancient crossbow.
Don't think so, sir. Madness for her to do anything so obvious. Knew nothing about it, sure.
Yet this afternoon there wasn't really any necessity for her to come up to your suite.
Perhaps not. Yet the chappie on desk below knew I was expecting someone. Said go straight up. More like a carpeted railway station, this place, than a hotel, you know, sir.
Of course, I've never met the young lady.
But you've seen her, though?
Oh, vaguely, Carson, when I've dropped into that shop of hers in the Rue de Ouvidor. Had no special reason to study her.
Striking, you know.
Oh, indeed.
One wonders what she might really be like under that brittle surface. Howsoever...
That brings us back to the senorita.
So, the soulful Paquita.
Wasn't able to set eyes on her either, Carson. But listening from the bedroom, she sounded interesting enough, old man.
Acted that way, too, sir. But she'd just told me her life story. Explained in a reasonable way why she'd decided to sell the dope on her former husband's whereabouts. Rang pretty true, sir.
Reasonable enough, I suppose.
This Eric Seidel's got her so organized that her life's not her own. Wants to get back her freedom. Money the only way. This her chance.
It could be a clever concoction all the same.
Sir Giles, I had a little interlude with Eric Seidel. We'll believe all the senorita says.
Then we've no special reason for saying it was her either.
No, feel certain.
And that gets us back to where we started from.
No, Sir Giles. We must decide now whether or not to act on Paquita's offer. One thing's becoming clearer and clearer. The agents of another power, or powers, are working right under our noses. The sooner we track down that blonde flyer, the better. Obviously, no one else has trailed him yet.
Apparently not, Carson.
Then how about we take up her offer?
At 25,000 cruceros?
Oh, only £500 sterling, roughly.
Only?
Oh, beat it down to half that, perhaps. But at twice the price. Worth it to us. And we have the wherewithal.
Well, that can be arranged, Carson. But we can't negotiate with her, not directly.
Oh, not suggesting that, sir.
Oh?
Yeah, we'll just have to nut out some way. But soon.
Yeah, what about my servant?
Angelo. Jove, yes. Yes, he could handle it, huh?
Handle some devilish problems in his time, Carson.
Imagine it. Especially after he threatened me with that knife.
This'll be his chance to make up for that episode, Carson, and he's eager to do that.
Let's see now how we go about it.
You told the young woman you'd make inquiries regarding who it was who might be interested in tracking down this former husband of hers.
So, she seemed to have the idea it was me. I had to smother that as best I could. Anyway, if we decide that Angelo can meet her somewhere tomorrow, say, to discuss terms, I could phone her tonight.
Angelo's free at any time, so you can phone her as soon as you like.
We'll try it right away.
Good.
Of course, there's that little formality to be observed. Just make sure we don't start whispering into friend Seidel's ear. But let's inside. Wasn't without its perils, this move, however carefully we handled it. If Paquita Rifio was working against, and there were people working against us, and someone had drugged the cocktail, then perhaps Undercover Carson would be forced out into the open. Anyway, I phoned through to her apartment with Sir Giles standing alongside, quietly stroking his chin. It was all over in a matter of seconds.
No luck, Carson?
Afraid not, Sam. Asked for Dolores, as prearranged.
Yes.
Paquita answered, but just said I was on the wrong number.
Coast not clear, eh?
Seidel or someone about, obviously.
I like the way you disguised your voice, Carson.
Do wonders with pipe in mouth.
Jolly good. Anyway, we'll have to defer things until the morning.
Pity, though. Overnight, anything could happen. For what powers these other agents are working, we can only guess. But they're working. And they're working darn well.
Well, as long as they don't go beyond turning over private hotel suites or drugging cocktails, we won't be lost in the race. But I'd better be getting back to my apartment. Angelo will be out of his dear dark mind worrying where I am. Care to come over, Carson? Just for the run. Short, but still...
Actually, going to El Rocco, sir.
El Rocco? Oh. Enough said.
Promised fair.
Why not, old chap?
Well, why not you too, sir?
Oh, no, Carson. The aged fella like myself.
You said you liked to see Faye dance, sir?
I did. Perhaps...
Oh, then let's. millionaire's idea of bird watching.
Thank you, Carson. First I give Angelo a tinkle, and then we'll be off.
How much water with the scotch, Sir Giles?
About halfway up, old chap. That'll do fine. I suppose it is safe to drink this?
Imagine so, sir.
Hate to doze off now that we are finally down here with Mademoiselle Corelli about to perform. Here's the best.
Cheers.
Cheers. Anything wrong, Carson?
Nothing special, just wondering where Faye's.
We saw her a moment ago, didn't we? Fluttering around the edge of the stage.
So, but wondering why she hasn't come over.
Oh, mind on her work, perhaps.
Strange, huh? Howsoever, let's drink.
Hello, what now?
Faye's act. Band getting ready.
Oh, yes, of course. Ah, Carson, here she is now. As you say, old chap, divine.
So, but there is something wrong.
It seems perfection to me.
No, not the dance. From that look on her face, we might not be here.
Oh, then we'll soon attend to that.
No, don't wave, sir.
Carson.
Best we don't try to recognize her.
But why, old chap?
I can't quite work it out.
Of course, you know the way these dancers get, almost in a trance.
It wasn't like this last time I saw her.
Not better, surely. Why, I've never seen the like. Supple as a kitten, by Jove.
Steady now, sir. She's spinning round towards us.
Yes, magnificent.
Steady, sir.
Oh, yes, old chap. But still...
Explain in a moment. I knew she was up to something.
Carson...
You probably didn't notice it, Sir Giles, but when she did that backflip business,
yes.
She tossed something under the drapes of the cloth on the table. But don't look down.
Well, naturally not.
I'm just edging it over with my foot. Almost alongside chair leg. Now's a chance to pick it up.
You got it.
So, message.
Careful as you read it.
Don't worry, sir.
Well, Carson?
We've got to get out of here, Sir Giles. Fast.
Any reason given?
Someone over in corner planning to start a fight with me. Let's go.
We can't leave while the young lady's still dancing.
No matter of have to. Come on. Tragedy to have to depart in the middle of that dancing routine. But when a message like that slipped you, always wisest to make the graceful exit if you value your good looks. Reached the dark, narrow side street outside as the second part of Faye's act came to an end.
Well, what now, Carson?
Best we get out into a main street and hail a taxi.
We owe both apologies and thanks to the young lady.
Later sometime. Let's go.
Carson, who would be wanting to start a fight, I wonder?
No idea, but when one in the offing in place like that, sooner out the better.
What now? Why stop?
Moving shadows, Sir Giles.
Oh, I see.
Closing in. Friends of the party inside, no doubt.
Makes it awkward, don't you think?
Very awkward. Looks like a fight in the offing after all. Awkward, to say the least. Faye Corelli apparently hadn't known about the reinforcements outside. 1, 2, 3 shadows closing in. Looked like a rather one-sided skirmish coming up in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, Secret Agent. Operation Death Ray, assignment in Rio.
The moment Fay Corelli started to dance that night at El Rocco, I sensed that something was wrong. I sat with Sir Giles Davenport, my Rio contact, at a table alongside the small floor. Fay gave no sign that she recognized us, but she danced close to us, and in the course of a rather breathtaking back flip, she shot something under the drapes of the cloth covering the table. Message, brief one, saying some sociable fellow in the corner was about to pick a fight with me. Discretion being what it is, we left. But once out in that dark, narrow side street, we were stopped in our tracks. The shadows were moving, menacingly. They wore boots.
As I was saying, Carson, awkward, don't you think?
It seems so, Sir Giles.
I fear I won't be much support in a skirmish. Everything I shape up to these days is a mosquito, and then most times lose out. How many are there?
4, 5.
Dismal odds. Never carry a gun, more's the pity. Yourself?
Best I can manage is a pipe.
We'll scarcely bludgeon our way out with that.
Bluff our way, perhaps. This one, for instance.
What the deuce?
One of my novelty pipes, this. Specially designed to the somewhat sardonic taste of a Turk. Stems a bored barrel, fine caliber.
Extraordinary.
Just twist the bowl, like so, and armed she is.
How many rounds, man?
6. Effective, I assure you.
Well, let's see how effective, Carson. Those, shadows are closing in.
Well, here goes. This has gone far enough, my friends. You'll keep your distance.
That's still coming, Carson.
This in my hand is a gun. Stop. Look out.
They don't seem to understand.
Hurry, cuidado. Comprendeme.
Still moving, old chap.
So, seems they don't think this is a gun. Very well. Shot over their heads. Watch out for yourselves. Now.
Carson.
Misfire, seems. Try again. Great Lucifer.
That's a 6, old chap?
So, can't understand it.
It's been smoking the propellant, I fear, but what now?
Fists, expect. Ready, Sir Giles? Here they come.
What's that, Carson? Where did that shot?
Someone behind the mob. Stopped them anyway.
It's the wisest that you stop, senor. This gun will not fail.
Why, it's Angelo.
It is.
Now,
Stout
my
fellow.
friends, you will permit the 2 English senors to depart unmolested.
Our cue, Carson.
No urging needed, Sir Giles. Besides, shooting's drawn the nightclub crowd outside. Best make ourselves scarce. Never a dull moment. Our would-be assailants went one way, we the other. The El Rocco crowd came out and wondered. Meanwhile, we were driving comfortably along one of Rio's broad avenues, Sir Giles' trusty servant at the wheel.
Indeed, Angelo, I cannot say it too often. A really timely arrival, eh, Carson?
Most.
Excellency, when you give me the telephone ring and say you go to El Rocco with Senor Carson, I think to myself alone.
Carson's going to lead the old fella into trouble, eh?
Oh, no, Excellency. In Senor Carson I have every faith, but not in El Rocco. Many bad tales are told of that place.
Yes, no doubt.
So I think perhaps you need a spare guardian angel, especially when the pipe gun of Senor Carson refused to work.
Jobs, yes. Awkward, that. Can't understand why it failed.
As I said, Carson, you smoked the propellant. Gives you that explosive charm with women. Hey, easy on the corners, Angelo. And Carson, don't go fiddling around with that pipe in here. I might finally decide to go off.
Fact, sir.
That's the idea. Shove it back in your pocket out of harm's way. But now that we've settled down, what do you make of tonight?
Well, we've opposition on this job. Ample evidence of that.
Indeed.
In the nightclub, seems Fay either spotted or overheard someone plotting trouble for us.
Or did she?
How do you mean, Sir Giles?
Well, that message might have been a simple ruse to get us outside into certain waiting arms.
Perhaps. Though on second thoughts, not.
No?
She was afraid of something when she was dancing. Told you so, long before we got the note.
Well, Carson, for all her lissom grace, one can't help but suspect her. You recall what happened at your hotel suite this afternoon. Someone doctored the cocktail. Either Mademoiselle Corelli, Miss Helena Jensen, or Senorita Paquita Rifio.
So?
And speaking of the Senorita brings us back to... Angelo, what the devil are you trying to do? Turn the rolls on its back?
No, Excellency. Simply trying to shake off our pursuers.
What? Pursuers?
By means of the mirror, I observed them.
Fact, Sir Giles. Someone tailing us.
Well, in that case, Angelo, perhaps you'd step on it.
At once, Excellency.
Had enough trouble for one night. Let her rip. Nice driving, Angelo. Undoubtedly they wanted to run us down in some badly lit stretch of road. It took a little shaking off. But here we are, Carson, at your hotel.
Been quite a day, Sir Giles.
Yeah, quite. And, reverting to Senorita Rifio...
Oh, yes, Sir Giles. We go ahead in the morning, then.
She's under suspicion, too, of course, but we just can't afford to pass up her offer to put us in touch with that German flyer. What say you drop into my apartment and we arrange final details?
Sir.
Be there about 8:30.
On dot. Well, say good night.
Good night, old chap.
Boas noites, senor.
Yes, Angelo. And once again, many thanks for turning up when you did.
Monsieur Carson.
What now?
Monsieur Bruce.
Faye, what are you doing there in the shadows?
Please, over here.
Right. Now, tell me now, why here at this late hour?
It is most important to me that I speak to you. Otherwise I will not rest tonight in peace.
Something troubling you over there?
Of course. You received my note at El Rocco?
Did?
Well, were you not pleased?
Yes, except we nearly ran into serious trouble outside.
There was someone outside also? That was a shot? Oh, Monsieur Bruce, you were not hurt. That charming aged gentleman was not hurt.
Not a hair of our heads.
Oh, I was so terrified when I overhear those men making the plan to pick a fight with you. I hear nothing of the others outside, though.
The ones inside. What like?
Dressed, as you say it, loud.
Rio dandies again.
Oui, that is right. They come often to El Rocco.
So, but why pick on me?
Monsieur Bruce, I think perhaps they are jealous that I care for you. That is why when I dance, I try to make it appear I never see you.
That it?
Of course, it was torture for me.
Felt a little uncomfortable myself. Howsoever, my dear, no harm done. But the hour's late. What am I going to do with you?
Perhaps you like to drive me home? Oui, Monsieur Bruce.
Well,
I am afraid of being pursued also.
Me too, as it happens.
By a man?
Let pass. But, taxi.
Monsieur Bruce, whatever would I do without you?
Be feeling lost without you, mademoiselle, the way things are going. But, let's be off. Eventually reached my hotel suite, put my pipes to bed, then self. In the course of getting Mademoiselle Corelli home, I mentioned the business of the doctored cocktail. It was that Jansen woman, no doubt about it. Expected that from Faye, but who was it really? The misgivings were still there the following morning when we started operations from Sir Giles Davenport's Copacabana apartment. I'd dialed Paquita Rifio's number. It was ringing.
You'll disguise your voice, of course, Carson.
Naturally, Sir Giles. Here we are.
Un Dios?
Good morning to you also. Senorita Dolores, it is possible to speak to her?
Who is that?
Senorita Dolores?
You're speaking to Dolores.
Of course. All is safe, eh? Actually, it is Senorita Paquita Rifio to whom I am speaking.
It is. But please be quick. I may not be alone for long.
It has come to my ears that you may have some information which would be of value to me.
In return for 25,000 cruceros.
A large sum.
I will not bargain, senor. Unless I receive that sum, the risk is not worth it.
Don't haggle, Carson. Anything.
Right, sir.
Are you there?
Of course.
I will not bring down the price.
Never fear. I will pay. But there must be no delay. Would it be possible to meet the agent we have appointed in exactly 1 hour?
Whereabouts?
Avenida Rio Branco.
How will I know him?
He will be selling curios. He will offer you a purse of Indian design. Inside it you will find 25,000 cruceros in notes. That is, of course, after you have told our agent where we might find your former husband.
He will be told the place. He will also be told the means.
The means?
I will explain to him. Now I must go. 1 hour from now, Avenida Rio Branco.
That is so.
Till then, adios.
Till then, senorita.
Chopping, Carson, chopping. By Jove, spoken like a native. Eh, Angelo?
Indeed, Excellency.
Well, up to you now, Angelo. You'll be selling the curios. We'll be standing by, hoping all goes well.
And it must go well, Carson. Think of what's at stake.
There was something at stake, all right. A deadly secret weapon, something never used before. Others were after it. But for the sake of peace, we had to win the grim prize in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, Secret Agent. Operation Death Ray, Assignment in Rio.
Could scarcely complain to London of lack of variety and diversion in this South American assignment. The exotic French-Italian dancer Fay Corelli, the aloof and increasingly mysterious Helena Jansen, and Paquita Riffio, the alluring fashion model. And it was through Paquita that I believed I was going to meet my blonde flyer, and so track down those 6 European scientists. But with Paquita it was a business deal. She was going to sell the information so that she'd have the money to break free from her manager, the hulking Eric Seidel. We had half an hour before the rendezvous. Sir Giles Davenport's servant was to be the go-between. You know, Sir Giles, pleasant change to drive along these fine streets at a moderate pace. Local taxi drivers go hell for leather. Struck 'em bad last day or two.
Never fear, Carson. Our Angelo sometimes carries on as if this rolls were made to fly. But I think if we park here about somewhere, we might conclude our arrangements.
Here, Excellency.
Yes, Angelo. Close in by the tree.
As you wish, Excellency.
We're quite handy to the appointed meeting place, Carson. No more than a leisurely 5 minutes walk.
I don't suppose Angelo will be long in changing his identity.
Indeed not.
Senor, in a moment when I've completed the parking of the car, I will demonstrate to you.
Of course, Carson. I prefer the quick change when Angelo switches from the soul of politeness to murder incarnate.
Fortunately, Sir Giles, I've only seen that in reverse.
Now, senor, first for the coat, I exchange the shawl. And for the cap, the sombrero, as it is called by you. And finally, for the gloves, the tray of curios.
Amazing.
No, Excellency, I'm all prepared.
Not quite, Angelo.
My Joe's not.
But in what respect do I fail to be the part of the curio cellar?
You haven't the main item in your tray.
Oh, indeed not, no. Oh, but that must come from you.
You've got it, I trust, Carson?
So, here.
Quite a large and attractive purse.
What's in it more attractive?
Of course. The 25,000 cruceros.
Here, Angelo. Know you'll handle it right way.
Be well assured of that, Senor Carson. The young woman will not receive the purse until I have the name of the place where this former flyer of fair hair may be found.
So?
Well, then, so far, so good. I think, Angelo, you'd better make your way over to the Avenida Rio Branco.
As you wish, Excellency.
Set yourself up somewhere close to a building entrance.
Depend upon that. Close by me there will be a pillar or some similar concealment where you and Senor Carson may wait unobserved.
That'll be top-notch. But of course, Angelo, you won't sell the purse to some casual passerby.
Excellency, before I do such a thing, I would surely sell my own soul.
You sold that years ago, you rogue. But be off with you. We'll saunter over a short while after you. Eh, Carson?
So, Sir Giles. 10 minutes. That should give us more than enough time. Good spot he picked, must say.
Couldn't be better. A vestibule full of dark shadows a yard or two from the pavement, and the rogue himself out there drenched in the sunlight.
Looks the part.
A man of many parts, Carson. There's no doubt you'll find out as time goes on. But speaking of time...
I was just glancing at my watch.
I noticed you. How long since we made the arrangements by telephone with the alluring Senorita Rifio?
A shade under the decided hour.
Better look sharp, then.
I've already spotted her.
You have?
So. Flower stall, other side of the avenue. She's having a good look at Angelo before coming across.
Oh, yes. But, man, she is a stunner.
She is, Sir Giles. She's coming over now. Better get right back in the shadows. City of glorious sights, Rio. But where could you match the sight of Paquita Rifio walking across in the sunlight, her slightly exaggerated nonchalance adding to her lissom charm? She went right up to Angelo. They began to converse. Sir Giles and I were straining so hard to hear that we took little notice of a car that slid up and stopped.
Can't hear a dash thing, Carson.
They're talking too low.
Progressing well. See, Angelo's handing over the purse.
So? But that car!
Someone's grabbed the girl!
Hauled her into that car.
Great heavens! Angelo! Angelo!
Back, Sir Giles. We didn't show ourselves.
But, bold fellow, Angelo. He's on the running board.
You mean he was?
Jove, Carson. Pushed off.
He looks all right. Let's get out of here before a crowd congregates.
Yes, indeed. Angelo will join us at the rolls.
So, let's hope he got that information. Otherwise, we've donated 25,000 cruceros to Eric Seidel.
You mean the fellow who...
So, Paquita's so-called manager. He was driving that car. But let's go. It's Angelo.
At last. Men, what detained you?
Excellency, I've got some difficulty in slipping away. There were people there who desired to detain me so that I could tell the story to the police.
But you didn't?
Indeed not. I escaped in a roundabout way.
Good, you haven't been followed, but we'll get into the car and get well away.
So, but the information, Angelo?
Senor, I handed over the purse, therefore I have the information.
Stout fella.
This man you seek, he may be found at a place called Ocetao.
Ocetao? The cellar? Cafe, perhaps?
See, close to the Avenida Mendoza.
Where's that?
The Larda district, Carson, a bohemian locality.
And the one you seek frequents this place on most evenings after the hour of 9.
Be there tonight. Sir Giles? Looks as if we have our blonde bird at last.
No, senor. Seek one who is fair, and then you will be greatly disappointed.
Oh? How so?
This flyer is taken to wearing of a beard.
Beard? Go on.
And like his head, senor, it is dyed to the color of black.
Very valuable information. And, as I said, I'll be there tonight. Didn't refuse when Sir Giles suggested that Angelo might trail me to the cafe and wait outside. Starting to like the fellow, appreciate him. Ositao, well named. A cellar leading down off a side street, dim, fairly crowded. Entered, wondering whether this was going to be merely the start of another leg in the search. But the luck was with me. The fellow was sitting alone, morose, dishevelled. Mind if I sit here? Thank you. You may be able to help me, my friend. I'm looking for a man who now wears a dark beard, such as you wear, though his hair is naturally blonde. He was formerly a flyer with the German Air Force. Quite a bit of information on him one way or another. But as far as I can gather, he does talk?
Yeah, he does.
Then you are Carl Schmidt?
It is a name that I once possessed. But why should you be interested in me?
I believe you have information which is valuable to me.
And from what nation are you?
Need you ask?
Yours is not the first smooth English tongue that has come seeking information from me.
No?
No, my friend. Who are you?
Best I don't say, old chap. But, the information?
No, I have not imparted it to anyone.
I see.
They are greatly sought after, these 6 men.
Matter of fact, old chap, this source is prepared to pay handsomely.
You interest me.
And you interest me, too, Herr Schmidt. This is no trifling matter, so best I speak in mind. To judge from your appearance, things aren't so bright.
Why do you speak your mind in such a way?
Valuable information, old chap. Fellow's down in his luck. Natural to sell.
I told you, my friend, I have not imparted the information.
How so?
Because in many ways I have sunk so low. It is only by safeguarding this information that I have been able to retain the last particle of my honor and self-respect.
I see, old chap.
You would not understand.
Perhaps I do. But I assure you, the purpose to which I will put this information...
Yeah, always for the good. How often do I hear that? They all say it.
Who, for instance?
You would very much like to know, no?
So?
No, my friend. That also involves my honor.
You're a strange fellow. Didn't expect you to be anything like this.
Yeah, I am strange. Even to myself, I am strange.
If it would help, perhaps I am prepared to reveal something of my background.
But this, then, it is no place in which to talk.
Elsewhere, then? Go now?
No, nothing tonight. There is too much else upon my mind.
Tomorrow night?
It will be the same, still. The night after.
Time's precious to me, you know.
The night after.
Right. But where?
Along this same street. Perhaps 7 or 8 shops. There is a quieter cafe.
Dimly lit? Lantern hanging outside?
Yeah.
Noticed it passing. Well, seems I'll leave you now.
Yeah. And it seems you are about to be urged to leave me, my friend.
How so?
There's someone hastening towards you.
Huh? Oh, Angelo.
Senor, you must leave in great haste. Outside.
Not another reception committee?
No, Senor. On this occasion, they're planning to come inside and...
Planning? Or already coming inside?
Senor, I fear they now crowd the doorway. This is a cellar. I fear also there will be some difficulty in getting out.
First, the lucky break, then the bad, in the shape of half a dozen ugly bruises. I was caught in a cellar. How was I going to find my way out of this particular trap in Operation Death Ray?
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
Once I had identified Karl Schmidt, the former German Air Force pilot, I felt I was well on the way to obtaining the information that would lead on to the secret of the death ray. But Schmidt proved a surprise. His blonde hair was dyed black, beard the same. Seemed disturbed psychologically. And I felt certain he was speaking the truth when he said other agents had been at him for information. Best I could do was arrange to meet him 2 nights later. I was about to leave the Cellar Cafe when Angelo, Sir Giles Davenport's servant, suddenly informed me that someone else had other plans. Coming down into all the noise and smoke were 6 pairs of smouldering eyes.
Senor Carson, it is their intention to do you much harm.
Ugly bunch, Angelo.
Outside, I was able to overhear them. I hastened in, Senor, but it is too late.
I wonder if this is the crowd that waited outside the El Rocco nightclub for me last night.
The very same.
I thought as much.
Tonight, they are determined that you will not elude them.
See about that. Schmidt.
What is it?
This den. Any other way out?
There is not.
Pity.
You are unfortunate. The newcomers appear to be determined.
So, spreading out.
They intend to approach us from many directions, Senor.
I could try fighting our way, but 2 against 6. Poor odds.
I am sorry, but I cannot help.
Oh, don't expect it, old chap.
Of course, Senor. I have a gun.
A bad place to start a shooting.
Yeah. I would warn you most strongly against that, my friend. There are many guns in this cafe.
Senor, we must hasten to do something. They're all coming towards us now.
Right. Better get the pipe out of them, huh?
No, what use is a pipe, Senor?
This is a rather unusual pipe, Angelo.
If you please, Senor Carson, this is not a moment in which to indulge in the delights of pipe collecting.
But the false bowl unscrews like so.
Senor, perhaps the gun?
No, this is more effective. See?
This strange object, Senor.
Smoke pellet.
Smoke pellet? No, I do not...
Watch what happens when I throw it on the floor. Here goes.
Why... the smoke... great clouds of it.
We'll fight our way out through it, Angelo.
See, Senor.
Bye for now, Schmidt. See you night after next, I hope. Awkward situation. Touch and go for a minute or 2, despite the smoke. But we managed to touch 1 or 2 of the Rio thugs in the right manner, then scramble out. Felt like a reviver by the time I reached Sir Giles Davenport's Copacabana apartment.
Soda, Carson?
Water, thanks, Sir Giles. Enough, sir.
Good. Here.
Thanks, sir. Cheers.
All the best. Well, old chap, what are we to conclude from tonight?
Pipe's a man's best friend.
Pipe's a man's best... Oh, these weird pipes of yours, Carson.
Very handy at times. This one came from the Balkans. Quite effective.
But I seem to recall a pipe that was supposed to turn into a miniature pistol. It wasn't so very effective.
Oh, that, yeah. I checked it this morning. Hammer out of alignment. Thus the misfires. Now, for instance...
Good heavens, man, don't go fishing it out of your pocket.
No, I'm not going to start firing it here, Sir Giles.
I wouldn't put it past you, Carson.
Let it pass.
Well, let's have a fuller picture of what happened tonight.
Oh, of course, sir. Well, Paquita Riffio, bless her heart, gave me the right information. This former husband of hers was there at Osatayo. Cellar, all right.
And he'd changed his feathers?
Sir. Beard, hair, both dyed black.
Why the disguise?
I wasn't able to go into that.
Oh.
Strange fellow. Seems to be brooding over something. Talked about his honor and self-respect. Said he'd already been approached by other agents for the same information.
Is that so, Carson?
Yes, Sir John.
And has he,
I think not. Even though he's down and out, he seems to be keeping this information to himself for some reason. Said if he passed it on, he'd lose the last fragment of his honor and self-respect.
Extraordinary fella.
Seemed to have low opinion of secret agents.
A lot of people have, you know.
See what you mean, Sir Giles. Other secret agents.
Indeed. But go on.
Well, I told him I'd be putting this information to a good use. He'd heard that before. From an Englishman.
Englishman?
So.
That can mean only one thing, Carson.
I know. Englishman working for foreign power.
Most disturbing.
Try to draw him out on who these other agents might be.
That would be exceedingly helpful to us, what with all these various snipes at you. But what did he say?
Said telling me would involve his honor again. Made little progress, I'm afraid. But I've a feeling he might come to terms after he's made up his mind about me. The best I could do was arrange to see him the night after next at a cafe a little further along the street from this Cellar place.
Night after next? Anything could happen in the meantime.
So. Especially if the last few days are any indication. Yes, but Schmidt certainly surprised me. Expected to find some fellow in his early 30s down on his luck, but otherwise not much else to him. Schmidt struck me as a man who suffered enormously. Something very tragic about him.
No hint what it is?
None, Sir Giles. Though we do know something of his past.
Yes. He flew those scientists out here, plunged into the gay life of Rio, married this fashion model, Senorita Rifio, blew his money, lost her, practically vanished.
So?
But I wonder how she knew we could find him at this old Satao place.
Been wondering myself. Like to know.
I like to know many things. Who's organizing this bunch of hoodlums, for instance? Who thought so highly of your interest in ancient weapons to send that loaded crossbow? And who doctored that cocktail up at your hotel suite?
Keep coming back to that, don't we?
Manny, it's the one time that we seem to be faced with the suspects. 3 of them.
And what adorable suspects.
Yes. But beauty and dark deeds have often been known to go hand in hand, Carson.
True, Sir Giles.
Take Senorita Rifio, for instance. Well, she wasn't exactly clumsy when it came to extracting 25,000 cruceros out of us.
But why should she want to drug us?
That's the dash point that keeps cropping up. Someone wanted to go through our pockets. But what about that note in your wallet? Sorry you couldn't oblige this time. Signed, one of the girls.
Someone's probably trying to find out our game. Perhaps whether we're British agents or not. Though why would Paquita want to know that?
You have me, Carson. But the other two, Mademoiselle Corelli and this Jansen woman, what do you know of their backgrounds?
What do I know of Fakerelli? Oh, I imagine she's been dancing from the day she could walk. Seems to have been created for that. And men.
Yes. And Miss Jansen?
Helena Jansen. She's got that antique shop, Rua de Uvidor. She has poise, breeding. That's about all I know. But, sir, I've a couple of days to put in before I meet Carl Schmidt. What better way could I pass the time than by learning more about these two creatures?
Why not, Carson? Which one first?
Well, might as well combine business with pleasure, I suppose. I'll start with Fakerelli. Call on her tomorrow at the El Rocco. Anyway, Sir Giles, cheers again. Drank with Sir Giles, thinking about Fakerelli, then packed pipes and back to the hotel. But as things turned out next day, it wasn't Fay that I saw first. I received a phone call from Helena Jansen. She wanted to see me on an important matter, so I said I'd call in at her shop. It was strange how she kept cropping up.
I do hope I'm not taking up too much of your time, Mr. Carson.
Oh, not at all. Tons to spare.
But you must be very busy.
Why, sir?
Didn't you fly out here on some important mission?
Important mission?
Meat importing, Mr. Carson?
Oh, that. Well, really, just routine business matter. Always take time off, especially for occasions like this, Miss Jansen.
You are fortunate. But to get to the point...
You've tracked down another crossbow or something?
I'm afraid not.
Huh?
No. Though it has something to do with one of your very flamboyant hobbies.
Ah, must be a pipe.
As it so happens, I have tracked down a pipe of Spanish origin that I think might interest you.
I'm always interested in adding to my collection.
But this is not about pipes.
Ah. Then it must be bird watching.
It is not bird watching.
Well, I seem to run out of hobbies.
I was being sarcastic, I'm afraid, Mr. Carson.
Ah. Then why have you asked me to call?
I expect you remember me calling at your hotel suite several days ago.
You expect? You hurt me. How could I possibly forget?
Please, Mr. Carson.
Have I said something wrong?
I'm sorry, but that kind of flattery at times grates upon me.
Oh, then I'm sorry. But I do remember your calling.
Well, then, to get right to the point. I want you to know that it wasn't I who drugged your cocktail.
It wasn't?
I give you my word, Mr. Carson. And since you must be curious to know how I came to hear about it...
I am.
Your dancer friend called here yesterday.
Fakerelli?
Yes.
So that's the other hobby, eh?
I apologize, Mr. Carson.
Yes, of course. Forget it.
I think I should explain. The mere sight of Mademoiselle Corelli infuriates me. I'm being frank with you.
Like it that way.
Well, I think I'm justified in being infuriated. When she comes in here and accuses me of trying to murder you.
Yes, that excitable French-Italian blood in her. Wouldn't take any notice of it.
I happen to be one of those people who rather object to being accused of murder. The whole suggestion is so ridiculous.
Even so, Miss Jensen. The cocktail was drugged.
Then what is it about you, Mr. Carson, that attracts attention of this sort?
Oh, these things happen, you know.
Perhaps you have other hobbies still.
Doubt whether I could find the time.
I dare say it is rather a full-time occupation with what you have on hand.
Meaning, Mademoiselle Corelli?
We're being sidetracked. To get back to the point, I did not drug your cocktail, Mr. Carson. I give you my word.
Miss Jensen, aren't you being a little anxious to tell me all this?
Surely, Mr. Carson. When I'm accused of trying to murder you, I'm entitled to be a little anxious. I have told you the truth. You may or may not accept my word, but I've given it to you.
Very well, Miss Jensen. I accept your word.
Thank you. Your cocktail must have been drugged by someone else.
Someone else? In that case, it was one of two people. Did I really accept Helena Jensen's word? If I did, it was either Fay or Paquita who was working against us. And as I was to learn when I met Carl Schmidt for the second time, we had someone working against us desperately in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
Puzzling woman, Helena Jensen. Willowy, blonde, cool, poised, outwardly brittle. Yet I couldn't help feeling that I had yet to meet the real Helena Jensen. There was something in her manner that made me feel she was speaking the truth when she said she hadn't drugged the cocktail at my hotel suite. That meant it was either the fashion model, Paquita Riffio, or the adorable French-Italian dancer, Fay Corelli. I had some time to put in before the vital rendezvous with the former flyer, Carl Schmidt, so I looked up Fay. Somehow we found ourselves spending the warm evening on a lonely parapet overlooking the Copacabana beach.
Ah, Monsieur Bruce, after dancing in all the smoke and noise of El Rocco, it is divine to be out here all alone with you.
Tired?
No. I have the desire to dance for you only. Perhaps in your pocket you have the pipe with the lovely little musical box attached?
Afraid not, Fay.
Oh. But you have the pipes with you, I know.
How so?
Monsieur Bruce, I feel them.
Oh, of course.
And they feel most interesting.
Not, I assure you. Just clumsy job picked up in Afghanistan.
I like to see it.
I'm sorry, not the sort of thing a nice young lady should handle.
You, me.
Besides, got something special to ask you.
I not answer. I not even listen.
It's about Helena Jensen.
That woman.
Thought you might.
Might what?
Answer.
Only because I loathe her.
Why so?
I tell you before, Monsieur Bruce. She is not warm and open like I am.
Maybe you're a little too open, Fay.
What do you mean?
She was telling me that you dropped into her shop yesterday.
And what of it?
Seemed upset that you should accuse her of putting drugs in the cocktail in my hotel suite.
It was her. She tried to murder you.
But why?
Because she missed out when she tried with that crossbow.
No, Fay, I really don't think it was Helena who did that. Or doctored the cocktail.
Then who? Me, perhaps?
Well, could be...
Me try to kill you? Oh, Monsieur Bruce. However are you able to say such a cruel thing?
Now, come back here and sit down.
Never.
I was only joking.
How I know that?
I'm asking you to sit down again. Come on.
You sorry?
I'm sorry.
All right, then.
That's the girl.
Please, do not ever be cruel to me again. I try to be gay and laugh at life, but underneath it all, I am a very soft person.
Of course you are.
And I melt even more in your arms, Monsieur Bruce. You like me?
Well, can't say I'm revolted, my dear. Better now?
Much better. But you know what happened when I nestle close to you?
Well, your version first.
I steal out of your pocket the pipe, see?
Pipe? Faye, that pipe, Faye, it's...
Afghanistan, I know.
For heaven's sake, don't fiddle with it, or you'll...
Oh. Monsieur Bruce, what happened?
Faye,
Your arm? What is that sticking into it?
Arrow.
Arrow?
So, that pipe, false stem, spring gun.
And I set it off. Oh, Monsieur Bruce. Oh, Monsieur Bruce, what have I done?
Not too much harm, I hope. Better find a doctor fast. Painful little diversion. But just a flesh wound, as it turned out. Had it dressed, the arrow restored to the pipe to an inner pocket. Faye was still greatly distressed when I sent her off home by taxi. Sir Giles Davenport was greatly disturbed when I told him all about it next day at his apartment.
These pipes of yours, Carson, are dash dangerous things.
Only in the wrong hands, Sir Giles.
But I'm thinking, old man, this might not have been as much an accident as you think.
Yeah? How so?
Well, to put it bluntly, this may have been Mademoiselle Corelli's opportunity to get rid of you.
No, nonsense, sir.
But don't forget, Carson, we have good cause to suspect her. They're a cocktail, you know.
Oh, couldn't suspect her, Sir Giles. Not after all the tears and apologies tonight.
Only got you in the arm. Perhaps she was bewailing the fact that it wasn't in the middle of the heart.
I find it almost impossible to suspect Faye. I'm sorry.
And you are more or less convinced that this Miss Helena Jensen is innocent of any conniving?
Hard not to accept her word. Of our 3 suspects, that leaves only the exotic Paquita.
Well, Carson, I doubt whether we'll ever know whether it was Senorita Rifio. Not from her lips, anyway.
How so, Sir Giles?
You remarked when first Angelo let you in that I seemed a little grave about something.
Yes, sir, I did.
You seem to be so anxious to tell me why you're wearing your arm in a sling that my news had to wait.
Well, I'm sorry, Sir Giles, but... Well, what about Paquita?
I fear she's dead.
Dead?
Here's the newspaper, first edition. You read the local lingo, of course.
Yes. No, I see the paragraph. Yeah. Fiesta apartment building. House service. Found dead. Overdose. Great heavens.
It's a shock, all right, Carson.
Terrible. Creature like that destroying herself.
Did she, though?
Well, it says suicide.
But he also says that the police are anxious to question a certain Eric Seidel.
Oh, yes. Believed to have left Brazil overnight.
Yes. Suspicious, to say the least.
But it says death was caused by an overdose of sleeping tablets.
I can't help thinking, Carson, that this Seidel fellow had some very strong hold over the young woman.
He was her manager. She couldn't move without him. That's why she sold us the information about Carl Schmidt, to get enough money to break free of Seidel.
I fear I thought all along that her excuse there was a trifle thin.
Well, then what else could it be?
No idea, old man. But perhaps this Schmidt fella can enlighten us. You'll be able to meet him tonight as arranged, I hope.
Of course, Sir Giles, but Schmidt's a strange person. I wonder whether it'll change him, knowing that Paquita is dead. There was a pale lantern hanging outside the backstreet cafe. Wasn't much brighter inside. No sign of Carl Schmidt at first, so I waited, and I knew Sir Giles' servant, Angelo, was waiting and watching outside. A tense hour went by, and then Schmidt appeared, still disguised by the beard dyed black. He sat down heavily. He seemed deaf to my greeting. But when at last he did speak, he answered many things for me.
I have been thinking, Herr Carson. Forgive me.
It'll take time. All night yet?
No. Now I am anxious to talk. You will tell me this. How was it that you discovered where to find me?
Well, from your former wife.
My late wife.
So you know she's dead?
I have read that she is dead, my friend, but I know that she was murdered.
How?
In what precise manner, I cannot tell. But you may take it as certain that it was arranged by Eric Seidel. He swore that she would die if ever she attempted to leave him.
But Seidel was only her manager.
Yeah. But in what business did he manage her? Can you answer that?
Fashion modeling. It wasn't, eh?
No, Herr Carson. It was a convenient disguise.
To what?
Peddling in drugs.
Drugs?
Yeah. In exchange for that service, he set her up in an apartment and with such clothing and jewelry as he desired. But very little in the way of money.
She wanted money to break free of him.
Yeah, she had no chance.
Poor girl.
And she had little chance to save any of that money.
How so?
I demanded every cruzeiro of her.
And how were you in a position to make such a demand?
I knew of this drug traffic in which she was engaged. And unless she paid me money by which to fumble my way through this underground world, then I would expose her.
I see.
But do you see the kind of person that I am, Herr Carson? Living off a woman who is living in fear, disguising myself. Because as a man called Carl Schmidt, I was guilty of many crimes. You are aware how I came to this part of the world?
Believe so. You flew out a number of European scientists in 1945. All men formally engaged on a secret project. A death ray.
Yeah. And you know, perhaps, that I plunged into the gay life of the capital, married the beautiful Paquita, lived beyond my means, and so lost her?
So?
I am 33, Herr Carson. A young man, but old in vice and sadness. But you are not here to listen to this tale of self-pity. You seek information.
Get to the point, Schmidt. The names of the scientists that survived the crash landing. I'm prepared to buy it.
I've been offered many thousands of cruzeros many times. Yet I have kept this information to myself.
You explained why when we met first 2 nights ago.
I spoke as I believe and feel. It is the only way for me to preserve my honor, my self-respect. I have ruined my own life and others. And now this information in the wrong hands can cause frightening destruction throughout the world.
That's very true.
But you will put it to no such evil purpose, Herr Carson, no.
Assure you not.
They all say the same. But I admire you, my friend, for the manner in which you fought your way out of the Cellar cafe when last we met. And you were waylaid.
Thank you.
But I desire to know what power or what country you represent.
Well, British.
I was hoping that.
Then we might come to terms?
Perhaps.
How much?
Do not offer me money.
Sorry, old chap, but I thought...
I have my honor.
Of course.
First you will prove to me that you are a British agent, if you can.
Prove? Well, that can be done, dear sir, but not here. Howsoever, if you'd be good enough to come with me...
Oh, never mind.
But, old chap, I can prove it.
Yeah, but I am already convinced by your frankness. Guard this information well, my friend.
I shall, never fear.
There are 6 scientists, each of whom have some knowledge of this terrible weapon of war.
And their names?
Their names, Senor Carson? Their names...
Schmidt! Schmidt, what is it?
My back.
Back?
Dart, yeah.
From a blowgun.
Poison, my friend. I know. Someone is determined that you shall not learn the names.
Schmidt, quick. The names. What are they? The names. One didn't need to have an expert knowledge of lethal weapons to realize that the unfortunate Carl Schmidt had only seconds to live. He was struggling to speak. Could he live long enough to give me those names so vital to the secret of Operation Death Ray?
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
Operation Death Ray had started off with South American melody and swaying hips. But it was anything but light entertainment now. It was in a dim cafe in the Bohemian Leda area that I kept the appointment with Carl Schmidt, the former pilot. Seemed safe enough, but just to make sure, I had Angelo, Sir Giles Davenport's servant, stationed in the darkness outside. Schmidt knew the names of those 6 European scientists who had the various keys to the secret of the death ray. He was about to talk, about to reveal those precious names, when he slumped forward across the table. In his back was a poisoned dart, and a man didn't need to be an expert on deadly weapons to know that someone had used a native blowgun, and that Schmidt's moments were numbered. The proprietor and others crowded around as I tried desperately to get Schmidt to speak.
Senor!
Schmidt, the names.
Senor, what is happening?
Stand aside.
In
Schmidt.
his back, the dart.
So, blowgun, poisoned, dying.
Dying?
Murdered. But give me a chance, man. Schmidt.
Mama.
Mama?
Mama Rosa.
Mama Rosa?
Yeah.
That's one of the names?
Senor, this man.
Please, give me a chance, I say. Schmidt. Schmidt, old chap. Have I got that right? Mama Rosa. Schmidt. Schmidt.
He does not answer, Senor.
No. It's all over.
He is dead?
So, no point in me waiting. Sorry to leave him on your hands, my friend, but I...
One moment, Senor.
No fuss, old chap. I didn't kill him.
Perhaps not. But the authorities will be interested to ask you some questions.
Authorities?
Police.
Well, that'll never do.
I fear I must insist.
Calls for Angelo.
I do not follow, Senor.
In a moment, you'll find out. I say, Angelo.
You call for Angelo?
So, guardian angel. Angelo.
He does not hasten this guardian angel.
No. Odd. Most.
I fear you will be waiting, Senor. Already the word has gone out for the authorities to hasten here.
It seems I must hasten also.
You are taking that strange pipe from your mouth, Senor.
Yes, aim better with it in my hand.
You twist the bowl, Senor.
Arms it, you know.
Arms it?
So. Now, aim it.
What is this you are doing, Senor?
I doubt whether you'll be appreciating it, but I'm shooting out the lights. Like so.
Senor, stop!
Sorry, old chap. Here I come. Adios! The Turkish pipe had failed me once before, but not this time. Howsoever, I was wondering why the faithful Angelo had failed me. Called out for him again once I reached the street. No sound or sign. With the crowd from the cafe hot on my heels, I thought it unwise to linger. Half an hour later, I was up in Sir Giles Davenport's apartment trying to cool down.
Is that enough water, Carson?
Plenty, Sir Giles.
Then quaff it, as the saying is.
I need little urging. All the best.
Good luck, old fella. So Angelo fell down on the job.
Yeah, it seems so.
Yeah, you can depend upon it. There must have been some good reason.
I'm hoping he hasn't run into any serious trouble himself.
Carson, Trouble and Angelo are soulmates.
All the same. Where is he?
I dare say we'll find out all about that in due course.
Still, made it rather awkward for me. I can't say I thought it highly amusing at the time.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that pipe.
Hmm? Oh, this, the Turkish secret weapon.
Put it away, man. Great heavens, you've already got your arm in a mess because one of these fantastic pipes.
Oh, not so bad. Matter of fact, in all the flurry, I clean forgot about it. Only flesh wound.
Pity we can't say the same thing for this poor fellow Schmidt.
Yes, tragic case. No chance at all once a poisoned dart like that strikes home.
And he managed to get out only the one name?
So, Mama Rosa.
Mama Rosa.
Mean anything to you, sir?
Nothing, Carson.
Whoever was waiting behind that lattice work with the blowgun seemed determined no one should learn the names.
Perhaps the murderer or his principals already know the names.
You think so, Sir Giles?
I can't help feeling it, Carson. All along we've had unwelcome attention. So much so that I believe we have the agents of more than one other power on the job. I feel that you are being watched, just to see how much you're able to discover.
Could be.
And when you find out too much...
Yes, see what you mean, sir. Things will be even more, hectic.
But have we made any progress? That's the point. Mama Rosa.
Curious name.
Indeed.
Spanish? Portuguese? Italian, or what?
Could be anything. But remember, those 6 scientists were a mixed bunch.
Well, sir, what happens now?
I'll endeavor to follow up this name through some private channels.
Otherwise, we've come to another dead end.
Well, hardly, old chap.
How so?
Angelo. He should have something for us.
Can't help being worried about him.
Man, if I let myself become worried every time Angelo slept off unexpectedly, I'd be a nervous wreck. Yeah, what about another snort, old chap?
Oh, thank you, sir. No, enough, sir.
Huh? Oh, well, if you say so.
No, I'll fix the water.
Right. You know, Carson, you've brightened up my life immensely.
Thought perhaps I may have disrupted your quiet existence here.
No. While I fully appreciate the deadly serious nature of your assignment, I feel rejuvenated now that I'm really bird watching again.
Invisible birds, though.
Yeah. Never fear. We'll lure them out into the open in due course. Anyway, it stops a man from stagnating. Go ahead. Drink it down.
Right. Cheers, sir.
Good luck. Hello.
Expecting a call?
I am indeed. Davenport?
Excellency?
Ah, as I thought, Angelo.
Si, Excellency. But Senor Carson...
Yeah, safe and sound, Angelo. Not a wave of his chestnut hair out of place.
Then I sigh with relief.
You've caused him some concern.
Indeed, Excellency, I'm exceedingly aware of that. Tender to him my most sincere apology.
I shall. But what's detained you?
Perhaps it is better that I wait until I arrive. You see, I have the weapon.
Weapon? You mean...
The blowgun that was used against the flyer. I can promise you, Excellency, that both yourself and Senor Carson will find it most interesting. In 15 minutes, I will be with you.
Giles and I spent an impatient 15 minutes sipping our drinks and looking out on the lights of Rio. Was it into some dark backwater of this teeming city that the path of investigation would lead? Or was it out into the tangled wilderness of jungle and disease? Angelo arrived on time and proudly thrust the blowgun into my hands.
Well, Carson, you're an expert on these things.
Yeah, nothing uncommon about this weapon.
Not, eh?
Quite a number of tribes use them up country. Anyway, Angelo, how'd you come by it?
Senor, first permit me to make my apologies for leaving you as I did to fend for yourself.
Well, it wasn't entirely on my own. Head pipe, you know.
But I caused myself much distress.
Forget about that. On with the story.
Oh, very well, Senor. As you're aware, I'm waiting in the darkness outside the cafe.
So?
It is some time before the flyer arrives. He walks heavily. One perceives that he is a man who carries a great load of sadness.
Yes, Angelo. As I was saying to Sir Giles, he was a tragic case.
He walks like a man who goes to his death. I have a feeling that some great peril awaits him. And then, Senor, I make an alarming discovery.
And that?
Already, before me, another person has arrived.
I see.
He's but a small shadow curled up close behind the lattice work that surrounds the side of the cafe.
Jove, Carson, he must have known about your rendezvous.
Yeah, it seems so.
I keep a close watch upon him. All of a sudden, from within the cafe, there come the sound of many voices.
Yeah, that was when Schmidt collected the poison dart, no doubt.
The shadow then rises and begins to make off. What am I to do? Pursue this strange one or remain to assist you, Senor Carson? To myself, I think that first I will inquire into the strange one and then return to you. The former undertaking was more lengthy than I had expected.
I see.
And you met up with this strange one?
See, after several blocks, Excellency, I grapple with him. So he abandons the blowgun and he hastens to escape.
What sort of fellow was he?
Oh, peon, Senor.
Did you get anything out of it?
Nothing but cries of terror.
And the blowgun.
Yes. The blowgun.
Well, Angelo, as you said over the phone, it's most interesting.
More interesting than you have yet perceived.
Huh? How so?
Permit me to grasp it again for a moment, Senor Carson.
Oh, certainly. Here, go ahead.
First, Senor, I would ask you to recollect a certain feminine acquaintance of yours in this city.
That could be one of many, Angelo. Carson's quite a lady killer.
The one who is of great fairness and great coldness.
Great fairness and great coldness. That could be only one person. Helena Jensen.
See, the one who conducts the shop for the selling of ancient wares.
That's right. Well, how does she come into it?
Senor Carson, being removed as I am only 2 generations from ancestors who were total savages, I have no great understanding of written words and their meanings. Least of all when they're written in a foreign tongue.
Oh, come, old chap. We all know that those jolly ancestors of yours like nothing better than a human rib bone. But what's all this leading up to?
Peer closely to where my finger now extends upon the side of this blowgun.
Huh? Oh, yes, it's a faint scribbling.
Scribbling, perhaps, but it has a meaning.
Great looks of it.
Senor Carson at last perceived.
What the deuce is it, Carson? My eyes don't seem to be able to make out anything.
Sir Giles, the scroll says... Jensen. Rua de Ubidor.
Jensen? Her name on this blowgun?
I thought you would find it interesting, Excellency.
But this is the murder weapon.
So, and with Helena Jensen's name and address on it. Seems Fay Corelli's been right all along in suspecting her. So there it was. We were still in the dark about the names of the scientists, but it seemed we had another vital name. The name of a person who wasn't afraid to murder in order to snatch the deadly prize of Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
Sought Carl Schmidt, the former flyer who'd brought the scientists out to South America, was now dead. Dead from the poisonous dart of a blowgun. Killed just as he was about to reveal to me the names of those scientists. One name had fallen from his dying lips. Mama Rosa. But it meant nothing to me, nor to my Rio contact, Sir Giles Davenport. It seemed that other agents were successfully hindering us. But then came the clue that told us who one of these agents might be. Angelo, Sir Giles' swarthy servant, had managed to get hold of the blowgun used against Schmidt. Faintly scrawled on it were several vital words.
Yes, Carson, I see it now. Jensen, Rua de Ubidor.
That's right, Sir Giles. Helena Jensen.
Well, she's been a suspect all along.
So, perhaps Fay Corelli was right.
Now, how do you mean, old chap?
Well, the alluring Fay has been telling me not to trust the fair Helena.
The way I feel now, Carson, I wouldn't trust any of these delightful lady friends of yours. But this would appear to pin the guilt on Miss Jensen.
Still hard to imagine.
Oh, good heavens, man, you are a trusting soul.
Seems I'm not cut out for this undercover business.
Well, Carson, whether you are or not, the fact is that we are groping.
Somewhat, anyway.
Though we've 2 leads to follow. First, the one name that Carl Schmidt, poor fella, managed to tell you.
So... Mama Rosa.
Odd name.
Most.
And we've also got Angelo on the job. Strangely enough, it seemed to touch off a glimmer of something in the dear fellow's dark mind.
Well, let's hope it means something. Just one name, and we may touch off a chain reaction, to borrow an atomic term.
Indeed, Carson, indeed. We must lay our hands on this secret weapon before anyone else. But what about this foul object here?
A blowgun?
Yes, old chap.
Easy to see, Sir Giles, that you don't share my interest in ancient weapons.
There's a lot of things I don't share with you, Carson. Neither an interest in weapons nor lethal pipes. Bird watching is the only hobby common to both of us.
And what an intriguing bird we have to watch.
How do you mean?
Helena Jensen.
Oh, of course, yes.
It's still hard to imagine her in the role of a murderess. Last time I spoke to her, there was something disarmingly frank in her manner.
A very handy trait for someone in her position to have.
Realize that. Still hard.
That soft spot of yours again, Carson?
Perhaps so. Howsoever, if I were to try shock tactics, it might throw her off her balance.
Shock tactics, Carson?
Present her with this.
Oh, I get it, yes. The blowpipe.
So?
Well... Hello. Surely Angelo hasn't struck oil so soon. We'll find out. Hello?
Am I through to the apartment of Sir Giles Davenport?
Yes, I do believe you are.
Is it possible that Monsieur Bruce Carson is there?
Carson?
For me?
Yes, a woman, voice familiar.
Fakerelli.
Oh, yes, the dancer.
Please, are you there?
Right here. Hold on a split second, my dear. Here, old chap, you take over.
Right. That you, Faye?
Oh, Monsieur Bruce, I am so happy to find you.
What's the trouble?
I must warn you.
Warn me? How's that?
Wherever you are, take great care. Most especially of all, do not come to El Rocco.
Why? Your dancing act not up to its usual divine standard?
Monsieur Bruce, this is not what you call a joke. I am ghastly serious.
All right. What are you warning me about?
All I can say is this. In the corner of El Rocco tonight, I overhear some men speaking about you.
Men? What sort?
The loud dressers.
Local dandies?
Oui, the same type. They plan trouble for you.
Any details of that?
No, I cannot hear. I pretend to be getting ready for my dance. Oh, but I must go. In a few minutes I appear again.
Maybe I should drop down and see you.
No. I would be so distressed that I would not be able to dance for fear for you.
Oh, but when am I going to see you?
I will get in touch with you tomorrow.
I'll be waiting. Rapturously.
Oh, you are so sweet, Monsieur Bruce. But take great care. Goodbye.
You hear all that, Sir Giles?
I did.
Lovely creature.
Well, I hate to appear cynical.
What cause for that?
Distrust these lady friends of yours, Carson. It is strange how Mademoiselle Corelli pops up.
I find it rather enchanting.
Don't think me an old stick in the mud, but take care.
Oh, never fear, Sir Giles. While Angelo's trying to get something on Mama Rosa, I'll attend to Miss Helena Jensen. Still nothing on that vital word the following day. So I wrapped up the blowgun and set out for Helena Jansen's shop in Rua de Uvidor. Edged through the jostling crowd on the pavement, and then into the sophisticated quiet of the shop. I waited a few minutes while Helena disposed of a customer. She came over to me as cool and self-assured as usual. She had a very graceful walk.
So sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Carson.
No, not at all. Always plenty to see here. Very fine collection.
Thank you. It's about the pipe, I take it.
Pipe?
That Spanish pipe I mentioned last time you called in.
Oh, that. No.
Then what, Mr. Carson?
Well, something to show you. All right to unwrap it on this table?
Quite all right.
Good.
A blowgun.
So, Miss Jensen, the whispering death of the primitive jungle.
And why bring it here, Mr. Carson?
I'm rather curious about the faint scribble on it.
Where? Oh, how very interesting.
Yes, 'tis rather.
This is the blowgun that was stolen from here some time ago.
Stolen, eh?
Yes, stolen.
You, told the police, I suppose?
As it happened, I did not.
Odd.
Very odd, Mr. Carson. Finding you with it.
Collector of ancient and lethal weapons, you know.
Then what are you doing here with it?
Curious about the name, that's all. As I said before.
I told you the blowgun was stolen. I rather perceive that you doubt my word.
Perish the thought.
Then all I can do is to thank you for returning my stolen property. That is why you've brought it here.
Well, dare say it is, now that it's turned out to be yours.
Very kind of you, Mr. Carson. I'm rather pleased to have it back.
Thought you might be.
Mr. Carson, you speak as if there might be something more to this than you're letting on.
Oh, no. Leave it with you. Get in touch when that Spanish pipe turns up.
You can depend upon that, Mr. Carson.
Anything wrong?
I have another customer.
Huh? Oh, yes. Say, old chap, don't I know you?
Not Bruce Carson.
That's me.
Roger Deauville.
Roger Claudius Deauville, if I remember our school days rightly.
I'm trying to live the Claudius down, old boy. But what are you doing in this part of the world?
Oh, out here on a routine job with the British meat importing crowd I'm with.
Oh, yes, your pater was a big noise in something like that.
So?
Still the old staccato Carson, eh? But fancy striking you here, of all places.
Oh, still keen on ancient and lethal weapons, you know. Been here on a small, allied matter. Oh, you know Miss Jansen?
No, Carson, I don't.
Miss Helena Jansen, may I present Roger Deauville. I'll spare you the Claudius.
Very pleased to meet you, Miss Jansen.
How do you do?
Well, dare say you've something you want here, Roger.
Actually, I'm just browsing. Looking for a few knickknacks for a place I have out of town.
Oh, you're living here?
Have been for some time now. But this calls for a drink, Carson. You'll pardon me for rushing him off, Miss Jansen.
Not at all.
I'll drop in some other time. Very pleased to meet you, Miss Jansen. Now, Carson, let's be off. I know just the place.
I'm rather sensitive to such things, otherwise I'd hardly have been on undercover work. And the thing that struck me was that Helena Jansen and Roger Deauville did know each other. I was more than interested to have a drink with this fella. He was in some travel agency, moved all over the Americas. I was doubly interested when he skillfully tried to pump me. Sir Giles still hadn't anything to report, so I fell in with Deauville's suggestion.
You got through to the company?
Only just. We've been yarning for a long time, Roger. Officer's nearly vacated.
Yes, we've made a day of it, all right. Well, how about the other half?
How so?
Evening at my place, out of town. I'll get some friends to drop over. Or have you any other plans?
No, only two, please.
Good show. We'll have another couple, then push on.
Whatever you say.
I've got the car parked around the corner. I didn't leave the tail lights on, but it'll be all right. Anyway, bungo.
Must be some money in this travel business.
What makes you say that?
This car.
Well, it's not a bad job. I prefer the English jobs. And speaking of them, that was a pretty smooth one this afternoon, eh?
I don't think I follow.
Miss Jansen.
Oh, yeah, see what you mean.
Doing a line there, Carson?
No. Only business.
Well, there's an occasion when any man should combine business with pleasure. Very rare.
Strange you don't know her, Roger.
Oh, why should I?
Oh, in and out of Rio, as you are? Attractive English girl like that?
Well, Rio's a big place, Carson. Plenty of attractive girls, all nationalities. But wait till I get some of the crowd over tonight. I'll bet they stirred a low whistle or two out of the old staccato Carson. Anyway, we're getting out of town now. I'll step her up.
I fear not.
Carson, did you?
No. The words are spoken from the back. Do not look round. Either of you.
Carson, what's the meaning of this?
About to ask you, old chap. After all, your car.
Indeed, it is the senor's car, but both of you English gentlemen are required at a certain destination for questioning. You will take the next turning on the left, if you please.
What does a fellow do in a situation like this?
Why ask me, old chap?
Allow me to provide the answer. Do as I say, implicitly. And be well assured, the guns that you feel at the back of your necks are not unloaded.
Been riding silently in the back of the big car for 5 or 6 miles. The guns nudged at our necks. Deauville swung the car around to the left, and so began one of the less entertaining interludes in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
We had one clue that could lead us to our scientists and their secret. Mama Rosa, the last word uttered by the dying Carl Schmidt. Angelo, Sir Giles Davenport's swarthy servant, was already on the job there. Meanwhile, other investigation took me back to Helena Jansen's antique shop. There I bumped into Roger Deauville, once a fellow school chum in England. We went out to celebrate old times, then decided to go on to his place, some distance out of Rio. We were going along merrily when we discovered we had an unknown passenger in the back seat. In a thick voice, this stranger insisted that we should drive off the main road somewhere for questioning. He applied pressure, the cold, hard nose of guns in our necks. Reluctantly, we complied.
My apologies for the crude state of this track, Senor. But our destination is a place that is most out of the way.
So it seems.
It is desired that this be a most private affair. To the left, Senor Deauville.
Have we met, my good fellow?
Not up until now. Though yourself and Senor Carson, being gentlemen who command attention in any society, are not totally unknown to me. However, it is because I desire to know so much more that I have commandeered you in this fashion.
It must have been a trifle awkward crouching down in the back seat, as it were.
Ah, Senor, I am accustomed to situations that are awkward.
Now listen, whoever you might be, what more is there to know about me? I just happen to be an Englishman who's fallen in love with the place, and I'm quite happy running a travel agency with Rio as my headquarters.
And Senor Carson is the representative of a British meat importing firm.
Apart from his vaunted hobbies, yes.
Quite so.
I am aware that he is interested in the collecting of strange pipes and also ancient weapons.
And bird watching. Had the bug when we were at school together.
Indeed. But what manner of birds does he now watch?
I'm afraid I don't follow.
Nor I, for that matter. Really, old chap, this is rather thick.
To we who are curious, the situation is also thick, as you say. Thick because there are so many things that we cannot perceive. But by your answers to our questions, that will be remedied.
Our questions? Who else is in on this?
You will learn that in good time, Senor Deauville. For the present, confine your attention to the driving. We are approaching the end of the track.
Oh, yes. Well, there's a building or something there.
It is here that your accommodation has been arranged. The headlamps show up the door. Bring the car to a stop beside it.
I'm blowed if I will. I've had about enough of this ordering around from some foul-breathed Rio thug.
You will obey my instructions, Senor.
Carson.
Best do as he says, old chap. Back seat's the box seat.
Well, he may be in the box seat at the moment, but you're all right. Right beside the door. Good enough for you.
Excellent. That makes it so much more easy for me to escort you to your accommodation.
The place is in darkness.
And I fear that you will both be obliged to wait here in darkness.
Wait here?
Indeed. Until the others who are interested in the questioning make their arrival. I am to see that you are accommodated and then proceed to inform them.
Proceed where?
Senor, you have not been brought here to ask questions. It is the other way around. You will leave the headlamps of your motor car turned on for the moment. Then you will step outside. Remember, Signore, I have a gun in each hand.
If there's going to be any questioning, we'll do it right here.
Senor.
Come on, Roger. This isn't fun and games in the old school study hall. Let's get out.
Well, I suppose I'll have to. But what is this place?
A watch house, Senor. All that remains of an ancient estate. And be assured, it still well serves the purpose for which it was built.
Chance to see what this fellow looked like, for our backs were still to him as he searched us in the light from the headlamps of Deauville's car. But from the shadow that fell on the hard ground near the watch-house, I formed the impression that he was nuggety with long arms, suggesting a strong strain of Indian blood. He found nothing on us, though he did hesitate before leaving me with my usual quota of pipes. Then he locked us in the watch-house. The lights of the car were switched off, and I was alone in the darkness with Deauville.
The dashed door's as solid as a rock.
So, wasting your time shouldering it.
And it's padlocked from the outside. It's a pity we couldn't get at that padlock.
How so?
I used to be quite adept at picking them.
I seem to remember something about that at the Alma Mater.
Well, being the bad boy is often more use than schoolmasters realize later in life.
Say, old chap, wouldn't go wasting those matches.
I can't stand this pitch blackness.
True. However, we may need those matches later.
But why, Carson?
Never know. Maybe a way of getting out of here.
What, are you an authority on ancient buildings as well as weapons?
Scarcely.
Then what?
Just a notion, but let it pass. Yeah, fine way for our reunion to end up.
Yes, Carson. I was looking forward to boxing on right through the evening.
I could do with a thirst quencher now myself. Dusty in here.
It is. But dash it all, Carson, why should they want to question us? Whoever they might be.
Haven't the faintest. Haven't been using your travel business as cover.
Cover?
You know, smuggling.
No, Carson.
Oh, no offence.
If we're going to be personal, have you been using your meat importing position as a cover?
Well, to a point.
You have?
Covering my expenses, old man.
Oh. Anyway, it must be you. I had the feeling it was you they were more interested in.
And why should they be? Life's an open book. School, father's business, army, back to the shelter of father's business.
With hobbies thrown in.
Possibly keeps me out of mischief, but been wondering what happened to you after we left school.
I thought I told you I came out here.
Oh, that's right, you did. Couldn't work it out there. Thought your family had some estate in south of France.
Oh, I'm the independent type.
Yeah, look where it's landed you now. Hold it, old chap.
What's wrong?
Thought I heard a footstep outside.
Our friend back with the rest of the Inquisition?
It was a very light step. Steady now.
Monsieur Bruce.
Hold up. Steady, old chap.
Monsieur Bruce.
Is that you, Faye?
Oui, but are you all right?
Apart from being drowned with dust and darkness.
Carson, who the deuce?
It's Mademoiselle Faye Corelli. Know her?
Well, I've seen her dancing at El Rocco and other places. What's she doing here?
Curious as you. Faye!
I am here to help you, to escape.
Well, you'll need to be an expert locksmith.
Can you do anything about the padlock on the door?
Oh, no. But, Monsieur Bruce, I am terrified for you. I come all this way and now I can do nothing.
Precisely. How did you get all this way?
It was not comfortable, Monsieur.
We'll hear that later, Faye. For the moment, we need your help to get us out.
Carson, how can she?
First, I slipped my box of matches under the door. Ready, Faye?
I have them.
Now, listen to me. Have you got some crazy idea about trying to burn this place down? It's stone, solid stone and iron.
No, not question of burning ware. Blowing ware.
Blowing ware?
So, strike one of your matches so I can check the gadget.
But what?
Strike match, then see.
Just as you say. What the blazes is that?
Fuse, detonator, explosive charge, all in miniature. 10-second delay.
Where'd it come from?
Out of pocket, old chap. Where else could it?
But you were searched.
Seems fella missed it. Faye!
I am waiting.
Coming under door now is explosive charge. Nothing to worry about. Just handle gently. Steady does it.
I have it.
Now listen. The explosive is plastic.
Oui, it feels soft.
That so can be pressed into the hole of the padlock. Keyhole. Go ahead, but gently.
We all know you're a crazy coot, but this is dangerous.
So's our position.
Monsieur Bruce, the explosive is now in the hole. Most of it.
Good. Now, unwind fuse. Gently.
I am most gentle.
Make sure silver thing on end of the fuse still embedded in the explosive.
It is.
Right. Now, I want you to light the fuse, make sure it's burning, then get round corner of building.
Now, Monsieur Bruce.
Quick as you like.
I have opened the box of matches. Now I am striking one of them.
Carson, what about us? Do you think...
It is a light, Monsieur Bruce.
Round the corner, Faye.
Oui, Monsieur Bruce.
And Roger, we'll press against the wall on this side of the door. Should be safe enough.
Carson, if we get out of this, I'll buy you...
Hold it. Can't hear fuse, but 10 seconds must be...
You all right, Carson?
I bet your life. Especially with that door burst open. But the explosion will certainly attract attention, so let's be on our way. Amazingly handy things, Pipes. It was a Bavarian job, with a miniature charge concealed in the big bulge beneath the bowl. But I didn't tell Deauville that. I insisted it was in my pocket, and that was all. But as we sped away and out onto the highway, he was anxious to know something else. Though the lissom Faye wasn't over-anxious to explain.
How was I able to rescue Monsieur Bruce and yourself?
I'm greatly interested to know, naturally.
Oh, I just happened to be there.
But how did you get there? To such an outlandish place?
That is a secret I tell Monsieur Bruce.
Flattered, but scarcely fair to Roger.
Well, because I like to raise the eyebrows of Monsieur Roger, I tell. I smuggle away in what you call the boot.
In the boot? Of this car? All the way?
Oui.
What next?
Amazing woman, you know, Carson.
Let me tell you, Monsieur Roger, before I am the dancer that I want to be, also I work for a magician. I am sawn into two parts and made to vanish. All that means you must snuggle up in a tiny space for a long time. It was a little rough at the end, though.
Bravo, Faye.
You are pleased with me?
I adore you.
I hate to interrupt you two lovebirds, but why, mademoiselle, did you get into the boot? Seems odd.
Because I am waiting outside the place where you are entertaining Monsieur Bruce. I see the dark man slipping down into the back seat of your motor car. Oh, there is trouble for my friend, I think. So just before you drive away, I slip myself into the boot.
And if I might ask a question, why were you waiting outside for me, Faye?
Because, Monsieur Bruce, last night I rang you on the telephone to tell you that I overhear trouble for you.
Ah, remember that.
I overhear more. And it leads me to believe that the one responsible for the trouble is Monsieur Deauville.
Roger?
Oh, but after what happened, could anyone suspect him?
I should certainly hope not.
Or could they?
Was Roger Deauville an enemy? It meant that our meeting and everything that happened had been coldly planned. At the time, I couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, what of the word Mama Rosa, the vital clue in Operation Death Ray?
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
Hard to imagine having anyone more lovely to rescue you than Faye Corelli. She said she travelled out in the boot of Roger Deauville's car when we were commandeered by some mysterious and unsavory company. Well, there was more to be explained yet. Meanwhile, we were back on the highway, speeding along to no place in particular. I was feeling pretty happy to be free, but something was disturbing Roger, something that Faye had said. She seemed to be enjoying his discomfort as she nestled between us on the front seat of the car.
Mademoiselle Corelli, were you really serious about what you said a few moments ago?
Oh, what was that, Monsieur Roger?
Surely you remember.
Oh, things are in my ear and out my mouth before I remember them.
You said that you overheard something that led you to believe that I might be responsible for tonight's trouble. You heard that, Carson?
So, old chap.
You can scarcely deny that, dear lady.
Well, I remember now, perhaps.
Then tell me, where, for instance, did you overhear this?
At El Rocco, where I danced.
And from whom?
Oh, some of the loud dressers.
And you actually overheard them saying that
Please, monsieur, you raise your voice.
Haven't I a right to do that?
I thought the Englishman never lost his temper or his cool calm.
You seem to forget that I am half French. Deauville.
Oh, oui, oui. It was because of a French name that my ears took so much notice. Oh, but before your ears catch on fire altogether, all I heard was them mentioning your name.
Oh, that's different. Much different.
But why would they mention your name at all?
Well, you said that these fellows were plotting trouble for Carson, didn't you?
Excuse, old chap, but you're plotting trouble for all of us.
Oh, the corner! Phew, my apologies.
Oh, that was close.
And what you were saying was close to slander, mademoiselle.
Oh, you think so?
Quite. These fellows mentioned my name, obviously because they knew I was with Carson. We'd been talking over old times, went to school together, you know.
To the same school? Oh, then you will be able to tell me all sorts of things about Monsieur Bruce.
Well, he was as crazy as ever back in those days. But, Carson, don't you think that more or less explains it all?
Oh, sorry, old chap, watching the road. Explains what?
About how my name came to be mentioned.
Oh, that. Yeah, quite.
That's much better. I can relax.
I'll relax when you watch the road a little more carefully.
Another coming up.
Choose, yes.
Anyway, it's about time we decided where we were going.
Why, to your place as planned, old chap.
But, well, after what's happened...
Oh, why let a passing interlude like that spoil a night? Besides, didn't you have some people coming over?
Of course.
And they'll be wondering where we are.
Well, Or late arrivals. I doubt whether they'll be there yet. But, what about Mademoiselle?
Oh, I am all right.
Don't you have engagements downtown?
Joseph, friend. I was thinking you had night off or something.
I have. I take the night off whenever I feel like it.
What about the customers?
I am what you call fed up with their staring eyes. Is there a party on?
Of a sort.
Well, just a few friends.
That would be wonderful. Oh, step on the exhaust, Monsieur Roger.
Exhaust?
Oh, well, whatever it is that makes the car go faster.
Oh, well, here goes the exhaust.
Oh, I love a party. But you must be prepared, Monsieur Bruce.
Huh? How so?
It always makes me want to dance. A special dance.
In spite of all the party spirit, I still had it on my mind that back in the city, the faithful Angelo, Sir Giles Davenport's servant, was trying to find some use or meaning for a word vital in my search. Mama Rosa. Meanwhile, we reached Deauville's out-of-town house. High up, terraces, dim light. It was some time before the guests arrived. There was one that Roger said he wanted me to meet.
Monsieur Bruce, is it a woman he wishes you to meet?
Speak, sir. Name's Hetty.
Silly name.
Now, Faye, I thought you liked parties.
I adore them. But I loathe competition, especially when you are around.
When you are around, my dear, I've eyes for no one else. No such thing as competition.
You are forgetting I was in the boot of that car.
Who'd know it? You look divine. Ravishing.
I still want to know how old she is.
Who?
This Hetty, of course.
Oh, no idea.
Then why is he so very anxious that you should meet her?
Said we'd have interests in common.
I do not like that.
Faye, we're together.
But there are people in the other corner of the room. It is so uninteresting.
Then make it interesting for you. How?
If you were to put your arm around me, Monsieur Bruce.
Why not?
Oh, Monsieur Bruce, what is it?
Oh, nothing much. Seems bandage slipped.
Of course, your wounded arm. From what I did when I started to make fun with that dangerous pipe of yours. How terrible of me to forget. How is it now?
Doing fine. Healing fast.
I promise myself I will never make fun with your pipes again. But, Monsieur Bruce...
What's all this about?
To Monsieur Roger, you will not reveal how the explosive came to be in your pocket. You know, the explosive that enabled you to escape from that ugly little watch house?
Should. Tight corner, that.
But I know.
Think so?
We, of course. It was concealed in one of your pipes.
Vixen. Seems I can't have any secrets from you.
I want to know everything about you.
No, not everything, let's hope. Well, howsoever, seems our private party's being broken up.
Broken up?
Host's looking for us.
Where is he, Roger?
Just as I thought.
Ah, there's the lad. This way, Hetty.
Not so young, but quite attractive.
So, quite a slasher.
Holding yourself aloof from the rest of the company, Carson?
Oh, Monsieur Bruce seems quite happy.
How could he be otherwise in such delightful company? But I'd like you to meet Hetty Fitzhenry, Mademoiselle Corelli.
Oh, but we've met.
Not to my knowledge.
I've seen you dance. And I reckon anyone who's done that knows you intimately. I was down in that dungeon you call El Rocco. Oh, but don't get me wrong. I liked it swell. But I guess this is Bruce Carson.
So?
Oh, no.
Didn't I tell you?
Tell what? Mind letting fella in?
Listen to him. Staccato Carson. Roger told me how you collected the nickname at school for the way you talked. Bet me $1 to a crucero that you talked that way first up. And you did.
Habit I find hard to shake off.
Oh, I think it's rather fascinating when you've gotten into the way of listening to it.
Most fascinating, allow me to assure you.
Carson, here's the reason why I think you and Hetty might like to get together. You seem to have more or less kindred hobbies.
That effect.
Sure. I was just crazy when I heard about you. But you'll never guess.
You collect ancient weapons, perhaps, as Monsieur Carson does?
Oh, no, honey. I keep my hands off anything that's ancient. Mr. Carson watches birds, so I'm told.
Do, indeed.
Well, I dabble around a bit painting them.
Bird painter?
Up to a point, I guess.
Well, take no notice of that, Carson. She's already got quite a reputation back in the States. You'll have a lot to talk about. Mademoiselle, I'd like to show you my aquarium.
What is that?
My fish.
I am not a fish watcher.
Oh, it's a very soothing hobby, let me tell you. But it should have a special fascination for you as a dancer. Some of them practically dance sometimes.
They do?
You see for yourself. Let's go.
Well, all right. But I will be back, Monsieur Bruce.
Most reluctantly, Fay went off to see Deauville's fish. And I was left with this vital, red-headed American girl. She knew her birds all right. And since it was part of my disguise, I'd made it my business to know mine. She was proving stimulating company. And Fay must have noticed this because she decided to switch the spotlight back on herself.
Say, what's everyone standing back for over there?
Yeah, seems to be something coming out through the doorway.
But why the music? And they're clapping.
I've a notion why.
Oh, look, your friend. She's dancing.
As I thought, Miss Fitzhenry.
Call me Hetty. I really want to get along with you. But say, that's some dance. Does she do this often?
Says it's party habit.
Boy, she ought to be snowed under with invitations. I'm a woman, Bruce, but I got to admit this. She's got lovely legs.
Divine.
No wonder you haven't got around to bird watching since you've been down here.
Excuse me, Buckingham.
Oh, Roger. Say, what did you do to that girl?
Well, I've some fancy fish in my aquarium, but nothing to inspire a dance like that. However, the reason why I'm here... Carson, there's a call for you.
Call?
Phone call.
Here?
Naturally.
Fact, eh?
It seems you're not in the habit of receiving them.
Just unexpected, that's all.
They said it was the company.
Oh, yes. Told them I'd be here when I rang, before we left the city, you know.
Well, I don't like to drag you away before our dance reaches its climax.
I'll take it at once. Where? Out in the hall?
Yes, if you don't mind, I won't come with you. This dance seems to be working up to something. I don't want to miss it.
Not at all, old chap. Carson.
Oh, I'm sorry to disturb you, Mr. Carson, but you did leave Mr. Roger Deauville's name. This is the office, of course.
Yeah, I know who it is.
Well, that field agent of ours has just come back.
Yes?
And he's turned up something extremely important on that urgent mission you had him on. You follow, Mr. Carson?
The Mama Rosa mission?
Exactly. But it's all extremely disturbing.
Yeah? How so?
Well, with all due respect, Mr. Carson, I do think this is a matter that is best discussed in the office.
Agreed. I don't know how at the moment, but I'll get there just as soon as I can. What was it about Mama Rosa that had Sir Giles and Angelo so disturbed? Inside, Facorelli had the party applauding madly and shouting for more. But it was back to Rio and the cold reality of Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
Well, I was some distance outside Rio at the very comfortable abode of my former school chum, Roger Deauville. Facorelli was with me, a divine soul, but she resented my meeting Hetty Fitzhenry, the red-headed American bird painter. Fay startled the company with a breathtaking dance, but I had to miss the climax. A phone call came through from Sir Giles Davenport, telling me that Angelo had discovered something on the name Mama Rosa, so vital in our search. But there was something disturbing about it. I had to see Sir Giles as soon as possible. I rejoined the company, The dance was over, but they were still raving about it.
Oh, there you are, Bruce. Oh, gosh, you really missed something, didn't you, Roger?
Jingo, yes. Sensational.
If she did a dance like that at El Rocco, there'd be a riot. Bruce, where on earth did you find her?
Oh, Pa's just met.
Oh, Carson always did get mixed up with the unusual and the exotic.
So it seems. But I'd hate to be mixed up in anything right now.
What do you mean, Hetty?
Well, I don't like to part with Bruce. I find him fascinating. But I think the little French girl was kind of cut up when he walked out in the middle of her act.
I had phone call.
Maybe she doesn't realize that.
Of course. Where is she?
I think you'll be most likely finding her outside on the plaza.
Oh, you'll excuse me?
Most reluctantly.
Faye is very temperamental, French-Italian blood, you know.
Yes, that'll account for those unusual looks.
Well,
You did get through all right, Carson.
Oh, yes. Caller was waiting.
Nothing wrong?
Wrong?
Well, phoning you here at this hour, you know.
Oh, I see what you mean. No, just one of the company's men, warning me about a conference. But, anyway, to confer with Faye. Ah, Faye, my dear. Wondered where you'd vanished to. Oh, not talking, eh? Oh, sorry, had to miss the best part of the dance. Howsoever,
It is better that you say nothing at all than talk of being sorry when you are not. The look on the face of that one with the red hair. Oh, I could have clawed her eyes out.
But you don't understand.
Oh, I do. You wish to belittle me.
Nonsense.
Because she is a painter of birds and I am only a dancer, you make pander to her.
Oh, now steady on,
Take
Faye.
your hand off me.
If you say so. The fact of the matter was, I had a phone call.
A likely story.
Well, ask Roger. He answered it first.
Then it is what you call the put-up job. She get him to arrange it.
Scarcely. It was my office phoning.
What office?
Crowd I work my brains to the bone for. Meat importing outfit.
All right. But why telephone you here at this hour? It is everything of 11 o'clock.
Important business matter cropped up.
Why are you peering round like that?
Just making sure we're alone.
If you think you can win me over by kissing me again or something, then you make the big mistake.
Take it easy, dear. I want you to help me.
What stupid talk is this?
Please, Faye. I'm wanted at the office as soon as possible.
They have no hope. Not with that Hetty creature throwing her eyes and everything else at you.
If it's any news to you, I want to go. But I don't like to appear to be walking out on Roger. Not when I more or less urged him to throw this party. Howsoever, you're the temperamental type.
I'm glad that you realize
And
it.
a sudden change of plans coming from you would go over.
Sudden change of plan? How you mean?
When we came here, you said you didn't have to dance at El Rocco tonight. That you'd decided to take the night off.
I have. I take the rest of it off walking home.
No need for that, my dear. Now, if you were to decide, quite suddenly, in your temperamental way, that you had to dance at El Rocco after all, that'd give me an excuse to leave. Can't have a rare creature like you going off unescorted.
You are joking, Monsieur Bruce.
Dead serious, assure you. But do you think you could put on necessary performance?
Could I? Monsieur Bruce, with that red-haired Hetty around, I give the inspired performance.
Fine. Let's go. It was a delight to watch Faye in action. She almost cried. Her conscience had suddenly got the better of her. She couldn't let down her fans at El Rocco. Roger Derville wanted to drive us, but I was satisfied to borrow his sports car, a sleek Continental job. He and Hetty came outside to see us off as the car strained at the leash.
Sure you can handle her, Carson?
Oh, imagine so. Racing cars hobby once.
What hasn't been a hobby of yours?
Oh, but Bruce, must you really go?
The young lady must be escorted. Remember British prestige.
I do hope I'll be seeing you again.
Definitely.
How about planning an outing together? While you watch the birds, I'll paint them.
Oh, good notion.
Well, I'll hold you up to that. I won't give you any peace.
Monsieur Bruce, I am due to appear at midnight, and I have my makeup to put on and my costumes.
We're going now, Faye. Cheerio, everyone.
Bye now.
I'll return the car tomorrow, Roger.
Oh, take your time.
And in one piece, I hope. Here we go.
Was the act good enough, Monsieur Bruce?
Faye, you're quite an actress.
Oh, you say silly things.
Oh, I mean it. Very convincing. Most.
really am so very simple. But that Hetty creature, she has a lot to say.
What she says seems charming, no?
But all that bird-watching business, it is not you, Monsieur Bruce. You are what I would call a dancer-watcher.
Yes, I am, in a sense.
Monsieur Bruce, why you travel so fast? I don't really have to appear at midnight.
I've got an appointment myself, you know.
Oh, but let us take our time.
When we're being followed.
Followed?
Look behind.
The big dazzling headlamps. They're very close.
So, but they'll have to do over 90 to catch us. Here goes. Well, Faye, El Rocco.
That was a drive.
Well, we lost them, that's the main thing.
But who do you think it was, Monsieur Bruce?
No idea.
The same crowd that locked you up earlier tonight when I rescued you?
Could be.
Why are all these things happen to you?
Oh, jealous business rivals, perhaps.
But you are in the meat importing. That seems such a tame business.
Tame? You should see those wild-eyed bulls out on the pampas. Howsoever,
Oh, you are going to get yourself rid of me, I know.
Much against my will.
But I tell you, I don't really have the dance.
I realize that, but do. Give the customers an extra treat.
Why not I come with you?
Oh, dear, I must work sometime.
All right, then. I get out.
Oh, forgive me not getting out to open door, but I don't want this thing to break loose.
Well, I hope I've been some help to you, Monsieur Bruce.
Practically saved my life, that's all.
And do not neglect that hurt arm of yours.
Don't fret. But I'll be looking you up. So long for now. Pity to leave her, but I had to get back to more serious things. Drove the sports job round to Sir Giles Davenport's Copacabana apartment, parked it underneath alongside his rolls. Then upstairs to hear what had been discovered about Mama Rosa, the name we hoped would lead us to the missing scientists and the secret of the death ray.
Well, Carson, I thought Angelo would have been here himself by the time you arrived, but you were much quicker than I expected.
Explain the circumstances.
Yes, but you had quite a night.
But what about Mama Rosa?
I'll tell you as much as I know. Angelo called me on the telephone. I imagine that he's been nosing around amongst his own people. At first, though, I scarcely knew it was his voice.
How so, Sir Giles?
Just audible, choking, it seemed.
Choking?
With fear, Carson.
I see.
He said that he'd discovered something of vital importance about the name, but that he didn't dare speak further on the matter until he reached this apartment.
And he's coming now?
Said he'd be here by midnight. Just gone. I'm greatly disturbed because I've rarely known him to be in such a state.
Could be excitement.
No, Carson. I know that dark-hearted rogue too well for that. But while we're waiting, you might enlarge somewhat on your experiences of tonight. You gave me the very barest outline.
Well, sir, you'll recall I contacted you earlier in the evening.
That's so, to say you were spending the night with your old school chum, Roger Deauville.
You don't know him by any chance?
Certainly don't know the name. But do go on.
Yes, sir. We were bowling along merrily enough, 5 or 6 miles out of town, on our way to a place he has, you know.
Yes, you said that.
Unknown to us, we had a passenger.
Where?
In the back seat.
Oh?
Sounded a typical Rio gunman, if I may use such a description. He had 2 guns, one for the back of my neck, one for Roger's. Insisted we take a side track off the road, led to Old Watch House, locked us in, then went off to bring the Inquisition.
Well, I do declare. You obviously escaped, though. How?
We had another passenger.
Another? Great heavens.
In the boot. Mamselle Corelli.
In the boot of your friend's car?
So, Sir Giles.
She does turn up in the most extraordinary places.
Said she'd been waiting for me, saw this other fellow slip into the back seat, so decided to come along in the boot and see what was what.
And she managed to get you out of this watch house?
So, thanks also to this.
Please, Carson, don't go brandishing those deadly pipes of yours under my nose.
Oh, this one's quite harmless now, but had small explosive charge concealed. Used it to blow open padlock. Fay lit it from outside. Without her, we were sunk.
Well, I suppose that does say something for the beastly things. But after that...
Oh, continued on to Rogers. With Fay's help, I managed to get away, though we had a big car following us for a while.
Who the blazes will it be this time?
Who knows? But it seems we've a lot of competition on this assignment.
And it may be closer to home than you imagine. This Roger Deauville...
Seems pleasant enough. Though he was an outsider at school, always in bother.
Do you think, Carson, that the main interlude earlier tonight may have been arranged, to throw you off the scent?
Oh, hard to imagine. He seemed genuinely upset at being locked up under gunpoint.
All the same, one can't be too careful.
What's that, Sir Giles?
Someone fitting a key in the door. No, it'll be Angelo. Angelo! Why, man, what is it? Have you seen a ghost? Angelo, are you all right? Carson, he's collapsing.
Don't worry, Sir Giles, I've got him. And if ever I saw a man faint from fear, it's Angelo. From what I knew of Angelo, Sir Giles Davenport's servant, from what I'd been told, he could be the most cold and murderous of men. But now he'd fainted from fear. What sinister part did the name Mama Rosa play in Operation Death Ray?
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
Angelo, the swarthy peon, had been in contact, saying that he'd discovered something about the name Mama Rosa. I waited with Sir Giles Davenport in his Copacabana apartment, going over some of the strange attacks that had been made upon me, and coming once again to the conclusion that the agents of several other powers were seeking the deadly secret of the death ray. Would this name, Mama Rosa, give us a flying start on them? Angelo arrived, trembling with fear. He collapsed in my arms just after closing the door. What was it about the name Mama Rosa that could strike such terror into the heart of a hardened fellow such as this?
He's still out to it, Carson.
So, Sir Giles.
You think we should get a medical man?
We'll wait a while, sir. He's comfortable on this sofa. May come round.
Poor fella, he did seem in a state.
Utterly terrified.
And yet I've been in the most awfully tight spots with him, Carson, and he's never twitched a face muscle.
Had evidence of his courage myself since arriving in Rio. But see now, Sir Giles.
He's starting to move about, eh?
Wriggling more than anything.
Indeed. What on earth is troubling him?
Seems as if he's trying to avoid something.
Yes, you're right, Carson.
Sir Giles, when he phoned you, did he say there'd been any trouble involved in finding out about the name?
If there was, he didn't mention it.
Makes it all the more puzzling.
And disturbing.
Piranha!
On my soul.
Kujala!
Look out for what, old chap?
Piranha!
Carson, he's quite delirious.
Try snapping him out of it. Like so. Angelo, my friend. Angelo.
Senor Carson.
Everything's fine.
Stay where you are, like a good fellow.
Excellency.
You just overexerted yourself, it would appear.
But, Excellency, how did I get here?
We carried you onto the sofa.
No, to the apartment.
Well, under your own steam, it would appear. You used your key to open the door, then, well, you passed right out.
Oh, forgive me, Excellency. You also, Senor Carson. But the chink in my armor has been revealed. Permit me to arise. I'm well enough now.
Angelo, my good friend, you mustn't be upset. You've got Carson and me wondering what it's all about. You seem to wake up crying out, Piranha, Piranha.
Oh, then I did indeed disgrace myself.
Piranha? Haven't I heard that before?
It is possible, Senor. It is the name given to the most fiendish of creatures that mankind has seen. The tiny fish that is all teeth over eyes.
Of course. Found in some of the inland rivers.
Indeed, Senor. So vicious and bloodthirsty that those who have seen it at work cannot really believe its enormous power. In a matter of seconds, Senor, I've seen it tear all the flesh from the body, leaving only the bones. And that person was someone dear to me. Senor, Excellency, the mere thought of Piranha strikes terror into my heart. All over again I'm confronted with that terrible moment. You see,
The person was my young wife.
Poor fella. No wonder you're so
It
distressed.
was long ago in the past, Senor. But now it is all so alive to me. I was bringing her to medical aid. She had cut herself with a machete. It was the open wound that attracted these tiny monsters when she fell into the water. For the slightest taint of blood in the water will bring them rushing like a great tide. But I've allowed it to crowd in upon my mind. Forgive me.
Now, don't go making yourself more upset. There's still something, though, I don't understand. Why the sudden recollection of these piranhas?
Because, Excellency, I have discovered something about the last name the dying flyer uttered.
Yes, Mama Rosa.
It is not the name of a person, as at first we imagined.
Then what?
It is the name of a place, a village, if you like, a mere collection of huts.
Sir Giles, does this mean that we've discovered where we can find one of our scientists?
Well, that's up to Angelo.
It does.
Precisely where is it, old chap?
On the Paraguay River, beyond Caramba.
Beyond Caramba? Then in heavy jungle country,
Indeed. In country where every twist and turn of the river, where every small stream is teeming with piranha.
A ghastly prospect.
True, Excellency. But if you are to reach this first man of science, that is the deadly peril which must be faced.
Discovering this chink in Angelo's armor, I learned that there was a soft spot in his heart, however hard he might claim it to be. We sent him to bed, and I stayed that night in the apartment. The following morning we spread out a map. I was determined to go to the village in spite of the piranha danger, and if necessary, alone.
Yes, Carson, I know you're a resourceful fella, but those weird pipes of yours won't get you through that jungle.
I have one with a compass fitted, for that matter.
You'll need more than a mere compass. You'll need someone who knows the country.
What is wrong with me, Excellency?
Oh, Angelo. Well, how are you this morning?
Recovered, Excellency, though greatly disturbed at the thought that I may not be able to accompany Senor Carson.
My dear fella, let it be understood that I appreciate your fears and what caused them. Neither Carson nor I expect you to go.
And we won't think any the less of you for it.
But I must go. I have been delaying my return to the piranha country for much too long. Please, let me speak, Excellency. To conquer this fear, I must face it.
Well, it's up to Carson whether you go or not.
Oh, Senor, give me this chance to prove to you that the strong blood of my ancestor does not all turn to water. I will die rather than fail you.
Angelo, if you want to come, you're very welcome.
Oh, many thanks, Senor, many thanks.
I'll give you the plan so far.
Indeed, every ear is listening.
As soon as the gear ready, train to Sao Paulo, then to Caramba. Then quickest possible means to this Mama Rosa.
All right, I'll take care of it, old chap. Hello?
Would I be speaking to Sir Giles Davenport?
You would be, indeed.
Oh, am I delighted to get on to you. I'm Hetty Fitzhenry. I'm trying to track down Bruce Carson. I was told that he might be with you.
Miss Hetty,
Fitzhenry. I met him last night at Roger Doville's.
I'll take it, Sir Giles.
Do, Carson. I don't seem to be able to keep up with you. Hetty Fitzhenry.
Hello there.
Oh, Carson speaking.
Oh, then I did track you down. How are you today?
Splendid.
Got home safely?
Why shouldn't I?
Well, I sort of figured that French-Italian dancer wouldn't let you out of her sight.
Oh, fair. Oh, she's only a little temperamental.
I guess you can say that again. But I'm a forward type, too. When are we going to get together?
Well, it'll be a few days, I'm afraid.
Oh, don't tell me that dancer's got you tied up that tough.
It's not that. I'm going out of town.
You are?
I'm afraid so. Short bird-watching expedition.
Say, could I come along?
Well, at this stage...
well, I guess I'd better not embarrass you. But make sure you remember all about them.
Oh, depend on that.
It's high time I got around to painting some of them. But, Bruce, I hope you're not going to turn out to be a disappointment to me. Last night I kind of took to you.
It's so nice of you to say that.
Okay. I miss out this time. But you'll be hearing from me.
And looking forward to it.
Anyway, have a good trip. Bye now.
Bye, Hetty. Pity I can't take her along.
As I said, Carson, I can't keep up with you. Who's this one?
Hetty? Tall, red-headed American. Warm, charming, brimming with life. Bird painter.
You don't say.
Told she's very good.
Perhaps so. But something of a Carson fancier strikes me. Anyway, to get back to the details of the bird-watching expedition, we were making a list of the stores and so on.
Oh, so, yeah. Mustn't forget my pipes.
Pipes? Jove, Carson, it's just occurred to me. Didn't one of them land an arrow in your arm when that dancer friend of yours was toying with it?
Did, but coming along fine.
Well, let's hope so.
Indeed, Senor.
No need to worry.
But after what Angelo has been telling us about the piranha, the open wound...
No, the wound's not open.
Oh.
Now, let's get on with the planning. I'm breaking my neck to get to this Mama Rosa. It was smooth going to reach Karumba, and there we hired some horses and pushed on by foot. After a few days, we were in Angelo's piranha country. I'd seen them swarming towards a piece of raw meat thrown into the river. But it was steamy, and I was concerned because the wound had opened up in my arm. Angelo was worried about this, and even more worried about something else. Every time we stopped for a breather, he insisted he was right.
I am more than certain, Senor, we are being followed.
Oh, probably natives.
Oh, the natives in this part of the country are unable to indulge in the luxury of a horse. And early this morning, as we paused by this river, I hear the call of a horse.
Well, all I can say is, anyone who follows us must like roughing it.
Senor, I think perhaps we should make certain.
I'd sooner press on to this Mama Rosa first. You say it's only 2 days now?
Oh, the very most, Senor.
Oh, well, let's enjoy this break. Strange, though. Birds all round, yet haven't had a chance to do any bird watching.
When this task is over, Senor, perhaps then you will be free to occupy yourself with your hobbies.
Perhaps. Anything wrong?
Senor, down the stream to where the water of the river is now flowing, I perceive that something is thrown from the bank into the water.
And that means?
Down there are perhaps those who are pursuing us. Come closer to the edge of the bank so that we may see all the better.
Right. See anything?
There was a time, Senor, when these eyes of mine could almost pierce the thickness of a green leaf. It is too long since I've been in the jungle of my ancestors. Senor, step back.
What now?
The bank, underneath. It gives way.
Angelo, grab my arm.
Too late, Senor. Too late!
Lucifer! Don't worry, Angelo. I'll have you out of there in a second.
No, Senor.
I'm coming in.
No, with the open wound in your arm. No, the piranha will come in its swarms. No, Senor. No!
But if I don't, Angelo, you'll drown. The faithful Angelo was struggling in the water, being swept downstream fast. If I went in to help him, would that open wound of mine attract the deadly piranha? Meanwhile, who were our shadowers in this vital journey of Operation Death Ray?
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
The scene was a long way from Rio now, and the situation more ugly than anything I'd encountered in that city of lights and lovely women. In a river teeming with piranhas, the tiny fish with the razor-sharp teeth and appetites for human flesh, the faithful Angelo was being carried downstream. I couldn't plunge in to his aid because there was an open wound in my arm. That would almost certainly bring the deadly piranhas swarming. I closed my eyes briefly, praying that he might clutch the jagged bank somewhere. I opened them to see that brown arms were quickly hauling him from the water. I stumbled through the jungle to rejoin him. Angelo, old chap.
Have no fear, Senor Carson. I am untouched.
Thank heaven for that.
The piranhas made not one solitary ripple. But with the open wound of your arm dipped into the water, that would indeed have been a signal for a hungry swarm. But my rescuers, they vanished.
Who were they?
Natives of the locality, in whose veins flows much the same blood as mine.
Odd way to carry on.
Senor, like the creatures that inhabit these wild places, the people are also strange.
I suppose this is the crowd that's been following us.
I saw no horse, Senor, and I continue to insist that there was indeed such a beast among those pursuing us. I heard its call.
I just knew that horse would give me away.
Senor.
Hetty, you here?
Surprise, Bruce?
Am, trifle.
Oh, I thought I might throw you into a dead faint.
It was almost. Especially when Angelo was in the river.
Oh, I had my boys haul him out.
Allow me to thank you.
Pleasure, Bruce. But your man Friday's not showing any signs of gratitude.
Huh? Angelo, put away that gun.
Have I your assurance, Senor, that we are met with a friend?
Sir.
I'd come 1,000 miles through jungle to hear that staccato Carson talk. But boy, with the rivers full of man-eating fish, wild native tribes, and that snake they call the Bushmaster, this is scarcely the place for a home-loving gal.
Then, might I ask what you're doing here?
Bruce, back at Rio, I really should have explained what it means to be a Fitzhenry.
How so?
Granddad Fitzhenry had the reddish hair and the wildest blood. Migrated to the States from Killarney, or some place they sing about. Adventurous spirit. And I guess it'll take more than a couple of generations to die out. Oh, you know, this jungle just gets me. I love it. Oh, why the laugh, honey?
Rather unusual way for a bird painter to be carrying on, don't you think?
Oh, well, you're to blame for this escapade of mine.
I am?
Sure. When I phoned you that morning, you said that you were off on a bird-watching jaunt.
In fact, too.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not doubting you. But it put the notion into my head. Next, the old Fitzhenry blood got boiling hot, and I decided to snoop along, and then stage a sort of Stanley and Dr. Livingstone act. Though you haven't been doing much actual bird-watching, Bruce.
True. Not as yet.
I ought to know. I pride myself on being fairly athletic, but boy, have I been hard-pressed to keep on your tail.
Well, we've a certain spot to reach before we start operations.
I guess you're mad at me.
Perish the thought.
Oh, yes, you are. I always seem to get men mad. I start off making a good impression, and then I'm darned if I don't go off the deep end and do a crazy thing like this. Well, anyway, whether you like it or not, you got me tagging along.
Senor Carson.
What is it, Angelo?
It is possible for me to speak to you alone, a matter of great urgency.
Well...
Oh, don't worry. I can take a hint. Besides, I want to instruct my head man to bring up the horses. I'll leave you to it.
Now, Angelo.
Who is this one?
Senorita Fitzhenry is a bird painter. Introduced to me by Roger Deauville, chap I went to school with in England.
She is trustworthy?
No reason to doubt her.
It would be most unwise, Senor, if she were to learn of the true nature of our bird watching, and the bird we seek is of immense importance.
I realize that, old chap. Matter of fact, it's going to be a trifle awkward having her tagging along.
Then, might I suggest that we arrange for her to return before we reach Mama Rosa?
How so?
If these native companions of her were to decide that they were afraid to proceed any further distance, Senor.
So, good idea. Yes, but how to arrange?
Cruceras and other offerings?
Right. We'll see what you can do. You speak their lingo. Much and all as I'd welcome the company of the scintillating Hetty, this is hardly the time. Hetty Fitzhenry. Even in the jungle, she still looked a slasher. But fella couldn't be gallant on this occasion. We were fast approaching Mama Rosa, the village where we believed we would contact our first scientists and so get something on the secret of the death ray. Though it seemed strange that a thing that could shake the modern world could lie deep in these primitive forests. After we made camp that night, Angelo had something for my ear.
Ah, Senor, at last I find you free for a moment of that senorita.
So, Angelo, but what progress?
That rabble.
Rabble? They rescued you, old chap.
Only at the senorita's command. Understand well, they are the kind that would delight to see the piranhas tear the flesh from my bones.
From tone of voice, I take it no progress, huh?
Unfortunately not. They refuse to be drawn into speech on the matter. They remain silent upon the terms of their engagement. But they must be considerable.
Well, from what I gathered, Hetty has no money worries.
Senora, I do not care greatly for her, if I may be excused for making such a bold statement.
As I said, old chap, she's a painter of birds. Quite well known in the United States, I'm told.
And we continue on towards Mama Rosa all together?
Afraid so, old chap.
She comes from her tent now, Senor. I will leave you to her.
What's gotten into Man Friday?
Oh, work to do, I suppose. Hammocks to sling, so on.
I don't think he likes me.
As if any male couldn't like you.
No, I think he must resent me tagging along. And I guess you must, underneath it all.
Underneath what?
That cool British calm. Don't you guys ever get head up?
Oh, yes.
Oh, listen to the way you say it. And always with a pipe stuck in your mouth. Oh, but isn't it crazy? Me out here in the Brazilian jungle stalking a man. Nothing like I imagined, though.
Oh, how so?
The jungle, I mean. I thought we'd be hearing lions and monkeys and elephants and the rest of the things you learn about in the movies.
Oh, this is the Brazilian jungle. A different matter.
So I'm discovering.
Few jaguars could.
But you don't seem to hear much.
I believe there's a snake that snores.
Snores? Oh, well, what do you know? Oh, but I love it. Makes me feel kind of savage.
You savage? Impossible.
Oh, let me warn you, Bruce Carson. There's a mighty primitive streak in this gal, and this is just the place where I'm liable to break out. Anyway, how far before we settle down to our bird watching?
Oh, inside 2 days. But we're planning on an early start in the morning.
Okay, I'll turn in. But I hope you don't snore.
How so?
Well, I might think you're one of those snoring snakes. And the way I am with a gun, your bird-watching days may well be over.
Yeah, then seems I should stay awake. Anyway, Hetty, sleep tight.
Night.
As it turned out, I did stay awake. Most of that night and the next. Wondering what manner of man could live in this jungle fastness. A scientist? It became more and more difficult to believe that we hadn't been duped. And then there was Hetty. She was never far away, but that gave Angelo a chance to slip ahead and pry around for the village of Mama Rosa.
Bruce, honey, I just can't fight down the urge any longer.
Oh, got your sketch pad out, eh?
Yeah, making a few notes. Though I'm so darned weary from all that walking in the steamy heat, I can hardly raise my head. The couple of times I managed to do so, I was well rewarded.
And, what's that supposed to be?
Honey, either you're no bird watcher or my drawing slipped to blazes.
Well, I'd say it was cockatoo.
Thanks, blue-backed. Lovely creature. But, Bruce, just what sort of birds are you hoping we might see further along the trail?
Oh, one never knows.
Sometimes, you know, I just wonder whether this really is a bird-watching expedition.
How'd you get that notion?
Oh, don't get me wrong. Just as silly Fitzhenry thought. Though I do hope I haven't gone to all this trouble for... And this is an appropriate term, I guess. A wild goose chase.
You never know. We might sight a reddish vulture.
Brother, before we're through, maybe you'll be thinking I'm one. Uh-oh.
What is it?
Man Friday again. Probably wants another tete-a-tete, so I'll just...
Oh, no, don't disturb yourself. Stay here.
Thanks, honey. But no. Sometimes I figure you two guys must be running a secret society.
Senor, it distresses me greatly to disturb you so openly as this, but...
No, don't worry. Realize it must be very important.
Most, Senor. But a short distance ahead lies the lowly village that boasts the name Mama Rosa.
At last.
There is little cause for exultation, Senor.
Why is that?
The natives there are the most fierce kind.
I see.
Though it was only with bows and arrows they threatened me, I understand the peril of such weapons sufficiently well to keep at a distance.
What about our bird?
The man of science?
So, Is he there?
I asked a number of questions in the best manner that I could handle the local tongue. Of course, I was told no such man lived there.
And don't tell me we've come...
Allow me to finish, Senor.
Sorry?
The protests were of such a nature that one is led to believe that something is being concealed in the village.
In other words, a man of science?
Si, Senor. That is what I believe.
Right. We're going to pay him a visit.
But the bows and the arrows...
Oh, faced worse.
Oh, Senor, those natives...
Realize your fears, but I've a certain idea how we can win them over. We'll go in a few moments. Perhaps we can get this whole thing over and done with without Senorita Fitzhenry knowing anything about it. So, there it was. We left Hetty busy sketching her birds. We were armed as we went forward. But that wasn't enough to overcome the Mama Rosa natives and to discover what lay in the village. And so came one of my biggest gambles in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
The faithful Angelo and I had trouble enough without having Hetty Fitzhenry on our hands. But in a wild moment, the red-headed American bird painter had decided to follow us. So all we could do was pretend that we really were on a bird-watching expedition. The bird was one of the 6 European scientists who had vanished in South America with various parts of a deadly secret, a death ray. And now we were close by the village where we hoped we would locate one of them. Hetty was back at our camp. Angelo and I pressed forward till we could see the crude thatching of the high roofs of the huts. Then his big brown hand grasped my arm.
Far enough, Senor Carson.
Nonsense. Going right on.
You desire a rain of arrows upon us?
Yeah, didn't notice them at first.
Mark well, Senor, how the bows are taught.
So. Ugly devils.
One wrong move, Senor, and we're dead men.
Even so, old chap, I'm determined to enter that village.
Senor, have I not made it clear to you? Already I've approached these people once before. I tried all manner of flattery. But the tightness of their bows did not slacken one fraction.
Well, then seems it's time to light up.
Light up? Oh, Senor Carson, that pipe?
Swiss job. Like it?
Indeed, indeed. It is most unusual and highly decorated, Senor, but scarcely the thing for an occasion such as this.
Wrong, Angelo. Very thing.
Senor, what are you doing?
As I said, lighting up. That's as match as a dry. Bravo. There we are.
I understand it is a hobby of yours to exhibit strange pipes, but not now, Senor. Look, the eyes of those people are fastened most searchingly upon us.
Eyes on pipes,
Indeed. And it may suddenly come into their minds to kill us in order to gain possession of it. Senor Carson, let us retire. Let us consider some other means of establishing friendly relations.
Well, on the contrary, old chap, got the very means. Let's go, huh?
Go? You go the wrong way, Senor. Not towards the village. Those bowmen. Watch them.
You watch them now, Angelo. When they hear a pipe as well as see it.
Hear the pipe? Oh, this jungle madness.
Listen.
Senor, the music. Where?
From pipe, underneath.
It is miraculous.
Seems your bowmen think so, too.
Indeed, they lower their bows. They talk with excitement among themselves.
So, now, Angelo, like a good fellow, over to them. Talk turkey.
Indeed, they do appear to be in a changed mood.
Pipes work wonders. Well, go on. I want to get into that village and meet Star Border.
At once, Senor. I go at once.
Well, old chap?
Very well, Senor, very well. The pipe that plays music. To them it is the work of magic.
That's what I was hoping for.
Indeed, they're so different now. It will be an honor for them to have you in their village.
And what about this fellow we're looking for? Star border bird.
Oh, I was almost forgetting in my delight at the great change. See, he is there.
Ah, and what are we waiting for?
Not yet, Senor.
Why not?
The conditions are that you enter the village with the pipe playing.
Oh, that all.
I think it would be wisest to comply.
Quite so.
You're taking it from your mouth?
Only winding it up again, Angelo.
Oh, of course, Senor.
Then into the village, and scientist number 1. Odd sort of hobby, collecting pipes, I know. Pater always thought I was soft in the head. Pity he wasn't there to see the incredulous looks on the faces of these half-clad natives as Angelo and I made our way to a central hut. We stooped down through a low open doorway, found ourselves in almost total darkness. I switched off the musical box and looked around.
I was told that in here we would find them.
Not much light filtering through the thatching. Eyes getting accustomed to him. Now, steady, Angelo. There's our friend, over on that hammock affair. Come.
See.
And who is it this time who invades my solitude?
A friend. Assure you.
They will come as friends. Even Chaco. But he did not treat me well. And I swore that if ever another one came, these brown guardians of mine would destroy them.
General Carson.
Hold it, Angelo.
How did you persuade them to let you enter?
Rather impressed by this pipe of mine. Can't see anything of it in this gloom, but it has a musical box attached.
They are simple souls. But I should have you killed.
Senor.
Better wait outside.
Indeed. At once I will be close-handy.
Good.
How easily the great Dr. Diaz puts fear into the primitive heart.
Dr. Diaz?
Do not say that I am unknown to you. I, the greatest scientist in the world.
Oh, of course not, old chap.
The greatest. You understand?
So?
Let me lie back again.
Take your time.
You're wondering why I have lost myself in this wild and distant corner of the world?
Well, yes.
I will tell you. I am at work upon the most powerful secret weapons that the universe has conceived. Few men have even dreamed that such a weapon could exist.
Not a death ray?
Nothing as poetry as that.
Nothing as But what could be more powerful than a death ray?
You have encountered the piranha, our little man-eating fish.
Seen the devils, not exactly encountered them.
You are aware of their power?
Most.
Then here is my plan. It is my invention to crossbreed the piranhas with the flying fish.
The piranhas with flying fish?
Cannot you understand your own tongue?
Oh, yes. Only it seems so.
I will create swarms of them. They will go at my bidding. They will eat their way through the populations of cities, of nations. In fact, I am contemplating using them to destroy mankind.
Stark staring, no doubt.
You are interested?
Very much. Though I'm also interested in what part you took in the Death Ray project.
Death Ray? The Death Ray, it is far, far outdated now.
Yes, but I'm still interested.
I fear that I have forgotten everything since Chaco was here. Chaco. He took it all with him.
You mean someone's been here before? Seen you? Got the dope on the death ray?
Death ray? Young man, what are you talking about?
Dr. Diaz, this Chaco, who is he?
You ask me who is Chaco? If you do not know, then you are a great fool.
I'm very sorry, but I don't.
I am the greatest, by far, the greatest scientist in the world. Chaco and his death ray. Wait till I have finished mine.
Must be out of his mind.
Senor Carson!
What now, Angelo?
Come out at once!
But what?
The moment you are through this low door, you will understand.
Right then, coming.
See now, Senor.
Hetty.
Now, Bruce, don't get mad at me, please.
Mad? Why should I be?
Well, snooping along as I did. But I got the notion fixed in my head that you were doing some private bird watching.
Odd notion.
The Fitzhenry blood boiling again, I guess. But here I am, sketch pad and all.
How the blazes did you get into the village?
That was no trouble.
No?
Same old stunt. Worked scores of times. Whipped off the sun helmet and shook out the red tresses. The boys here might have a deeper suntan, but they're just the same as the guys back home.
Incredible.
Of course, there was one sourpuss who kept pointing an arrow at me, but I handed him a sketch of the bird that I'd just done, the cockatoo, and he wanted to give me the arrow and the bow along with it.
Even more incredible.
Oh, but get onto that pipe. Bruce, what a honey.
Oh, this? Oh, a pipe of peace.
Oh, what are you doing here with it?
Oh, just getting some information for the bird watching, you know. But come on, let's get back to the camp.
Sure.
It was hard enough without Hetty, our bird painter, but we got her back to camp out of the way. Was the crazy little Dr. Diaz as wandering as he made out? And had we come all this way only to find that a mysterious Chaco had beaten us? I made further visits to the village. The natives were friendly now, but Dr. Diaz would speak of nothing except his fantastic and horrible secret weapon. Angelo was as worried as I was that night.
Is it safe to converse, Senor?
So, the senorita's in her tent, busy painting birds. But it's a blow.
Do you have the senorita with us?
It's no help either. I was meaning that Dr. Diaz has already been visited.
Some years ago. That is what I'm able to gather from the people of the village.
Yeah, you were saying. Though, is he quite so silly?
Oh, Senor, it cannot be questioned. He has no true memory of the past.
Yes, but one thing we must do. We must find out who this Chaco is.
Indeed, Senor.
Then we go back to the village. Now, I'll stay here with Hetty. You bribe the villagers. Now, any way you like. But we don't leave without finding out more about Chaco.
I go at once, Senor. Senor!
Coast all clear, Angela. What luck?
I have discovered much.
About this Chaco?
Unfortunately, the villagers will not speak unless they are sufficiently bribed.
Yes, but Angelo, didn't I tell you...
Indeed.
Then what...
Allow me, Senor. You see, someone else is also bribing them.
The villagers? The Mama Rosa villagers?
No.
And who?
The peons who are in the employ of the senorita.
Hetty Fitzhenry's natives?
Indeed. With pictures of birds.
Incredible.
Extremely serious, Senor.
But what's she trying to bribe out of them?
That I could only conclude as you must, Senor. The senorita, we have a smiling face, a carefree manner, but a heart of great darkness and coldness.
Could this really be so? Hetty Fitzhenry bribing the villagers with paintings of birds? And did this mean that our opposing agents were with us, even into the wild of the Brazilian jungle? If Hetty was an enemy, she was the most dangerous yet in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
With the faithful Angelo, Giles Davenport's servant, I'd found the first of our missing scientists. He was living in a semi-barbarous state deep in the Brazilian jungle, where not the least of the perils was the piranha, the tiny man-eating fish. But we weren't alone. Hetty Fitzhenry, the red-headed American bird painter, had decided to follow us. At first, she was a charming inconvenience. Now it seemed that she was a deadly menace. The scientist, Dr. Diaz, had turned out to be crazy. What information he had on the death ray had been handed over to a mysterious person called Chaco. Who was this Chaco? From what Angelo had discovered, we weren't the only people trying to find the answer.
Senor Carson, to me it is beyond question. The heart of the senorita is blacker than this forest night.
Hard to imagine, Angelo.
Senor, you soften towards her because she professes to share the same interest.
Does more than profess, old chap. She can paint birds. Seen the results.
But why does she make these pictures? She makes them in order that she might bribe the people of the village of Mama Rosa. Senor, all along have our efforts not been watched and hindered by others who seek the same dread secret?
In fact.
Have no doubts, therefore. In a tent but a few yards away lies the senorita. She's our enemy. She makes herself out to be light-hearted and anxious to engage your romantic interest. Her intentions are otherwise. Already she attempts to discover something of this person Chaco.
You certain about that, Angelo?
To what other answer is it possible to arrive?
I must tread warily, you know.
Has this woman with the fiery hair and the eyes as bright as the wings of the green butterfly bewitched you, Senor?
Steady, old chap.
Believe me, she is as deadly as a female piranha.
But did the Mama Rosa villagers tell you she'd been after something about Chaco?
Senor, I discovered that the peons in the entourage of the senorita have approached the Mama Rosa villages. For the purposes of bribery, they are using these eye-catching pictures of birds.
That all?
Is that not enough?
Perhaps.
Senor, if...
Easy, old chap. Still seems to me we haven't quite proved the reason behind the bribery.
Surely, Senor, as I attempted to point out, that at once answers itself.
Howsoever, shade of doubt remains.
It appears, Senor, that we are seeking some excuse for this treachery of the senorita.
I hate to think of Hetty in the row. Just want to get a clear picture. No more argument.
I trust not.
But your mission, old chap.
To what are you alluding?
Earlier tonight, you went out to the village. See if you could ferret out anything on this Chaco character.
Senor, when I learn of the secret activities of the senorita, I hasten at once to return.
I see.
I trust I have not displeased you in this matter?
Oh, contrary. Done very fine job.
Many thanks, Senor.
But if the irrepressible Miss Fitzhenry is after something on this Chaco, we must beat her to it.
We come to sensible terms at last.
Rather late there for anything further tonight. In the morning, you do whatever possible to bribe something out of Mama Rosa villages.
Indeed, Senor.
Meanwhile, I'll chat to Dr. Diaz again.
But he is soft in the head. He recalls nothing of the past. He lies in the gloom of that heart, his mind consumed with the wild notions.
True, but he might yet drop a clue.
Very well, Senor. But now for the final act of the day.
In places we got there.
A friend, Senor. A small friend who has done me many a good service in the past.
Nice.
Indeed.
So what do you...
The senorita.
Steady there. Nothing like that, old chap.
She is an enemy. We must dispose of her.
I see now what Sir Giles meant when he warned me you were a murderous fellow. But no, we'll watch her, Angelo. And if she's working against us in this search, then tomorrow we steal a march. Now, let's into our hammocks. A good friend, Angelo, but a heartless enemy. Any harm to Hetty was out of the question. Not only because I abhor the destruction of anything beautiful, but also because she might furnish us with valuable information. If she was working for another power, and there were several against us, then I was anxious to know which one. Yet next morning it was almost impossible to suspect. Though Angelo was coldly watching every graceful move she made, listening to every word that fell from her full, warmly shaped lips.
I certainly didn't expect to see you up so early, Bruce.
How's that?
That staccato talk. It gets me in. But what, for Pete's sake, makes you carry on that way?
Pipe.
Pipe.
So, having one in mouth most of the time. But, why so surprised seeing me up?
Well, last night you didn't seem like you were ever going to bed.
Keep you awake?
Oh, shucks, no, I dozed off.
You sleep well?
The sleep of the innocent, like a top. It's this jungle, Bruce. It agrees with me.
It does, eh?
Mm-hmm. But it's stirring that primitive streak that I inherited from Granddad Fitzhenry. And don't you forget this, Bruce. I'm stalking a man.
Yeah, rather thought you were painting birds.
And I thought you were on a bird-watching expedition.
True, but arrangements are not in hand yet.
The negotiations are getting mighty long drawn out, honey. Just what gives in that village?
How do you mean?
Oh, I just can't figure it out. Do you need to get special permission or something there?
Oh, no. Just information. But this is a remote spot, you know. Time doesn't mean much.
I guess you know what you're doing. And don't go falling for the notion that I'm not happy about things. As long as I've got you around, Bruce, honey, I'm downright content.
Well, we should be making a move later in the day, but I'm afraid I'll have to leave you for a while.
Huh? Oh, I get it. Man Friday standing by again.
So, between us this morning, we hope to finalize the information we're after. All set for the village, Angelo?
Si, senor. But I care not to leave the senorita alone.
She'll have her entourage standing by.
Indeed, and she will be free to make further plans against us.
Risk we must take. Howsoever, still hard to imagine her in the role.
She is most clever. She even speaks of sleeping the slumber of one who is innocent.
Well, you saw her, old chap. Looks as if she slept well.
A snake also sleeps well, senor.
Well, won't make an issue of it at this stage. Let's go. You try the villagers. I'll try Dr. Diaz.
Chaco? Why should I know anything about Chaco?
It was from you, Doctor, that I first heard it. He's some sort of scientist.
There is only one scientist. Diaz. The rest they are push nothing. Even Chaco.
I must know this, Doctor. Chaco. Was he one of the scientists working on the Death Ray project?
Death Ray?
Sir. 6 of you. Survived trip from Europe. Worked on various aspects of it.
Young men. Famous to speak of a death ray.
Because my country must know the secret before anyone else. It seems this Chaco got what information you possessed. But who is he? Where is he?
I do not care to discuss any aspect whatsoever of the death ray.
Why not?
Because it is obsolete. Outdated.
The world's not yet aware.
The world will know soon enough. It will know when I choose to spring my new weapon of any peoples. I have told you something of it, perhaps.
Yes, you have, Doctor. You intend crossbreeding the piranha with the flying fish.
A delicate business, you understand?
Oh, naturally, old chap.
But I have the plans. At my bidding, great swarms of these creatures will be set loose. Chaco will be crazy with jealousy when he hears of this, will he not?
Wouldn't know, old chap. But perhaps I could tell him. See how he reacts. Pass the news on to Chaco.
Chaco?
This so-called scientist.
But there is only one scientist, Diaz. Only one scientist in the entire world.
Then who is Chaco?
Chaco. Chaco. I know of no one called Chaco.
Mind's wandering again, poor chap.
The world has known but one scientist. Yes.
Waste of time. Let's see what Angelo's discovered.
Senor Carson, the mood of the village is much changed.
Huh? How so?
From what cause, I am unable to tell.
I thought we were almost blood brothers.
No longer. Once again, they reach for their weapons.
Bad show.
But you have the pipe with you?
Usual selection.
I refer to the one that delighted the villagers formerly and won them over.
Oh, Swiss job with the musical box.
Si.
Brought it along, just in case. Here.
Very good, senor. Very good. Now, hold it in your mouth and permit it to play once more.
I wonder if it is, Can't have arrows flying Carson Woods, but what progress yourself?
Nothing, senor, nothing.
Same bird, huh?
I discovered a change of mood. That is most important. So, if you please, senor.
No, don't wait. Get it going pronto, like so.
Excellent.
You think it'll restore peace and goodwill?
It is my strongest wish. Let the pipe cast its magic spell once again. For the moment, I will leave you. This time, I believe I will discover much.
So Angelo left me outside the gloomy hut where little Dr. Diaz eked out his fevered days and nights. Angelo had something in mind, but the musical box had to be rewound 3 or 4 times before he appeared again. This time he wasn't alone. He had his knife drawn and he was prodding along a cowering Indian.
The pipe has worked its magic as I desired, senor. The villages of Mama Rosa are our friends once again.
Pleased to get some results for such jaw-breaking exercise. Howsoever, what are you doing? Trying to ruin everything?
Ruin, senor?
Knife, old chap, seems to have someone worried.
You refer to this insect I now prod.
Manners, old chap.
Have no fear, senor. This son of darkness is not of the village.
Then,
He's from the retinue of the senorita.
Of course.
And you will observe that he clutches something of interest in his hand.
Huh? What's that?
A picture of a bird.
Oh, yes.
Hand it to the senor, you child of nothing.
Easy, Angelo.
Easy. I'm too gentle. But the picture, senor?
Attractive enough.
There is little doubt from whose hand it comes.
Scarcely.
Then perhaps, senor, we might ask the senorita in what manner or for what purpose it happens to be in the trembling hands of this worm.
Yes, quite an idea.
I thought you might fall in with my thoughts this time, senor.
Of course, we'll act innocent.
Oh, si, indeed, most.
Since we aren't finding out much about this chap here, might as well establish the status of Miss Hetty Fitzhenry. What was this fellow doing sneaking into the village with one of her bird paintings? That is the question. We couldn't get much out of Angelo's captive, despite the tip of that knife. But we'd have to get something from Hetty Fitzhenry. And it would need to be something out of the ordinary to convince us she wasn't a treacherous opponent in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
The village of Mama Rosa had given up part of its secret. There we found Dr. Diaz, one of the scientists originally engaged on the Death Ray project. But we found him quite out of his mind, eking out his life with a near-savage tribe in the fastness of the Brazilian jungle. He could tell us little, except that a certain Chaco had collected what information he had. The important thing now was to discover the identity of Chaco. But it seemed that Hetty Fitzhenry, the American bird painter, was also interested. She'd invited herself along on what I'd called a bird-watching expedition. Now we'd captured one of the peons in her employ as he entered the village of Mama Rosa using a picture of a bird as something with which to bribe the villagers. But he refused to speak, even when Angelo held the tip of a murderous-looking knife at his throat.
Speak, you shapeless shadow. I promise you this knife is as sharp as the tooth of a piranha and equally regardless of human life. Speak!
No use, Angelo.
This fellow is indeed blessed with dumbness. Though it makes me wonder much, Senor Carson.
How so?
It is strange that the senorita should have recruited such reliable peons as this for an expedition that was so suddenly arranged.
Miss Fitzhenry is apparently a woman of means.
Or is it that she is in the service of people to whom there is no question of expense?
Perhaps when I front Hetty with bird picture, I'll find out.
Senor, what else is it possible for her to do but admit her guilt? Admit that she has made overtures of affection to you, Senor, while in her heart she wishes you evil.
We'll see. Howsoever, I'll take picture and broach matter to Hetty alone.
Alone?
More or less. You stand by alongside camp with this fella.
If that is how you desire it, Senor.
Yeah, seems best course. Anyway, let's off.
At once. And you, insect without wings, worm with glowing eyes, move.
Well, Bruce, back at last?
Couldn't keep away from you for long.
Hello. Don't tell me the jungle spirits are working my way at last.
How so?
Sort of egging on Mr. Carson to look more favorably on this home-loving gal.
I see what you mean.
I've been seeing a bird or two. Like this one?
Oh, fine. Macaw.
You're dead right this time, brother. Anyway, how'd you make out in the village?
So.
Get that information you were after?
Up to a point.
Say, you ever played baseball?
I'm sorry, only cricket. But why?
Your footwork's mighty good.
I see what you mean. Your turn coming up.
What do you mean by that, honey?
Oh, nothing. I'm talking to Pipe.
What with that staccato talk and your pipes and your bird watching. Gee, you're quite a boy. But I still can't figure it all out.
What's that?
Why we have to stay here while you keep going into that village for information. Is it some sort of secret bird meeting ground where all the feathered friends for miles around foregather?
I wonder if you're really so innocent.
What?
Look at this. Bird picture. Recognize it?
Well, I guess I ought to know my own work. It's not exactly foreign to me.
Yet it was found in strange hands.
How did you come by it anyway?
Angelo intercepted it.
That man Friday of yours.
Only doing what he thought right and proper.
And so was I. Only trying to help.
Help?
Now, listen to me, Bruce Carson. When I hand out charity, I like to be anonymous.
Charity? Amazing. Howsoever, I want to know why your boys have been sneaking into the village with these bird pictures.
Bruce, I like you. Too much, I guess. But that's not going to keep the Fitzhenry temper in check.
Oh, thanks for warning. But Carson temper gets trifled, Fred, especially when it seems people are meddling.
Meddling?
So?
Well, I guess that kind of washes us up. It was nice knowing you, Bruce, but...
You going somewhere, Hetty?
Yeah, back.
Back where?
To where I come from, of course. You lost your IQ all of a sudden.
Sorry, Hetty. The situation's a little too grim to let you walk out.
Grim? Sure. Seems like as if you figured out yourself what those Mama Rosa boys had in mind.
What's this?
You're not going to say you don't know.
I don't.
You don't know that the Mama Rosa boys were planning to steal that music-playing pipe of yours?
Well, first I've heard.
Well, I heard. Through those boys of mine. I got them busy. Arranged to hand over a couple of dozen bird pictures to square it all off.
Is that the truth?
Is that the truth? Ye gods!
All right. But why didn't your man speak up to Angelo?
Because I issued strict instructions that they were to have nothing to do with your Angelo. I don't like that guy. Oh, Bruce, why did you have to go and get me mad? I was only trying to stall off a raid. Those bow and arrow boys had their minds set on your musical pipe.
Sorry, old girl. Mistake. Let's forget, eh?
Guess I could forgive you anything. Okay, Staccato.
Now that's all been cleared up, let's open up the cocktail cabinet and...
Cocktail cabinet?
Well, have a sec. Anyway, let's join one another in a drink. So the villagers had planned to steal the Swiss pipe with the musical box attached. Hetty had gone out of her way to stall them off. Seemed reasonable enough. Though now Angelo refused to consider her as anything but the human version of the piranha. Anyway, it was in the early afternoon when our luck changed. Angelo crept back to the camp, a look of triumph on that ugly face of his.
The senorita, where is she?
Resting in tent. Argument this morning fagged her out, it seems. Well, Angelo, what progress this time?
The people of Mama Rosa are in a happy mood.
Now that they've got their bird paintings, huh?
Perhaps it was the music of your pipe this morning, senor.
Oh, never mind, old chap. Continue.
They were most willing to talk with me on the question of the mysterious jackal.
So?
He was a man of science, senor.
As we guessed.
One of the number who arrived to this part of the world along with the crazy Dr. Diaz. But he is no pleasant fellow. From this Diaz, he forced what information he desired. It was because of the force he used that Diaz has now fallen into his feeble and demented state, senor.
This is what we've been after.
It would seem that this Diaz came here to escape from the world and all the horror he had discovered in it. He became something of a father and doctor to the villagers. It was until this Chaco nosed him out. But the villagers have not forgotten. They gave him attention and food. There is a noble streak in the most humble people, senor.
Yes, old chap. But what more of Chaco?
In appearance, it would seem that he is of fair skin, of dark hair, a person with disturbing eyes. He spoke much the same tongue as Diaz.
European, no doubt.
It was several years ago since he made his visit here.
We'd gathered that, Angelo. What I really want to know is where he went from here, where we can find him.
I am satisfied that no villager is able to supply that answer.
Nothing?
Only that this Chaco was returning to the place from which he had come. A place beyond the forest, the rivers. A great city of lights.
Rio?
Perhaps Rio de Janeiro, perhaps Sao Paulo. But that is all.
Yeah, little enough. But with Sir Giles' contacts back in Rio, it still might get us somewhere.
Of course, Senor, there is no certainty that this information is not already in the possession of the senorita.
You picked up something on that?
No, but I cannot but believe that to seek such information is her purpose.
Well, we won't go into that now. Best idea is to get out of this place quick.
Is that so simple, Senor? After all, we have the pretense to keep up. Is this not an expedition for the watching of birds?
We've seen our bird.
But
yes.
If we return now, Senor, we shall most certainly arouse still greater suspicion.
I've been giving that some thought. What say I suddenly took ill?
Huh? Senor, your looks are too healthy.
Oh, steady, old chap. I started out with a wounded arm. Matter of fact, with all this steamy heat, starting to open up even more. See?
Oh, indeed. Indeed.
Should be excuse enough to abandon bird watching and make back for civilization. Matter of fact, might as well throw in a bit of fever for good measure. Anyway, Angelo, we'll give it a go.
I'm mad at you, Bruce Carson.
How so, Hetty? Mad at me turning in the bird watching, eh? Sorry.
Gosh, no, it's not that. But having an arm in this state and not letting me know, how did it happen?
Oh, might as well say spot of skylarking back in Rio. It's nothing.
Nothing? Looks angry to me. And another thing, an open wound in piranha country. Brother, those murderous little fish come swarming at the slightest hint of blood. You want to steer mighty clear of rivers and jungle streams.
I'll be right now.
Well, anyway, if you're running a fever, I guess I'll open up my kit and take your temperature.
Oh, I wouldn't bother, Hetty. Besides, with you around, it's bound to be high.
You don't feel unusually hot. But anyway,
It will not be necessary, Senorita.
Say, what's that stuff in the bowl?
Maybe, but 2 generations removed from savages more savage than the people of Mama Rosa village. But I have some knowledge of herbs and cures.
Angelo, must I drink this?
Indeed, Senor. You desire to get well?
So. Howsoever. Cheers.
Bet it's foul, Bruce. I'll bet it is.
It is somewhat. Anyway, cheers again. What one does to keep up pretenses. But I slipped that night, and Angelo announced that I was fit enough next day to start the trek back. The wounded arm, of course, was still in a conveniently bad state. For appearance's sake, I had it in a sling. I rode most of the time on one of the horses. It was late the following afternoon, near a full stream, when a rather uncomfortable situation arose.
Hold it, everyone.
What is it, Hetty?
Trouble in that tree ahead.
That gun, what are you doing with it?
Proving that Granddad Fitzhenry taught me to shoot straight and square. It's a snake of some kind, all set to fall. Anyway...
Senor, your horse, mind your horse!
Shut up!
Senor!
Arm and sling, I can't
Take
do
care,
much.
Mr. Thief! He'll throw you into the... Piranha, Senor! Piranha! Piranha!
So there I was, in fairly deep water, one arm in a sling and that arm with an open wound, the perfect piranha bait. It was strange at the time that I should think that perhaps the horse was frightened on purpose. A convenient way of removing me from Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
We'd run down our first scientist, Dr. Diaz, but discovered little, except that a mysterious Chaco had beaten us to the information. The doctor's mind was wandering, so it was no use staying. But Hetty Fitzhenry, our red-headed bird painter, had decided to come along on what I'd called a bird-watching expedition. Angelo and I had to abandon this somehow, so I suddenly found that my arm was bad from a wound collected in Rio, and that we must get back. We were making good time through the jungle when Hetty claimed there was a snake ahead ready to drop. She started firing into the tree. My horse took fright, threw me into a fairly deep stream. This was piranha country. An open wound was a good way to attract the murderous little man-eating fish.
Hasten, senor! Hasten before the piranha arrive!
Hastening, old chap. Assure you. Do better with sling off that arm, though. So.
Bruce, where are you making for?
Mount. Midstream.
Hasten, senor! They move like lightning the moment they pick up the scent.
Almost there. Right. Now.
The spirits of the forest are indeed generous.
My spirit's somewhat dampened.
Bruce, honey, are you all right?
All in one piece, Hetty.
But the arm.
No worse. But no piranha.
Seems like as if they're not in this creek.
You think not, senorita?
Well, after all, Bruce wasn't attacked. But, honey, how are you going to get back?
I'm thinking that one over.
Maybe you could walk. After all...
Walk, senorita. Perhaps you are anxious that these piranha should exercise their devilry upon Senor Carson.
Hey, now. That's way below the belt.
Understand this well. Under no conditions will the senor enter the water again.
But there's no piranha fish around.
That is where you're greatly mistaken.
Now, steady you two. Let's take it easy for a while.
In a moment, senor.
Oh, for Pete's sake, what are you doing, Angelo? Fiddling around in that saddlebag.
Merely searching for this?
A lump of meat?
See.
Oh, this gets crazier and crazier.
Say, old chap, what is all that about?
What you call a demonstration, senor.
Demonstration?
Of the powers of the piranha. Watch.
You're throwing that meat into the water.
Indeed. Watch what happens when it strikes.
Well, what? It's starting to sink.
Indeed, but it will not reach the bed of the stream, senorita. Even now, the rushing of the piranhas rises in a small way.
Great Lucifer, look at them. Bruce!
Don't worry, Hetty. Well out of reach.
But look at the little thieves. See how they're swarming.
Ghastly sight.
Already, senorita, the small piece of meat has vanished. They are opponents against which the unprotected man has no answer.
Oh, you've convinced me of that, brother.
And, senor, we must devise other means of returning you to this bank.
Yeah, imagine so, old chap. Any ideas?
Indeed. We will construct an arrangement of ropes in the overhanging limbs of the trees. By that means, we will swing you to safety clear of the water.
All right, old chap, but make it snappy. One never knows. Piranha are odd creatures. Could be landlubber variety.
Worked perfectly, Angelo. Back on safe ground. Relatively, anyway.
I fear that it was necessary to subject your wounded arm to considerable exercise.
Well, better a little strain than no arm at all.
Oh, gosh, yes. Boy, am I relieved to have you back with us. I'd have had nightmares for the rest of my life if those little fiends had cheated me out of Staccato Carson. But when you took that plunge, how did you feel?
A trifle wet.
Oh, sure, but you must have felt mighty awful.
Well, I'm worried about a couple of favourite pipes I was carrying more than anything. But no harm done.
Those pipes certainly rate high in the Carson life, huh?
Got me out of many unpleasant spots. Though nothing to combat piranhas. But, Angelo, anything wrong?
I believe so, senor.
Peering up to that tree. Why so?
Oh, the snake.
There is no snake, senorita.
Then I guess I scared it off.
Scared it off, senorita?
Well, I shot it, didn't I?
Or did you shoot it in order to throw panic into the heart of the senor's horse?
Oh, I don't get it. To panic the horse?
See, to panic the horse and so have Senor Carson hurled into the stream, knowing full well that it was the abode of the piranhas, and that the wound in the senor's arm would attract them.
You mean that I did all that deliberately?
I do, senorita.
Bruce! Your man Friday's taken things much too far.
Ease up, old chap.
If that's all you're going to say, he's suggesting that I murdered you.
Oh, impossible.
Well, you heard what he said.
All a little strung up, seems.
Strung up? I'd like to string up this guy right now for making that accusation.
Oh, Angelo gets carried away.
Didn't really mean anything, did you, old chap?
Senor, where is the snake?
Oh, Snake probably took the hint. Decided to forget all about it.
Perhaps, Senor.
Of course, of course. Now let's reassemble ourselves and get underway again.
Honey, how many days more will we be on this trail?
Oh, 3 or 4.
3 or 4? With Man Friday round all the time? Well, there's something I'll have to be fighting down all the way, I guess.
There was something I had to fight down. The notion that the fetching and fiery Hetty might not be the candid creature she made out. Her green eyes duelled with Angelo's for the rest of the trek. Apart from the snake scares and the whirling pillars of mosquitoes that descended upon us, there was no further incident before we reached civilization. This was a ramshackle hotel. I put a phone call through to my Rio contact, Sir Giles Davenport, Angelo's master. After a long delay, it came through.
I thought it would be you, Carson. In fact, who else would be telephoning from the back of beyond? But how are you?
Oh, reasonably well. Arm's been playing up a trifle.
I thought it might come back on you.
Steamy heat, you know. Didn't give it much chance to heal.
It didn't hamper you, I trust?
Oh, no, sir. Matter of fact, turned out to be quite a useful wound.
Oh, in what way, Carson?
Explain in due course.
Yes, I see what you mean. The bird watching went off all right?
Fair, that's all, sir.
Oh, what a pity. You didn't spot that specimen that had us so intrigued.
Oh, yes.
You did?
Hardly worth the effort, then.
No? Oh, it didn't perform well?
Well, more or less incapable of taking flight in the manner we'd hoped.
Yes, of course. That's all part of the game, you know. But nothing for our bird-watching logbook, I take it.
1 or 2 facts, Sir Giles.
Then we aren't quite empty-handed. The true watcher values every little morsel of information. There are times, Carson, when it fits in rather with what a fellow watcher discovers about nesting habits and so forth.
You've been indulging somewhat yourself, Sir Giles?
Yes, I fear so, Carson.
Well, I'll be looking forward to hearing your news.
Oh, it'll interest you, I feel sure. It's about the particular specimens of birds so dear to your heart.
Oh, fine.
You won't be lingering on the way back, I take it?
No, Sir Giles. Getting to Rio fast as possible. Howsoever, the company does rather persuade one to linger.
Jove, Carson, don't tell me you've turned up something way out there. You certainly are a lady killer. You've never known the like.
Sorry to disappoint you, sir. This happens to be one of my Rio acquaintances.
What's this?
Miss Hetty Fitzhenry.
Miss... Oh, the American, the bird painter.
So?
Well, what on earth is she doing there with your man?
I told her it was a bird-watching jaunt. She decided to invite herself along.
Trifle forward, don't you think?
Her nature, sir.
Extraordinary creature. But no trouble, I hope.
Was a little awkward at times.
Well, in what way, Carson?
Best we leave that till later, too.
Whatever you say. I'll expect you when I see you.
So, probably tomorrow.
Then rest assured that I have something of considerable interest. It'll suggest new fields for your bird watching.
New fields, eh? I can hardly wait. But I've got Hetty waiting with so-called cocktails in the so-called guest lounge, so...
I understand, old man. When the female of the species call, we must heed, eh? It is good to hear from you. Goodbye for now.
Goodbye, sir. Tomorrow sometime.
You got your call all right, Bruce?
Yes, came through fine after all the delay.
Everything in order?
More or less.
I guess you'll be telling me the curiosity killed the cat or some such, but I'm burning to know all about you. Though you don't seem the type to be associated with a meat importing outfit.
Oh, the Pater's show originally. Keeps an idle fellow like myself with chips enough to indulge in hobbies, you know.
Honey, I sure wish you'd take up another hobby.
And that?
Well, Hetty Fitzhenry.
Now, that wouldn't be a hobby, my dear. Rather a delight and privilege.
Ah, that sidestep again. But honestly, how about you get that arm fixed up here and then we take a jaunt? You know, you watching the birds and me painting.
I wish I could, but impossible.
Oh, why?
The company calls. Want me back pronto in Rio.
But,
sorry, old thing, there it is. Anyway, let's drink.
Well, all right.
To our success with our feathered friends, whether we be painting them or watching them. It became more and more difficult to imagine that Hetty was associated with the powers that were working against us to get the death ray secret. She was with us the rest of the way back to Rio. I said goodbye with numerous promises, then phoned Sir Giles to tell him we'd arrived. No reply. We decided to go at once to his Copacabana apartment. No answer to the door, so Angelo unlocked it and we went in.
He's not here, Senor Carson. He's nowhere in the apartment.
Oh, perhaps out for a stroll.
No, Senor. There is something gravely wrong.
No, mustn't jump to conclusions, you know.
Senor, when His Excellency goes out, whether it is for what you describe as a stroll or anything, he always takes his cane.
Well?
And his cane still remains here. Something has happened, I know. I feel it in my veins. His Excellency has been taken from here against his will.
No.
I know, Senor. And there is a woman involved.
Woman? How do you know?
For perfumes, I have an unfortunate memory.
Well? What is it? You know whose?
See, I'm certain of it.
Shoot.
The young woman of the striking beauty and gay laughter. The one who performs the dancing.
Faye Corelli? What would she be doing here?
Taking some part in the removal of His Excellency. That we cannot doubt.
Trouble from many quarters. Angelo insisted that he could detect traces of the perfume worn by the alluring Faye Corelli, and Sir Giles was obviously missing. He'd spoken to me of new fields of investigation. Had this knowledge brought about the latest crisis in Operation Death Ray?
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
After our jaunt into the Brazilian jungle, Rio looked lovelier than ever. And after the piranhas, the monstrous little fish, the local taxi drivers didn't seem quite so murderous. I said goodbye to the reckless Hetty Fitzhenry, for the time being, then phoned Sir Giles Davenport's apartment. But he was not in his flat, so we went round, let ourselves in, and Angelo insisted that Sir Giles had left under most unusual circumstances. He insisted also that one of the people involved in his absence was a friend of mine, Faye Corelli, the ravishing French-Italian dancer.
It is beyond all question, Senor Carson. It is this senorita.
Mademoiselle.
I care little for such titles. To me, Senor, these women with whom you surround yourself are the human version of the dreaded piranha.
So you said once before.
With all due respect, Senor, to your tastes and accomplishments. But His Excellency has vanished, and I know that he has left against his will.
Oh, steady on, old chap. How against his will?
His cane remains there, close beside the door.
Sorry, Angelo, but I can't see how that proves he went against will.
Excellency never leaves this apartment without his cane.
Never forgets it?
Never, Senor.
Not even when he's excited, in a hurry or some such?
Never.
Oh. So this is the first time he's ever gone out and left his cane behind?
No, Senor.
What the blazes...
Permit me to finish, please.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
There was one previous occasion.
And that?
His Excellency was engaged on another matter of a secret nature for the nation of his birth. He was obliged to leave with strangers who produced guns and accompanying threats. He left it then.
I see.
Senor, the cane, it is almost a sign that he has been obliged to leave once again in a similar fashion.
Yes, but how does Faye Corelli come into it?
I have told you, Senor. From my ancestors, I inherit an unusual nose for scents and perfumes.
And the perfume you detected in this room belongs to Miss Faye Corelli?
See, I'm certain.
How can you be certain, old chap? You've never met the dear girl.
That makes little difference, Senor.
Huh? How so?
I've been introduced to the perfume by you, Senor.
I'm afraid I don't follow.
I detected it on your person after you had returned from a rendezvous with this person.
I see what you mean. You don't miss much, eh?
From His Excellency, I have instructions to watch over you in the manner of a guardian angel.
Well, you're not doing so bad, old chap.
It is my desire to do well.
So, I'd been out with the Lissome Faye when you were first introduced to the perfume, eh?
See?
Yeah, I seem to get a faint whiff of it myself. Possibly imagination.
To me, it is of unmistakable strength.
Oh, not doubting that for a moment. Except I have acquainted myself with other young ladies in this town.
Of that I am aware. The young lady of the fashions who so mysteriously died.
Paquita. Yes, poor child.
And the one who is tall and fair and of a cold manner.
Helena Jansen.
Indeed.
Yes. Yes, I recollect a certain fragrance surrounding her, now you come to mention it.
This is the perfume of the senorita who performs the dancing.
Oh, well, then we'll settle for play. And now, just in case something has happened to Sir Giles, let's get cracking.
There are certain avenues through which I am able to inquire. It would be wisest, however, if I proceed alone. The quarters of the city to which I allude are not of the most savory.
Now, well, go ahead. Meanwhile, I'll drop into a certain night spot where Faye does her act.
El Rocco?
Sir.
You desire, perhaps, that your entertainment should be trouble?
'Tis at any time up to point. No, simply want to question Faye.
I'm not sure that such a thing is wise.
Risk, perhaps, but if Faye was up here, then we must know for certain. She'll be there now, so we'll be getting on our respective ways.
What is it, Senor? Something outside?
Yeah, way down on the other side of Boulevard. Seems someone else interested in this apartment. Been looking up.
Of course. But let us hasten into the next room. It is from there that His Excellency and myself have made our observations when such attentions have been bestowed upon us in the past. Come, Senor. You find this better, Senor?
Much.
It is indeed upon this apartment that he fixes his eyes.
So, you know the chappie at all?
From here we are very high. It is not as if this one takes up his stand near to the lighting of the street.
I just thought you might. But look now.
For what?
He was caught in the headlamps of a car for an instant.
Indeed, but that does not help me.
It helps me, though.
You know this one, perhaps, Senor?
So, light has seemed familiar from the start. But look again. It's the same chap that Roger Deauville and I saw the night we were commandeered.
When a stranger rides in the back of the car, unknown to you, and then escorts you to a lonely watch house?
Same fella.
This indeed is most interesting.
Yes, managed to get away that night, but apparently this fella still got notions. Said some of his associates wanted to question us.
Perhaps, Senor, it has already been arranged by this one that His Excellency is to be taken away for the questions to be asked.
Exactly. But we're going to ask some. Angelo, we'll leave lights on, etc., then broach this fella. Let's off. It was pointless going out through the front entrance, so we went right down to the garage, where Sir Giles' gleaming Rolls was still parked. We decided that Angelo should drive out fast, with me crouched down ready to spring out, then brake alongside this fella, grab him, bundle him in, then off for questioning. Howsoever, he got off to a flying start. Had to chase him on foot. And I needed Angelo's help to hold him down.
I have him now, Senor. I have him.
It took some doing, all right. Steady, old chap. Don't want to throttle him.
I would derive no small satisfaction from doing that.
Ease up. Ease up, Angelo. We want to question him.
I know this type. He coughs and splutters, but he is well able to answer. You will speak as the Senor instructs you. Understand, you insect? Understand? See. Proceed, Senor.
Well, now. We meet again, though under somewhat different circumstances.
Senor, when have we met?
Answer, my friend. Answer.
We have not met.
Easy, Angelo.
I have no mercy for him.
Let me refresh his memory. He left me and a friend locked in a watch house. We were to be questioned.
You recall that, my trembling shadow? You recall it?
See, indeed.
You display some sense at last.
Amigo, you are... They were killing me with your hands.
It is true. The blood of my ancestors is now paramount in my veins. I see that you also descend from such stock. But it would seem your fine blood has turned to darkness. Answer again. For what purpose were your evil eyes cast upon the building almost opposite?
I beg of
you. Beg nothing of me. Answer.
Come along, old chap.
Senor,
Hold it.
What is the sound?
Siren. Police. Apparently someone spotted the struggle.
Quick. We take this one in the car of His Excellency and drive on.
Not enough time.
I have driven my way out of...
No. Only one thing to do. Wait. They're awkward with that fellow around. You better skip it, my friend. Understand that?
Indeed, senor. I think I do.
Senor Carson, we can't...
Yeah, must be done. On your way, fella.
I have no desire to linger, my fine insect.
Why?
Let him go. We'll meet again.
It is to be hoped, senor. Though under different circumstances.
He will choke. Next time, he will choke.
Now, get that murderous look off your face, old chap. Police almost here. Best we're polite. They'll want some story. Our struggle had taken us well out of the range of the headlights of passing cars, but someone had spotted us first and contacted the police. I said the fellow was a stranger, that he'd thrown something at us as we drove past. Not altogether correct, but it served the purpose. Angelo drove me to El Rocco, then went about his side of the search for Sir Giles. I settled down at the table. Fay wasn't long spotting me. A divine creature.
Monsieur Bruce, you are back.
So?
But when?
Oh, practically just arrived. Couldn't wait to see you.
But you should not have come here.
Why? New interest in my absence?
No. I was so very greatly distressed when I hear you go on this business to watch the birds.
Must keep up with my hobbies, you know.
But you should not have come here.
So you were saying.
There are people who frequent this place that are not kindly disposed towards you.
It's time I found out who they are. Here, now?
Please, Monsieur Bruce.
Come, you must know.
They are the loud dressers.
Any number of them in this cellar. Which ones, precisely?
Oh, I cannot tell one from the other.
Strange.
Monsieur Bruce, it is only because I want nothing to harm you. I am so deeply fond of you. It broke my heart to discover you had left Rio.
Practically broke my heart to leave. But how did you know I'd gone?
Oh, I make the visit upon a friend of yours.
Who? Roger Derville?
No, the nobleman.
You mean Sir Giles Davenport?
Oui. Oh, he is so charming. And we have such a lovely long talk. Though, of course, I only want to talk about you.
Yes, very nice for Sir Giles. But, where was this?
At his apartment. I called upon him as I tell you. Oh, he was silly.
Of course.
I called twice.
Twice?
Oui. First to discover where you have gone, and then to discover when you arrive back. He say, come again.
And the last call? When was that?
Last evening.
Might account for it, then.
What you say?
Oh, just talking to my pipe, dear. Habit of mine. How did you find him last evening?
He was so sweet. We had the cocktails together.
Cocktails? Interesting.
Monsieur Bruce, has the noble gentleman kept my visit a secret from you, perhaps?
Oh, no. So anxious to get here to see you, I didn't waste time contacting him.
Oh, but he will be so upset. You must go to him. And also, Monsieur Bruce, as I warn you, there are frequenters of El Rocco who wish you harm.
But who? Why?
Perhaps they are jealous of you.
Jealous of me?
Oh, they have observed that when you are here, I dance for no one else. I have eyes for no one else.
My dear, when you say such things, how can I possibly tear myself away?
Believe me, Monsieur Bruce, you...
Hello? Someone's doused all the lights.
That is the signal. The signal.
For what, might I ask?
For these loud dressers to get at you.
Awkward in that case. Best I get out.
You will not get out by the front way.
Trapped then.
There is only one way for you to escape, and only if the lights remain out for long enough. Hold my hand, Monsieur Bruce. Only I can lead you to it.
It was all very confusing. It would seem Fay had paid her calls to Sir Giles quite openly. Angelo was wrong, apparently. But my chance of telling him rested with Fay as she led me quickly through the pitch darkness. Trouble was still coming from many directions in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
against ruthless opposition, all right, in our search for the missing scientists, and so the dread secret of the death ray. After locating one of the scientists, only to learn that someone had beaten us to the information, the faithful Angelo and I returned to Rio. But Sir Giles Davenport was missing. At first, it seemed that my dancer friend, Fay Corelli, was involved in this, but investigation seemed to prove it unfounded. However, as Fay had warned me, I had enemies at El Rocco, where she danced. The lights went out suddenly. Only Fay could get me out of this. The place was in a darkened uproar as Fay guided me swiftly between the crowded tables.
We must hurry, Monsieur Bruce. Already they will be searching for you.
They, my dear? Who are they?
These enemies I tell you about. And if the lights go on without warning and they find me assisting you to escape, it will be no good.
Your enemies too?
Ask no questions now, please. Keep your mind on getting between the tables.
Tight squeeze most of the way.
We are fortunate that the place is enjoying a big crowd.
Be an angry crowd if the lights stay out too long. Where are you leading me?
To a certain corner. I am feeling my way along the wall now.
Yes. This corner?
There you will find the only way of escaping without first going through the main doors, Mr. Bruce.
Secret exit or some such?
No. Just a ventilator.
Ventilator?
Oui. I think we are almost... Oui, here it is.
All I can feel is a curtain.
That is the drape that conceals the bottom part. You must get behind the curtain, Mr. Bruce. You will find it a tight squeeze.
I was thinking much the same.
But you must force your way through. It is the only chance. And hurry, please. I will telephone you as soon as it is safe.
Right. I'll be at Hotel Suite. Bye for now.
Goodbye, Monsieur Bruce, and good luck.
Huh. Well, this will either be Angelo or Fay. Let's see. Carson. Oh, it's you, Fay.
Oui, forgive me. I'm so overcome with relief I am without words. You are all right?
More or less. It was a tight squeeze, you know.
You did not hurt yourself?
No, not at all. Apart from a bedraggled suit, sound as a bell. Been hoping I'd get a ring from you.
It is not possible for me to ring a moment sooner. Oh, my dancing was dreadful, though I was so concerned for you. I think perhaps you are caught in the ventilator.
No. Out in no time. Anyway, the lights. How long were they out?
Oh, for perhaps 3 or 4 minutes after you go.
And what about these enemies of mine who haunt El Rocco?
They are mad with rage. All over their faces it is written.
You didn't suspect you of anything, I trust?
Oh, no.
Howsoever, you'll probably be able to identify them for me now.
Identify?
You know, point them out.
But I do not know one from the other.
Oh. I thought you saw the rage written all over their faces.
You know me, Monsieur Bruce. That is just my silly way of saying things.
Oh, well. Expect that's the reason why I like you.
Of course, Monsieur Bruce. It is so different for you to have the company of someone who is so warm and open.
Different? Divine, you mean?
Ah, Monsieur Bruce, I am longing for to see you again. But I have more dancing to do tonight.
And we'll be seeing each other in the next day or two. Bound to.
Of course. But what of the one with the red hair?
The one with the...
The painter of birds.
Oh, Hetty. Hetty Fitzhenry.
Oui. I hope you will not be wasting any time with that one. She is not for you, Monsieur Bruce.
Wasting time with her? With you around? Perish the thought.
You will need to treat her with what you call firm. She has too much to say, too much opinion. Take my advice, Monsieur Bruce.
Scarcely ignore it.
But now I must go. Soon I dance again. Good night, Monsieur Bruce.
Night, Fay. And thanks. How could a man suspect Fay after she had shown me the emergency exit from El Rocco? How could a man suspect a creature like that at any time? I didn't dwell on Hetty Fitzhenry. She was rapidly becoming an unknown quantity, too. Howsoever, I sat by the phone there in my hotel suite. Angelo was out making inquiries about his master and my Rio contact, Sir Giles Davenport. It was after midnight when he rang.
May I present my apologies for his lateness, Senor Carson?
Don't be silly, old chap. But where are you?
On the outskirts of the city, Senor.
And obviously no sign of Sir Giles as yet.
Unfortunately not. I have already telephoned to his apartment, but there's still no answer.
I've been phoning myself just to check.
I grow more gravely disturbed.
So, there's something very, very wrong.
I'm following certain lines of inquiry. They will occupy me throughout the night.
Anything I can do, Angelo?
No, it is better that I attend to this part of it, Senor. But what took place at El Rocco?
Oh, yes.
I'm most anxious to know.
Well, as you predicted, there was trouble.
I warned you, Senor.
No, don't worry. It wormed way out of it.
You You were able to extract anything from the dancing, senorita?
Oh, yes. She'd been to the apartment.
Then I was indeed right about her perfume. I knew it.
Howsoever, she admitted it.
She did?
So, went there in the first place to find out where I'd gone. In the second place, to find out when due back. In fact, Mr. Giles invited her to drop in again, so it seems.
His Excellency invited her.
So, old boy's been getting in under my neck.
What is that, senor?
Oh, let's pass. Point is, I don't think Fake really has anything to do with Sir Giles' disappearance.
Of course, senor. It is your habit, never, if possible, to think any wrong of the other sex.
Well, after all, old chap, I hate ever having to.
It would be well to look upon her as one who is not our friend.
Dare say it better.
As we must look upon the one with the redness of hair and greenness of the eye.
Oh, Hetty, eh? Don't know how a fella comes to pick such doubtful women. Howsoever, Angelo, I'll let you get on with the job. Where shall I see you?
And perhaps if you do not hear from me before, it would be best that you call at the apartment of His Excellency at the hour of 9 in the morning.
9 or thereabouts. Right, old chap. And good hunting. In spite of all, I, too, am gravely worried about Sir Giles.
Well, I was looking forward to your arrival, senor.
Right on time, Angelo. But what further news?
Nothing yet of His Excellency.
Oh, bad.
Extremely.
You haven't had any sleep, eh?
That is of little consequence. Senor, I will not sleep until he is found.
Now, let's see. Over 12 hours gone, to our knowledge. You know, if he doesn't turn up before day's out, we'll have to inform police. Much and all as I dislike going outside for help when we're on such a secret assignment.
With my knowledge and acquaintances, I believe I can progress equally as swiftly. For instance, I have found out something already that will surprise you, senor.
And that?
The dancing senorita is not the only visitor to His Excellency.
No?
The evening before last, another friend, or shall I say acquaintance of yours, was seen to enter and leave.
Woman?
Indeed.
Couldn't be Hetty. She wasn't back.
The senorita is one of your own nation.
Well, then it's not Helena Jansen.
See, the one who conducts the business of old wares. It surprises you, senor.
So, rocks me, in fact. Old boy's really getting in under my neck. Helena, eh? Now, what the blazes would she be doing here?
It would not be a waste of time to inquire into that, perhaps.
You're dead right, Angelo. She should be opening up that shop for business about now. I'll get down there pronto. You have a rest, old chap. Wait here. I'll be right back. I've said before that it was strange how the cool and collected Helena Jansen kept turning up. What would bring her to Sir Giles's apartment? I thought of many reasons, but the one that Helena gave when I reached her shop in Rua de Uvidor was the least expected.
Really, Mr. Carson, when you drop in, as you say, you do insist upon asking the most surprising questions.
Oh, just a little, something I want to clear up.
Then, if this will help you, I was at Sir Giles' apartment the evening before last.
Alone?
I trust you're not suggesting anything, Mr. Carson?
No. As I said, just a little something.
Quite alone. Alone on each of my visits.
You were there before that?
I was. And what's so extraordinary about it?
A little, unexpected.
After all, Sir Giles did invite me.
Oh, you did, eh?
I thought you might have known why by this.
Oh, no, afraid not.
Then you haven't seen it yet?
No, Miss Jansen, I haven't seen it.
I do hope I'm not speaking out of turn.
Contrary. Making this even more confusing.
I don't care for that attitude, Mr. Carson. Since you goad me into it, I'll tell you. Sir Giles called in here in the first place.
Called in here?
This shop.
Quite. Go ahead.
He wanted to buy a gift for you. Thought I might be able to provide him with a pipe for your famous collection.
Oh, so that's it, huh?
I had a period Spanish pipe. I mentioned it to you, if you recall.
So, I do.
Sir Giles considered that it might be the very thing. However, he was keen to see anything else. I conduct a great deal of my business on a personal, private plane. In other words, I visit the homes of my clients. That's how I came to call upon Sir Giles. I do hope I've been able to clear up a little something.
To a point, yes.
Though I'm still at a loss to know why you aren't aware of it all. Of course, Sir Giles may have something else in mind.
I don't know what he has in mind. You see, I haven't seen him since my bird-watching jaunt inland.
Oh, I took it for granted you had. I'm sorry.
The fact is, old boy's not home.
Not at home, you say?
I'm afraid not.
I'm sure he said he'd be there to greet you.
He wasn't there.
Then where is he?
Rather in the dark about that.
There's nothing wrong, I trust.
Why should there be anything wrong, Miss Jensen?
Why, I don't know. But that's his affair, no doubt. Now, Mr. Carson, if I've been of any help...
You have, sure you.
Then I'd better attend to other things.
Of course. Very much obliged. I'll be getting along.
Ah, Senor, at last you're here. You just miss it, Senor.
Miss what, old chap?
The telephone call. She will not disclose who she is, but she gives me the instructions how His Excellency may be found.
Helping hand at last.
But that voice, Senor...
Yes, Angelo, what of it?
It seems I have heard it before, and therefore I am unable to say whether this is a hand to help or to destroy.
Why so?
The voice was that of an Americano.
You mean Hetty Fitzhenry?
Si, Senor. It is my belief that she is no good friend to our cause.
Helena Jensen was strangely upset all of a sudden when she heard that Sir Giles was absent from his apartment. A call from her would not have surprised me so much, nor from Pecorelli. But Hetty... The ladies were leading us quite a dance in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, starring Barry Cookson, is written by Michael Noonan and produced for Macquarie by Walter Pym.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
Rio looked lovely after the Brazilian wilds, especially since Angelo and I were hopeful that Sir Giles Davenport had fresh leads to help us in our search. But we were dismayed to find that Sir Giles was missing from his Copacabana apartment. We discovered that he'd been visited by two of my acquaintances, Fay Corelli, the French-Italian dancer, and Helena Jensen, the cool beauty who ran an antique shop. He'd been entertaining them, and that in itself was most mysterious. But what made it all the more mysterious was an anonymous phone call from a woman telling Angelo where Sir Giles might be found. As the faithful rogue told me in the Davenport apartment, the woman's voice was familiar to him.
She was quick and to the point. She insisted that the information should be passed on to yourself with all possible haste. It was the voice of the Americano.
Hetty Fitzhenry?
Si, Senor.
Well, then that puts our beauteous bird painter in a different light altogether.
Different light?
Old chap, up to now you've regarded her as the female version of the deadly little piranha fish.
That remains my regard, Senor.
But, man, she's trying to help us.
You think so, Senor?
Naturally. She's given us instructions how Sir Giles may be found.
She says that we must first find this Galveo.
And she also said, didn't she, that Galveo is self-same fellow who commandeered self and Roger Deauville some time back.
Indeed.
Which makes him the same bird who was spying on this apartment last night.
True, Senor.
Right then. We get cracking. Run down, Senor Calveo.
Or run into his hands, perhaps.
Angelo, old chap, you're throwing a lot of cold water, you know.
To me, Senor, this has the markings of a trap.
You can't ignore it, though.
The painter of birds makes herself out to be so light of heart, concerned above all else in engaging you in a romance. That is not the true, Senorita.
I'm not sure of that.
In such matters, Senor Carson, I am rarely mistaken.
Oh, dash it all, old chap. You look askance at all, my lovely ladies.
It is perhaps possible that they all seek your company for no good reason.
Oh, steady now. Think of fella's ego.
What is that, Senor?
Oh, let it pass. They would be blow to think they're interested in me only for their own devious ends. Howsoever, as I said, you cannot ignore this tip. Sir Giles has been missing well over 12 hours to our knowledge. But investigate everything, however slight or suspect.
Leave it to me to inquire into this name, Galveo.
Best you do, I suppose. Yeah, but sleep, old chap. You're way behind.
The question of sleep will not arise until His Excellency is safely returned here to his apartment.
Oh, please yourself. But meanwhile, I could carry out somewhat worthwhile investigation. Interesting to know whether it really was Hetty Fitzhenry who rang.
The voice is Americana, senor. Can there remain any doubt?
I'll put it this way, then. I'll see if I can find out why she rang. I'll try to contact her by phone. See if she can meet me somewhere for coffee. Meanwhile, you find out what you can on Galveo. I had to agree with Angelo. This Galveo tip could be a trap. Anyway, Angelo went off, and I got busy on the phone. Contacted Hetty first try. Said she was just up, and made it magnificently convincing. We agreed to meet an hour later in the city. The cafe was small, intimate, seemed safe enough. Hetty looked radiant.
This is just what I've been praying for, Bruce.
Coffee?
Oh, shucks, no. You showing some interest at last.
At last? Oh, dear me, interested from the first moment I saw you.
Well, in that case, brother, you've been letting some opportunities slip by.
Oh, jungle, scarcely place, you know.
Well, I warned you. It brought out the primitive streak in the old Fitzhenry blood. But what's all this about, honey?
The fact I wanted to meet you?
Yeah. Are we going to hold hands, talk birds, or what?
Well, dear. More coffee?
No, thank you. I'm doing fine. Let's get to the point, huh?
Well, wanted to see you, naturally.
Sure. But I'm still wondering why.
Hetty, when I phoned you an hour or so ago, you said you were just up.
And so I was. After all that traveling, I was kind of weary.
You, hadn't been making any phone calls earlier?
Honey, I just rubbed the sleep out of my eyes.
I see.
Oh, you've gotten all mysterious again. What's it about this time?
Oh, best I come to point.
Oh, I certainly wish you would.
I was under the impression that you'd phoned Sir Giles Davenport's apartment this morning.
I had? Oh, honey, how'd you come by that crazy notion?
Angelo told me.
That lughead. What mischief's he trying to cause this time?
I thought it was you talking to him.
But why the heck would I be wanting to talk to him?
Pass on message to me.
Oh, guess that's the only reason I'd talk to that snooping man Friday. But it'd be short and sour.
It was short anyway, from all accounts.
Honey. Well, I must be calling people up in my sleep. But this message...
Oh, nothing really.
Now, Bruce, remember what I said about your footwork.
Forget it, Hetty. It obviously wasn't you.
I'll swear to it. But I'm mighty concerned.
Now, come now, let's forget.
Oh, no, you don't.
Really, my dear?
Now, don't get me riled, big boy. I tell you, I'm downright concerned. You know why?
Can't imagine.
Well, because I figure somebody's been impersonating me. Either that, or your Angelo is stirring up trouble, like I said.
I won't have that.
Well, someone's trying to impersonate me, and I want to know why.
I can't clear that up, much and all as I'd like to.
Well, how about telling me the message? That ought to help some.
Hetty, you're even lovelier when you're angry.
Oh, go easy on that line, Bruce.
No, but you are. Eyes seem to have fiery specks in the green.
Let go my hand.
Oh, Hetty.
Oh, this isn't fair. I want to know what...
How I really feel about you? All right.
Okay, you big lug. You win. I guess I'm just a sucker for anything you say.
Curious, though. It seemed it wasn't Hetty who phoned the information through, and that set me thinking hard. Helena Jensen had been upset to learn that Sir Giles was missing. Strangely upset. Could it have been her, making herself out to be Hetty, and at the same time making the plot still thicker? Later in the day, when I managed to say farewell to the gorgeous redhead, I put the question to Angelo.
Be well assured, Senor Carson, the voice I heard was that of an Americano.
Not debating that, but could have been someone else disguising voice to sound like an American.
Perhaps.
And that someone could well be Helena Jensen.
You are insistent upon that notion, Senor.
I've got good reason. Helena's usually very calm and collected. Cool even when angry. But she was visibly dismayed when she heard Sir Giles wasn't at home.
And why should it dismay her?
Apparently the old boy said he was eagerly awaiting our return. It's more than a possibility, Angelo. Many times in past I've suspected she's been taking some part in the search for the death ray.
She almost took part in your last mortal act, Senor.
How so?
The crossbow, concealed in the box.
Oh, yes, that. Still not cleared up.
There are many things that remain unclear, especially when the fair senorita is concerned.
So, but we must seriously consider the fact that someone, Helena, perhaps, is trying to help us.
I am of that opinion now, myself, Senor.
Oh, old chap, what have you been finding out?
Much, Senor.
Then what's going on? Keeping it to yourself?
Senor, when you burst into the apartment and start at once to impart your discovery, what opportunity have I?
Oh, of course. Apologies. Floor's yours.
You are aware, Senor, that I have many unusual avenues by way of which to carry out my inquiries.
Yeah, so it seems.
There is a person known in a certain shady section of this city by the name of Galveo.
So you've landed something?
Indeed.
Good. Go ahead.
This Galveo is a person altogether without scruple. Now, if I am to soil my hands, then I take care first that the purpose is at least honorable. That is why, Senor, I am only too willing to kill in order that the secret of this terrible weapon will not fall into the wrong hands. You understand that?
Oh, perfectly, old chap.
But this Galveo is different. He'd sell his very soul to the devil of all devils.
And that's what he's done, eh?
It would appear so.
And the buyers? Discover anything of them?
Unfortunately not. However, it would appear that he is in the service of some people who are engaged in a secret operation. He returns at a late hour, sometimes not at all, to the place of his abode.
Yeah. You know where this place is, by any chance?
I made it my purpose to discover that.
Oh, good again.
It is not a presentable district, Senor. This abode is what you would describe as a shack.
You've seen it?
Indeed I have, Senor. It would present no great difficulty to enter.
Then let's enter, huh? After dark. May lead us to Sir Giles. Hello? Who'll that be phoning?
If it is His Excellency, then perhaps our worries and concerns will not be so heavy.
And best you answer.
Si, Senor, at once. The apartment of His Excellency, Sir Giles Davenport.
His Excellency.
Senor, Americano woman.
Here there.
I am here. Is there any matter upon which I'm able to assist you?
Is old Staccato there?
Old Staccato?
Oh, Bruce Carson.
No, not.
I fear Senor Carson is not here.
You don't sound too sure.
Be well assured that he is not here.
Well, all right, keep your hair on. But I didn't call up to whisper sweet nothings in your ear. Bruce reckoned you'd had a call from me early this morning. Well, I just thought I'd call this time so you could sort of compare this voice with the one you heard. First one certainly wasn't mine.
That is most kind of you, Senorita.
Well, you notice the difference?
If there is any difference, it is a matter which I propose to keep to myself.
She hung up.
Indeed, Senor. Though I did not wish to give the Senorita the satisfaction of knowing it, that voice was altogether different from the first Americano.
Oh, that clears that up. To the point, anyway.
It may be that she seeks information on your whereabouts. And mine, Senor.
Oh, well, let that go for the time being. First, we look over the shack of friend Galveo. Comes dark, you'll be waiting outside while I do the looking over. Seems nothing here, either. Nothing anywhere in the place. Oh, well.
Perhaps I can assist, Senor Carson.
Galveo, where'd you spring from?
This trunk that you are unable to prise open, it is conveniently locked from within. You were expected.
A trap, after all, it seems. Angelo! Angelo!
He is otherwise engaged with an associate of mine. But we meet again, Senor Carson. And as I promised you, under different circumstances.
Galveo's gun glinted under my ribs in the half-light. I could hear Angelo fighting desperately outside. Sir Giles was missing, and it seemed that his servant and I were also going to fall into the hands of our competitors in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
returned from the treacherous backwoods of Brazil, returned to Rio, expecting Sir Giles Davenport to have a fresh lead to help us in our search for the death ray. But Angelo, his servant, suspected the worst from the moment we found Sir Giles missing from his Copacabana apartment. Time passed without any sign of the old boy. Then a mysterious phone call informed us that a certain Galveo could lead us to him. Angelo followed this up, and so we decided to pay the fellow a call. After dark, we approached his shack in a rather unsavory section of the lovely city. Angelo waited outside while I searched the empty shack. We were surprised at the same instant. Galveo had a gun at my ribs. Angelo was grappling with someone outside.
You have disposed of him, Miguel?
He crumples to the ground.
Excellent. Indeed, Senor Carson. As I was foreseeing enough to predict at our last brief meeting, we come together again under different circumstances. For once, the resourceful Angelo is obliged to fail you.
Must be quite a man you have out there.
Miguel is more than competent with his fists, you know. But our presence here was not expected by you,
Obviously not, old chap.
It was indeed fortunate that your Angelo should have such widespread inquiries for one of my name. I have widespread associations. I was warned.
Oh, well, best laid plans, all that sort of thing. But do go easy on the ribs, old chap. That gun's gnawing him rather.
I wish to impress upon you, Senor Carson, that this is an occasion when you will not escape. Some time ago, I took you to a certain place for questioning by some associates of mine. You escaped, though in what manner I am not entirely certain.
Oh, padlock collapsed, you know.
But it was encouraged to collapse by means of an explosive.
That effect, eh?
You know this very well.
Gun, old chap.
You did employ some explosive,
Well, so.
It would be foolhardy to deny that, Senor. The report of the explosion was heard and the padlock was shattered. But where did you procure the explosive?
Thin air, old chap.
Where? Perhaps from one of these strange and colorful pipes that you carry at all times upon your person?
Extraordinary notion.
Nevertheless, Senor, it has come to our ears that these pipes of yours are indeed objects which must not be permitted to remain upon your person. Miguel, the other one. He still does not show any sign of life?
He lies like a dead one, Galveo.
It is well. I am bringing Senor Carson outside in order that there we may relieve him of his pipes. You will walk, Carson.
Through the window?
See. And make no false move. You are valuable to our purposes alive, but it will not be considered a tragedy if you are dead. He stirs, Miguel. You have relieved him of his weapons?
This a knife, Galveo.
Yes, he is coming to life again. We will keep a sharp watch upon him. In the meantime, we will relieve Senor Carson of his pipes. Hand them to us, Senor. And do not play false. You heard my warning.
I would hate to part with pipes, you know. Favorite hobby of mine, collecting them.
We have heard much of your strange hobbies, Senor Carson. These pipes, ancient weapons, the watching of birds, and other things. But hasten to hand them to me.
Oh, well, expect I must. Here's first.
Most interesting. What harm can this perform?
Lovely Swiss job like that. Perform harm? Merely plays melody. Musical box underneath. Starts like...
I will discover that for myself. Here, Miguel, you will hold on to it.
See, Galveo.
Unusual, is it not?
Indeed, indeed.
Even in this half-darkness, Senor Carson, these objects are of great attractiveness. Now, what is this one?
Bavarian. Quite harmless, you know.
That we shall discover. And this?
Afghan origin.
Perhaps this is the one with the spring arrow concealed in the stem.
Who knows?
I will keep this one myself, Miguel.
See.
You have more, Senor?
This is the last one. Call it Gothic pipe. English origin.
And for what purpose is this one used?
Occasional smoke, old chap. Like the rest. However, that completes quota.
Watch him, Miguel.
His eyes flicker, Galveo.
Then we will escort him to the elegant vehicle in which he drove Senor Carson to this neighborhood. By walking him, we will clear his head. We want him sufficiently recovered to drive us to a certain destination. Come.
Not such a very unusual type, this Galveo, for all his threats. Arrogant in triumph, perhaps, but We'd seen him cringe when things were not going his way, though now they were. He prodded me along towards where we'd parked Sir Giles' rolls, and his hulking companion Miguel half carried the faithful Angelo. That crafty rogue was groaning and wailing very lustily, clear signal to me that he was not nearly as weak as he made out. That's why I knew I could depend on him when I gave the signal, though it was a ticklish sort of thing to try.
We have arrived. And what a fine vehicle we have for our purposes.
And these mysterious purposes, old chap?
You will discover in due course, senor. Listen to the weakness of him.
Got quite a battering, seems.
Then he had better hasten to get his clearness back into his head and his strength into his limbs. It is my wish that he should drive this motor car.
Where to, might ask?
To that certain destination.
And will we be meeting Sir Giles Davenport there?
I imagine so, senor. Though to date he has been what you might call stubborn.
Not mishandling the old boy, Tess.
Senor Carson, you are as aware as any of us that the stakes in this game are of the highest. The comfort of an aging man is of no consequence.
It'll go against you, Galvez, if he's mishandled.
It will indeed.
So he is alive after all. It appeared to me that he was a little too eager with his groans and his protests.
Come one hair of the head of His Excellency, my grinning insect, and you will be torn apart.
Brave words, brave Angelo. But you will follow my orders. At once we will enter the car. Miguel?
Si.
Though we desire that this victim of yours should remain alive, do not hesitate to use your gun if he makes the slightest false move. Now.
One moment, Galvez. How long would you say it is since you and your Miguel so conveniently placed my pipes in your pockets?
Why do you ask this?
Oh, because, old chap, when handing him over, I set time for 5 minutes.
Set time?
Small explosive charge, you know. Acid eats through fine wire.
I know. It is every moment of 5 minutes. Quick, out of your pockets with these pipes. Throw them.
Throw is right. Up and at him, Angelo. Too late, Galvez. Best to try another. Having some trouble, Angelo?
Si, senor. I am no match for this one.
Let's see if Galvez's gun will calm him down. Enough, Miguel. Sensible fellow. Balance of power swung back our way.
The good spirits are with us tonight.
So it seems.
But the pipes, they are about to explode.
Senor, have mercy upon me.
Hand the pipes to me, quick. You, Angelo, get the other one out of Galvez's pocket. Best I render them harmless.
At once, senor.
Can't have Galvez meeting a sticky end at this stage. Need him to lead us on to Sir Giles.
Here, Senor Carson, the tree.
And the four from Galvez's pocket.
And hold this gun, Angelo. Keep our Miguel covered.
Indeed.
Now, let's see. That's 1, 2, 3. No, a lot. Safe as baby's rattle.
For a moment my teeth are like a rattle, senor.
They are pipes of devil.
Oh, now, tut. No way to speak of fellows' best friends. Howsoever, Miguel, seems we'll be leaving you behind.
It would not be wise to turn him loose, senor.
Perish thought. He'll be roped to the bed back at the shack. Uncomfortable, perhaps, but we've already been reminded that stakes are high in this game. So get to it, Angelo. Then we'll bring this other fellow back to the land of the living, pile aboard the rolls, and off to Sir Giles. Good thing that neither Galvez nor Miguel suspected I was claiming more for pipes than they could do. Fortunate notion. I did nothing to deny it, as Galvez came to again and gave us the directions to the lonely neighborhood where Sir Giles was being held. Another ancient watch house. We left the car and proceeded on foot. Galvez had a pipe shoved into his pocket, and I let him believe that it had been set for 10 minutes. It kept him moving.
Stop, sinners.
What now?
We are almost upon it.
Senor Carson, you will observe in the faintness of the moon the shape of the ancient watch house?
Sir.
I have not played you false, senor.
You're certain Sir Giles is here?
Indeed.
And alone?
I have explained, Senor Carson. The arrangement was for me to meet the others with you, and then you would be escorted here and together put under questioning.
And you still insist you don't know who you're working for?
The principals remain far in the background, Senor.
He lies, Senor Carson.
Gentlemen, the time is quick to pass. In my pocket.
The pipe will remain there until we have found His Excellency to be safe and rescued him.
That is him.
His Excellency is in pain, Senor Carson.
Right, let's get over to him. Carson, Sir Giles. Can't shift the padlock on this iron grill. How are you?
Apart from being chained to this wall and somewhat weary in this abominable place, Not so badly, old man.
Excellency, they have not been subjecting you to wrong handling?
A trifle ungentle.
For this insect, Galveo, you will...
No time for that now, Angelo. Must get the Giles free.
But the huge padlock.
Not much chance of budging it.
But one of these exploding pipes, perhaps.
No good for this purpose.
Carson, listen to me.
Go ahead, sir.
It seems you're going to have trouble getting me out. So it's best you know this. The information I promised you...
Yes?
One of your scientists is here in Rio. A consulting engineer, Scott.
Scott? One of the scientists?
Yes, the information's beyond question, old man. Find a Scottish consulting engineer and you'll have your second scientist.
Right. But we must get you out. And there, Galveo must play us true once again. I want the keys to this place. Where can we get them?
Senor, please,
In less than a
Senor.
minute, that pipe in your pocket may explode. About time you opened up. Where are the keys? Who's behind all this? Come along.
Senor, the person behind this is perhaps someone...
Yes.
Someone well known to you. It is...
Senor,
what?
In his chest.
Narrow. I've got him before he falls.
Whoever it was, Senor.
I know, making a swift getaway. Galveo.
Senor, he does not answer.
Doubt very much if he ever will. Makes it even more difficult now to rescue Sir Giles. It was an ugly arrow, of the type we'd seen on our jaunt into the backwoods. Galveo seemed to be breathing his last. A stout iron door separated us from Sir Giles. He'd given me a valuable clue, but even so I'd be lost without his help in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
Six European scientists had come to South America with various parts of the secret of a death ray. With the faithful Angelo, servant to my Rio contact Sir Giles Davenport, I ran down one of them only to find that a mysterious Chaco, himself one of the scientists, had beaten me to this portion of the secret. Back in Rio, Sir Giles had a valuable lead on another scientist, but the circumstances under which he passed this on were anything but cheerful. He was in chains against the wall of an ancient watch house. The iron-grilled door had a heavy chain and padlock. It seemed that the only chance we had of rescuing the old boy was to force our cringing captive Galveo to tell us who he was working for. He was about to speak when an arrow struck him in the chest. Galveo lay still and limp on the ground.
His pulse is faint. He is as good as dead, Senor Carson.
Pity, Angelo.
Pity? Is not this a fitting fate for the shadow of an insect?
Perhaps, but through him I did hope to get hold of keys and release Sir Giles.
Carson, old man, the fellow who fired the arrow, where...
Made off through the underbrush, Sir Giles. Didn't spot him.
A beastly crowd we're mixed up with. But you must make good your own getaway.
Not without you, sir.
Man alive, you've no chance of getting me out of here. And it's much more vital that you should remain free to continue this mission of yours. You have my latest information.
And highly tantalizing. This second scientist's a consulting engineer, Scott.
Indeed. Find him, Carson. Beat these other blighters to the secret.
Excellency, we cannot abandon you. Already you have been a victim of torture.
They haven't expected anything from me. And when they come back again, they'll not fare any better.
When they come back again, you must not be here. Senor Carson, I will not abandon His Excellency. Is there not some way to... Oh, you are taking that pipe from the pocket of the dying insect.
So?
Leave it with him. Let it explode against his heart.
This pipe? Don't you recognize it?
But to make it out in the darkness, it is best that I take hold of it for a moment. Of course. It is the very same pipe you are using when first we become acquainted.
So, using it to force a way into Sir Giles' Copacabana apartment. virtually a skeleton key.
My dear Carson, you really must go. These devils seem to drop in upon me at the most unexpected hours.
A risk we must take, sir. I've reasonable chance of picking this lock. Keep fingers crossed, Angelo. Here goes. Getting somewhere this time, I think.
Ah, Senor, already you say that many scores of times.
Patience, Angelo.
Really, Carson, it's no use. If you are caught again, it'll wreck everything.
Hold it, Cigars. This looks like... Got it.
Oh, the spirits are with us again.
Now pull the chain away. Now to swing back grill door. Right, Angelo, let's inside.
Indeed.
Have you free in a jiffy, Sir Giles?
If you'll strike a match and so illuminate this dreadful gloom, you will see that you've quite a task ahead yet.
Let's see. Matches. Here we are.
Excellency!
You see what I mean? Job for that skeleton key on either wrist.
It is not so much that at which I gasp, Excellency. Upon your face there is dry blood.
That, is part of the persuasion.
Father, shadows. In my veins there is the blood of the savage, and in my mind there is knowledge of their dark practices. These I will inflict upon those who have ill-treated you, Excellency.
Now take it easy, Angelo. Let's get to work on these small locks.
Carson, every moment that you wait brings great peril to our cause.
Oh, these are easy enough, sir. Now, there's one.
Oh, splendid.
Now for the other.
Now, I must remember not to poke fun at your jolly old pipes again, Carson.
Man's best friend, as I tried to tell you. I think this time... Yes, got it.
Excellency, permit me to assist you.
I fear I'm a little shaky.
We must get you to the car without further delay.
But what about our unfortunate friend outside?
We leave him to rot.
Really, Angelo, I don't altogether like this primitive streak.
Howsoever, Sir Giles, we've no alternative. Must get out of this locality with all due haste. You take one side, Angelo, I'll take the other.
Si, I follow.
And let's go. Angelo drove back into the city as if all his primitive dark spirits were riding on the elegant bumper bar of our silver ghost. We took the old boy up to his apartment, bathed him, put him to bed. He tried to tell us what had happened when Angelo and I were out of town tracking down our first scientist, but he could not fight back sleep. So we had everything out next morning.
Have no fear, Carson. I dare so, and I'll be in tip-top form. There's nothing like a little excitement to tone up the body muscles.
It seems yours got rather severe toning up there, sir.
Yes, perhaps.
Now, Excellency, you give me a full description of these tormentors. I will search them out and destroy them.
Sorry, Angelo, but they were masked for the most part, well out of the range of my sight. The actual persuasion was done by this Galveo fellow.
Oh, then he deserved 1,000 arrows in his chest.
However, in the background, I did detect an English accent.
Oh, recognize it, Sir Giles?
No, it's only a word or two. Though it matches up with some of our earlier information, and that one of the agents working against us was also a Britisher.
And perhaps I might suggest who that person was. With all due respect to yourself, Excellency, and Senor Carson.
Oh, shoot out, Jack.
It is the friend of the red-headed painter of birds, who I also do not trust.
Friend to Hetty Fitzhenry. You mean Roger Deauville?
Si.
How does that strike you, Sir Giles?
Well, I've never met this Deauville fellow. And another thing, wasn't he a school chum of yours?
Yeah, of course. Type of fellow who wouldn't have a great number of scruples, despite charms, huh? Yes, we'll bear him in mind.
It would be wise, Senor.
Yeah, but to clear up a few points. The circumstances under which they got hands on you, sir.
As I explained, I was taking a rest out on the balcony. Thought I heard someone moving about inside, then found myself face to face with unwelcome guests.
They had key to the apartment?
They did.
Any idea how they laid hands on it?
None whatsoever. Anyhow, I must have the locks changed without delay.
Make note of that. Yeah, but to fill out general picture, in course of trying to locate you, Sir Giles, both Angelo and I are greatly surprised to learn that you'd been getting in under my neck, as I put it.
Getting in under your neck?
Entertaining my glorious dancer friend, Faye.
Oh, yes, Mademoiselle Corelli.
And Helena Jensen.
Sorry if I put your nose out of joint, old man.
Oh, only joking, sir.
Yes, of course. But much and all as I like the company of the opposite sex, in particular these slashers you come upon, Carson, it was all in the nature of an investigation. You see, we never cleared up whether it was Mademoiselle Corelli or Miss Jensen who doctored those cocktails over in your hotel suite.
Oh, very true, sir.
And when your dancer friend called here to inquire where you've gone, I asked her back, prepared a cocktail, and gave her ample chance to doctor it.
Did she?
No. Then I thought of the aloof young lady with the antique shop in the Rue des Ouvidors. called upon her with the idea of purchasing that pipe you found.
Oh, very fine, too, Sir Giles. Go well in collection.
Yes, not the lethal variety you seem to favour, eh? However, she called here with a selection. It does business that way. Gave her ample opportunity, too, with the cocktails.
Not touched, either?
No.
Didn't leave the keys lying around, by any chance?
Well, as a rule, I drop them on that occasional table in the hall.
Precisely where I found traces of wax.
Wax?
Taking impressions, keys, and such like.
So you're suggesting... What incredible. Here I was thinking two most charming creatures.
Well, that is. Seems either Fay or Helena took wax impression of key. But, press on. Any special reason why you were abducted from here?
Indeed. There was call for them to intensify their operations. They might have wind of the fact that one of our men is in Rio at present. Major Dent.
Aubrey Dent?
Yes.
Rio? So that's where our new lead on the scientists came from.
Exactly. He is here under the guise of a brief holiday visit. As a matter of fact, he'll be wondering what the blazes has happened to me. But well, it's too much of a coincidence to expect Dent.
Oh, don't disturb yourself, sir. I'll take it. Hello?
Oh, Monsieur Bruce, I find you.
Fay, pleasant surprise.
You have taken over the apartment of the charming nobleman, perhaps?
Oh, no. Sir Giles, right-handed.
Oh, then I tell you why I telephone. I am no longer dancing at El Orco.
No longer?
No, fed up with all the loud dresses. I dance from tonight at Branca Tulipa. It is so much more nicer. Oh, please, Monsieur Bruce, you will come tonight?
Well, Fay, I don't know. I'll do best.
Oh, for me, please. But, Monsieur Bruce, what have you been doing? I cannot get you at the hotel.
Well, I'll tell you about that tonight, eh?
Then you will come?
So?
Oh, you make me so very happy. Tonight I do divine dancing for you. Goodbye, Monsieur Bruce.
Bye now.
And what was that in aid of, Carson?
Oh, just social call.
Or was she checking up to find out whether I'm back? Anyway, we'll get in touch with Aubrey Dent.
Sir Giles phoned Major Dent, and he came up to the apartment. Short fellow, about 35, though older in manner, with serious, business-like air. Angelo had slipped out to inquire about a consulting engineer who was also a Scot. So just the three of us sat around. Dent had some interesting information.
You can expect trouble from many quarters, Bruce. You see, there's a freelance group of international agents already seeking bids for the death ray.
Already?
Don't fret, they haven't got it yet.
I see.
We know there's a major continental power out here, but there may be a third group, even a fourth.
Well, that would account for the multitude of annoyances.
Anyway, in the course of my alleged holiday, I thought I might check on the various suspects.
That's a very good idea.
Yes, very good idea indeed. In fact, it is splendid. Now, let's see. Let's go through them. There's Mademoiselle Corelli, Miss Helena Jensen, that other woman, the American bird painter, Miss Fitzhenry, and then, of course, there's that Roger Deauville character.
Yes, Sir Giles. Yes, that'll keep us busy while Angelo's on that other lead. It's possible that Aubrey might know one of these four suspects by sight. Disturbing news, though. If there were 3 or 4 different groups, the field was indeed crowded. But Dent was going to look over my acquaintances. That might well sort out the friends and the foes in the grim game of Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, written by Michael Noonan and produced by Walter Pym for Artranza.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
Major Aubrey Dent had dropped in from London. To all intents and purposes, he was on holiday in Rio de Janeiro, just as I was there as the representative for a British meat importing firm. With him, he brought the information that one of the 6 scientists who originally shared the secret of the death ray was in Rio, a consulting engineer, a Scot. Angelo, Sir Giles Davenport's servant, was already out following up that lead. Meanwhile, at Sir Giles' apartment, Aubrey Dent and I had finalized the arrangements of what was to be a general check-up on all those suspected of working against us. Though it was almost heinous to suspect creatures like Fay Corelli, Hetty Fitzhenry, and Helena Jansen.
Everything set, Carson?
More or less, Sir Giles. First, we have lunch with Hetty Fitzhenry.
Ah, yes, the American bird painter. Hasn't been my luck to meet the young lady, Dent, but from the way I noticed Carson cooing into the phone, I take it that she has something more than dazzling red hair. Yes, but the names don't ring a bell?
I'm afraid not, Sir Giles. As I said, I have a good memory for faces, and I've seen many of the known agents, although quite a few only from a distance.
Well, old man, I can assure you that if you've ever seen either Mademoiselle Corelli or Miss Jensen, our other 2 feminine suspects, you'll remember instantly where. They really are stunners. Could even imagine Carson selling out the whole show to them.
Oh, perish the thought, sir.
But what about this Deauville fellow?
Oh, meeting him later in the day. Quiet place for a drink.
Mademoiselle Corelli at night?
So, at the White Tulip. To be hoped it really is a cut of our Vale Rocco.
It didn't say why she switched, did she?
Mentioned that the loud dressers were getting her down.
You know, old chap, I feel that she must be dash clever to be so constantly alluring.
Odd that you should say that. Only thinking a while back that Helena Jansen must be clever in her way, too. Keeping up that rather icy front. Not quite so convincing at times.
That's the thing, Carson. What arrangements have you made to see her?
Oh, intend drifting into that antique shop of hers in the Rue de Ouvidor. Aubrey, being the wide-eyed tourist that he is, he'll need some special curio to take back.
My eyes get wider and wider when I hear what's been going on here.
We've had quite a time, I tell you.
Yes, so it seems. But, Bruce, didn't you say you suspected this Jansen woman was behind the tip-off that enabled you to rescue Sir Giles?
I'm almost certain. Angelo received a call telling us to find Galveo. That would lead us on to Sir Giles.
Which it most fortunately did.
The voice was American. That wasn't Hetty Fitzhenry. I believe it was Helena trying to sound like Hetty.
Oh, what brings you to that?
Shortly before this mysterious phone call came through, I had been to see Helena. She's normally very calm and collected, but she seemed greatly disturbed when I let it be known that Sir Giles was missing.
Makes it interesting. Anyway, how soon do we start?
Might as well get along now. Don't like leaving you, Sir Giles.
Good heavens, Carson, I'm a grown man.
But you have had rather a grueling time.
I'll rest here by the phone. I'm hoping Angelo won't be too long in coming to light with something. But I would never have imagined one of our scientists to be a Scot.
Odd, that. Howsoever, shall we...
Ready when you are, Bruce.
Right. First, we look over Hetty.
Well, good luck to you both. And do give me a tinkle if anything comes to light.
Well, it's been a darn good lunch, Bruce. Better than eating along that jungle trail with those sweet little man-eating piranha fish waiting in the streams, huh?
So, Hetty.
So, that always gets me, you old staccato fox.
Fox? Me?
Oh, well, no need to mutter to that monstrous pipe you're chewing. You are a fox, and you know it.
How so?
How so? Listen, Aubrey. I can call you Aubrey?
Oh, surely.
This Carson character must be getting scared of me when he brings you along for protection.
Scared? Why should I be selfish and keep you to myself when other chappies, the likes of Aubrey, are dying to meet and admire you?
There's a bit of blarney about this Carson character at times. But let him take good warning that I'm a mighty determined type, and I'll get you alone. Oh, it's that wild Fitzhenry blood tingling again. Oh, quit looking at that wristwatch.
Well, hate to appear rude or such like, but...
Oh, I know. You're taking your tourist buddy along to meet the great Deauville. Well, don't let him talk you into any strange journeys.
How's that?
You know, him being in that travel agency, always on the job for clients. But don't get the fidgets. I'll just check the war paint and bonnet, and then we'll be off. It's been really grand meeting you, Aubrey.
No, Carson, no question about it. I've never seen Miss Fitzhenry, nor have I heard about her.
Strange things happened on that so-called bird-watching expedition when she decided to come along.
You were saying, though she's strong-willed.
Say that again.
Well, it's difficult to imagine her as a painter of birds.
It is rather at times. But she can paint them, old chap. Quite dazzling. Nose of feathers. Here's our next bird coming now.
Well, Devil.
Sir.
Ah, there you are, old boy. Haven't been waiting too long, I hope.
Oh, time's nothing when you're in holiday mood. I've called off work on Aubrey's behalf, but... Oh, introductions. Aubrey Dent, Roger Deville.
How do you do?
How do you do? Been in Rio before?
First time.
Not here for long?
It's only a short visit. Can't get away from my London rabbit warren for too long.
You really should make a sweeping tour of Latin America.
Hetty warned us about that. Said you'd try to sell us a round-the-world ticket or something.
I'll wring her lovely neck if she just doesn't watch out. But will you excuse me just a second? I must call the office.
Oh, go right ahead. But what do you have?
Oh, line me up a scotch, old chap. I'll be right back.
Good. Well, Aubrey?
Sorry, Bruce. Can't place him.
2 blanks. Oh, well, better luck perhaps with Helena Jensen. Another scotch, if you don't mind. Thanks. We spent quite some time with Roger Deville. The fellow was very sure of himself. I wasn't altogether sure that I'd grown out of a faint disliking of him that dated back to school days in England. We parted company with the usual arrangements to meet again. Then we wandered down the Rua de Uvidor. Drew a blank of a different sort. Helena was out for the day. So, next call was much later, at Blanca Tulipa, the white tulip.
Monsieur Bruce, seeing that you have arrived, I give the inspired dance.
Always is, my dear. But Aubrey's got a day or two in this lovely city. Couldn't allow him to miss its loveliest attraction.
You make my blood dance, Monsieur Bruce.
I suffer from the same complaint myself when you're around.
Monsieur Aubrey, you know Monsieur Bruce in London?
Huh? Oh, yes.
How long for?
Oh, 7 or 8 years.
You have the same business?
Same
meat importing, old chap.
Oh, there. Yes, I fear so.
I cannot imagine Monsieur Bruce in that kind of job, especially when he is so gay and such a magnet for the most mysterious sort of trouble.
Oh, nothing out of the ordinary.
Oh, but Monsieur Bruce, such things happen to you. I often lie awake at night puzzling. What is all the reason for it? But I suppose I must go and prepare myself for the dance. Though I have the new costume here, there is so very little to prepare.
Well, dear say, could make some comment. Howsoever, we shall be watching, enraptured as usual.
I hope Monsieur Aubrey will not be disappointed.
I feel quite certain I won't.
Then I go. But straight after the dance, I come back.
Ah, me. Lovely creature.
I must hand that to you, Bruce. But as for seeing her before...
Well?
No.
Never set eyes on this one either.
Never. As Sir Giles said, one couldn't forget.
Oh, well, we'll make a night of it here and see what the morrow holds with the fair Helena.
There you are, Mr. Dent.
Oh, thank you.
I'm so pleased I've been able to provide you with something suitable, and I feel sure your wife will be most contented with the bracelet. It's one of the loveliest pieces I've ever had in the shop.
Oh, so? Thought so myself.
You're a man of many parts, Mr. Carson.
How so?
Pipes, ancient weapons, birds, even an authority on period jewelry.
Oh, just take an interest in general.
Well, I must thank you for taking this interest in me.
How do you mean?
By bringing in such a generous customer as Mr. Dent. How else would I mean?
Oh, yes, follow now. Doubted me.
There's nothing else I can do for you, is there, gentlemen?
No, Miss Jansen. We depart 2 satisfied customers. On our way, old chap.
Right.
Let me show you to the door.
No, thank you.
And do have a good trip back to England, Mr. Dent.
Oh, thank you. Very nice of you.
And, of course, I'll be seeing you again, Mr. Carson.
I imagine so, but cheers for the present.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Jansen.
Well, Aubrey?
Struck oil this time.
So?
Where can we sit down and talk it over?
Cool place handy. Follow me. We tried to saunter through the gay and busy crowds that endlessly throng such small thoroughfares. I was in a ferment of suspense. Of course, all along I'd reason to suspect Helena, yet I was now aware that there was a growing hope within me that she might be proved a friend. There was a big shock awaiting me when at last Aubrey Dent and I found a cool corner to sip our cool drinks and talk things over.
Yes, Bruce, one swift glance was quite enough.
Yes, rather sensed that. But who does she belong to?
I can only surmise who she's with at the moment. It'll undoubtedly surprise you to hear that 5 or 6 years ago she was working in Europe with us.
Great heavens.
As a British agent, Bruce.
Then that may account why she went out of her way to help us locate Sir Giles.
That's very much open to doubt. You see, we dropped her after we discovered she'd been double-dealing.
Helena double-dealing?
Yeah, I know. The one impression you get from that woman, it's that she's quite straight.
Exactly.
But she was double-dealing. And the other crowd might well be described as the least honourable and most ruthless bunch in the international field.
Quite a blow.
Yes, be warned.
Of course. Well, best we hasten back to Sir Giles' apartment. Dare say this will come as something of a shock to him, too.
It is, Carson, it is indeed. However, in this game, one should never be surprised.
Understood, Sir Giles, but double-dealing hardly seems the type.
The history of espionage is studied, or should I say pockmarked, with similar situations.
And there's no question about this woman. Actually, I was on the European assignment to watch her, south of France.
Oh, don't doubt you for one moment, Aubrey, old chap. It's still a great surprise.
Well, gentlemen, in the case of Miss Jensen, we are forewarned. But to news more favourable to us. The stout Angelo has been anything but idle.
He's got something on our Scot.
Indeed. Has his city address, floor of building, precise position of his office.
What's so funny, Sir Giles?
He's all very odd, Carson. We're told he's a Scot, yet his name is Zarowski.
Zarowski? Well, that's more in line with what we were expecting of our scientists.
Indeed. And you take it from there. Though I rather fancy you're due to meet an odd bird this time. A Scot with a name like Zarowski.
Time we had something to amuse us in the grim and shadowy struggle. It was not amusing to learn about Helena Jensen, and friend Zarowski was not doomed to play any light-hearted part in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
Aubrey Dent's short visit from London had been helpful in 2 respects. First, he'd informed us that Helena Jensen, of the graceful blonde beauty, had been a British agent, though dropped because of double dealings with the shadiest bunch in the entire espionage field. Also, he'd furnished us with a clue that was to lead us onto another of the 6 scientists who shared the dread secret of the death ray. Strangely enough, he was a Scot, though his name was Zarowski. Angelo, Sir Giles Davenport's servant, checked on him. He was a consulting engineer in Rio, as Aubrey had said. Angelo returned to Sir Giles' flat with so much information that this appeared to be one of the easier tasks so far in our search.
Well, there you are, Carson. Address of our Scottish pole, floor and precise locale of his office.
Oh, nice work, Angelo.
A routine investigation, Senor.
You know, old chap, you certainly are a champ at ferreting out this sort of stuff.
No, it presents little difficulty. A relative was able to assist.
A relative? Is this a leg pull or some such, Sir Giles?
Anything but, Carson, anything but.
Why laugh, might I ask?
Well, I was merely thinking to myself that you hadn't come up against the relative business yet. There are times when I feel this rogue of mine must have cousins and nephews planted on every street corner in Rio. You see, old man, in this building where your Zarowski bird has his offices, Angelo has,
cousin, Senor. He is one of the cleaners.
Cleaner, yes, that's it.
Oh, I see. I catch on now.
You'll no doubt hear quite a lot about our relatives as time goes on. However, now that we've said farewell to Major Dent for the time being, I suppose you'll be getting busy, Carson.
Yeah, so, Sir Giles.
Well, then, anything more you want from Angelo?
Oh, it seems to have given me all necessary. He's a quiet man, so your cousin says, Angelo.
Si, Senor, one of orderly habits. He is a man of excellent manners and unfailing cheerfulness. He has a plump wife and a number of small children.
Quite a contrast to that other fellow you contacted, way back of the beyond.
Dr. Diaz. Yeah, it seems so. Let's hope this Zarowski's more help to us than that ailing madman. Yes, but I'm wondering...
What, old man? Come along, out with it.
There's more than a chance that our rival agents have already been at him.
Did you pick up anything on that, Angelo?
No, nothing, Excellency.
That is something we must take into serious consideration.
I most wholeheartedly agree.
If I could make my contact with him through ordinary business channels, it might be a shortcut to get at his information.
Steady on, Carson. How through ordinary business channels?
I explain. He's a consulting engineer specializing in factory construction.
That's right. Angelo said something to that effect.
My relative informs me that he has many fine buildings to his credit.
More than likely he was concerned with the erecting of the plant for this devilish ray thing.
Possibly, sir.
But I cut in there. Do go on.
Well, Sir Giles, I'm with a meat importing firm.
Well, where the blazes does the business connection come in?
We've a large plant here. Cool storage.
Yes. Yes, I get it now.
Matter of fact, we are considering more freezing space. My time behind office desks has been brief, but I did gather that.
The more I think of it, the sounder it seems. You could be getting opinions on expansion on behalf of the parent company in London.
So?
Give you quite a chance to get acquainted with him, too. Well, it's up to you, Carson.
I'll make the necessary arrangements. Take him out to the storage plant and look it over. The freezer might be a trifle on the chilly side, but very handy place for quiet and uninterrupted powwow.
Splendid. Nerves not the best yet, it seems.
You want me to answer it, Sir Giles?
You might as well. Beginning to wonder whether this is your apartment or mine.
Hello?
Wonderful. I get you again.
Yeah? Faye?
You do not know my voice? You have other friends with the same accent, perhaps.
Oh, there's only one voice like yours, my dear.
All the same. Sometimes I wonder whether you just trail me along.
Now, what's the back of all this?
It seems you give other women the cause to let their hearts keep fluttering.
Something has been happening. Anything wrong, Sir Giles?
Just a trifle amused.
Monsieur Bruce?
Do go ahead, old man. Otherwise, to borrow a word, you're going to cop it.
Thanks.
Monsieur Bruce?
Yes, Faye.
Who you talk to? Me upon the telephone and someone else at the other end?
Oh, momentary interruption. Go ahead.
It is not nice. Not when I have something of great importance to tell you.
Oh, apologies, my dear. What is it?
A certain person has designs upon you.
Wouldn't be first.
Are you listening, Monsieur Bruce?
Oh, yes, both ears. Almost.
Then I'll not tell you.
Oh, but Faye, you said you had...
I know. Something of great importance. Well, if it is your wish to discover all about it, tonight I will be at Branca Tulipa. Perhaps I'll talk to you, only perhaps.
Faye...
To quote a phrase, Carson, she did her block.
Thanks to you, sir.
You young fellows get all the fun. A little leg-pulling such as this is about all I get. No doubt she'll be going to this new cabaret place where she's dancing.
So?
Well, all jokes apart, Carson, that dear child always struck me as being an excellent actress. Make sure the little scene at the other end of the wire wasn't especially staged to lure you into another web.
Oh, hardly think so, sir.
In this game, old man, you must always be on your guard. Indeed, there are times when I even suspect Angelo.
Oh, Excellency.
Merely of having a few lady loves tucked away with the so-called relatives. Anyway, Carson, you've a job or two ahead. Best of luck.
One marvelous thing about Sir Giles, he could be light-hearted in even the deadliest crisis. In fact, I came to believe that he took a real delight in our undercover activities. Anyway, I contacted Anton Zarowski and spoke to a man with an unmistakable Scots accent. It was highly intriguing. Next day, he was to meet me at the freezing plant. Meanwhile, I decided to call upon the ravishing French-Italian Faye Corelli at the White Tulip.
Monsieur Bruce, please understand that I am not yet decided whether I speak to you.
You're sitting down at the table, my dear.
Perhaps.
Faye, about today earlier,
You not just take my hand and hold it and think you win me over.
Then I get down on my knees.
No, please, Monsieur Bruce, not here.
Why not?
It perhaps looks a little silly. And the management, they will ask what strange kind of gentlemen's friends I have.
Oh, only trying to tell you how sorry I am for any upset.
Oh, you're forgiven, Monsieur Bruce.
Weight off my mind.
You're worried?
Oh, was. Terrible thought to have you angry with me.
No. I am not the tiniest little bit angry. I am worried for you. As I tell you over the telephone, there is someone who has designs upon you.
Now, who could that be?
The one with the red hair.
Hetty Fitzhenry?
Oui. Oh, what a silly name.
You've been seeing her, some such?
I see her, Monsieur Bruce, and I also hear her.
Where's all this?
In this place, last night.
Hetty was here last night?
Oui, with Monsieur Roger.
Strange, they didn't say they were coming. Oh, but go on.
I can see the sharp look in the eyes of this Hetty. She does not like me.
Feelings mutual, it seems. Howsoever...
I speak to one of the waiters, and he say that she boasts that I cannot hold you.
Oh, I see.
What are my legs and a few steps of a dance against her wonderful personality and her talent with the painting of birds? I am so enraged, Monsieur Bruce, that I walk right around and get close behind the column near to that table so I can hear. She is making the great boast to Monsieur Roger about what she is going to do to you.
Interesting.
She is going to lure you somewhere.
Lure me?
Oui, to some place. And then you are going to swoon at her feet. Oh, she is a great boaster, Monsieur Bruce. I do not like to tell tales, but then I am so frank and open that I cannot help it.
Oh, steady now. What's this?
I am so worked up. I feel like cry.
Now.
I only tell you because I wish to protect you, and I am so very fond of you. Promise, Monsieur Bruce. Promise that you will not allow her to lure you into anything.
Well, all right.
Think of her red hair as the signal of danger. And think of me as someone you can trust and love.
All the same, I still had Sir Giles' warning at the back of my mind. Why was Faye so anxious for me to steer clear of Hetty? Perhaps she knew something more about my bird painter friend than she was letting on. Anyway, I stayed on at the White Tulip, then back to my hotel suite in readiness for meeting Anton Zurovsky next day. Had ample opportunity to study him as I showed him through the plant. He was short, early 50s, well-fed, ruddy. Now, there was something curious about the way he spoke.
Indeed, Mr. Carson, even after the short inspection, it is evident to me that widespread modernizing is essential.
Well, then, if interested, conduct more detailed survey.
Oh, that would be most essential.
Anyway, in here, empty freezer. Like you to see it.
Of course, I am most interested.
Massive doors, these. That's got it. Hey, after you, Mr. Zurovsky.
Thank you.
Hey, this is a fairly old-style freezer.
So I see.
Rather chilly, eh? Change from outside.
It is the heat that I much prefer.
I see. You're one of those chappies who decided he'd had enough of Scotland's cold and left.
I am not a Scot, Mr. Carson. I am Polish.
Yeah, but you speak...
I know. I speak English with something of a Scots accent. The answer is simple. When I commenced my training in the world of science and engineering, I went from Poland to Scotland.
Oh, I see. That explains so much.
Explains?
I expected you to be a European of some kind.
Now I understand, indeed. It seems so very strange, this consultation. It is a trap. You are another of them.
My purpose, Mr. Zurovsky, is an honorable one.
Honorable? They all say the same. Even Chaco.
Chaco? So, we hear it again.
And that is all you will hear from these lips of mine, Mr. Spy. Now, let me... The door!
Great heavens, who did that?
Who did that? As if you did not know. This is all part of the trick to force something out of me. But I will not speak. Never.
Now, steady on. Someone else has shut that door. Locked us in this freezer. The idea being, no doubt, that neither you nor I will ever speak again. The moment Zurovsky realized what I was after, he was ready to fight like a cornered dog. But we were both cornered, trapped in a freezer. In the midst of Rio's heat, this seemed an icy end to our hopes in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
Once again I'd heard the name Chaco, this time from Anton Zarowski, the Polish scientist who had learnt to speak English in Scotland. He was leading a well-ordered life as a consulting engineer in Rio when we ran him to earth. I took advantage of my alleged business position with the meat company in order to look him over. Called him out to our Rio cold storage plant to discuss expansion. We were alone in an empty freezer and all was going well until Zarowski suddenly suspected what I was after. He panicked, but it was impossible to escape. Neither of us could. Someone had clamped the door shut and we were trapped in a huge icebox.
No, Mr. Carson, I refuse to believe that this is not a trick to get information out of me. But you will hear nothing. Nothing.
Oh, easy, old chap. We're in the same boat. Freezer, rather.
No, the tricks do not convince me. I have had dealings enough with your kind. Spy.
Oh, steady, old chap. Don't quite care for the spy. Howsoever, let me hasten to point out that I'm as much victim of the situation as yourself. Someone obviously wants us both trapped inside here.
Until you force me to speak, then let there be no misunderstanding. I know what you seek. I will not talk. I have washed my hands of it all. This is a new life for me. I have a business which now prospers. I have a good wife, a young family. No dealings I have with any of your kind, for fear that I lose all.
Scarcely time to point this out, caught in this confounded cold as we are, but must. If the secret of this death ray falls into the wrong hands, what then of your business, family?
For all you know, Mr. Carson, it may already be in wrong hands.
Chaco's?
What is it that you know of Chaco?
You let the name drop yourself, old chap, in the first few heated moments.
It is a hateful name.
He was one of the 6 surviving scientists who arrived from Europe. Am I right?
I told you, Mr. Carson, I will not speak.
Yeah, this Chaco seems to have some hold, eh?
He has no hold on me.
No?
I have parted from his kind for all time. Cannot I convince you of that?
Perhaps. But you were working on a certain aspect of this death ray.
I will not answer that.
Nevertheless, you were. Your specialty was plant construction.
Who told you that?
Shot in dark. Howsoever,
It is true, then, that I was engaged in the planning of the plant. Vitally important to such a project. But I have no plans or documents in my possession now, and I have tried my hardest to eradicate all the details from my memory. Try to understand that I am a peace-loving man, a family man.
I hate to disrupt your family life, old chap, but many, many families are involved in this great issue. In the wrong hands, death ray could cause frightful slaughter and misery.
Need you tell me that, when I have worked upon it?
I'm merely trying to appeal to the better side of your nature.
Have I not explained so? The plans, the documents, I no longer have them.
You destroyed them?
No, and they are not destroyed. Perhaps it is best that I tell you this much. Chaco has them.
I see. Your part, too.
From that I understand that you have already come upon another of my former colleagues.
Not Chaco.
I imagine that he will be most elusive. But who?
Dr. Diaz.
The one who claims to be the greatest scientist in the world. The crazy fool. But where did Chaco catch up with him?
Well, living back of beyond, native village.
How like him?
But Chaco, where can he be found?
I have no idea of that. Indeed, even if I knew, I would not disclose it to a living soul.
Not even at price?
So that is why all this is arranged. To try your bribery. Well, let me tell you, Carson, this cold is already more than uncomfortable. You are wasting your time.
Believe me, we're both trapped in here.
It is strange, is it not, that you should be so eager to extract from me all that I know?
I must do something to keep circulation going.
A smooth one indeed. But I cannot be involved. If Chaco knew that I gave the slightest hint as to his whereabouts, my life would be at an end. My children fatherless.
Then you've some idea where he may be found?
No, I do not. I swear to that.
Then what about other colleagues?
I have no idea. It is from you that I hear for the first time of Diaz. The others went their ways. Perhaps one deep down into the Andes. Perhaps another and another into some country bordering Brazil. I do not know. Oh, but it's cold. It's fast becoming unbearable.
Keep swinging your arms, rubbing hands.
Please, are you not satisfied now that I have nothing to give you?
And aren't you convinced, old chap, that I'm locked up in here the same as you are?
You really mean that?
I've been trying my best to convince you.
There must be some way to get out. The door, let us hammer upon it.
You're the engineer, Zorowski. These doors, very heavy. Unlikely anything heard. However, sure to be someone looking for us.
In the meantime, we will be frozen to death. You are already blue with the cold yourself.
A trifle uncomfortable, I must say. All right, then. Try emergency measure.
What is this you draw from your pocket?
Pipe.
Such a strange and overlarge pipe.
It needs to be big. And the transmitter's miraculously compact.
Transmitter?
As man once caught up in business of secret weapons, this perhaps might interest you. Low-range transmitter. Signals only, of course.
Amazing. A small aerial uncoil.
Indeed. Like so. Now to work. All going well. Signal should be picked up at other end.
Whereabouts might that be, Carson?
Friend's apartment. Here goes. Nothing old-fashioned about this pipe. Trifle unusual, but many handy inventions in this day and age. Its twin was lying in Sir Giles Davenport's apartment. The signals came through faintly to him, but they were enough. So we were rescued, and Anton Zorowski left me in the greatest possible haste. Back at Sir Giles' Copacabana apartment, we talked it over.
You know, Carson, I thought that pipe you left was an infernal machine. I dared not touch it, though it did have its use.
So, might have ended up frozen stiff, but for having it with me.
No notion who so unsportingly shut you in?
I'm afraid not. An old trick. Destroy opposition. Anton Zorowski proved a disappointment.
You haven't just cast him aside.
Oh, heavens no. Got Angelo out even now, checking up on him, but frustrating, most. This Chaco looms larger and larger as the evil genius.
Indeed. But, man, we must be on the right track. Otherwise, these rival agents wouldn't be so jolly persistent.
True, Sir Giles, but where does all this leave us?
Well, I suggest we take a breather, sort things out. What about another snort?
Oh, yes. What about yourself?
I'll sit on this one.
Well, thanks.
Here you are. Help yourself to water.
Right. Yeah, that does it. Cheers.
To our success in this search, Carson.
So. All the same, sir, we've drunk to that on a number of occasions.
We mustn't be too impatient. Hello?
Someone's door.
He's opening her, old man. Ah, Angelo.
Indeed, Excellency.
I don't know why I shouldn't have thought it was someone else, but after all, one of Carson's lady loves apparently took a wax impression of the key. But Angelo, you black-hearted old rogue, what have you been finding out?
Excellency, I've been in conversation with a relative.
Dear fellow, that could mean any one of hundreds.
The cousin who is in the position of cleaner at the building where the Senor Zorowski has his offices.
Oh, yes.
I requested my cousin that he should maintain a particular watch upon the Senor. And now he informs me that the Senor returned today in a state of considerable agitation.
Reason to.
Indeed.
And furthermore, Excellency, that he left with several cases of papers.
He did?
Si. And from what he was told by other people on the same floor of the building, he will be absent for some time.
Where? Where gone to, I mean?
My relatives are inquiring into that, Senor Carson.
Interesting turn of events, old man.
Yeah, most. When can you expect something, Angelo?
It is unlikely that I should hear more before very late tonight.
You've done very well so far.
Joe, yes. This Zorowski mightn't be the reformed and innocent fellow he makes out.
You never know, Sir Giles. Anyway, I'll be looking forward to hearing more. Meanwhile, I have an appointment.
Which one this time?
Bakerella, Sir Giles. Said I'd drop in at the new place where she's dancing, the White Tulip. Care to join me?
No, Carson. You go along. Enjoy yourself while you can. I'd say there was a busy time for you coming up.
I had a reason to call on Faye. Previous night she'd been strangely insistent that I should watch out for our American bird painter, the red-headed Hetty Fitzhenry. At least that was the excuse I made for myself. Anyway, I found myself at the White Tulip, a dimly lit place with frosted panels carrying tulip designs. And I found the lissom Fay sitting at a table with my former school chum, Roger Deauville.
Ah, Monsieur Bruce. Think who I find here at the Branca Tulipa. Monsieur Roger, alone.
How are you, old chap?
Tip-top, Bruce.
Didn't expect to find you here.
Aha, perhaps you think you are the only one to know of what attractions there are here. And I am beginning to find out that Monsieur Roger is the most charming person.
Thank you, mademoiselle.
You deserve it. You say so sweet things to me. I not hear them from other people. You're staying, Monsieur Bruce?
I had intended to.
Then do sit down.
Oui. You keep Monsieur Roger company for me while I perform my dance.
Oh, certainly.
I will be back, Monsieur Roger.
Getting freezed.
Oh, get on with you. Just trying to make you jealous.
Raving, sure you. Howsoever, what brings you here, apart from Fay, I mean?
Oh, don't worry, Bruce. It wasn't Fay. I'm looking for Hetty.
Looking for her?
She's been acting mysteriously all day. Had a feeling that the Fitzhenry blood was all het up over something. You know what she's like.
Up to a point.
I knew she was planning another expedition to track some strange bird.
To paint it, you mean?
Well, that's the point, Carson. I gathered there was something much, much more to this bird.
Oh, any notion where?
In the Andes somewhere.
Andes?
Yes, away over in Peru. Anyway, I've looked high and low in all the likely haunts. It's pretty clear that she's buzzed off. And as I said, it's all very mysterious. Something very odd about this bird.
Zorowski had suddenly moved out, then Hetty Fitzhenry. Could there be any link? I had to look into this, otherwise someone might steal a march on us in the grim and shadowy game of Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
Anton Zorowski was the second scientist we managed to locate. He was a consulting engineer in Rio and insisted that he was leading a well-ordered life, a family man, that he would have no dealings with me or my kind, and that all his data had already been handed over to the mysterious Chaco. However, Angelo, Sir Giles Davenport's servant, discovered that Zorowski had packed up some papers and left his offices in Rio in considerable haste. Coinciding with this was the sudden departure of Hetty Fitzhenry, the red-headed American bird painter, on a trip to the Andes in Peru. She was supposed to be tracking down some unusual bird. That alerted me. As I asked Sir Giles and Angelo in the Davenport apartment next morning, was there any connection?
On the face of things, Carson, it's rather hard to say.
What about Zorowski, Angelo? Did you manage to find out where he's gone?
Unfortunately, Senor Carson, my relatives have managed to discover nothing.
Pity. But he's breezed off somewhere.
Indeed, and you stirred up the breeze that blew him, so to speak.
You know, sir, I'm wondering...
Well, come along then. Let's have it, old man.
Maybe stretching coincidence too far, eh?
Well, let's hear it.
Wondering whether Zorowski slipped off to the Andes with Hetty following.
You mean this Zorowski fellow and Miss Fitzhenry are working together?
Not that, sir. Hate to suspect such a divine creature, but... possible that Hetty and her crowd are as interested as we are in pressing Zorowski for further information.
It could be, Carson. It could well be.
Presuming, of course, that Hetty is part and parcel of one of the rival powers.
Understood.
Another thing, sir. When I had opportunity to press Zorowski for certain answers, he mentioned Andes.
In what way?
I wanted to know if he could tell me places to locate other scientists. He implied they'd scattered and vanished, though he did let it drop that one might be in the Andes.
Worth noting, all right. Well, now, where does that get us?
Angelo hasn't been able to find out anything on Zorowski's movements, but it might be possible to check on Hetty.
He has relatives enough. That's one thing certain.
I will take immediate steps, Excellency.
Stout fella.
However, Excellency, I
I feel that I would be failing you if I did not speak aloud the suspicions in my heart.
Go right ahead.
This painter of birds, Excellency, I trust not anything she might do.
You aren't exactly a fan, we realize that.
I would caution both yourself and Senor Carson not to plunge into any undertaking such as pursuing her.
Why not, might I ask?
This would not be the first time, Senor, that she has attempted to play you for a fool.
Oh, steady, old chap. We've nothing concrete against her. Matter of fact, all these quirks of hers explained by her temperament.
And it is in my temperament that issues this warning. Remember, Senor, I am but 2 generations removed from ancestors who were complete savages.
Yes, I've heard all about that.
They were endowed with ability to sense danger, and now I find myself sensing danger.
Well, we'll bear this warning in mind.
It would be wise, Senor.
But you will track down information on Miss Fitzhenry's moves.
Her activities, Senor, will come under the very closest scrutiny that my relatives are able to provide. Is there anything more, Excellency?
No, old man. Next move awaits your return.
Then I will hasten away. Though it may be a matter of hours, it could be a question of days.
Best of luck.
So.
Many thanks to you both, Senors.
Odd bird.
You noticed him getting under your skin a little?
Well, Sir Giles, the fellow isn't exactly an approval of my female acquaintances.
Good thing, Carson. He's kept me out of trouble all these long years I've been in the Latin countries.
How long has he been with you?
Let me think now. 15 years.
Where'd you pick him up?
In my apartment, though a different one in those days.
In your apartment, sir?
Indeed. Caught the rogue red-handed going through my drawers and so on.
Burgling, you mean?
Practically. Though he was hired by some shady devils who wanted to know what I was doing in these parts. That is, as well as drawing fat fees as director on a number of boards. We had a chat and he realized the error of his ways.
And you employed him?
From that day on.
Odd recommendation.
Carson, I found him to be fanatically loyal. And time and again I found his advice absolutely right on the knocker.
Meaning I should take a little more notice of it?
Oh, not at all, Carson. But I must say, though, he has an uncanny gift for sensing danger. And he's met the intriguing Miss Fitzhenry. I haven't.
Hetty was certainly a problem. Thinking over the things that had happened, especially the way she'd decided to come along on my so-called bird-watching expedition, it was hard not to suspect her. Talked to her and it all vanished. Anyway, an hour or two passed, with a few drinks to fill in the time. Still no word of Angelo.
Never fear, Carson. He'll be reporting in due course, either personally or by phone. Well, men alive, that's a pipe I've never seen before.
So?
Extraordinary-looking object.
You like it, sir?
Somewhat dazzling, I must say.
It is, I expect. The warmer it gets, the more the colours change round the glass bowl business.
I thought the jolly thing had changed colour. Amazing.
Runs the whole range of the spectrum.
There it is again, changing from yellow to green.
Party pipes, Sir Giles.
And what manner of lethal weapon is this one?
Quite harmless, purely decorative.
Or do you use it to lure the females, eh?
I have done at times, I suppose.
Key in the door.
Angelo?
I certainly trust so.
Now I'm back, Excellency.
And we're very pleased to see you, old man. The burning question, of course, is, did you have any luck?
Si, Excellency. The senorita has already departed from Rio de Janeiro.
For points west?
For Peru, Senor.
Then she must be going up into the Andes.
What about that, Angelo?
It has been discovered by one of my relatives that she intends to seek out the King Condor.
The King Condor?
Oh, massive creature, Sir Giles. 14 feet from wingtip to wingtip. Rarely comes down less than 15,000 feet.
Great heavens, man. The woman's going mountain climbing.
She'll have to. That is, if she's really going to see the King Condor.
This is perhaps another ruse on her behalf.
How so?
To persuade you to follow her, Senor.
Oh, steady, old chap. How was I to know where she was going? Why? I had to get you and relatives onto the job to find out.
Indeed, Senor. But it was perhaps her intention that you should become so interested that you would take steps to find out.
What are you getting at exactly?
Was it not from Senor Deauville that you discovered that the senorita had suddenly departed on a journey?
So, Roger Deauville told me when I bumped into him at White Tulip Cabaret.
Perhaps he was waiting there in the hope that you would come.
You suggesting the whole thing's a plot?
Indeed, Senor.
All right, then, let's say it is. What is Miss Fitzhenry to gain?
Senor, on these great mountain heights where the king condor birds abound, they lift sheep in their great talons and dash them to the rocks below, killing them. It may well be her hope to lure you to those heights and kill you.
I'm going to a lot of trouble to dispose of a fellow, I must say. Anyway, Sir Giles, you're being somewhat silent.
Weighing things mentally, old man.
Well, I've weighed the matter. I'm going to follow Miss Fitzhenry.
For what reason, Senor?
Zorowski's vanished, and I've a notion Hetty might be following him.
Do what you think best, Carson. Angelo, any further word on this Zorowski?
No, nothing, Sir Excellency. But my relatives remain alert.
Good. Now, Carson...
I'm following, sir. Decided.
Of course, you'll have to have a reason.
When Hetty followed me on my jungle jaunt, she said she'd come along on the bird-watching expedition as painter. Well, two can play that game. I'm joining the bird-painting expedition as a watcher.
But perhaps it is not for the painting of birds that the senorita goes, Senor.
That's what I'm hoping. The point is, are you coming with me? I'd like to have you.
Excellency.
Naturally, Angelo, you must go.
But my relatives, Excellency, their inquiries are not at an end.
Now, by the time we make arrangements to fly out of here, they may have discovered something.
And failing that, they can always contact me here. Now, gentlemen, the red hair has a start on you. I'd suggest you get cracking.
So another die was cast. It was at the back of my mind that Fay Corelli had warned me that she'd overheard Hetty boasting that she was going to lure me away somewhere. But I dismissed it. This seemed such a worthwhile lead to take up. The following day, a trembling Angelo and I began a series of jaunts by plane and car till we found ourselves in Lima, Peru. He trembled because he feared planes, but once in that fine city, his old fearlessness came back. In due course, I traced Hetty and joined her in the lounge of her hotel.
You son of a gun, Bruce. I just can't get over it, you following me all this way.
That's how bird watching gets a fellow.
Say, I thought it might be for watching another sort of bird.
How so?
Well, redhead.
Oh, of course. Really the main reason.
You lie in your teeth.
Well, in pipe, rather.
Oh, those pipes and that talk. Oh, they get me. Well, are we going to drink this stuff the waiter brought along?
Oh, Joe says, All the best, Hetty.
To you, Bruce. May our expedition take us high, right up to the King Condors. Ooh, boy, has that got a mule cake. Oh, but Bruce, you really shouldn't ought to have followed me.
No?
I'll be starting to think that I've got you where I want you at last. Oh, look who's come to spoil our little get-together.
Huh?
Nan Friday.
Oh, Angelo.
No, I don't figure out why you had to bring that gloomy character along with you.
Oh, gentle fellow, really.
Oh, it's no gentle look I get from those smoldering eyes. But you better see what he wants. He's waving you over.
So, excuse me a moment.
All right. I guess I'll have to.
Senor, forgive me for this interruption, but this telegraph message arrives for you at our hotel.
Oh, thanks. From Rio.
See.
Oh, well, open to expect. This doesn't please me one little bit.
The news is bad, Senor?
So. You may enjoy it. From Sir Giles. Listen. Angelo's relatives regretfully report Polish bird found dead just outside Rio, Davenport.
Polish bird, Senor?
Zorowski. Seems you were right, old chap. Miss Fitzhenry's sudden departure was a trick to get us out of the way. Looks as if we've fallen for it. Or was it a trick? In any case, I was away over the other side of this huge continent, while the real struggle for the death ray secret continued in Rio. Was it Hetty who was putting us out of the running in Operation Death Ray?
Undercover Carson, written by Michael Noonan and produced by Walter Pym for our Transa.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
It seemed the time had come when Undercover Carson might need to cover up for a bad mistake. The search for the Death Ray, as I saw it, led across the Andes of South America to Peru. Our second scientist, Anton Zarowski, the Pole with the Scotch accent, had vanished immediately after I'd run him down. And at the same time, one of our gorgeous suspects, Hetty Fitzhenry, the red-headed American bird painter, had decided to slip off to Peru. She was supposed to be on the track of the giant king condor, giant bird of the mountain heights. But I imagined another bird, possibly Zarowski. And so the all-knowing Carson had fallen back on one of his vaunted hobbies again. Bird watching this time. I, too, was going to search out the giant king condor. In Lima, Peru, I found Hetty at her hotel and told her what a bold young fellow I'd been. But the faithful Angelo called me out of the lounge. A message had arrived by telegraph from Rio. It was from his master, Sir Giles Davenport.
Senor Carson, do I follow the meaning of this message correctly?
Well, I'll read it again, old chap. Angelo's relatives regretfully report Polish bird found dead just outside Rio. Davenport.
And the Polish bird is this Zarowski?
So?
It would appear, Senor, that the senorita has lured us to this city in order that her associates might not be hampered with their evil intentions in Rio de Janeiro.
Those, I suppose.
By now you must be convinced that she is a senorita given to great treachery.
Not entirely, I'm afraid.
But she has lured you here while the one we seek is all the time in Rio de Janeiro. My relatives watch for him and make their reports to His Excellency. While we are deceived, perhaps his information is forced upon him. Perhaps our rivals steal upon us another march. That he should be dead is blow enough to our cause.
True.
Then be warned, Senor.
I am.
Senor, in our direction she throws a mocking smile.
Yes, watching that out of corner of her eye.
Secretly she gloats, perhaps.
Doesn't know about the message, you know.
It would not surprise me that she guessed the reason for our dismay.
Trust I'm not showing it.
No, Senor. But you will be seeking some answer to why I should call you from our company?
She'll ask, I doubt. Well, always got ready excuse.
And that, Senor?
Well, old chap, I'm supposed to be the representative of a British meat importing firm. I'd say it's a stiff wire from the Rio headquarters.
Stiff wire, Senor?
Oh, you know, calling fellow to order for walking out as I did.
Indeed, Senor.
Howsoever, we'll have to get back to the scene of things. Best you make immediate arrangements for our return.
At once, Senor, at once.
Meanwhile, I'll slip back to my drink and Miss Fitzhenry. Hate having to tell her the bird watching's all off, but the more important things on hand. Much more important. 6 European scientists had come to South America, scattered, vanished more or less, taking with them the various parts of the secret of a death ray. We'd met up with 2. The first was a raving lunatic. The second was lying low in Rio as a consulting engineer. Now, according to the message from my Rio contact, Sir Giles Davenport, he was dead. The opposition was busy and ruthless. But it seemed hard to imagine Hetty as part of it.
Bruce, well, what was that all about, for heaven's sake?
Been found out, I'm afraid.
Yeah?
The company doesn't approve.
Say that again.
Company. You know, meat importing outfit I work for.
You say you work for.
Well, how can a fellow work with gorgeous creatures like you luring him away?
At it again.
How so?
Sometimes I reckon you ought to be called Sidestep Carson instead of the old staccato.
True enough.
Listen, brother, I didn't hear anything, but a couple of glances were enough to tell me that you and the doleful retainer were cooking up something.
Angelo?
Yeah, Man Friday.
Well, fact is, Hetty, he had a wire for me from Rio.
From the company, huh?
So, as saying, they don't approve. That's of my current jaunt.
Oh, and how did they know you were here?
Well, told them where I was going. Said for a spot of bird watching. Howsoever...
All right. What's coming now?
Stiff wire, you know.
Yeah?
Afraid I'll have to call the whole thing off.
Oh, doggone you, Bruce Carson. Just when I figure I've got you more or less to myself, you go and wiggle out of it.
Oh, Hetty, my dear, the fact is the company can't be ignored entirely. Duty calls. Must return post-haste to Rio.
This just doesn't add up.
No?
Look, Bruce, I figure you like a straight shooter.
You do? Fact.
Well, I guess I'm the kind that can't go thinking things. I gotta blabber it all out. Just like I keep blabbering how you keep me awake at nights. I'm the kind that blabbers everything I think. And I'm thinking right now, Bruce, that you only dropped in here at Lima just to see what I was doing.
But I knew what you were doing. Dear old school chum Roger Deauville told me you were over here for a spot of bird painting. And being the bird watcher that I am, interest aroused, impetuously decided to follow. But, alas, the company insists otherwise.
Bruce Carson, those pipes you keep in your mouth, they're mighty handy.
How so?
Well, if you can't keep a straight face, the pipe kind of act as a camouflage.
Never used them for that purpose.
I figure otherwise. And I figure you dropped over here to check on me.
But, why check on you?
Well, I'd like to think it was jealousy.
Could be.
You lie in your teeth, brother.
Pipe.
Okay. Have it your own way. But that's how I see it.
Hetty, you disturb me.
Oh, I'm doing my best.
Now, honestly, though, what gives you this extraordinary idea?
All right. Here goes Blabber Fitzhenry taking the plunge again. I kind of sensed something fishy when you arrived with Man Friday.
What's so unusual about that?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
Well, Angelo acts as personal aid, you know.
Unusual.
Unusual?
I'm joining the staccato act.
But why unusual?
Well, doesn't he belong to that titled character?
Sir Giles Davenport?
Uh-huh.
Oh, so, he does.
Well, where's the tie-up? What's the tie-up?
Oh, Sir Giles is a friend of folks in England. Also has interests in meat business, you know. Insists that Angelo looks after me, seeing I'm more or less stranger in these parts.
I'm a stranger too, Bruce, but I don't need any Man Friday.
But someday, some lucky fellow...
Lay off the sidestepping. Though I guess that's what I've got in mind for you. And maybe it's because you make me feel so darn frustrated that I get around to suspecting you. Maybe that's all it is.
Of course, my dear. Well, let's polish off these drinks before all the ice melts.
Okay, Bruce.
Cheers.
Cheers. To blazes with everything.
Delightful concoction.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe it is.
Maybe. Rare drink, this.
I don't mean the drink.
Then,
I'm back on that wire again.
Oh, telegraph message.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I thought we'd dropped all this.
Or did you hope we'd dropped it?
Listen, Hetty, aren't we making too much of a fuss over nothing?
I'm guided by my intuition, Bruce. I'm no psychological giant. I'm just a pretty open-hearted kind of gal with a talent for painting, I guess. But something tells me this snap visit of yours is fishy. Why come all this way just to buy a gal a couple of drinks?
Oh, but I had every intention of going up into the Andes and tracking down the King Condor.
But that wire came, the company's wire. Carson's a naughty boy. He's got to report back.
Exactly. Sums up position perfectly.
Okay. Have it your own way. But like I said, I'm guided by my intuition.
But Hetty's scientific investigation proves a woman's intuition not 100% reliable.
I won't argue that. But I'll stake mine on one thing, Bruce.
And that?
There's more to your presence in South America than the meat importing business.
Well, my hobbies, you know. Pipes, ancient weapons, bird watching. Could be those.
Or it could be another hobby.
What other?
I don't know. But I'm hoping to find out.
And why find out?
Well, I guess I'm kind of stuck on a guy called Carson. Believe me, you old sidestepping staccato so-and-so, that's all it is.
But was that all? Baffling creature, Hetty. Once those big green eyes got to work on a fellow, he felt a rotter for having the faintest suspicions about her. And so I left her in Lima to continue with her alleged plans to go up into the Andes and track down the giant King Condor and paint it. On the long journey back to Rio, it took all Angelo's dark persuasion to make me as much as entertain the possibility that Hetty Fitzhenry was involved with our rival agents. But as Sir Giles kept saying when I reached his Copacabana apartment...
Perhaps the young woman is innocent of all conniving, Carson. Perhaps. But the fact remains that through her you were lured away when your presence in Rio might well have been of great importance to our cause.
Excellency, this is what I insist upon telling Senor Carson.
Sir, for, what was it, 2,000 miles?
With all due respect, Senor.
No, don't worry, old chap. Dare say I'm easily blinded by feminine charms. Need a standby like self to remind me of the wilds.
The wilds of the gentler sex, Carson, have been a vital factor in espionage down through the ages.
It's true, Sir Giles.
Anyway, to get back to what happened to this unfortunate Zorowski.
Oh, yes.
One of Angelo's relatives was keeping an eye on him. He tracked him down, you know, shortly after you left. Well, the poor fellow was given little chance of talking. I've a large portion of the murder weapon. The other 6 inches remained in Zorowski's back.
An arrow?
Excellency.
Your relative handed it to me, Angelo.
But this is not the first time that such an arrow has been used.
Oh, just what I was thinking. Galveo collected something like this.
Precisely the same.
And with your expert knowledge of weapons, Carson, I thought this might prove valuable.
Yes, type of arrow used in social archery. A sport. Though obviously with barb designed for much different purpose.
I was rather hoping you might say that, Carson. You see, in your absence, I discovered something of great interest. Perhaps I should say a coincidence.
And that, sir?
We do know that a certain lady friend of yours was formerly a British agent.
Oh, yes, Helena Jansen. Dropped because of double dealings with another power.
Well, this is it. She's quite an expert archer.
So?
I can't help thinking that there's a very sinister link-up here. For all her poise and fair beauty, it seems Miss Jansen is our #1 rival.
Was I wrong in suspecting Hetty Fitzhenry? And in spite of a certain respect for Helena Jansen, was she really the evil genius behind it all? But the spotlight was soon to be switched onto the person least suspected of treachery in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson is written by Michael Noonan and produced by Walter Pym for Artranza. Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
We knew that we had relentless and ruthless rivals in the search for the missing scientists, and so the secret of the dread death ray. Suspicion had fallen on many of my acquaintances. The red-headed American bird painter, Hetty Fitzhenry, fascinating person, utterly disarming. Fay Corelli, the French-Italian dancer, dark, exotic, and apparently scatterbrained. And the aloof blonde Helena Jansen, now conducting a business in antiques in a narrow Rio street. And it was upon Helena that the suspicion had fallen heaviest. Major Aubrey Dent had come out from England, and among other things he'd told us that Helena was a British agent, but dropped through double dealings. Now in the Copacabana apartment of my Rio contact, Sir Giles Davenport, with his peon servant Angelo watching and listening, I discovered still more about Helena. Anton Zorowski, the second scientist traced, had been killed by an arrow.
And that arrow, Carson, as you say, is of the type that's used in social archery.
So, Sir Giles. Though, as pointed out, it would need to be specially prepared to serve as murder weapon.
Understood. That portion, however, about 6 inches, remained in poor Zorowski's back. One of Angelo's ever-watchful relatives snapped off what you now hold.
I'm afraid I can't glean anything from it.
But Miss Helena Jansen is interested in archery as a sport. Quite accomplished, in fact.
But in other words, Sir Giles, you mean she may be interested in archery as a means to an end?
Indeed.
And recall, Excellency, that this is not the first time such an arrow has been fired.
No, that Galveo fellow. But, Carson, where the blazes does that fit in?
How so, sir?
Well, I can imagine this Zorowski being put out of harm's way before he babbled any worthwhile information to us.
Follow that.
But Galveo was obviously working for some rival power.
Well, Aubrey Dent said that at least 2 rivals we could depend on.
Indeed. Freelancers, as he called them. And a major continental power.
Right. Galveo was just as much opposition as we are to someone.
And that someone could be the very charming Miss Jensen.
Unfortunately.
You say that with some regret, Carson.
I've said before, Sir Giles, I've found something very straight in that young woman.
Careful now. Didn't Major Gent tell us?
Yes, formerly British agent. Turned to double dealing.
But with the most callous bunch in the entire espionage field.
True.
And also recall, Senor Carson, that it was at her hands that you were almost killed.
That crossbow?
See? You opened a box in her shop, and but for your forethought, an arrow would have been quivering in your chest.
A box with crossbow set up was delivered to her.
Indeed, but also very plausible.
Recall also the weapon that was used to dispose of the flyer.
Carl Schmidt. Poor fellow.
See?
Yes, Carson. That blowgun had her name on it.
Well, she explained that also. It was a curio in her shop. Stolen.
We can hardly accept such a flimsy excuse. No, the more I think of it, the more convinced I become that Miss Jensen represents the spearhead of the opposition.
Perhaps.
And to know the opposition is half the battle. Then we are not lured away on false scents, as you were in the case of Miss Fitzhenry.
All right, then. We suspect Helena Jensen.
Indeed. We suspect her of being implicated with our most deadly rivals in this grave search.
So, but where does that get us?
Well, Carson, we've still got 4 scientists to track down.
And we only have a faint clue. His name is Charco. He's already reefed the death ray information from Dr. Diaz and Anton Zorowski, the 2 scientists we've run down so far.
Yes, Charco.
Doesn't mean anything, sir?
Afraid not. However, it wouldn't be the first time something worthwhile had come from such a slight clue. I'm having inquiries made, and with the help of Angelo's relatives, well, one never knows.
And in the meantime?
We mark time, Carson.
Nothing I can do, sir?
Nothing, old man, except keep out of trouble.
Keep out of trouble. Well, I didn't think I was doing any harm late that afternoon by dropping into Helena Jensen's place in Rua de Uvidor. Why? Well, now that I look back on it all, I hated to believe that she was so darkly implicated in the whole shadowy business. I wanted to find out that she was innocent of all the charge of treachery against us and our country. I had no set purpose, but I had something in my inside pocket, as well as the customary collection of pipes.
Mr. Carson, this is a surprise.
Just thought I'd drop by.
Is that all?
So?
Then I'm flattered.
Of course, always the possibility that you might have something in my line. Pipes, old weapons, such like.
Actually, I've been keeping my eyes open for something out of the ordinary in the pipeline. Bearing in mind, of course, your rather unusual hobbies.
Are odd, Smith.
Really, Mr. Carson, I've been puzzled why you carry on as you do.
Carry on? How so?
The somewhat unconventional manner of speaking.
Oh, that.
A hobby, perhaps?
Oh, no. Just grew on me, I expect.
But you must have some way of accounting for it.
I suppose it's because I always have pipe in mouth.
Oh.
Don't mind, Trust.
Oh, good gracious, no. As a matter of fact, I'm one of those old-fashioned people who rather like a man who smokes a pipe.
Oh, and we should get along fine.
And yet, Mr. Carson, for some unknown reason, I always find you making me so perverse.
Why that?
It could be that irritatingly abrupt way you speak.
Oh, sorry. Take the pipe out of mouth and speak at greater length.
Indeed, you might at that.
I don't know that I follow.
Then let me be more explicit. I was saying that I find you making me perverse.
So?
And that it was all your staccato business.
Staccato?
What's so strange about that?
Nothing, except it was a nickname they gave me at school. Staccato Carson.
It's rather apt, don't you think?
Dare say.
And schoolboys do have the knack of selecting the appropriate nickname.
So?
But to continue, what also makes me perverse is this. I always have the feeling that there's a secondary motive behind these regular visits of yours.
Secondary?
Perhaps in your life, Mr. Carson, it's a matter of prime importance. But you potter about, muttering your pipe, and I keep saying to myself, why is he here? Why?
I see.
So, I'm asking you outright, Mr. Carson, Why?
Well, take plunge. Trying to track down something. Wait till I haul it out of the inside pocket. There. Here we are.
You do carry the most strange things around with you.
Not shafts of arrows, as a rule. Howsoever.
Howsoever what, Mr. Carson?
Thought you might be able to help me trace this.
And why should I be able to help you trace a broken arrow?
Well, apart from having deals with weapons of odd sorts, I'm told you're interested in archery.
And by whom were you told?
Well, perhaps we'll let that pass, Miss Jensen.
Mr. Carson, I'm afraid I must make this very clear to you. In whatever you're doing in Rio, it will serve no useful purpose to inquire too deeply into my private life.
And, why not?
Because it's my own affair, and because...
Because what?
It will serve no useful purpose.
Well, perhaps there's more to us than we're admitting, Helena.
Perhaps.
Well?
Mr. Carson, this arrow is the type used commonly by archery clubs at their weekend meetings. I fear I can't tell you anything more.
You mean you prefer not to tell me anything more?
Really, Mr. Carson, this is becoming intolerable.
Oh, it is, rather. Oh, well, put arrow away. But trifle odd, though.
What is odd?
That you shouldn't ask where I picked up the arrow, or why I want to trace owner.
It seems you are rather more interested in my affairs than I in yours. Does that suit you?
Perhaps. Of course, there's always the chance that you might know where I picked up the arrow and who owned it.
Is that all you have to say, Mr. Carson?
Yes, sir.
Then will you kindly do me a favor?
Certainly.
Before I lose my temper, will you please go? Go.
Another tantalizing glimpse of the fire behind the cool aplomb. But there was more of a plea than anger in the way she asked me to go. I placed the shaft of arrow back in my pocket and walked out into the narrow and busy thoroughfare. Colourful place rear, jostling crowds, and lurking somewhere the secret of a weapon that could bring terror and destruction to mankind. I called on Sir Giles that evening, and he seemed to want a drink after I told him what had happened.
All the best, old man.
Oh, the best, Sir Giles.
But I'm dashed if I know why you did that today.
Oh, one thing led to another.
Risky, you know.
Well, I looked at it this way, sir. She must know what I really am.
Indeed, but you must get this notion out of your head that she's some sort of angel underneath it all.
Something incredibly intriguing about her.
Man alive, any woman in this undercover game is intriguing. One of the essentials.
I know, sir. I can't put my finger on it, but there was a note of pleading in her manner, in spite of all the cold anger and exasperation.
You were saying?
We both gave a lot of ground without admitting it.
Now, how do you mean?
Well, the questions and answers, all based on her knowing something about me and me about her.
I trust you didn't overplay your hand.
I don't think so, Sir Giles.
I hate to be the stern father in this matter, old man. But even though we've no clue as to this Charco fellow, the general interplay now going on may be the vital stage of the search.
I realize that.
So treat this woman as you would a reptile.
Reptile, sir?
I chose the word to startle and impress you, Carson. Reptile.
Hard to imagine her in the role.
Then let me pound it into your... phone. Perhaps it's Angelo reporting. Excuse me, Carson.
Oh, well, right, sir.
Hello?
Am I speaking to Sir Giles Davenport?
You are.
This is Helena Jansen, Sir Giles.
Oh, how are you, Miss Jansen?
Helena?
Indeed.
Are you there?
Yes, my dear. What can I do for you?
I've been trying to get in touch with Mr. Carson. It's something of great importance to him. At least I imagine so. I've tried his hotel.
Hold on one moment, my dear. He's here with me.
Then could I
possibly... Yes. Here you are, old man. Carry on.
Oh, thanks, Sir Giles.
And mind yourself.
Yes, I will. Oh, that you, Helena?
It is. Mr. Carson.
Oh, sorry, Miss Jensen.
You were asking if I could help you with that arrow this afternoon.
I was?
There's no need to worry, Mr. Carson. I'm not probing you for anything. But I have given the matter some attention.
Yes?
And I think you will find that it is owned, or rather was owned, by a certain friend of yours.
And who might that be?
Mademoiselle Corelli.
Faye Corelli? The dancer?
That is so, Mr. Carson. And might I say this? She appears to have interest far and beyond the soft lights and music of the cabaret.
So it seems, eh? Faye Corelli. And so the suspicion suddenly pointed in another direction. How was it that the lissom Fay Corelli fitted into the role of the deadly archer in Operation Death Ray?
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
In our search for the secret of the death ray, we'd followed up many clues and landed in many dangerous situations. Often the clue was a word, a name. And now we had the most sinister of them all, Chaco. We knew he was one of the 6 scientists who'd reached South America after working on the secret weapon in Europe. And we knew also that he'd been busy rounding up information from his colleagues. In his quiet and tenacious way, Angelo, Sir Giles Davenport's servant, was making inquiries. Meanwhile, Sir Giles and I were trying to identify the opposition. Helena Jansen, Fay Corelli, Hetty Fitzhenry, or all of them. Suddenly, the suspicion fell on the lissom French-Italian dancer, Fay. It was after an abrupt phone call to Sir Giles's apartment from Helena Jansen.
Is she hung up on you, Carson?
Afraid so, sir.
What an incredible type of woman.
Becomes more and more intriguing.
Indeed, intriguing is the word. I'd say this was a shock move to throw the suspicion onto someone else.
I don't see it that way, sir.
Man alive, I was sitting here all ears when you were talking to her. She tells you that the arrow that polished off Anton Zarofsky belonged to your divine dancer friend.
So?
Then you demand to know where she came by that very interesting morsel of information, and she hangs up on you. I ask you, old chap.
No, not quite as sudden as that, Sir Giles.
Well, you were on the phone.
She explained that she hadn't recognized the shaft of the arrow when I showed it to her this afternoon.
I didn't catch that.
Then she said this. She'd seen Fay with the arrow.
But how?
She hung up.
By Jove, Carson, these women are determined to run us round in circles.
Determined?
Yes. These lady loves of yours weaving quite a net.
Yes, sir. Would have its amusing side, but for the prize at stake.
Of course, old man, of course. Takes the mischief out of the thing.
To get back to Helena's lead, she surely wouldn't say such a thing without some grounds for it.
You'd hardly think so.
Yes, but why would she throw the suspicion on Fay so openly?
Well, after all, Carson, this afternoon you did ask her about the arrow.
True.
Though it seems a very sudden change of face.
Exactly, sir.
Then let's analyze it. Miss Helena Jansen is our number 1 suspect.
Well, was.
Is, or was, please yourself. But we do know that she was a British agent. A renegade.
But for reasons that aren't clear.
Now, there you go again, Carson, defending the woman.
Oh, it's a weakness of mine, sir. Like to defend them all, I suppose.
You do something to them, I must say. But to press on, we may assume that Miss Jansen is part and parcel of our rival agents. Perhaps the freelancers we've been told about. Perhaps the major continental power we haven't identified. Perhaps the 1, 2, or 3 other starters in the field. But we may assume, as I say, that she's working with one of them.
Assumed, sir.
Now, Carson, for all her exotic beauty and femininity, Mademoiselle Corelli hasn't exactly passed our scrutiny without arousing considerable suspicion.
True, sir.
She may not be quite as naive and helpless as she makes out. She claims that she lives for her dancing, and that alone. Apart, of course, from a sidelong glance or two at Monsieur Bruce.
Thanks.
But she may have time to work on the quad for one of our rivals. Now, Carson, Miss Jansen may well be trying to remove Mademoiselle Corelli out of the picture.
See what you mean.
Well, look at it this way. We'd like to remove all our rival agents so that we could carry on the search impeded.
And our rival agents naturally have the same sentiments.
Oh, precisely.
Well then, Sir Giles, this calls for a visit to the White Tulip.
The White Tulip?
Blanca Tulipa, the place where Fay dances.
Oh, yes, of course. I was forgetting she's left that El Rocco place. Why exactly did she leave?
Well, the stares of the loud dressers were becoming a trifle too brazen. Doubting it, sir.
With all due respect to Mademoiselle Corelli, I find it hard to believe that she'd take offence at the stairs.
Well, that's her story.
It deserves scrutiny. Well, on your way, Carson. I can see that you are just dying to get there.
You care to come, sir?
No, old man. Nothing worse than a gooseberry, especially a doddering one.
Oh, wouldn't say that, sir.
I do envy you. But of course, we mustn't forget the real purpose of your visit to the White Tulip. What was Mademoiselle Corelli doing with the arrow that killed Anton Zarowski?
It didn't make sense, but then Zarowski, the second of the scientists we had managed to locate, was very effectively put beyond the reach of our questions. So I took a taxi to the White Tulip, rather better fitted than the El Rocco, rather more subdued crowd. I was shown to a table and busied myself with a drink and a pipe.
Ah, the pipe.
Faye, at last.
I know the pipe, monsieur, but the face...
Name's Carson, remember?
I did know Monsieur Bruce Carson once.
Lucky girl.
But I decided I must forget him.
Oh? How so?
Every moment of the day and the night I think about him. For him only do I dance. I throw myself at him. He breaks my heart.
Sounds terrible, type.
He was so nice. But all of a sudden he go away. He not tell me just go. So I decide I must forget.
But he only went away for a few days.
When your heart is like mine, monsieur, a day can be an eternity. Where did you go? Why?
Oh, just a jaunt. No particular purpose.
Just a jaunt?
So?
You call a jaunt a matter of 1,000 miles?
Now, what have you been hearing?
And it is no particular purpose when you chase after someone else?
Uh-huh.
That is why I forget you.
Now, sit down, my dear. You're rocking the boat.
I don't care if I turn the whole boat upside down.
And drown the customers? Now, please, sit down.
For a second.
Good. Drink?
I do not drink with customers.
That puts me in place.
Besides, I have my dancing to perform.
Well, mind if I imbibe?
I do not mind what you do, whether you drown or poison.
Huh? Oh, well. Here's to a horrible death.
No.
Oh, not drink?
Never a toast like that, Monsieur Bruce.
Well, here's hoping I'm forgiven.
All right. You drink that and hope.
Good. Here goes.
But I am still smoldering. Why did you follow her?
Follow who?
Monsieur Bruce, do not make it worse by appearing to be the hurt and innocent boy. I mean the one with the red hair.
Oh, Hetty.
Oui, Mademoiselle Hetap. She is not good for you. Why you follow her all that way?
So that I could hasten back to you, Faye.
You not win me over by that smarm. Now tell me.
Oh, quite simple. Hetty was out to paint Bird, King Condor, high up in Andes. Being bird watcher, I decided to go along. Great sight, you know. 14 feet across, wingtip to wingtip.
Is that the only reason?
You want me to get down on bended knee?
Oh, no, none of that silly stuff, Monsieur Bruce. The management will wonder what crazy friends I bring to the place.
All right, then. But am I forgiven?
Oh, I suppose so. I am not the kind to be angry for long. That is what happens for being the soft and open sort that I am.
I'm happy now.
Me too, Monsieur Bruce. Now that you are back. You will stay and watch me dance.
Naturally.
I dance especially for you. Then I come back to you and I share a drink.
We'll make a night of it. By the way, my dear, I didn't know you'd taken up archery. Anything wrong?
How you know this?
Well, little bird told me.
What sort of birds you watch, Monsieur Bruce?
That's true, huh?
Oui. But I am so disappointed. For you, it was to be the surprise.
Say again, Faye?
For you, it was to be the surprise.
That's what I thought you said.
You see, Monsieur Bruce, you are such an expert on these strange weapons that I think I surprised you. I discovered how to shoot with a bow and arrow. I joined the school for the archery.
You did, eh?
Of course. And that is how you discover about it, no?
Well,
oui, it is. I know.
If you say so, leave it at that.
But no, it is no surprise.
On the contrary. Howsoever, you haven't been losing an arrow by any chance?
You mean losing or losing?
Both, or either.
No, Monsieur Bruce.
What now?
All of a sudden I remember. Where I leave them, I mean.
Bow and arrows?
Oui, in my dressing room at El Rocco. Oh, I must remember to get them.
Not the sort of place to leave anything, judging from what I've seen. Oh, I hope you don't find anything missing.
Why you say that?
Oh, just a remark. Let pass. Oh, howsoever, there's a fellow getting up on the bandstand. He's looking over this way.
Oh, it is me that he wants, of course. I must prepare for the dance. Watch me, Monsieur Bruce. Then I will be back for the rest of the evening with you.
Faye danced, as only she could. And in the early hours of the morning, I found myself back at my hotel thinking things over. Faye had taken up archery as a sport. Seemed plausible enough, and her reaction to my snap question genuine enough. So we were getting nowhere in our attempt to identify the opposition. However, some progress had been made in another direction. The following evening, Sir Giles asked me to come at once to his apartment. Angelo was back.
Indeed, Carson. And the stout-hearted rogue has quite a morsel of information for us.
On Chaka?
Si, senor.
Tell him, Angelo, tell him.
Well, it is not first-hand. You will understand that, senor.
Right.
It came from a relative who has been in touch with another relative, and that one with a person that I do not know yet.
I told you about these relatives, Carson. Our Angelo has a secret network of them, right through the city, and elsewhere. Worth their weight in anyone's gold. But do continue, old man. Carson's all agog.
Si, Excellency. The name Chaco can be associated with a search for the lights that never go out.
Search for the lights that never go out?
That is all.
Intriguing, but what's it all mean?
That's what we've got to find out. Oh, pardon me a moment. Hello?
Oh, Monsieur Sir Giles, I have a message for Monsieur Bruce. Will you tell him
Oh,
that...
it's you, mademoiselle.
Oui, but will you tell Monsieur Bruce...
Yes, steady on. He's right beside me.
There is no time.
Then what is it?
Tell him that I have been to El Rocco, that the arrows and the bow are missing, and that... Ah!
Mademoiselle! Mademoiselle Corelli! Someone's hung up, I fear.
Someone's making her scream.
A normal thing to conclude, old man. You heard, no doubt.
Sir, archery outfit missing from El Rocco. But someone apparently didn't want her to tell me that. She's in trouble, Sir Giles, and if we go to her rescue, there's no knowing what we might find out. And so the arrow business wasn't over and done with yet. The mysterious Chaco had been associated with a search for the lights that never go out. Meanwhile, friend or foe, there was a lady in distress in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
Sir Giles Davenport, my Rio contact, warned me from the start that I'd be amazed at the resourcefulness of his servant Angelo. This swarthy fellow would vanish for a few hours, a few days perhaps, spending the time amongst his mysterious and many relatives and associates, and coming to light with something that would give us a fresh lead to follow in our search for the deadly secret weapon. Now he'd discovered that Chaco, the name of one of the scientists, had been connected with a search for the lights that never go out. But before we had time to follow this lead any further, there was a phone call to Sir Giles' Copacabana apartment. Faye Corelli, agitated, telling him to tell me that the bow and arrows of her archery kit were missing from El Rocco, where till recently she had danced. Suddenly she screamed, and there was silence.
It's obvious, Carson. She knew she only had a matter of seconds to pass this information on to us, and equally obvious that someone was determined to stop her.
Well, Sir Giles, we know from this that the arrow that killed Anton Zarowski was taken from El Rocco without Faye's knowledge.
It would appear so, old man.
If I may speak, Excellency?
Naturally, Angelo. All views welcome. What is it?
This, Excellency. First,
The senorita may be attempting to make it appear that the bow and the arrows were taken and used without her knowledge.
You do suspect these women?
From the events of the past, them are not justified, Excellency.
Oh, certainly, certainly. Though bear this in mind. The young woman was quite frantic about it all.
Oh, indeed. And I have often spent an hour or two in the back seat of some picture house. Upon the screen, I've watched numerous women who were most convincingly frantic.
See your point. It could have been an act, I suppose.
Yeah. That is my first point.
But why an act?
There I arrive at the other point, Senor. It is possible that the senorita desires to lure you into some trap.
How so?
By performing as if she is in need of some assistance.
Look, old chap, all she'd have to do is ask me to meet her somewhere.
And being the unsuspecting fellow you are, you'd saunter along, eh?
Always carry man's best friends.
Eh? The pipes.
So?
It is possible, on the other hand, however, that she wishes you to take certain steps in going to her assistance, and in so doing expose yourself to much greater danger.
You must grant that, I suppose.
I think you must. Yet I keep hearing that scream over the telephone.
And I keep watching the seconds tick by and nothing being done.
But what can be done?
Well, call the place where she lives.
You know that old man?
Should. Took her home from the White Tulip last night.
And this could well have taken place at the White Tulip. That's if it's anything like the place where she danced before.
So, Sir Giles. I'll contact the White Tulip and El Rocca.
And Angelo had better go with you.
If Senor Carson desires it.
Naturally. But we mustn't forget other business.
Other business?
Chaco. The search for the lights that never go out.
Oh, that's good gracious no. But how intriguing it is. The search for the lights that never go out.
Now, we'll follow that up as soon as we've cleared up this trouble of Faye's. And in clearing it up, Sir Giles, we might well discover something to help us in our search for the death ray secret.
Exactly.
Right then. First make sure we've got all pipes likely to be needed.
Men going to battle with pipes, eh?
All set. You right, Angelo?
I've got my knife, Senor.
Well, with that and the pipes and the pair of us, we're quite an arsenal. Let's go. We took the Davenport rolls and set out through the busy, crowded streets, with Angelo at the wheel, defying the traffic police as usual. It was too early for the White Tulip to have got to the swing of things. However, all points had to be checked. I asked the head waiter to see if Faye was on the premises anywhere. Angelo was at my side, keeping a watchful eye as the waiter came back.
I fear she has not arrived, Senor.
But the band's here?
They play from the start of our dinner session.
Mademoiselle Corelli only here for evening sessions?
Si, Senor.
What time's she due?
Normally, Senor, not for an hour yet.
Oh, then I won't worry.
Nothing further, Senor?
Thanks for your trouble. Here.
Many thanks, Senor. Many thanks. Many thanks.
Come on, Angelo, let's go.
To where now?
We might be courting trouble, but must take risk.
And
El
what?
Rocco.
And what, Senor, if there also the head waiter departs on the promise of looking for the senorita, then returns with a smile, says that she's not to be found, and extends his hand for a tip?
You are a trusting soul.
That is how I observe the conduct of the waiter, Senor.
I realize that. Not much else we can do at this stage. Anyway, there's a big Cockney doorman usually on duty outside El Rocco. He should know. Mademoiselle Carilli, dancer.
I know her. She's not inside.
You're positive about that?
Well, I've been here since noon. Go in if you're not satisfied, anyway.
No, not doubting you.
She left here, you know.
So, the White Tulip. Howsoever, was she here at all earlier in the day?
What does she be doing here?
Well, let it pass. Thanks. Over here.
Oh, much obliged, sir. Much obliged. I would not place great faith in the word of that one.
Yeah, I'm with you, Angelo. Odd sort of a bird to be acting as doorman in this part of the world.
Perhaps it is because the authorities desire his presence in some other part of the world.
It could well be.
And now where to, Senor?
Faye's apartment.
Then permit me to open the door.
Yeah, I'm right. But just one curious thing.
And that, Senor?
Faye had to come to this place to pick up archery kit.
I was about to bring up that certain point.
And yet the doorman says that he hasn't seen her here.
Indeed.
Well, either he hasn't, or he has, but he's not saying. Howsoever, let's aboard and to Faye's apartment.
3 times you have knocked, Senor. There's no reply from within.
So, and no light from within.
Then where shall we look and inquire now?
Right here.
Here, Senor?
You keep eyes skinned for someone coming upstairs. I've job for a certain pipe.
Oh, the one which you're able to manipulate locks, huh?
So. Yeah, but keep eyes skinned as said.
Indeed, senor. Proceed.
Right. Shouldn't be long before we...
You've got it?
So. Now cover me as I open up and go in.
All is well, senor.
Here goes. Door. There should be light switch somewhere. Thought so. Right. In with you, Angelo, and close door.
Si, senor.
Not done to walk in like this, but under circumstances we must. I'll check the bedroom here. You take the bathroom and kitchen.
Indeed, senor.
Place this size hardly merits title of apartment. Bed untouched. Nothing.
Senor!
Found something?
Indeed.
Right with you.
In the bathroom there is nothing. But in this corner of the kitchen...
Well?
A bow, senor, and a number of arrows.
The archery kit?
Si.
And according to Faye, they were missing from El Rocco.
Missing from there, but here all the time.
So seems.
What game is the senorita play?
I've no idea, Angelo. No idea.
And it is quite clear she is not here?
Quite.
Then how shall we continue our search?
Let's see. It's getting on for 3/4 of an hour since we called at the White Tulip. Well, by the time we get back there, she should be due. I'll drop in. If she's not there on time, then we'll have to think of something else. Finding that archery kit didn't make sense. Could it be that Faye had been involved in the killing of Anton Zorowski, a man who might finally have helped us in our quest, but was now trying to throw us off the scent? Well, I left Angelo outside and was informed by the head waiter that Faye had arrived at the White Tulip on time, quite her gay self. There could be nothing but greater suspicion from what she told me when she joined my table.
Of course I am all right, Monsieur Bruce. And so much better after seeing you.
But, Sir Giles was telling me about the phone call.
I just rang him to tell him that the bow and arrows of my archery kit are gone from El Rocco, that is all. To pass on to you.
He, imagined you're a little panicky.
Oh, I was in a hurry.
In fact, he rather had the impression that you screamed before hanging up.
Oh, that.
We were rather disturbed.
It was the eggs.
Eggs?
Oui, the eggs.
No, but amazing what they're doing in this conversation.
But I have them in my arms when I telephone, the bag of them. All of a sudden, when I begin to talk to Monsieur Sir Giles, they begin to sleep. And then they do sleep. Boom. And I scream.
I see. I didn't think it was anything as harmless as a broken egg or two, though.
I upset you?
I just thought for a moment something might have been wrong.
Mama, everything is wonderful.
Howsoever, how'd you manage to find out that your archery kit was missing from El Rocco where you left it?
I go there to look for it.
This morning, eh?
I sleep in this morning, this afternoon.
Afternoon, eh?
Oui.
And they were gone?
Someone steal them. You cannot trust anyone at El Rocco.
And now you're without archery kit.
Oui, Monsieur Bruce. Now I cannot practice and surprise you with my skill.
On the contrary, my dear, your skill is breathtaking.
You mean the dancing?
Everything.
Monsieur Bruce, you're rising. Where are you going?
I must get back to Sir Giles.
Why must you?
Walk out on him, you know. Must give him a hand with the washing up.
By Jove, Carson, the cool nerve of the creature.
So, Sir Giles, Mlle. Fakerelli is either incredibly scatterbrained...
or monstrously clever.
Yes. Never blinked an eyelash. At the wrong time, I mean.
No. Well, that promotes her to suspect number one now.
I dare say.
What? You dare say?
I was only thinking. The whole thing's too glib. Perhaps she did scream.
But she did tell you what it was. Eggs or something.
Rather too pat, though. It is possible that she's been bullied or threatened into passing the whole thing off.
But the archery kit, in her apartment. She looked you in the eye and told you she didn't have one.
And possibly planted in her absence.
No. No, Carson. Mademoiselle Fakerelli is working against us, and that's final. And now for this other business. This Chaco and the search for the lights that never go out.
You've something on that, sir?
Yes, indeed I have. It rang a bell, as you might say. I've an old friend who's well up in history, folklore, myths and the like. There's quite a story behind the lights that never go out. He's coming over presently to tell us. Believe me, Carson, it'll make you wonder.
So, there it was. I felt a little sad at having to regard Fay in this new light, but the facts were against her. Meanwhile, the story of the lights that never go out was to start a fantastic new phase in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
There were many times in the search for the Death Ray that I forgot what a terrible weapon it could be. And with so many attractive rivals playing their shadowy parts, even a hardened undercover man could forget. Hetty Fitzhenry, the red-headed American bird painter. Blonde Helena Jansen. The dark and exotic Fay Corelli. All three stunners in any man's language. For what powers were they working? Were they already ahead of us in the search? With the able help of Sir Giles Davenport and his servant Angelo, I'd run down 2 of the 6 scientists, but only to find that a certain Chaco had beaten us to their information. Now we discovered that Chaco had been connected with the search for the lights that never go out. An old friend of Sir Giles was coming over to explain the story behind these lights. In the meantime, in Sir Giles' Cocoa-Barnya apartment, the conversation turned to other dazzling and dangerous lights.
Carson, old fellow, I suspect that you cherish some secret hope where Mademoiselle Corelli is concerned.
Can you blame a man, Sir Giles?
I mean that she might turn out to be in all truth the fetching scatterbrain you first imagined.
That? Oh, I see what you mean.
I hate to harp, you know.
Oh, go right ahead, sir.
In this espionage business, you often find, as we are finding now, that there are many people in the hunt.
So, sir.
And one way of organizing a clear run to the prize is to discourage, deceive, or destroy the opposition. Even dazzle them.
And I'm being dazzled by one of the opposition's leading lights?
At times, I fear so.
Once again, sir, can you blame a man?
Oh, I understand, Carson. Well, take espionage through the ages, and you'll find time and again that some exceptionally attractive woman is being used as the lure, the decoy, or however you care to put it.
Perhaps that's what's drawn me into the game.
Whatever it is, old fellow, you're certainly a magnet. Amazing how you meet up with them.
Just luck.
I wonder...
How so, sir?
I've often thought about the way you met Mademoiselle Corelli.
At a dive called the Black Macaw. She was being pursued by some Rio dandy, chappie who'd seen her dancing at El Rocco. I was at the bar at the time. She appealed to me for protection. We danced, introduced ourselves. Dandy moved on.
A very convenient way of getting you away from that Brazilian bartender who was about to give you some valuable information.
True, sir, but hardly seen so at the time.
Nevertheless, Carson, you were lured from him, and he was killed, or rather, murdered.
Yet Fay seemed so helpless, so shocked.
She's quite an actress, from what we know now.
Must agree, sir, though with great reluctance.
Be on your guard, Carson. Play her own game, and then perhaps we'll discover for whom she's working.
I will, sir. Suspect every blink of eyelash, every sweet nothing. That won't be easy.
Permit me to interrupt, Excellency.
Oh, what is it, Angelo?
From the next room, Excellency, I have observed on the boulevard below the arrival of your friend.
Ah, on the dot.
And now he enters the building.
Splendid. I'll attend to him, Angelo. You stay out of sight.
If that is what you wish, Excellency.
I don't want the fellow to think that we are very greatly interested. He's a man as straight as they come, but no need to make him curious or such like.
I will retire to the other room, Excellency.
Good. Though, mind you keep your ears open.
See, Excellency. If that is what you wish.
Well, now, Carson. I say, old chap, that's an odd sort of expression you have on your face.
Nothing, sir.
You seem quite concerned about something.
Oh, let it pass. Just thinking.
Oh, very well then. Let's prepare ourselves for the story behind the lights that never go out. I've warned you. It'll make you wonder.
As Angelo had gone out of the room, I'd noticed a strange expression on his face. I thought perhaps he was hurt about things, and later I was to recall it and try desperately to analyze it. But for the present, I turned my attention to Sir Giles' friend, a bluff sort of Englishman who'd been in Latin America for many years. He was a fellow you couldn't help but like.
Julius, I'd like you to meet young Carson, Commander Julius Grant.
Oh, how do you do, Sam?
Glad to meet you, Carson. Been reading about you.
Reading about me, sir?
Well, the newspapers are weeks and weeks old as a rule before I get round to browsing through them. Picked up an old copy telling about your arrival in Brazil.
Oh, that.
They certainly gave you a write-up. Is it a fact about all these quaint hobbies of yours?
More or less, Commander.
Quite a bird you are, what?
A bird watcher.
Oh, yes. But the weapons business and the pipes.
And don't start him on his beloved pipes, Julius. He'll be hauling them out of his pockets and telling us in what far-flung corners of the globe he collected them. Now, do let's sit down.
Thank you, Giles.
It's jolly sporting of you to come over so quickly. After all, my query was of no importance. It's just something that happened to crop up, you know.
Well, I might say that it's a matter very close to my heart. And I'm only too eager for a chance to discuss it, especially as I've been on the trail of those lights myself.
The commander's an explorer of some note, Carson. I did tell you that.
Of course, sir.
Oh, I wouldn't say of note, Giles. Like my home comforts too much. But this country is seething with mystery, and now and then I go off on a jaunt. Anyway, to get to the lights that never go out.
Indeed. We found it absolutely intriguing since you mentioned there was some wonder about them.
Well, Giles, for many years now, fellows like myself have been trying to track them down. But first, let me remind you of the great upheaval suffered by this world of ours. Continents have vanished, oceans have changed their shapes, tropical jungle once flourished where now there is ice the year round, and there was once ice covering our tropical regions. You follow?
Quite, sir.
Well, in the course of all these upheavals, there is no knowing what ancient civilizations might have perished.
Many have. We know that.
Yes, as the investigations go on, more and more evidence comes to light. And it is in the myths handed down by seemingly primitive people that we get the most interesting glimmers of the glories that once existed. Now, young man, Sir Giles has described me as an explorer, and I've explained that I'm perhaps not the type that revels in roughing the wilds of these parts. But, in a sense, I am constantly exploring the myths, the legends, and the folklore.
That, Commander, is often equally as fruitful.
Well, I've made a certain amount of progress. In the myths of the Indians, who now inhabit the remote backwoods of Brazil, you hear some amazing tales of lost cities, of hair-raising rites, of glittering splendor.
Then there is something in this lost city business, eh?
Man, it's an established fact. But to come to the main point, among the natives you hear that these ancients had an astonishing means of illumination. Temples lit by a blazing light, a light that never went out.
And how's this accounted for?
Well, young man, in view of modern discoveries, there are many of us who believe that the source of light was atomic.
Atomic power? In the hands of the ancients?
It's all rather startling, I'll admit. But yes, that is what is suggested.
Quite a breathtaking suggestion.
You've seen ruins, you said?
I have, but never the lights. Yet you will constantly encounter natives who swear that old towers blaze at night with the lights that never go out.
So there's no definite evidence?
No, that must be admitted.
And the alleged site of the phenomena is in rough terrain, no doubt?
Some of the wildest in the world. The heart of Brazil.
I suppose, sir, you're well acquainted with other explorers seeking the answer to this lights riddle?
Oh, reasonably well.
Haven't you heard of a chappie called Chaco, by any chance?
Chaco? No. That's a queer sort of name.
It is, rather.
Well, why do you ask?
Oh, it was a name overheard in course of what we picked up about the lights. Howsoever, it would be interesting to know the truth.
By George, it would. Find the answer, and you may well have an atomic secret that would startle the world.
As Sir Giles had warned me, the story did make me wonder. We spent some time listening to the explorations and adventures of this former British naval commander, and he left us wondering whether the next leg in our search would take us to that brooding heart of this vast country. The tip had come first from one of Angelo's relatives. We asked him to go out and see if he could get us anything further on the matter. I noticed that he was still acting strangely, and I mentioned it to Sir Giles. He passed it off as nothing until 3 days had passed.
Dash it all, Carson. I hate to admit it, but I'm worried. Confoundedly so.
3 days is a trifle long to be out on short assignment.
I can't understand it. Invariably, if there's a delay, the rascal telephones.
Well, sir, we've been waiting with anxious ears.
And only silence.
As I said, sir, I noticed something strange in his manner from time Commander Grant was due to arrive.
Man alive, he wouldn't be hurt just because I suggested he wait in another room.
Well, I thought it might be that at one stage.
Oh, no, Carson. He's been with these many years. He understands he must keep in the background. Otherwise, people like Julius Grant will be wondering what he is in the place.
It could be, of course, that he was upset at the lights that never go out business.
But how could he be upset? I wonder. I'll take your ship.
Oh, right, sir.
Hello.
Good evening, Sir Giles.
Oh, Miss Jensen. Well, now, this is a surprise.
I've been ringing Mr. Carson at his hotel. There was no answer, so I wondered...
Yes, he's right here beside me.
Might I speak to him?
At once.
Helena?
Indeed. Amazing how she keeps turning up. Careful.
Oh, don't worry, sir. No, thanks. Helena?
I could say that you were a little presumptuous, Mr. Carson.
Oh, how so?
The use of my Christian name.
You don't like it?
Please, let us not be sidetracked into another of the distressing tips we seem to have. But I'll get to the point. I think we'd better meet somewhere very soon, Mr. Carson.
Oh, always only too willing.
The reason being that there's something I think you should know.
And that?
Person has called upon me, offering certain information about you. It's rather disturbing.
What sort of information?
It concerns the true nature of your mission in South America.
This person, Helena?
A native of Brazil. He calls himself Angelo.
Angelo? Offering information about me?
That is so. I thought you might care to meet me somewhere and discuss the exact nature of his proposition.
I can't imagine what they are, but... Yes. Yes, I think we had better meet. We knew that Helena Jansen had been a British agent, but dropped for double dealing. It had seemed we were to be the victims of double dealing from the least expected source. What treacherous part was Angelo playing in Operation Death Ray?
Undercover Carson is written by Michael Noonan and produced by Walter Pym for our Transa.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
A mysterious Chaka was one of the scientists who had come to South America with part of the Death Ray secret. We'd discovered that he'd been busy collecting data from his fellow scientists, and that he'd been involved at some time in the search for the lights that never go out. These lights, we were told, were believed to exist in the ruins of some ancient civilization in the heart of Brazil. Angelo, the servant to my Rio contact, Sir Giles Davenport, went out to investigate the matter further. For 3 days we heard nothing from him. Then came a phone call from Helena Jansen, the cool beauty who conducted an antique business in the city. She claimed that Angelo had been in touch with her. At his Copacabana apartment, Sir Giles was thunderstruck.
I I can't possibly imagine it, Carson. I just cannot.
Well, you were right by me, sir, when Helena phoned.
I know, and I more or less heard the entire conversation.
Angelo's been in touch with her, saying that his information about my true mission in South America.
How could the fellow be so dastardly? How?
Who knows the native mind, Sir Giles?
I know Angelo. He's been with me 15 years. He's fanatically loyal.
But he's been missing for 3 days.
All right. He has. But how does that make him a traitor?
When he left here, sir, I mentioned he seemed strange.
Indeed, you did, Carson.
I thought at first he might have been offended by something.
No. We must rule that out.
Then he was upset by something to do with business of lights that never go out.
It's all so baffling, so incredible.
And so dangerous.
Jove, Carson, it could wreck the entire assignment as far as we are concerned. We know what Miss Jensen was.
So, former British agent.
But discovered to be double-dealing, and with the most ruthless and least honourable bunch in the whole espionage field.
So we're told.
Heavens, man, must you always rush to the defence of these many attractive dears who are steadily weaving a dashed awkward net around us?
Well, surely, sir, in weighing up the situation, we should take into account that Miss Jensen has on occasion acted as a friend.
But they all act as friends.
True, but hasn't she contacted us to let us know of this treachery?
That makes it all the more confoundedly baffling.
And she wants to tell me the exact nature of the information Angelo has on me.
Once again, I can't imagine him in this role.
But if something disturbed his balance...
He's an odd soul at times, I must admit. But he'd need to be filled with some sudden and colossal hate or fear to act like this.
Well, sir, as you keep telling me, I must suspect the aloof Helena, the lissom Fay Corelli, and the gay Hetty Fitzhenry, despite all their many charms.
You must, indeed.
Then, might I say, we must suspect Angelo, despite all his loyal services in the past.
But it's like spurning a fellow's best friend. Man alive, he stood by me through thick and thin. Saved my life dozens of times.
Howsoever...
Yes, Carson. It seems we must at least consider this horrible suggestion. But waste no time in meeting the young woman.
Going at once, sir.
Good. And remember that I'll be waiting in absolute torment to hear more.
I'm going to her flat, sir.
Do be careful, of course. One never knows what motive might be at the back of this.
I realize that, sir. I'll be wary, don't worry. But this is certainly going to be a revealing interview. I had the address, and a taxi took me to a fashionable building high up, overlooking the lights of the bay. Seeing Helena, I couldn't help hoping that there might be some other motive behind the invitation. Grew more intriguing each time I met her, wondering what warmth might lie under that rather stern front that somehow never seemed the true Helena. The place was very tastefully furnished. I told her.
I'm so glad it meets with your approval, Mr. Carson.
Surprising, in fact.
In what way, might I ask?
You're being in antique business. Thought you'd have the place crowded out with suits of armor and Ming vases.
I deal in antiques, Mr. Carson. I like to live in more modern surroundings.
Quite revealing.
You seem determined to psychoanalyze me.
I must admit, have a number of questions.
At times, Mr. Carson, I get so annoyed with your brazen manner.
Brazen? Oh, now, really,
Or is it because I imagine it isn't the real Bruce Carson?
Ah, that's better.
Then it's not?
I mean the Bruce.
Oh.
The Mr. Carson doesn't seem right.
Well, we are gradually becoming better acquainted.
Can't say I mind.
There you go with that staccato business again.
I'm sorry, habit's too far gone to correct. You mind if I smoke?
No, I've told you. I like a man with a pipe.
This is a special social job.
It does look rather intriguing.
Bowl changes colour, you know.
Before you light up, I thought perhaps you might care for a cocktail.
Cocktail?
Have no fears, Mr. Carson. You won't find it drugged.
Why should I worry about that?
I seem to recollect myself being accused of some such act by that dancer friend of yours.
Fay Corelli? Just a notion.
You, didn't find out who did drug it?
Oh, probably drank too much of it.
Then we'll leave it at that. But can I interest you?
But you do.
In the cocktail, I mean.
Oh, yes. Why not? Thanks.
Then here you are. I had them prepared.
Most attractive. Your good health.
And your very good health, Mr. Carson.
Now, Lena, you've been hedging a trifle.
Hedging?
Well, after all, I didn't come here to talk about this and that. Much as I'd like to.
Must I keep telling you? We'd get along so much better if you weren't so...
Brazen?
Flippant, I think, on this occasion.
I assure you, I'm anything but flippant. after what you told me on the phone.
Very well, then. I dare say you're wondering whether I made up the story about the visit of your Angelo.
It so happens, Helena, I find it hard to doubt anything you say.
Knowing that, Mr. Carson, will make it so much easier for me. Angelo is in the employ of your friend, Sir Giles.
So, valet come chauffeur. Trustworthy fellow.
I'll leave that for you to judge. He's not the most handsome of men.
Oh, has no illusions, you know.
But he does presume. You see, he stopped me in the street this evening as I was leaving the shop. He spoke to me as if I should be exceedingly willing to conduct a certain business transaction with him.
And that?
For a price, he's prepared to tell me the true purpose behind your visit to South America and your activities to date.
You mean what deal I'm trying to pull off in the meat importing business?
Mr. Carson, it contained rather more than a hint that your position with a British meat importing firm was a blind.
Oh, perish thought.
And might I add that the idea had occurred to me quite some time ago. I see no reason to laugh, Mr. Carson.
Only thinking you carried off well, that's all.
What do I carry off well?
Air of being quite disinterested in my affairs.
I'll be frank with you, Mr. Carson. I'm not disinterested in you. Anything but disinterested. However, I've tried to tell you before that it would be most unwise if we were to become involved in any way.
Now, let me be frank.
Please.
I'm tempted, you know, to suggest we both lay cards on the table.
No, that would be disastrous. I don't want to know your mission. That is, if it's something other than the meat importing.
Yet you asked me up here, discuss this approach that's been made to you.
Because, and believe me, I wouldn't like anything to happen to you.
Are you working against us for the same prize, Helena?
No, I'm not working against you. Won't you understand?
The trouble is, so much fellow can't understand.
I'm trying to warn you that someone you trust is betraying you, at a price.
But why precisely did you ask me up here?
So that I could prove that particular point.
That it was Angelo?
Yes.
Then go ahead, please.
Any minute now you'll be satisfied. But let me pour another cocktail.
Oh, love one.
Or perhaps you might pour it, Bruce.
Yes. You're trembling.
Please.
Oh, let pass. Oh, smart cocktail shaker, then.
I'm glad you like it.
Well, cheers again.
Cheers, Bruce.
You know, you're a puzzle.
Or a fool. I don't know which.
Why a fool?
Because... No, never mind. Oh, that'll be him now.
Who?
Listen carefully. See if you don't recognize the voice. Hello?
Senorita Johnson.
Speaking?
Angelo.
Yes.
Hello. You there?
Of course I'm here.
You're willing to purchase my information?
No.
There will be no further offer.
I understand that.
Very well, Senorita. First night.
And a very good night to you. Well, you heard?
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately? Really, Mr. Carson?
I say that because I feel somewhat sad at having to admit it. That was Angelo's voice, without question. My uncertainty about the true Helena Jansen increased greatly after that evening. Why, when she dropped her stern guard, had she appealed to me not to persist in her questioning? Was it because she was involved in the search for the death ray secret, yet somehow greatly distressed by it all? But on the other hand, I could no longer be uncertain about the new role that Angelo was taking. Though Sir Giles was even more greatly appalled when I went back to his apartment.
It's horrifying, Carson. Horrifying.
I listened very carefully, Sir Giles. I've spoken to Angelo on the phone. There's no doubt that it was he.
It shakes your very faith in your fellow men. After all that we've been through together, this comes as a ghastly shock to me.
And it means, sir, that our mission is in grave danger of being wrecked.
Why should he do this?
Perhaps the opposition appeals to him as a more lucrative source of money.
But he's never been the kind to desire worldly riches and such like.
Well, something's happened to him, more or less overnight.
Oh, by the way, in your absence, I did manage to contact one of his relatives.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't seen him in the past 3 days.
Yeah, turned on them, too, it seems.
Carson, I can't believe it. I've had such affection and admiration for the black-hearted rogue. I cannot imagine one reason why he should so suddenly turn out like this.
I'm afraid I can, sir.
Then what?
By recalling circumstances under which you first met him. Wasn't he rifling the apartment you had at the time?
Only in a fashion.
Yeah, but he was rifling it.
Man, he was destitute, starving.
The fact remains you forgave him, engaged him as servant.
Knowing full well I could trust him.
Isn't it possible that you played into his hands? That for 15 years he's been watching you?
No. No. No man could be so monstrous.
Well, he's turned against us, Sir Giles. He's liable to ruin our chances in a hunt that means the survival or death of innocent thousands. And we must find him and silence him. So there it was. Angelo had convicted himself out of his own mouth by contacting Helena in my presence. So we had to find him and silence him. Otherwise, our hopes were doomed in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
As our search for the scientists and the dread secret of the death ray went on, the name Chaco loomed more mysterious and more sinister. He'd been connected with another search, a search for the strange lights that never went out in ancient ruins deep in the unknown heart of Brazil. Perhaps it was to some whispering jungle wilderness that we must now make our way. But such plans were interrupted by the apparent treachery of Angelo, servant to my Rio contact, Sir Giles Davenport. He'd been missing for 3 days and had contacted blonde Helena Jansen, offering to sell her information concerning the nature of my true mission in South America. Although Helena had long been a suspect, she further baffled us by refusing Angelo's offer. But the fellow was a grave menace to the success of the assignment. As I kept telling Sir Giles, he must be silenced.
Very well, Carson. He must.
Oh, I've no idea how we're going to do it.
Well, his relatives may be able to give us some lead to his whereabouts.
Didn't you manage to contact them?
Indeed, though with some difficulty.
They haven't seen him since he went missing from here 3 days ago.
So they say.
I see what you mean. They can't be trusted either.
Carson, I trusted Angelo implicitly.
Well, we must trace him and take care of him.
I hate the way you say that.
Sir Giles, this death ray could well turn out to be the most ghastly weapon ever created. It's been the mad dream of scientists for centuries.
True. And in the wrong hands, there's no knowing how many thousands of innocent folk may suffer.
Exactly.
And it's been trouble enough coping with our many rivals and their constant annoyances, yet let alone a traitor in our midst. Frankly, Carson, I just don't know how to go about tracing him.
Well, sir, if he offered the information about me to Helena Jansen and she refused...
It's possible that he'll try elsewhere.
So?
Then what do we do? Sound out these other acquaintances of yours, believed to be our rivals?
I'd like to, but tricky business.
That's undercover work for you. Strange that it should turn out like this.
How so, sir?
I'd been reveling in this assignment, but now with this treachery I feel rather sick at heart. But it seems we must pass judgment and sentence. Finish him. Gives you quite a start, Botheris.
You'd like me to take it, sir?
Well, if you don't mind, old fellow. If it happened to be Angelo, I
understood, sir. Allow me. Hello?
Have you moved in with Sir Giles?
Who's that?
Don't tell me you can't recognize an old school pal.
Oh, you, Roger.
Or Debonair Deauville, as they used to call me. Anyway, how's the old staccato?
Oh, brief as ever.
Meat business booming.
Going along well enough.
Must be a great job.
How so?
Well, you take time off to fly across to Peru and back?
Oh, that. Oh, we've got to keep you travel fellas in business.
I thought it was the gay Fitzhenry that caused it all.
Hetty? Well, she did to a certain extent. Heard she was starting out from Lima and up into the Andes to paint the giant King Condor.
I'm afraid she didn't make it.
Yeah?
Mountain sickness got her.
Oh, sorry to hear that. Is she,
Oh, nothing wrong with her now. But she'll be back tonight.
She abandoned the idea, huh?
Or perhaps it's the presence of Carson in Rio. Carson, what a thing to do to a woman. Follow her all the way there, tell her you were going along for a spell of bird watching, and then leave her to it. You don't deserve to meet up with such wenches.
The trouble was the company got wind of the jaunt, ordered me back.
Oh, well, you fellas with your big business worries. Anyway, I'll tell you why I'm contacting you. I'm throwing a bit of a party at my house for Hetty. Thought you might like to come.
Well, I'd like to.
I'll try and make it.
I'll do my best.
Any time after 8:30. You know how to get there?
Oh, yes.
Good for you, Staccato. I'll see you later.
I'll see you, Roger. Bye for now.
Well, old fella, what was all that in aid of?
The bird painter. Party.
I rather gathered that some function was being arranged to welcome Miss Fitzhenry back to a local scene. But on the other hand...
We're suspecting something, sir.
It's odd how these birds keep contacting you.
Oh, but we went to school together.
Yes, I know all about that. But Deauville's on our list of suspects.
True.
And so is Miss Fitzhenry.
Granted.
Then don't be too beguiled by the glorious red hair and the green eyes. And in the meantime, I'll try to get something on the best way to run down this new and most disturbing suspect, Angelo.
What was it about Roger Deauville that I resented? Anyway, the mere thought of Hetty was enough to interrupt any dispassionate analysis of the debonair Deauville in his wiles. And that night, I discovered that the alleged mountain sickness hadn't robbed Hetty of any of her exuberance and charm.
Oh, it was a ghastly sensation, Bruce. I thought I was going to die.
Oh, poor Hetty.
Oh, you son of a gun. I'll bet you a dozen, King Condor, you didn't give me another thought once you left me stranded there.
Stranded?
Sure. I had my hopes built right up, and then you dropped me like an old shoe.
Oh, Hetty.
He's starting to spread the honey again. Though I guess I can consume gallons of it and still love it. But, Bruce, have you noticed how I sort of lured you away from the crowd?
Hmm? Well, so you have.
As if you hadn't noticed. Let's get right out onto the plaza. Or, are you afraid of me?
Afraid of you, Hetty? Perish thought.
Well, you darn well ought to be afraid of me with the notions I get. Anyway, come on.
How can I resist?
And don't act like I'm leading you to the scaffold, although I can promise you a shot. I guess this'll do.
Well, the shock?
Well, I want to tell you what sent me back here first, besides the mad urge to see you, honey.
Mountain sickness?
No. I'd gotten over that by the time that I reached Lima. But, boy, is this going to make your ears burn. Overtures from my sworn enemy.
Oh, but what enemy could you have?
That man Friday of yours.
Angelo?
I warned you to get set for a shock.
What overtures has he been making?
Bruce Carson. I can't figure out what that character's up to, apart from dollars and cruzeros. But I got a message from him.
In Lima?
Yeah. Telegraph. Said for me to come right back to Rio and that he'd contact me. And if the price was right, he'd,
He'd what?
He'd tell me what Bruce Carson was really doing in South America.
Oh, this is fantastic.
My intuitions told me right along that it was for some mighty strange purpose.
Oh, but I'm merely the representative of a British meat importing firm.
There's something more to you, Bruce, and doggone it, I'm burning to know.
I can't imagine what all this is about. It must be some hoax.
It was signed Angelo.
And he said he'd contact you when you got back here.
Yeah?
Well, I suppose he has, eh?
You mean you hope he hasn't?
Really, Hetty, this whole business doesn't make sense.
It does to me.
And he has contacted you?
Oh. Well, I'd like to get you all het up, but I'm not the kind. No, Bruce. But you can depend on this. I'm going to trade with him. I figure this is going to be mighty interesting. Oh, honey, you need a drink. Let's go back inside.
Actually, I needed several. I I'll get over that one. I needed an excuse to leave Deauville's place out of town, but that might be judged as a sign of panic. So I waited on. The party was torture, in spite of Hetty being at my side. It seemed fantastic, as I said, that Angelo should contact a woman who he had repeatedly warned me against. It was all out of character. And it was making the situation all the more baffling. I was over with Sir Giles early next morning.
Carson, imagine Angelo sending off a telegraph message like that. Utterly unbelievable.
He may be desperate to lay his hands on some money.
But why?
Once again, sir, all I can do is shrug.
I wonder what all this has to do with the lights that never go out.
Is there any connection?
Only that one that you pointed out at one stage. A change came over Angelo from the time we first heard about these lights and where they might be found.
So, quite a connection.
But it scarcely connects up with all this other business. I've been in touch with his relatives again.
Anything there?
They still maintain they haven't seen him. I've been thinking about it until my head is numb. Either rascal has decided to make a throw for some easy money or taken leave of his senses.
So, sir.
He must be out of his senses. It's not the Angelo I knew, not his style.
Howsoever, Hetty has money, and she'll trade with him for this information.
Yet why the blazes did she tell you all this?
I've been puzzled about that. Of course, Hetty may want to make it appear that she's quite innocent of any conniving against us.
A possible explanation? But dash it all, these women are determined to prove their innocence. Man, we're so helpless.
Yes, we are, sir.
And for all we know, he may already have contacted Miss Fitzhenry.
Yes, on cards.
Then what are we to do? Hello?
Ah, Monsieur Sir Giles?
Heaven protect me, another one of them.
Monsieur Sir Giles?
Carson, take over.
Right, sir.
Oh.
Monsieur Sir Giles?
Monsieur Bruce here.
What happened?
Nothing, my dear. Was it Sir Giles you wanted to speak with?
No, it is you, and very important.
I'm all ears.
Someone who is known to you comes to me to make the bargain.
Bargain? What someone?
Angelo.
Great heavens.
He seeks to tell me something secret about you for a certain sum of money.
Not another approached.
I'm afraid so, sir. Faker, really.
Monsieur Bruce?
Oh, right here, Faye. Now listen, where are you?
At my apartment.
Right. Can you meet me in the city?
I am not up properly. Last night I danced at Blanca Julie's.
Oh, yes, I know. But I must speak to you. I'll come to your apartment.
No, not at this hour of the day.
I must see you before you do anything about this matter. Angelo's not right in the head.
I deal with a crazy one?
That's it.
Oh, then you must protect me.
I will. Now, meet me as soon as you can in that cafe next to the White Tulip. I'll be waiting from the next 20 minutes. Otherwise, I come out to your apartment.
No, I will be there.
Good. See you then.
Looking forward to it so much.
Me too. Bye now.
Carson, it grows more baffling and more frightening.
Angelo's playing one customer against another. That's if my guess is right. That gives us time to track him down and silence him. At least, let's hope it does. The web of mystery was being woven into a still darker and more bewildering pattern. But I was to make a startling discovery about our traitor in the next move of Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
Chaco, one of the scientists who could lead us to the secret of the death ray, had been connected with a search for the lights that never go out. We learnt the mysterious story behind these lights, but before we could make any further move on this lead, Sir Giles Davenport's servant Angelo had apparently turned traitor. In turn, he'd contacted Helena Jansen, Hetty Fitzhenry, and the exotic French-Italian dancer, Fay Corelli, offering information on my true mission in South America. That information could wreck our plans. Angelo had to be located and silenced. But how to do this? Sir Giles was in a mood of despair.
As I say, Carson, my head is numb with the mental effort of trying to unravel it all.
Either Angelo's crazy, as I told Fay a few moments ago, or he's as treacherous as anyone I've encountered in all my undercover work.
The mere thought sickens me.
It's horrifying.
My trusted Angelo. 15 years of loyalty, Carson. Never once have I doubted him.
Howsoever, I pointed out how he came into your employ. You did catch him rifling your apartment.
He was starving, homeless.
Yes, you explained, sir, but we must face facts.
Yes, we must.
Well, Fay's going to meet me at a cafe close by the White Tulip, place where she dances.
And you'd better get going, ma'am. You don't want to miss her. She may have the very clue that'll help us locate my lamented Angelo.
That's true, sir. Howsoever, I'll...
no need to ring for a taxi, old fellow. They stream past outside the apartments.
I know that, sir. Phoning Hetty.
Miss Fitzhenry?
So?
But why?
It seems that Angelo's playing one customer against another.
Oh, you mentioned that.
I'm checking.
Oh, to find out whether he's finalized anything with her yet.
That's the general idea.
She may not let on, though.
Well, we can try. What's the number? Yes.
That's her apartment you're phoning?
Sir.
Well, let's hope she's not out on her bird painting.
Rather early for the great Fitzhenry.
Hello?
Guess who?
Not the man I've just been dreaming about.
Oh, was I that lucky?
Brother, you don't know how lucky you were. I nearly had my painted fingernails onto you.
And just as well I broke up the sequence then.
I can't land you, neither in real life nor in dreamland. But it's swell hearing from you, honey.
Well, since last night, you've been on my mind.
Oh, then I am getting places. But why the call? Where lunching maybe, or bird watching, huh?
I must arrange both later.
I figured there was something else behind all this. Come on, you son of a gun, give.
I've been wondering if you've heard from Angelo.
I guessed it.
You see, Hetty, we're wondering what's happened to him.
Yes, he is acting rather strangely. You must be crazy with concern.
Oh, easy conscience, you know.
Yeah?
But you haven't heard from him, eh?
No.
Oh. Oh, well, if you do, tell him I'd like him to contact me.
Bruce, I've got an awful suspicion that he's unlikely to do that little thing.
How true.
But I don't mind handing over a few dollars or cruzeros to find out what gives in the life of Bruce Staccato Carson. I warned you when I first met you that I was going to find out everything. Everything that I could about you. And that's the way you've stirred up the old Fitzhenry blood.
Yeah, but think what you do to the Carson pulse rate.
Oh, and think of what Man Friday's doing.
As a matter of fact, Hetty, it seems he's rather taken leave of his senses.
You're kidding.
No, it's a fact.
Well, we'll find out. And just as soon as I do, I'll be in touch with you. It gives me no end of delight. I'm a real mischief maker at heart.
You're heartless. But back to your dreams.
Okay. But whether it's dreams or real life, I figure it's only a matter of time before I catch up with you. Bye, honey.
Cheers, Hetty. See you soon. Incredible creature.
The cool nerve of her.
So, making out it's all innocent fun.
Yes. With a death ray and the lives of innocent thousands at stake.
True, Sir Giles. Far from fun. But I must be off to meet Fay.
Yes, old fellow. And remember, she's a cool one, too. In spite of all her innocent fire.
It was hard to imagine Fay as anything but innocent as she tumbled out of the taxi, her expression soft, perhaps a little flustered at the rush, complaining that she must look awful. Anything but. Perhaps undercover men should be outright women haters. Howsoever, we slipped into the cafe, selected a quiet corner, and settled down.
Oui, Monsieur Bruce. Coffee is plenty enough.
Oh, I thought you'd order more. You said no breakfast yet.
But coffee is all my breakfast.
Oh, no diet for growing girl.
I finished the growing, I hope. I have the figure to think about. I must keep it.
And how you keep it.
Monsieur Bruce, you say the sweet things to me.
You deserve them.
You care for me best of all, then?
How so, best of all?
Than all these other women you know?
All?
There is the one with the red hair and the silly name.
Oh, Hetty.
Oui. You do not see her, I hope.
Oh, perish thought.
And that one who is cold and fair, with the business of antiques. It suits her.
Oh, Helena Jensen.
Oui. She is not like me. So open, so warm. That is why I must tell you when the one you trust come to me.
Oh, yes. Angelo.
He tried to betray you, Monsieur Bruce.
Not right in the head, I'm afraid.
You tell me over the telephone that perhaps he is turned crazy.
So?
But you not seem like that.
Not, eh?
Oh.
Why laugh?
The not, huh?
Oh, that.
Oh, it is funny.
Oh, habit, that's all. Comes from having pipe in the mouth most times, suppose.
Oh, you and your pipes, Monsieur Bruce. I buy you one that is especially lovely.
I've got quite a collection, you know.
I like to buy you one that has special charm, so that when you send up the puff of smoke, you begin to think of me. You think of me until you are crazy with it. Then you come to Blanca Tulip where I dance. And oh, how I dance.
The quite novel pipe, that. But to get back to Angelo.
Oh, I was most upset, Monsieur Bruce. He waited for me outside Blanca Tulip.
Huh? When was it?
Last night.
He made some odd suggestion that you buy some information about me.
Oui. First he asked if I want to know something of the most great interest about you. I tell him, of course, of course.
I can't imagine what that might be, you know.
You are a person of noble birth, like your elderly friend, perhaps?
Me? Oh, no. Just plain Carson.
But there is mystery behind you. Look at all the trouble that comes your way.
Look at the luck.
What luck is that?
You, my dear.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, to press on, however. What arrangements did you make with Angelo?
I tell him that I have not the money.
How much was he asking?
Oh, I not get that proper. Because he said to meet him and talk it better.
Meet you?
You see, Monsieur Bruce, there is a girlfriend of mine with me at the time, and...
Oh, yes.
I wonder what she'd think. Me talking to such a strange-looking person. So we arranged to meet today.
Where might that be?
In Roi de Ouvidor.
Any special time?
Noon, when the crowds are thick. But of course, if he's crazy like you say, perhaps I should not meet...
Oh, please yourself, my dear, but Angelo's up to no good.
That's what I think. That's why I get in touch with you.
And how grateful I am.
I'd do anything for you, Monsieur Bruce. Especially see that no trouble ever come to you. You believe me?
Of course I do. Oh, here's the coffee coming up. Not much breakfast, as said, but must let you enjoy it in peace. Did I believe her? Those big dark eyes looked up into mine, and once again the feeling was upon me that I was an utter cad ever to suspect her. But then there were her very inconsistent stories of the past. The episode of the archery kit, not yet fully threshed out. No, chap on undercover work is burdened with a heart. Anyway, we lingered a while in the cafe, then Faye went off with my usual promises to be at the cabaret to watch her dance. I took up a position in Rue de Ouvidor about noon. What I saw took me back in a hurry to Sir Giles.
Carson, you mean to say you saw him and didn't waylay him?
Well, I couldn't waylay him, Sir Giles. He made off in the crowd. Spotted me, I think.
So he didn't keep the appointment with Mademoiselle Corelli?
No.
But what's this business about it possibly not being Angelo?
Well, from a distance he looked the same, and yet...
And yet what, old man?
Well, for one thing, he wasn't dressed as Angelo was last time we saw him.
Dashed if I can recall exactly what he was wearing.
I make a point of remembering those things. He went out with tight coat, dark...
Yes, perhaps he did.
Today he was wearing an old jacket.
Of course, he may have changed.
And changed his walk, too.
How do you mean?
Well, he didn't have the same carriage. More furtive, loping stride. Angelo always seemed a trifle arrogant in his walk to me.
Carson, are you possibly suggesting that...
So, that this fellow causing all trouble is not Angelo?
Man alive, I'd be delighted if that were so. Indeed, I would. All along, I found it hard to believe that my trusted old friend should be the type to turn so treacherously.
Of course, there's the matter of the phone call to Helena Jansen.
Yeah, of course. You were there.
That was Angelo, without a doubt.
Then it rather knocks the idea that there's some other fellow causing us this bother.
Still, sir, it adds another puzzling aspect to the situation. Sir Giles.
Someone at the door, old chap.
Better see.
It's opening. Great heavens!
Angelo!
Look, Carson! Look what a state he's in!
Excellency.
Quick! He's falling! I'll get him, sir.
Excellency,
Out to it, sir.
Carson! Look at him!
He's in a state, all right.
But he's wearing the coat.
So, let's get him to sofa. Bring him round. I think he might be able to clear up part of the mystery. And if he's a traitor, he's been through hell for it. The fellow's clothes were torn, his hands and face black and caked with dirt and blood. He seemed in an extremely serious condition, but we had to keep him alive to discover the truth about the sudden treachery in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
It seemed that our search for the missing scientists, and so the secret of the death ray, was to be jeopardized by the apparent treachery of Sir Giles Davenport's servant, Angelo. Though we both could have sworn he was the most faithful peon in South America, it seemed without question that he'd contacted 3 women, each suspected of working against us in the hunt for the dread secret weapon. But from a distance, I was able to watch him going about the contacting of Faye. There was some doubt whether the fellow really was Angelo. And this was climaxed by his dramatic appearance at Sir Giles' apartment. He was badly knocked about, unconscious as we settled him down on a sofa.
Poor fellow Carson, he looks a frightful mess.
That doctor you just phoned, Sir Giles, reliable?
Well, I should say so. He's patched me up myself many a time.
You're not referring to professional skills, huh?
Oh, yes, I get it. Mind's his own business, never asks awkward questions.
Good.
I can scarcely wait for him to wake up and talk. I must have the satisfaction of knowing it wasn't he who tried to sell us out to your lady loves.
Well, there's one thing practically certain, sir. This is not the chappie I saw today.
They're not dressed the same?
Well, other chappie wearing jacket.
And Angelo wearing this dark coat?
So.
And moreover, Carson, I'd say he'd been wearing it continually for some days.
Exactly, sir. Mud and dirt caked on it. Well, it is strange.
What's strange? Don't go talking to that confounded pipe.
Broad daylight, sir. Strange how Angelo should make apartment without attracting attention.
There's a back entrance, you know.
So, but look at the state he's in.
Yes, I must agree. It's all so baffling. Much and all as I hope this trusted fella turns out to be the innocent party, I can't help harking back to that telephone call.
Helena Jansen's flat.
Indeed. You say it was Angelo who contacted her?
Voice didn't say, of course. Not while I was there, I mean.
And you didn't actually have your ear to the receiver?
No, sir. Possible doubt that voice over phone was Angelo's.
Then I've fresh hope. But I do wish Mendel would arrive.
Mendel? Oh, yes, the doctor. And patient stirring, too.
He is? Why, Jove, yes. How did he get into this state?
Excellency.
He wants you, sir.
I'm here. By your side, old fella.
Excellency,
take it gently now.
You must know this.
I better hear it, sir.
Excellency, it is not I who betray you.
As if I ever believed that. But, Angelo, who is this other person?
A relative, Excellency.
Relative?
One of those many relatives you have scattered throughout length and breadth of Rio?
Si.
To a great extent, that sets my mind at rest.
But relatives still looser.
Joves, yes.
Angelo, old chap, This is Carson.
Indeed,
don't try getting up. Take it easy. Now, many questions, but this one. Where have you been?
I said, never beyond it.
Never beyond where?
This building, Senor.
What's this? Never beyond the apartment block? Angelo!
Out to it again, sir.
It grows even more baffling.
Well, there'll be rhyme and reason in due course.
Let's hope so. But I do wish Mendel would arrive. Angelo's knocked about all right. Perhaps more seriously than we know.
Dr. Mendel confirmed this when he arrived. The patient had been in some sort of coma for a number of days. Possibly the whole 4 that covered the period of his disappearance. Mendel wanted to send him to hospital, but didn't insist when Sir Giles said we could handle the treatment. It was late that night before we could get around to asking any questions.
Now, old fellow, we don't want to trouble you or exhaust you, but there's much that we must know.
Si, Excellency, I have much to tell.
Perhaps best to start from the time Angelo left.
Indeed. To refresh your memory, Angelo, we had my friend Commander Grant here. He was telling us the story behind the lights that never go out. You recall that?
Si, Excellency, with great clearness.
Splendid. However, you seemed upset after hearing the Commander's explanation.
Well, Excellency...
The part about some ancient race having atom power and so the lights.
Atom power, Excellency? Oh, to me that is very strange. I believe that spirits of some kind dwell in the region of the ruins. I'm disturbed at the thought of going there.
Well, perhaps that does explain one point.
I'd say so, sir.
All right, then. But you went off from here, Angelo, to see your relatives. The ones from whom we received word that Charco, the elusive scientist, was connected with the search for these lights.
Indeed, Excellency, but I regret to tell you that I did not get beyond this building.
Now, for this building business.
I was lured into the darkness of the basement.
Yes. But by whom?
A relative, Excellency.
Go on.
A great struggle took place. And when a person is mad, he has strength that is much superior.
You mean this relative out of his mind?
Si.
Now, let's get this straight. He knocked you out, left you in the basement of this apartment building.
That is so.
And been there since?
Until I recovered sufficiently to come up here.
Right. Now, more about this relative.
Jules, yes.
Senor Carson. For some time I've been doubtful of him, and his opportunity to turn upon me occurred with the death of a certain Galveo.
Galveo? Now, how the blazes does he come into it?
I wondered whether we'd heard the last of that bird.
But he was dying when you left him. Shot through the chest with an arrow.
True, Excellency.
Old fellow, I hate to press you, but we must know.
It was from this insect of a relative that I was able to discover in what dark part of the city Galveo might be found.
I recall that.
Galveo himself was betrayed.
How so?
The arrow, Senor, was from the bow of the person who employed him to capture us.
And that person?
My relative did not reveal that.
Pity.
So, Sir Giles. But what you mean, Angelo, is this. Galveo was killed before he could be persuaded to tell us anything.
Si, Senor. But when we departed from him, believing him to be beyond all aid, my relatives moved in.
Moved in, you say?
My relative was lurking close by.
I see what you mean.
He went to the side of this Galveo. In the moment of death, Galveo had only hatred of his former employer. For this reason, he did not hesitate to reveal to my relative much information.
That being?
The various senoritas who are interested in the affairs of Senor Carson.
That's how he got the list, eh?
Indeed. Delivered into his hands, my relative believed there was much information which might bring to him sudden good fortune.
So he approached the various women.
Then he has already approached them?
I fear so. Over the last 3 or 4 days.
He is crazy, treacherous.
A trifle dangerous to our plans.
It could be disastrous. And there's so much at stake. The lives of so many innocent people involved.
We're at his mercy still, seems. Howsoever, Angelo, did he mention Roger Deauville?
No, Senor.
He's a suspect. At least we've marked him down as such.
Afraid so, sir.
Why afraid so?
Old school chums. I hate to think ill of the fella.
The trouble is, Carson, you hate to think ill of anyone. But Angelo's managed to come up with a great deal of information.
So, puzzles me how he got it.
Senor, This relative of mine was crazy with madness. While he holds the knife at me, I try to play him along. And he keeps boasting that now he will make this sudden fortune for himself. He says that our own mothers would not tell us apart, so great is our likeness in appearance and manner.
Appearance and manner? Carson, that phone call.
Seems to explain it. You didn't phone Miss Helena Jansen by any chance, old chap?
Senor, how could this be possible? For days I lie in the basement unconscious, without the power to break free from the ropes, to take away the cloth that prevents me from crying out.
Take it easy now. We understand.
I think that's enough from him for the time being.
No, Excellency.
No, old fellow. You're under doctor's orders. You must rest.
But I've not told you all.
You better leave it.
Please, Excellency. I can't gather this strength.
All right. Take your time, then.
The insect of a relative, Excellency. He tells me that he is aware of something more of this Chaco and his search for the lights that never go out.
Chaco again, huh? Here we go on.
The search, Senor, was by a plane that lights upon the water.
Seaplane?
Si, Senor.
He's out again.
Yes, I fear so. We've exhausted him. Well, we'll let him rest, and meanwhile digest all he's told us. But that relative is still loose.
So it turned out that Angelo was still the trusted retainer. We made him comfortable, and then took our drinks out onto the balcony. The traffic was slight now on the boulevards below, the lights of Rio thinning out as the night wore on. Yeah, we had much to think about, but talking only brought us up against the many grave problems that hindered us in our search.
Indeed, Carson, it's a great relief to know that Angelo is innocent of all conniving. But, as you say, the problems remain.
So.
And among the things that puzzle me is this. Angelo's renegade relative contacted Miss Jansen, Miss Fitzhenry, and Mademoiselle Corelli. Yet all three chose to inform you of this. Oh, why?
Well, it was very simple, sir.
You think so?
Perfect chance to ally themselves with me.
Ally? Oh, you mean get you to take them into your confidence?
So.
Well, that's one good thing you've learnt from all your dealings with women. Something of their wiles. However, we must follow up this latest clue of Chaco.
Seaplane, huh?
Yes. I'll have a chat with Julius Grant.
Well, we can't afford to waste any time, sir. We must keep on the job of tracking down these scientists.
And we must try to work out some pattern to all these moves against us. Try to work out where your various acquaintances fit into the picture, if you see what I mean. Yes, all the same, as I said, as far as we know, Angelo's relative is still loose.
It seemed obvious that our next move must be a search for the lights that never go out. But meanwhile, Angelo's renegade relative was the most immediate obstacle between us and the grim prize of Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson is written by Michael Noonan and produced by Walter Pym for Art Transa. Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
Our next clue in the search for the Death Ray secret seemed to lie with a scientist called Chaco, and some mysterious lights that never go out. The faithful Angelo was with us again, recovering in Sir Giles Davenport's apartment. But his renegade relative was still apparently at large, still free to trade certain information and wreck our plans. How could we stop him? I was in my hotel suite, thinking over this thorny problem and trying to puzzle out where the various women fitted into the picture. The vivacious bird painter, Hetty Fitzhenry. Helena Jansen. Fay Corelli. All growing more mysterious with each encounter. What rival powers did they represent? It was growing all the more baffling when Sir Giles made a surprise call.
I was over in this part of the city, Carson. Thought I'd drop in.
Oh, I was just about to phone you, Sam. How's Angelo?
I left him 2 hours ago. He seemed much brighter.
Yeah, good.
He has remarkable powers of recuperation, you know.
Tough chappy, all right.
Though it must have been some wallop to lay him out for so long.
The so-called relative, a madman, or so Angelo said.
Mad or otherwise, he's got us in a jam.
Yes, a bad one.
Hardly slept a wink worrying over it.
It's been on my mind all morning. Care for a drink, sir?
Not at the moment, thanks, Elfer. I had a couple with Julius.
Julius?
Commander Grant.
Oh, yes. Said you were calling on him or some such this morning.
That's what brought me out.
How was he?
His usual hearty self, and most helpful.
We're making some progress, then.
A little, I think. Anyway, Julius was about to contact us himself. After our last interview, if we might call it such, he got to thinking.
But he explained the story behind the lights that never go out.
Yes. And it's his fond belief that they were developed by some ancient civilization, and that the people may well have known something of the secrets of atomic power. However, we asked him if he knew of any explorer called Charco.
It didn't ring a bell?
Not at the time.
And there is one?
Carson, old man, you're jumping the gun a little this morning, aren't you?
Trifle edgy, it seems. Sorry.
Have a drink yourself, if you feel so inclined.
No, sir. Go ahead. All ears.
Well, Julius explained that it was probably the way we pronounced the word that fooled him.
Charco?
Yes. Or it may have been that he went through the ranks of his fellow explorers for someone of that name. In any case, it wasn't an explorer, but rather the name of a region in the north of Argentine.
Charco, yes, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, that's spelt with a C. We've been thinking in terms of Chaco with a K.
Well, there it is, for what it's worth.
Hard to see where it helps in, eh?
It's worth bearing in mind.
So. Unlikely that fellow a native of the region.
Oh, I agree there. After all, we have pretty well established the fact that he was a European of some sort. One of a bunch of 6 scientists who landed in these parts with their secret.
On the other hand, look how we were tricked last time.
How do you mean?
Anton Zorowski.
Oh, our second bird.
Yes, that Pole. Who spoke with a Scotch accent.
Indeed. And we never know in what strange trappings the remaining birds may be clothed.
So.
Anyway, Carson, I got talking with Julius. He's a splendid fella. Knows when to turn the blind eye.
You mean he doesn't ask why you're curious?
Exactly. So I brought up that other lead Angelo had given us.
Oh, yes, about the seaplane being used by Chaco in search for the site of fabulous lights.
Yes. The idea rather intrigued him.
Just intrigued?
Oh, I imagine he'll give the matter some thought. It may enable us to pinpoint some area worth investigating.
By seaplane?
Perhaps.
Well, that presents a problem.
Oh, have no fears about that, old fellow. I've charted as much as a 15,000-ton luxury liner on these weird assignments.
Was that for the celebrated Operation Magic Thimble?
Oh, no. Well before that. I organized a cruise for the well-heeled locals to West Indies beauty spots. On the suggestion of the boys on the Thames Embankment, of course.
Millionaire cruise.
That was the idea. The object being, of course, to get a number of people together in a confined space and let them clash. It was to clear up a gun-running racket. And it worked admirably. However, that's another matter.
Yes, so.
For the present, we are occupied with Operation Death Ray, an immensely more serious assignment.
And if Angelo's relative finds a bidder for his information, then it'll be very hard to convince people that I'm here as the rep of a British meat importing firm.
Indeed. And it would be disastrous for any of our rivals to have reasonably full access to our progress so far.
If such may be called progress.
It's dashed frustrating. Hey, come to think of it, I'll have a snort after all. I feel some...
That's the house phone, sir. Pardon me.
Go ahead.
Pour yourself a drink. All set up on the table.
No, I'll wait.
Carson.
Cag.
Oh, flattered, my dear.
You know who this is?
Let me guess. Red hair, green eyes, paints birds.
Sure, brother. It's that wild Fitzhenry woman on your trail again. I'm downstairs.
Why there?
Well, just warning you that I'm coming right up. So slap on your best smile, you old son of a gun. Here I come.
It's Hetty, sir. She's coming straight up.
Then the drink will have to wait.
Well, must you go, sir?
Best I'm not seen with you too much. I'll slip out down the stairs and leave her to come up in the elevator. Besides, I want to get back to Angelo.
Oh, please yourself, sir.
And watch yourself, Carson. This woman's after something.
I allowed myself to be warned. Sir Giles went down the stairs on his way back to his apartment in Angelo. Some seconds later, Hetty stepped out of the elevator, then into my suite.
So you were expecting me, Bruce?
Now, how did you guess that?
Everything all set up for drinks.
Oh, that.
Well, I'll be the candid creature I always am. I didn't come up just for that.
Then what?
Oh, you sidestepping so-and-so, hiding your face behind that great ugly pipe.
Ugly? Rather thought it a clever piece of carving. Javanese.
Shucks, what'll we have next?
Got Eskimo job, too. Care to...
Oh, no thanks. Might give me the horrors.
Man's best friend.
The horrors?
Pipe for me.
Well, let's get back to the subject, huh?
Oh, yes. You were telling me what a candid creature you are.
You know, honey, you say that just as if you figured that I was dead opposite.
How could I?
I don't know what you're thinking. And I don't know why you're here in South America. And I can't figure out why Man Friday hasn't been in touch with me again.
Oh, that's what it is.
I want to trade with him for this information about you and your true mission in South America.
No, Hetty, the whole thing's ridiculous.
Yeah?
I've spoken to Angelo, and he assures me he didn't contact you.
Now, listen, brother.
Hold on, Tick.
What are you aiming to do with that telephone?
Well, for safety's sake, I think perhaps I should ring management and have you ejected.
Shut out sounds more in keeping with the manly Bruce Carson I dream about. I've warned you, brother. I won't be stalled off indefinitely.
I'll stall a little longer. I must ring out.
Yeah? But who, to?
Davenport apartment.
Say, that Sir Giles is a real cute guy. I've been sort of tinkering with the notion of getting you all jealous. As things stand, I'll be written up in the horticultural history.
What's that?
Another way of saying that I'm a wallflower. But what's wrong? Man Friday taking the day off?
Angelo should be there.
Might be looking for me someplace.
Well, why, sir?
To close that deal.
I thought he might settle any doubts for you. Howsoever...
You're hanging up.
So... Hetty, it's great to see you.
Say, what's all this about?
Now, let's have a drink. Forget everything.
Okay, honey. Get busy.
The trouble was that I couldn't forget about that unanswered phone. Perhaps it was wrong to expect Angelo to answer, yet it seemed strange. As I sat there beside Hetty, vaguely aware that she was taking some pleasure out of my discomfort, I was working out how close Sir Giles would be to his apartment. Meanwhile, Hetty was closer.
You're like a cat on hot bricks.
How so?
All ready to jump if the glint in my eye gets any hotter.
Well, cool off then. Another drink?
Wouldn't trust myself. The Fitzhenry blood's racing all round the bodywork just like it was made out of a Catherine wheel.
Well, best we talk about birds, huh?
Sure. And I'll settle for one that stands about 6 feet 1.5 with wavy plumage on the top. Bruce, how about we go on a proper jaunt? You watching birds and me painting them.
Well, got local commitments, you know.
With that dancer?
Oh, no. Meat company I work for.
Mighty convenient alibi, that.
Respect.
Okay, I'm the naive type. I'll string along. It's a mighty fine suite you have here.
I think so.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not contemplating moving in. I'm just enjoying the sticking around.
Certainly are. Oh, excuse me.
Go right ahead, honey.
Carson?
Oh, good morning, Mr. Carson. It's your office here.
Oh, yes. How's everything this morning?
I fear I have a slight problem for you.
You have?
Yes, sir. This is Jackson. You understand, sir?
Yes, Mr. Jackson. I know who you are.
This staff trouble, you know, sir. That fellow we managed to locate. I fear he's slipped off somewhere again.
I see.
It's most aggravating, but I do think, sir, that it might help if you were to come down.
Well, I'll leave just as soon as possible.
Very well, sir, though I do hate to disturb you.
Oh, don't worry, Jackson. I'll see you shortly.
Very good, Mr. Carson.
Oh, well, Hetty, duty calls.
The company, huh?
Yes, seems to have some staff trouble.
Say, do you Britishers all talk alike?
Why do you ask?
Well, I couldn't help but overhear a lot of that. And it sounded kind of like Sir Giles.
Oh, imagination.
Yes, I imagine all sorts of things when you're around, Carson. Anyway, I hope the trouble's not too serious.
Laughing at me again. But Mr. Jackson was Sir Giles. He'd reached his apartment to find Angelo gone. What further complication was this to cause in Operation Death Ray?
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
A stage further in our hunt for this terrible secret weapon, it seemed we had to track down a scientist known by the sinister name of Chaco. And the most likely place to look seemed the ancient ruins that harbored mysterious lights that never went out. However, Angelo, Sir Giles' Davenport servant, had been having some relative trouble. One of his vague cousins had been offering vital information on our mission and progress to various feminine members of the shadowy opposition. This relative was still loose, as far as we knew. But Hetty Fitzhenry, the red-headed American bird painter, had satisfied me that our traitor had not come to any arrangement with her. She was at my suite, probing in her charming and ingenuous way, when Sir Giles phoned, using the guise of a member of the meat importing firm for which I allegedly worked. I wasted no time in waving goodbye to Hetty and getting to the old boy's apartment.
Thank heavens you managed to get away, Carson. Have much trouble?
Hetty seemed to be enjoying it.
I wonder if she and her crowd have had anything to do with this. I've been thinking, you know, she may well have called at your hotel to occupy you.
Well, Angelo was spirited away, you mean?
Yes. The fellow's gone, without a note or trace of anything.
That's very odd.
Odd? Man alive, it's most disturbing.
Perhaps he walked out under own steam, Sir Giles.
Dash it all, he was a sick man.
Still with enough strength to walk out there.
But why?
No, chances are he'll ring and tell us. Howsoever...
Compared to that, howsoever, it would appear that you're also open to doubts whether or not he chose to walk out.
Must admit, matter of fact, shortly after Hetty arrived at Suite, tried to ring him here.
For any special reason?
So, thought I'd like him to speak to Hetty. Convince her that he hadn't been in touch with her with the idea of bargaining.
Oh.
But no answer, though. And no assurance that Angelo's renegade relative is out of harm's way.
Joves, Carson, I feel so jolly well helpless. And up until the trouble started with the relative, I was rather reveling in this assignment.
Oh, well, bright skies ahead, perhaps, huh?
Bright? Huh! There'll be anything but that, old fellow, should that death ray fall into the wrong hands. Mere thought of the misery and destruction it could cause makes me go cold. But what are we to do?
Well, answer the phone, I suppose.
It might be the rascal now. Hello?
Julius Grant here, Giles.
Oh, yes, old man.
Oh, I haven't caught you at an awkward time, have I?
Oh, no. Just pottering around the place, you know. Jolly pleased to hear from you so soon.
Well, Giles, you've stirred up the explorer in me.
As if that would take so very much stirring up.
Something of an armchair explorer these days, I fear. But when you suggested that a seaplane may have been used in the search for the lights that never go out, well, I got busy.
Well, he didn't waste any time.
It presented a tantalizing problem. At any rate, with our meager knowledge of the locations of the ruins, I'd say a seaplane could be used as a means of access in 3 cases.
Splendid.
I thought I'd let you know right away.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
I've marked these locations on a map.
Yes.
Would you like me to drop it over?
Oh, no. I'll call for it.
Oh, right. Well, any time, Giles. Any time.
I'll give you a tinkle first.
Right, then. Well, cheerio for now.
Goodbye, old fella. And once again, many thanks. You heard that, Carson?
So, Sir Giles.
It should be of immense value.
True, but on a jaunt like this, I'd far sooner have Angelo.
Indeed. Well, we'll give him a little while longer, then we'll start searching.
As we waited nervously high up in Sir Giles' Copacabana apartment, I'm afraid I was too occupied with doubts about the success of this assignment to enjoy the spectacle of the bay. It was bad enough to have Angelo missing like this, but there was this relative of his, apparently still loose with vital information. The day wore on. We made some inquiries, but we were reluctant to leave the phone yet, just in case.
This can't go on much longer, Carson.
I'm feeling a trifle afraid myself, sir.
Here, let's have another snort.
Yeah, right, sir. How?
Medium for me, old fellow.
That now, sir?
Plenty.
Soda?
No, Carson. You know I always have water.
Oh, sorry, sir, of course. Yes, sir?
Thank you.
Yeah, no, one for myself.
Well...
cheers, Sir Giles.
Here's hoping, Carson. I wonder, did Miss Fitzhenry have any hand in this?
Doubt it, sir.
There you go again, man.
What's that, sir?
Leaping to the defense of your lady loves?
Oh, Sir Galahad, I'm afraid.
That Sir Galahad business is all very well, but in this undercover work it just doesn't fit.
I'll try bearing that in mind.
Not only for the sake of the cause, Carson, but for your own skin. One of these days, one of the dear souls is going to treat you rather harshly.
Yes, well, Hetty's been hinting at it.
And she may not be the worst, either. At last.
May not be him.
At least it breaks this dashed silence. Hello?
Monsieur Sir Giles?
Oh.
Is that you, Monsieur Sir Giles?
Yes, mademoiselle. Anne Carson's here.
I wish to speak quickly with him.
And you shall. Here, old chap.
Thanks, Sir Giles.
If it's not one of them, it's another.
That you, Faye?
Oui. Or perhaps you know some other mademoiselle?
Oh, after you, my dear. I couldn't look at another.
I sometimes wonder.
Is that why you phoned?
No. This matter of most importance. You know I tell you that your Angelo seeks to make bargain with me?
So?
I have made the arrangements with him.
With Angelo?
Oui.
To buy information?
No. Only to discuss matters.
When did he get in touch with you?
Oh, just a few minutes ago.
Angelo did?
Of course, silly.
Carson, what's happening?
Some sort of Angelo's on the job again.
Surely it wouldn't be... Oh, it's impossible.
Monsieur Bruce.
Right here, Faye.
It is most rude to speak to other person when you speak to me.
No, I was just muttering. I'm sorry, but... Faye, my dear, what arrangements did you make with this Angelo to meet him, I mean?
I am not so sure that I tell you.
Oh,
what is it, Monsieur Bruce?
nothing.
But you make the sound of a groan.
I'm all burned up with jealousy. I hate to think of you meeting him while I'm not around.
No, that's just what you say.
I'm on bended knees.
Dead man, must you carry on?
Oh, now, please, Faye.
Very well. I tell you, Monsieur Bruce.
What is it?
He come now to where I ring from.
Angelo?
Oui, and he looks so fierce, so... Oh, I must go.
Now, hold steady. Where are you?
At the cafe, near where I dance.
Cafe near the White Tulip.
Oui, I must go.
Well, hold him there, Faye. I'll be straight down. Well, Sir Giles, odd turn of events.
It couldn't possibly be Angelo playing us doubly for us. It couldn't.
It's either Angelo or his double, or he's been both all along.
No, Carson, I won't believe it.
Now, let's get down, sir. One way to get quick answer, we hope. We didn't didn't waste time backing out the Davenport rolls. Down to the boulevard and hailed a taxi. And for once, I found myself encouraging a Rio taxi driver to do his murderous best. We reached the cafe within 10 minutes. We found Fay there, the most excited of a small group of patrons. On the floor was a swarthy-skinned peon. He was unconscious.
Oh, Monsieur Bruce, when he walked towards me, I hung up the telephone. I am frightened of him.
You said he looked fierce.
But then he is so strange. He began to mutter all sorts of things to me, and next he collapsed.
Out to it, eh?
Yes, there's no question, Carson. This is our Angelo.
So.
Messieurs, the hospital, it is contacted.
Oh, really? Yes, thank you. What do you say, Carson?
The best idea is we'll take him, sir.
Yes, I agree with you. It would be wisest. Very good of you to go to all that trouble, but this fellow is in my employ.
He is, monsieur?
No, yes, don't worry. We can assure you of that. Best we take him straight home.
Indeed. We know how to deal with him, you see. He's not very well. He had a turn like this yesterday.
Then it is your responsibility.
Yes, that's right. He'll be in good hands. Carson, that taxi waiting?
Yes, sir. Yes, Sir Giles. We'll get him out there. And Fay, you'd better come along, too. Must get to the bottom of this at Sir Giles' apartment.
Oh, the poor man.
Please, don't be distressed, mademoiselle. Have no fear. He'll be all right. Been off color, you know. He had no right to be sneaking out as he did.
But he seemed terrible sick, the way he talked to me.
Now, Fay, exactly what was it he said?
Well, something about him, not the one who come to me first to sell all the nonsense about you, Monsieur Bruce.
And is he the one, would you say?
Well, he looks just the same.
It's impossible.
Monsieur Sir Giles, why are you so upset?
Upset? Well, you see, it's all a trifle confusing.
It's all beyond me.
No doubt.
He's coming round now, sir.
Excellency.
Yes, all right. Lie back. I'm right beside you, old fellow. Well, what is it? Oh, yes, I understand. You see, Mademoiselle Corelli came back with us.
Then I cannot speak, Excellency.
Oh, dear. This is a trifle awkward.
Yes, I feared it might be so, sir.
Perhaps, Monsieur, you desire it that I go into the other room?
If you don't mind, Fay. Angelo's got something on his mind.
It means nothing to me. But all right. To please you, I go. Always pleasing the men.
Yes, always disturbing them, too. But, now, Mademoiselle Corelli's gone. Go ahead, my dear fellow.
See, I go out, Excellency, to remedy the treachery of morality.
But, my dear chap, you weren't in any fit state to do that. You should have remained here.
It does not matter, Excellency, now. It is with pleasure and no regret that I tell you that all is well now.
All is well? How so, old chap?
It is all right, Senor. We may proceed to the place where it is believed you will find the lights of mystery. Be well assured, the insect of a relative who betrayed me no longer walks this earth.
And so ended what might well have wrecked all our plans. There were other menaces, of course. Fay, for instance. But the way was now open to the search for the lights that never go out, and another dark chapter of Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
tracked down 2 of the 6 scientists believed to share the secret of this grim weapon of war. But in each case, a certain Chaka had been there first. Now we were preparing to set out on his trail to visit some ancient ruins in the jungle fastness, said to be the abode of the mysterious lights that never go out. Leaving Rio for a spell would involve leaving the charms of Hetty Fitzhenry, Helena Jansen, and Fay Corelli. I hoped it would also mean leaving behind their intrigues. But at least 2 things had to be done before I could depart. A seaplane of some sort had to be chartered, and the faithful Angelo, Sir Giles Davenport's servant, had to be declared fit for the journey, and all the hardships it might entail.
Well, Carson, I had Dr. Mendel look at him again today. The black-hearted rogue's getting that murderous smoulder back in his eye.
Had it yesterday, I thought, Sir Giles. Remember when he told us his renegade relative was no longer walking this earth?
Oh, yes.
I noticed you didn't press him for explanation.
Carson, Angelo's something of an artist in such matters, and as such he prefers not to be questioned on his technique. Follow?
Expect so, sir.
Yeah, he's quite a fellow, as I warned you from the outset of this undertaking.
Howsoever, we did think he'd blotted the copybook.
That's all water under the bridge now. Though I do feel badly about it.
Why so, sir?
Forever doubting the fellow. Forever doubting him for one ungrateful moment.
I might say, sir, you're a trifle indulgent where Angelo's concerned.
You're getting your own back, eh?
So, sir.
The fact remains, Carson, that you are too much of a Sir Galahad where women are concerned.
But think of them, sir. Hetty, Fay, Helena. Man wouldn't be human otherwise.
My dear chap, let's not forget that we're on the track of something quite inhuman in conception.
Yes, that's true, sir.
And we are faced with the most ruthless opposition. And you've got more to contend with in this new phase of our operation. The wild backwoods.
Oh, yes, sir. About the seaplane.
I assured you, old chap, I'd have no trouble in chartering an ocean liner. The matter's well in hand.
Oh, it is? Oh, good.
However, it'll mean taking a third party along. The pilot.
Pity about that.
Yes, I agree. 'Tis awkward. But the fellow seems to be reliable enough.
Oh, so you've got as far as chartering the bus.
I may give the impression of being something of a dawdler, but when it's time to get cracking, I do.
Yes, sir, I've noticed it. That's why I keep you in background when fair sex in offing.
No. Now, Carson, old codger like me.
But about this fella.
Well, he's an American. Big fella. Forthright, even to the point of being rude. Nagel's his name, Herman Nagel.
What's his background?
I believe he's been knocking around the world quite a deal in many wildcat aviation ventures, but always missed out somehow. My explorer friend, Julius Grant, has been very helpful in that regard.
Helpful and a lot more. Look at this map he gave us. Now, these are the 3 locations where ancient ruins may be found adjacent to suitable landing spots for seaplanes.
Indeed.
All within 800 or 900 miles of Rio de Janeiro.
And well within the arm of the Rio Sao Francesco. Quite a river, Carson.
Yes, quite a wilderness.
I fear so. But it's intriguing, you know. Laden with legends. You hear stories of white Indians and so on.
To say nothing of strange lights that never go out.
Yes, that's so.
Then why should it be so very unusual?
Well, what the dickens...
I mean the ancients possessing some knowledge of atomic power.
Well, according to Julius Grant, that would account for the lights. It's quite a fashionable theory at present, I'm told.
I wonder why this Chaka chappie went hunting him.
Well, I've pondered on that, and I find 2 reasons. One, of course, that he's a scientist, and naturally he'd be interested in this phenomena. The other... Well, perhaps one of the other missing scientists has set himself up somewhere in the region.
Yes, I've been thinking of that.
There's no knowing what you might find, Carson. Quite an adventure. I envy you.
Pity you can't come along, sir.
Yes. But someone must hold the fort here. And that brings up another point. We must set up some means of keeping in touch.
Well, I have a pair of pipes that can handle that, you know, sir.
Now, Carson, your beloved pipes have their purposes, but in this case...
Oh, Sir Giles, what about the miniature transmitter and receiver jobs?
Well, they just haven't the range, man.
No, I suppose not. Only walkie whispers at best of times.
Walkie whispers.
Well, might as well be frank. But what have you in mind?
Oh, nothing very sensational. Neat, powerful and portable. I'll give you full instructions and the set before you depart.
Oh, good. And now, the instructions read the plane. Where's it moored?
Oh, yes. I dare say you're interested to look her over.
Yes, the plane and Mr. Herman Nagel. Most. It was a glorious day, as days in lovely Rio can so often be. The day was superb, and for once I found myself relaxing on the drive to the small base where the plane was moored. Took little finding. And friend Herman Nagel. I guessed it was he by the regular grind of his big jaw as he kept chewing at a wad of gum. He tilted a grimy jockey cap to the back of his head, put his great hands on his hips, and looked at me sourly.
Yeah, sure, Mr. Carson, I know all about you.
Not all, I trust.
All I've been told. Anyway, there's your crate riding about 50 yards out.
Should do the job.
If you mean she don't look anything fancy, say it. But she's certified sound, and she'll get you where you aim to go.
That's your department.
And that's a handy line. I figure we ought to get our department straightened out right here and now. I don't know what you're up to or why, and I don't want to know. You mind your business, I mind mine.
Suits me perfectly.
Well, this might be a joyride, or it might be something else. I'm not asking. And I don't want you asking why I'm in this part of the world and where I dumped my wife and kids, okay?
Okay. I think we'll get along fine.
I hope so, Mr. Carson.
Howsoever, I do notice somewhat disapproving glint in your eye.
Guess I don't like the pipe.
Oh, there's one. Afghan.
Sort of in the blast furnace class.
Has a number of uses. In fact, I think I'll give you a short demonstration. You see that packing case about 15 yards away?
Sure.
And you see the letter 8 stenciled on it?
Yeah. Yeah, but say, what the heck are you doing with that pipe?
Just aiming it. There's something concealed in false stem underneath. Watch now.
Well,
Don't try that again.
Hey, a dame hiding behind that case.
Miss Helena Jansen. Know her?
Shucks, no, I never knew she was there. Well, I guess a feller'd be doing mighty swell to know her. Some cookie.
Will you please put that abomination away, Mr. Carson?
Well, she knows you, huh?
Sam. All clear now, Helena.
Miss Jansen, if you please.
Boss, she's flying fighting colors in them eyes. I'll mosey off a bit.
Thanks.
Oh, you gave me a dreadful scare. Whatever did you think you were doing?
I'm just demonstrating pipe.
Ugly thing. I'm most annoyed with you.
Oh, my dear, we're back in character again.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, for the svelte Miss Jansen to be hiding behind a packing case, that was indeed out of character.
I happened to follow you down here.
I thought I noticed a sports car following.
It was just an impulse. Rather schoolgirlish, I fear, now that I've been jolted back to earth.
What's all this about? Got some pipe you want me to see? An ancient weapon or some such?
I did think of using that as a pretext. But, Bruce, you did give me a terrible scare.
Ah, the softness. The woman's human.
I suppose I am.
Oh, my dear, you're trembling.
Bruce, I'm acting like a fool.
Fool? You're acting divinely. I like this softness. And the sun dancing off the water does something to you. And me too, I'm afraid. Well, I'll be to the point. Got a sudden urge to kiss you.
It would be most unwise.
In spite of all the open air.
I wouldn't try, Bruce.
Why not?
Because I'd be forced to do something that might not meet with your approval.
And that?
Slap your face.
Come to think of it, wouldn't mind that either.
No, Bruce, not. Let me go. Quick.
What is it?
Someone coming. He hasn't seen me yet. I must go.
Yeah, but who is it?
Don't trust him, Bruce. Don't trust him.
Don't trust him, huh? Nagel?
Hey there!
What now?
Carson, you old dog!
Roger Deauville. Now, what brings him here? And what makes Helena so scared? Roger Deauville, schoolmate of mine in England. He came swaggering towards me, bronzed, good-looking, all smiles. But as he came, I recalled that I'd introduced him to Helena in her antique shop in Rue des Ouvidors. and though both had acted as if unknown to each other, I'd sensed that this was not so. Moreover, how'd he found me here?
How, Bruce?
I'm just wondering.
Now listen, Mr. Carter. I'm in the travel business.
Oh, what difference does that make?
I hear about people traveling.
Ah, I see. Oh, well, no peace for the wicked.
Now, what's the stunt?
No stunt, old chap. Doing a survey for the company.
The meat crowd?
So. But how did you run me down?
Oh, I have contacts in this game.
Yes, seems so.
But when I heard... Well, as a friend, I thought...
What the blazes are you looking around like that for?
Where's that big fella?
What big fella?
Nagel.
He was here a minute or two ago. Sauntered off.
Good.
You know him?
I know of him, Bruce. That's why I went looking for you, just as soon as I heard you chartered that broken-down crate of his.
Well, I'm told it's certified.
Should be certified insane.
Really?
And as for Nagel himself... Well, Bruce, I don't like good fear, but for old time's sake and all that...
Oh, understood.
He's not to be trusted.
How so?
Bruce, it would be breaking a confidence if I went into detail, you know, ethics. But I hear things.
And you hear that Herman Nagel isn't to be trusted?
I'll take my tip. Don't trust him.
Strange, you know. Don't trust him. Seems I've heard those words before. Thanks, Roger. I won't. No. First and foremost, I decided not to trust Roger Deauville. But what was going on now? Helena warns me against Deauville, then Deauville against Herman Nagel. Someone didn't want us to take off on this new lead in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
The search for the grim secret of the Death Ray now lay somewhere in the wilds well to the north of Rio. There, the mysterious Chaka had gone to find the ruins of an ancient civilization, said to be the abode of strange lights that never go out. My Rio contact, Sir Giles Davenport, had chartered a seaplane to take us there. The pilot, a burly, brooding American called Herman Nagel. Odd things happened when first I saw the plane. Helena Jensen suddenly appeared and warned me against someone. And that someone seemed to be the chappie who came onto the scene just as she made off, my former school chum, Roger Deauville. But now, with the seaplane riding some 50 yards from the jetty, Deauville himself was warning me against another person.
In these parts, Carson, old boy, one learns to keep one's mouth shut. But you being such an old friend and so on...
Understood, Roger. Appreciate it much.
And as I said, it would be breaking a confidence were I to reveal where I got the whisper. This Nagel fella isn't to be trusted.
Howsoever, struck me as straight shooter.
Only when it comes to using his fists, Bruce.
Yes, rather imagined that from build, size of hands, general attitude.
I wouldn't trust myself from here back to Rio with him, let alone some jaunt. You said you were doing a survey for your company.
So? You know, what chances of opening up new cattle areas?
There's not much chance of running cattle where you're going.
You don't think so, huh?
Blind Freddy could tell you that.
Yeah. Though, don't recall telling you where I was going, old chap.
From the general rumour, Bruce, I gathered it was north somewhere.
This general rumour. Most intriguing.
I tried to tell you. I run a travel agency. I hear things.
Yeah, of course.
I shouldn't be blabbing it all to you. But for old time's sake and that sort of thing...
Yes, as I said, appreciate most. But, what's friend Herman been up to? Smuggling or some such?
You might say. Though if you don't mind, I'd sooner not go into it. The fellow's a stranger to me personally. I just know of him, and I wouldn't trust him.
All right, Roger. I won't. Howsoever, I must get back to town.
I can't give you a lift, can I?
No, I'll borrow the rolls from my friend, Sir Giles.
I noticed it parked at the back of the sheds. Care to join me in a knock-in back in the city?
Well, if you don't mind, old chap, I've got to get arrangements fixed for the, jaunt. Also, I must have another word with friend Herman Nagel.
And then I'll leave you to it. Best of luck, Bruce.
Thanks, Roger. Seems I'll be needing it. Well, Nagel, I dare say you're wondering what's been going on.
Why should I, Mr. Carson?
Well, a woman appears from nowhere, rushes off, then an old friend of mine arrives on scene.
Listen, Mr. Carson. I figured we got something straight. I mind my own business. You mind yours.
Well, howsoever, I just thought you might be wondering what it was all about.
If I wonder, I keep it to myself.
Oh, stout fella.
If you really want me to say something, then that dame was really smooth. I guess I'd like to let loose an arrow from a crazy pipe and have a cookie like that pop up from behind a packing case. Does that suit you?
Admirably. Howsoever, wondering if you'd seen that chap before. Roger Deauville, you know.
I don't know. And if I did, I wouldn't be telling you. If I figured I wouldn't trust him, then I wouldn't be telling you either. And if I reckoned you ought to be warned against him, I still wouldn't be telling you. Now, Mr. Carson, does that suit you?
So, old chap, you make yourself very plain. Well, I'll be getting along. Goodbye for now. Friend Herman Nagel had something to hide, all right. Though he made it very plain that my ever-so-smooth school chum, Roger Deauville, was known to him and not to be trusted. As I drove back to Rio through the glittering afternoon between the blue and gold of sea and shore, I pondered on it all. Distrust was rife. The beautiful Elena warns me against Deauville, then Deauville against Nagel, and finally Nagel against Deauville himself. As Sir Giles remarked when we settled down at his apartment...
Well, Carson, at least it's 2 against 1.
Which means dear Roger's one to be suspected most.
Men alive, they're all to be suspected.
Even Herman Nagel?
As a precaution, yes.
But he was recommended by your commander friend, the explorer chappie.
Indeed, and Julius Grant assured me that he is most reliable. But then Julius is the armchair explorer these days. Spends most of his time with a hidden book or poring over a map of some sort.
I'll tell you this much, Sir Giles. This Nagel has something to hide.
Well, according to Julius, he's a rough diamond. He's struck nothing but setbacks since his barnstorming days in aviation.
Never know. Could be something more.
There's something more I'd like to know. How did Miss Helena Jensen come to be down at the aircraft base?
Oh, she said it was a moment of schoolgirlish abandon. Decided to follow me in a sports car. Though she chose an odd way to creep up on me.
Oh, how was that, Carson?
Oh, well, I was talking to Nagel. She was crouching down behind empty packing cases on the jetty.
Snooping on you?
Seems, yeah.
What they'll be up to next. But how did you deal with her?
With this?
And I say, old fellow.
Oh, anything wrong, sir?
Those dashed pipes of yours. Always get a start when you go dragging them out of your pockets.
That's an Afghan job, sir.
Yes, I know. Shoots a spring arrow or some such. But please don't go meddling with it.
Oh, I won't, sir. However, to Nagel's bewilderment, I took aim at a figure stenciled on packing case, let arrow loose, plunk. Out came fair Helena.
She'd need to have some sort of excuse for that.
She came out fighting, and saying is, though I had a glimpse of the real Helena, rather tender, as I've imagined, behind all that prim front.
You're determined she'll turn out to be an innocent soul, Carson, aren't you?
Well, so the fact was, we were getting along splendidly. Howsoever, she panicked all of a sudden, spotted Deauville in distance, rushed off, telling me he wasn't to be trusted.
Oh, how very curious.
A moment later, Roger shouts to me, then saunters onto jetty.
Had he seen her, Carson?
He didn't say. I rather fancy not.
What does it all mean?
Well, sirs, I thought it time I introduced Helena and friend Roger.
Yes, so you did, at her antique shop.
So, though at the time, if you recall, I had a feeling they knew one another. They were not letting on.
So you said. But where's the link?
Possibly rivals.
It could well be. Miss Jensen, and with all due respects to your admiration for her, was at one time a British agent.
True, sir, though hard to imagine her indulging in double dealings with another power.
We have that direct from the Thames embankment, my dear fellow.
So, sir.
Indeed, that seems to be the only possible answer. Miss Jensen and Deauville are rivals, just as we are rivals, too, in this very bewildering horror hunt. But why did she warn you?
And that's it. And why did Roger warn me against Herman Nagel?
Still bewildering.
It could be, sir, that Deauville doesn't want me to go looking for the sight of those fabulous lights. And possibly another of our scientists.
I feel that's the only explanation we can make. But by the same token, if Miss Jensen warns you against Roger Deauville, then she wants you to make this investigation. You must admit that.
Yes, I do, sir.
They're coming at us from every direction.
Sir. So many things pulling at a fellow, he feels like a puppet on a string. But if Angelo's not fit yet...
He'll be quite well enough to set off in the morning.
Well, that leaves me plenty of time to drop in on Helena and talk things over.
No, Carson.
But why not find out why she told me not to trust Deauville?
You never know what further trouble it may cause you. Let's keep our eye on the primary objective. The ruins that this mysterious Charco went searching for. Let's concentrate for the moment on finding our third scientist and getting somewhere with this hunt for the death ray secret.
Whatever you say, sir. Though I would dearly love to see the creature again.
I'll bet you would. Now what?
Okay for me to answer, sir?
No, I have it. Hello?
Monsieur Sir Giles?
Monsieur Sir Giles.
Oh, it's fair.
You take it, Carson, like a good fella.
Right, sir.
Monsieur Sir Giles?
Bruce here, Fair. Sir Giles guessed who owned the sweet voice and handed the phone over immediately.
He acts so strange.
Oh, didn't think so?
He acts as if he is cross with me.
Oh, how could he be cross with you? How could any man?
Oh, Monsieur Bruce, I not understand men at all. They give me such trouble.
Oh? How so?
You are the only one to whom I know I am able to turn.
Now what's been going on?
I am being pursued again by a man.
Oh, so that's it.
One of the loud dressers, you know the kind. They drive me away from El Rocco with all their horrible stares at my dancing. Now they follow me to Blanca Tulipa. It upset me so much. Tonight, perhaps, you are able to call for me and escort me safely to my home?
Tonight? Well,
No, Carson, no.
Please, Monsieur Bruce.
Look, Faye, I have another appointment, but,
With the red-haired Hetty?
Oh, no.
Then it is the one who is fair and cold.
No, it isn't Helena Jansen either. It's just an appointment. Business contact, you know? Now, you forget all about the loud dressers. Think of your dancing. I'll do my best to be there.
Oh, you are so kind, Monsieur Bruce. I see you later.
I hope so. Bye for now.
Carson, forget about this.
It's not so easy, Sir Giles.
I'd say that Mademoiselle Corelli was phoning to check on your movements. And tonight there may well be something to hamper those movements. That is, if you go dropping into that cabaret again.
Well, I more or less said I'd be there.
You please yourself, Carson. But Angelo will be ready to leave in the morning, bless his black heart. I wouldn't advise you to pay any farewell calls, despite the great charms of your dancer friend, of Miss Jensen, or Miss Hetty Fitzhenry.
Oh, perhaps I won't, Sir Giles. Howsoever, seems such a waste. Yes, it did seem a waste, especially when I had a night to spare. Well, I left the old boy and decided to take his advice. Walked most of the way back to my hotel, intending to go straight up to the suite and have an early night. But just before I reached the hotel entrance, someone caught up with me.
Monsieur Bruce.
Great heavens, Faye.
Oh, Monsieur Bruce, to find you like this, it is a deliverance. I am hastening to your hotel for protection.
From a man?
Oui. I am being pursued.
By a loud dresser?
No. This time not so loud.
Well, that's a change, anyway.
You do not believe me?
Faye, my dear, I adore seeing you any time, but this pursued business is wearing a trifle thin.
I do not tell you lies, Monsieur Bruce. He does follow me. Even still, I am able to see him.
All right, dear. Where?
Upon the opposite side of the street. He stops with a cigarette in his mouth under the second stripe awning.
The second striped awning?
A big man, Monsieur Bruce.
What?
You see him?
So. And he was following you?
Oui.
Well, at least we know who he is. But why should that particular character be following you?
How can I answer? I never see him before.
The trouble is, I have. American pilot, Herman Nagel. For once, it seemed that a man really was pursuing our exotic French-Italian dancer. Herman Nagel, the American pilot. It seemed that yet another person was playing us false in the grim struggle of Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
The faithful Angelo had been pronounced fit again, so all was ready to make an early start on our search for the ancient ruins, the abode of the strange lights that never go out. Charco had been on this search, and we knew that Charco was one of the 6 scientists who'd worked on the Death Ray project. But even though I'd assured Sir Giles Davenport that I'd not allow myself to be lured into any attractive company, Fay Corelli caught up with me near my hotel. It was the old story. She was being pursued by a man. I was fully prepared to disbelieve it when she pointed him out under the lights of an awning opposite. It was Herman Nagel, the pilot of the seaplane that we'd chartered to take us on our search. What was he doing following Fay?
It is true, Monsieur Bruce. I have never seen him before. But you say you know him?
So?
A friend of yours?
Acquaintance.
Such nice people, you know.
Oh, my dear, what man wouldn't want to follow you? Yes, but where'd he pick you up?
He not pick me up.
Your trail, I mean?
He start to follow when I leave Blanca Tulipe, where I dance.
I see. But, left early tonight, didn't you?
I intend to go back. But between the dancing, I decide to walk around and look at the shops.
Strange thing to do.
Why so strange?
Well, my dear, didn't you phone me earlier saying you were somewhat concerned to leave the White Tulip alone? Men had been following you?
And I asked you to come and see me there, but you do not. I decide I will not wait alone. If you come, you'll not find me. I look at all the jewelry in the shops.
And our friend followed?
Oui, but no friend of mine.
Well, perhaps better find out what he's up to.
Look, Monsieur Bruce. He start to walk away.
Yes, noticed that.
And he walks strange.
Carrying quite a cargo, it seems.
What you say? Carry cargo?
Been drinking.
Oh, oui. We that make him stagger.
Yes, but don't want to let him out of my sight. Fay, I think you'd better take a taxi back to the White Tulip straight away.
You just wish to be rid of me, eh?
Great heavens, no. I only want to follow that character.
I go then. But on the one condition only. You come to Blanca Tulipe later on.
Later on? Right. Promise. Now, let's get cracking. Excuse me, old chap.
Huh? What is that?
I said, excuse me.
Oh, you, Carson, huh? Have a drink.
Well, might as well, I suppose.
Hey, waiter! Waiter!
Senor?
We get this character a drink, huh?
Indeed. What is it you desire, Senor?
Scotch, if you have it.
Got everything in this dive, Carson? Everything.
Then scotch.
At once, Senor. At once.
So you ran me down, huh, Carson?
Well, seems so.
Well, I don't figure I made it too hard.
Well, I'll grant you that, Nagel, and thank you for your consideration.
Polite, ain't we?
Your drink, Senor. Also, water? Or would you prefer the soda?
No. Water's fine.
There's a stack of change on the counter, bud. Take it out of that, huh?
Indeed, Senor.
Good. Hey, you better have one yourself.
Many thanks, Senor. Many thanks.
Well, Carson, what's on your mind?
Well, I don't like to offend you, old chap. But,
offend?
Or do anything to upset our little understanding.
What understanding?
You mind your business, I mind mine. Howsoever, Mademoiselle Corelli happens to be a friend of mine. You are following her.
You know, Carson, I figure you got some mighty smooth cookies lined up.
I said you were following her.
Sure I was, sure. But could you blame a guy when she's got that walking figure?
Ah, so you followed her from the White Tulip Cabaret purely in the interest of, shall we say, art?
Huh? I followed her a mighty long way more than that, bud.
Where from, then?
You're asking too many questions, Carson.
My apologies.
Toss off that drink and forget about it.
Well, toss it off anyway. Touch of water first. There we are. Well, old chap, very best.
Sure.
Well, some scotch.
It ain't guaranteed pure, not in this dive. It's been knocking me around.
Yes, I noticed. Trust you haven't forgotten we're supposed to be flying tomorrow.
I'll be all right tomorrow.
Oh, old chap, I have every confidence in you.
Well, I hope you ain't got too much of your confidence staked out in that dancer dame.
Why's that?
Because I'm telling you this, Carson. I first picked up her trail down there where my plane's moored.
What the blazes was she doing down there?
I wouldn't know.
You followed her all that way?
I said it, didn't I?
Of course.
Like I said when we first met, Carson, I don't know why you've hired me. I don't want to know. Just the same as I ain't interested in that dancer dame, except that chassis of hers. Now let's have another drink, Carson. That's all you're getting out of me.
That was all I got out of friend Herman Nagel, 2 drinks. Though it was something to learn that Fay had been playing a double game once again. Yet, looking into those eyes of hers, a fellow could scarcely believe it of her. Nagel seemed to be resenting my presence, so I left, and back to the hotel for an uneasy sleep. Early the following morning, both Sir Giles and I had our doubts about him.
Carson, I do hope he's in a fit condition to fly.
Oh, he's the type that makes a quick recoveries, huh?
But even so, is he to be trusted?
Sir Giles, I've come to the conclusion that no one's to be trusted.
Least of all, Mademoiselle Corelli.
Little vixen.
It's no laughing matter, Carson.
I realize that, sir. Well, don't worry.
You're about to set out on what may well prove to be the most vital phase of our search.
True, sir.
And I'd have been so much happier had you not seen your dancer friend last night.
Well, it was her doing, sir.
Yes, I realize that. It's all so bewildering. I think I'll be relieved to get you away from Rio for a spell. Away from all these women and others and their shadowy moves.
Well, sir, inside an hour we'll be out of your hair.
Yes.
Angelo should be ready just about now.
Just about. He's loading everything into the car down in the basement. But I'll entrust this important piece of equipment to you.
Oh, 2-way radio.
Indeed. Compact, portable, with plenty of power. You have the code and directions?
Yes, clear on that, sir.
Angelo believes that evil spirits dwell in every valve. But he's quite capable of letting you know if I'm sending anything through.
And what will be the hours to open up, sir?
3 times a day. 6 in the morning, noon, 6 at night. Quite a good time in this part of the world, Carson. There are usually church bells ringing. Tends to drown out any crackling or other noise.
6 in the morning, noon, 6 at night. Got that, sir.
Good. Here's the rascal now.
All is in readiness, Excellency.
Good. I'll come downstairs to wave you on your way. And may Angelo's good spirits fly with you.
Indeed, Excellency, indeed.
Beautiful Rio de Janeiro was just coming to life as we made our thunderous takeoff in Herman Nagel's 2-engine seaplane, then rose high above the weirdly shaped mountains behind the city, then north over the rugged terrain. By courtesy of Commander Julius Grant, Sir Giles' explorer friend, we had 3 places where a seaplane might land near known ruins of the ancients. But we were searching for 2 things: the lights that never go out, and the secret of a dread weapon of destruction, the death ray. Well, Nagel, old chap, must congratulate you.
On the recovery, you mean?
Oh, that was remarkable.
Long years of practice, Bud.
Yeah, but I mean on the flying time.
Well,
the engines are positively singing.
I told you she was nothing fancy, but she's certified sound.
Yes, I'm delighted, especially with the flying time we're making. Oh, let's see. Getting on for midday.
What's so special about that?
Oh, just time we had a snack. I'll get down aft, or whatever you say, on a flying boat, come seaplane, and have a chat to our Angelo. Anything you like to dish up, old chap, but while you're dishing it, will you keep an ear cocked for anything coming out of this?
Si, senor. No, I pray to the good spirits that it will not be the voice of the evil one.
You may not get a murmur, though if Sir Giles has anything he thinks we should know, he'll send it through.
I understand, senor.
It's tuned to the wavelength now, old chap. I'll leave you to it. Jove, Nagel, the land grows even more rugged below.
Sure does.
How far north are we?
Oh, getting on for 500 miles.
Yeah, good going. Oh, but it's absolute wilderness. Can well imagine unknown tribes of people down there.
You can, huh?
In fact, I'm told there are white Indians to be found in this area.
I just wouldn't know.
Yeah. You've not flown over this area before?
Now listen, Carson, I thought we figured it out. Then let's stick to it, huh?
Well, that's how you want it. Oh, well, chick pipes, pass the time.
Hey, steady on.
Anything wrong?
I saw one of them pipes in action.
Was this one?
Yeah, arrow shoots out of that false stem.
Oh, it's only a spring, old chap. Very simple.
Carson, I'd sooner you didn't go meddling with those pipes on this kite.
Well, I can't smoke either.
Great snakes, we got the ship overloaded with cans of gas as it is.
Oh, don't worry, old chap. Won't light up. Just keep pipe in mouth for old time's sake.
Senor Carson!
What is it, Angelo?
The evil spirits. They fly with us.
What the heck's he...
Oh, steady, old chap. Angelo, you've picked up something on the portable two-way.
Indeed. The voice of Sir Giles. He says to warn you that upon this plane there is a bomb.
A bomb?
Si, senor. It was lodged upon the plane by those who are enemies to us.
Nagel, old chap, this is from Sir Giles Davenport. He says there's a bomb planted on this plane.
So I heard.
Well, old chap, I think we'd better do something about it.
It is possible that it will blow up at any moment.
Hear that, Nagel?
Yeah, but what can we do?
Well, best we land somewhere.
Nope. No chance for 2 hours at least. Not where we are now, only jungle below.
Well, there must be something we can do.
Search the ship. Otherwise, Bud, you and me and your pal, Angelo, are due for a sticky end.
4.5 hours north of Rio, we suddenly learnt that we had a bomb on board. How did it get there? I immediately thought of Pecorelli. But meanwhile, where was it? We had to find it, or join the also-rans in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
We were flying north from Rio on another stage of our search for the secret of this grim weapon of death and destruction. We knew that a mysterious Chaka was one of the 6 scientists who'd come to South America with part of the secret. We knew that Chaka had already beaten us to some of the information himself. And we knew that he'd been associated with a search for the lights that never go out, somewhere in the ruins of an ancient civilization. Sir Giles Davenport chartered a seaplane for our jaunt. It was operated by a moody American, Herman Nagel. But some 4.5 hours out of Rio, Sir Giles radioed through a message that sent shivers down the spines of his servant Angelo and myself. Someone had planted a bomb on the seaplane.
Senor, the evil spirits ride with us.
Evil spirits? You said it, brother.
No laughing matter, Nagel. This direct message from friend in Rio.
I figured that was a 2-way you characters brought on board. What's wrong? Don't you trust the equipment I got?
This is for direct contact with my company.
No need to cover up. I ain't asking questions.
Scarcely time for anyone to be asking questions. Someone's planted a bomb on this plane.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Senors, at any moment it is likely to hurl us into the waiting arms of the spirit.
Don't worry, Bud. This crate's got a charmed life.
Now, all jokes aside, Nagel, we must do something.
Nothing I can do except stay put at the controls, Carson. And like I told you, it'll be 2 hours before I can guarantee any safe landing place. With this load on board, we need a fairly good stretch of water and not too shallow.
Senors, please.
Hey, you better search the ship, Bud, and find the evil spirits.
For all our sakes, I hope so. Come on, Angelo, old chap. No sign of it, I'm afraid.
But it must be here, Senor. His Excellency is informed on the best authority that the bomb is upon this aeroplane.
We've been right down to tail compartment and through all this gear and luggage.
Senor Carson,
His Excellency warns me that he has yet no knowledge of the length of the delay. At any moment it may let loose its anger upon us.
Yes, I know, old chap.
And this is the work of the one who does the dance.
Huh?
The acquaintance of your Senor from El Blanco Tulipa.
Oh, Mademoiselle Carilli.
Indeed.
How so?
Was she not observed conducting some strange business near where this plane was moored in Rio de Janeiro?
According to friend Herman Nagel up front.
She is in league with the dark spirits.
I can't imagine it, old chap, but let's shift those petrol cans. Might be planted behind them.
At once, Senor. At once.
If not there, then seems we're sunk. In more ways than one. With the plane rocking heavily at times, it was a ticklish business shifting those petrol cans. But the situation was ticklish, to say the very least. Though still no sign of the bomb. Surely the divine Fakerelli couldn't be as callous as this. I sent Angelo forward to the control cabin to tell that cool coot Nagel that the search was fruitless to date. Then I contacted Sir Giles. The old boy was standing by. He seemed miles and miles away, which he was. Over 500 now.
Yes, Carson, old fella. You're coming through. What about the extra cargo?
No luck yet, Sir Giles.
Man alive, you must find the dash thing or...
Or we won't be.
Eh? What was that, Carson?
Or we won't be alive.
This is no joke, man.
I'm not treating it as such, I assure you. But we've searched high and low.
It's on board somewhere.
Yes, but precisely where?
Well, she didn't tell me that.
She? Who was this, Sir Giles?
Your dancer friend.
Faye?
Yes.
Faye Corelli?
That's right. Yes, Carson, she rang me halfway through the morning.
Did she put it on board?
I don't know. She hung up immediately, she warned me.
Yeah, so she's not villainess after all.
Well, she may simply be regretting it all. But, Carson, you must find it.
Nowhere else to look, sir.
Then get the plane down in the river somewhere. Abandon it.
Yes, I thought of that, but Nagel says it's about 2 hours to a suitable landing place. We're carrying a big load of petrol.
Dump it, man. Do anything, but save your hide. Look, this is desperate.
Yes, realize that, but, suggestion. Contact Faye.
Well, I'm doing my best, old chap. I'll signal through the moment I have anything.
Good.
Meanwhile, try to persuade Nagel to land somewhere. If you can't find the bomb, then abandon the plane. It may only be a matter of minutes before it goes up.
So you guys ain't located it, huh?
No, Nagel. And with all due respect to your somewhat sardonic sense of humor, the situation's growing a little more desperate.
You reckon, huh?
I fear so.
Senors.
Losing your nerve, bud?
Oh, really, old chap, he has every reason to be dismayed.
Huh.
The time passes, Senor Carson.
Yes, realize that, but our friend seems to be inviting disaster.
Huh.
Is there anywhere else we can look?
Yeah, there is.
And where?
Bomb could be tucked under the cowling of one of the engines.
Jove, never thought of that.
Maybe while I'm trying to figure out some place where we might make a landing, you could sort of climb out.
Climb out onto the wings, Senor?
Yeah. Did it many a time in my stunting days. But now, like I've been telling you, I gotta stay put at these controls.
All right, then. Which do you suggest first?
You mean you...
Naturally. Why not?
Well, you're game, I gotta admit that.
Which engine first, port or starboard?
Now, Carson.
Now, hurry, man.
I guess this has gone far enough.
What do you mean?
Well, there just ain't no bomb on this crate.
No bomb?
Nope, no bomb.
But we've information from a most reliable source.
Sure. It was on board.
Was? How's that?
Now listen, Carson, I've been around. I've been flying some mighty queer birds in my time. Like I said, this ain't the first time I've had bomb trouble. Besides, with that dancer dame prowling near the moorings, wasn't I warned?
Now, let's get this straight, Nagel. You suspected there was a bomb on board.
Yeah.
So you searched the plane and found it.
And dumped it in the mud someplace outside Rio. To some fishermen, I guess it'll be an underwater disturbance when it goes off.
And you knew this all along?
Sure.
And you still let us go searching this ship?
Well, it was one way of getting you out of my hair, wasn't it?
Yeah, old chap, a man ought to take you by the hair and throw you overboard.
That, Senor, will bring me a great deal of pleasure.
Cocksure, ain't you, bud, now that your evil spirits ain't on board.
Take care, my friend.
I wouldn't try pulling anything up here, son. Not unless you want to crash this kite down in that jungle below. It ain't never been explored.
Mr. Nagel, I rather think this sense of humor of yours is out of place. Howsoever, we'll carry on as planned to that first landing site.
It'll be 3 hours yet.
And let's hope we don't get in one another's hair again.
Senor, this
Now, let us pass, Angelo. Let's to the other cabin. That's something coming through from our bird-watching friend.
Did you say bird-watching?
Sir, one of my many hobbies, you know.
Oh, sure.
Howsoever, we'll get ourselves out of your hair for the time being. Angelo had a murderous air about him. I felt much the same. Friend Nagel certainly had a quaint sense of humor, it seemed. We retired to the rear cabin in a certain mood of relief, and the plane roared on high above the treacherous unknown. Death had not claimed us, though how very wrong we were in thinking all was well. We lunched, then waited on Sir Giles. It was almost an hour and a half before he came through.
Splendid, Carson. So you found the egg.
Egg, sir? Oh, yes, of course. It wasn't in the nest after all.
It wasn't in the nest, you say?
No. Our friend removed it before we left Rio.
You mean he knew this all along?
So, sir.
And didn't tell you?
He has an odd sort of twist to humor, sir. Anyway, we've been waiting some time to hear from you.
Oh, I've been out getting information from that dark bird, a female species. The one that does that very attractive dance, if you follow.
Yes, I follow, sir.
I managed to get what I wanted from the bird herself, you might say.
And she, laid the egg on this, nest of ours?
I'm not too sure. It may have been another of the species.
Any idea why she came onto your doorstep, so to speak, and let you know about it?
I fear not, old fellow. But it was a clever way of planting the egg. Such a very innocent disguise.
Yes, of course.
Anyway, Carson, I'm relieved to know that no harm can come to the nest. We won't waste any more juice. I'll be hearing from you in due course, I trust.
So, sir, at prearranged time.
Good. Then all the best of luck for the present.
Thanks, Sir Giles. Cheers for now. Well, Angelo, that's that. So much for our egg.
This egg, Signore.
The bomb, follow?
Ah, si, indeed. The evil spirits no longer ride with us.
Well, let's hope not. Meanwhile, I'll get up to the control cabin and see what progress we're making.
Well, Carson, how's your bird-watching buddy?
Quite well, old chap. Just passing on information about what we might and might not strike in these parts.
Huh.
I assure you, Nagel, I am interested in bird-watching.
Sure. I noticed back in Rio.
You did?
Yeah. First when I see that blonde bird cooing to you, and then the dark one.
Yeah, that's rather a different hobby, I fear.
Well, that'd be the one I'd take up, Bud.
Well, then we must do a spot of watching when we get back to Rio.
If we get back.
What precisely do you mean?
Well, when someone plants a bomb on the ship, it means trouble, I figure. Though I ain't minding anybody's business but my own.
Don't worry. But, how did you manage to locate the bomb?
First, Bud, like I said, I suspected someone was paying too much attention to this kite. So I look her over. Anybody could have found it.
Seen through the disguise, you mean?
Disguise? Listen, Carson, in my time I seen some bombs planted. This was strictly amateur. It was wedged down in the tail compartment, had bomb written all over it.
Howsoever, old chap, I'm told that it was cleverly planted and under an innocent disguise.
Huh? Well, how'd you come by that?
My bird-watching friend happened to mention it.
Cleverly planted. Innocent disguise. You know something, Carson? I figured there were 2 bombs put on board.
2?
Sure, the amateur job I found, the one you ain't found. I guess I got cause to be dismayed after all.
I rather fear we all have. A second bomb. And we've already searched the ship. Bombs were in season, it seemed. Herman Nagel wasn't enjoying this latest interlude one bit. As he remained at the controls, we began another desperate mid-air search. We certainly had thoughtful rivals in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
Herman Nagel's twin-engine seaplane was taking us north from Rio to search for the site of the fabulous lights that never go out. We hoped this might give us a lead on Chaco, and so take us a step forward in our search for the grim secret of the Death Ray. But it seemed that someone didn't want us to reach the ancient ruins where the strange lights were said to glow. 2 bombs had been planted on the plane. One had been found by Nagel and dumped. The other was cleverly planted and innocently disguised. But where? I tried to raise Sir Giles Davenport back in Rio, but he wasn't standing by the two-way radio. His servant, Angelo, was trembling, and friend Nagel had lost some of his nonchalance when I broke the news.
That ain't good news, Carson.
Not, old chap.
The evil spirits still fly with the Senors.
Well, I figure you guys better go looking for him again. I gotta stay put by these controls.
On this occasion, Nagel, I dare say we can expect your cooperation in the search.
I guess so, Bud. I'll handle this control cap, and you stand right at the tail compartment. Go through the life jackets, everything. What you suspect, just heave overboard.
Right.
Hey, but this bird-watching buddy of yours, has he got any clue on what time the egg's set to crack open?
From what we gathered, any time. Come along, Angelo. Let's to work again.
No luck, you say?
Fear not.
Makes the picture grim, huh?
Yes, trifle.
You ain't got much to say on the matter, Carson.
What can a fellow say? Looking to you to help us out.
I got nothing more to offer.
But earlier, when you thought this entire thing great joke, you suggested peering under the engine cowling.
I guess that was part of the joke.
I see. But how about it?
You mean climbing out and looking under that cowling?
So, anything to keep body and soul together.
You'd really take that on, huh?
Naturally.
Like I said before your game, I got to admit it. Nah, it wouldn't be out there.
Well then, what next?
Well, I guess you better try raising that bird-watching buddy again. He knows where it's planted.
Well, I take it he does. Angelo's out in the rear cabin working on the radio now. I'll let you know what luck. Time's getting on.
Well, Carson?
I still have Angelo standing by. So far, not a murmur.
We ain't had a murmur from that bomb yet. Well, I guess it'll be the last we hear if she goes.
Yes, how right you are.
What the heck are you doing with that pipe?
And this, old chap? That's Briar. Lucky pipe. Just rubbing it for luck. Always do times like this.
Are you sure that bomb ain't one of them pipes you're carrying along with you?
It could be, though lethal charge not set to go off in any at present. There's a chance that our contact in Rio may open up. Otherwise, we don't get through till 6 this evening.
6?
Prearranged time.
Brother, that's the best part of 4 hours off. I figure there's only one thing to do. Get this kite down someplace.
How long will that take?
It's a matter of minutes, Bud. There's a stretch of water coming up.
I'm afraid I don't see any.
Straight ahead. See? Curved stretch of river.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I see it now. Oh, it looks very narrow.
Yeah, sure, but it ought to do the trick.
Yeah, but curve?
Only slight curve. I've come down on worse, though not always with such a heavy load of gas.
Well, perhaps then we should dump some of the petrol cans aft.
And get ourselves really stranded? No, Bud, I'm going down as we are. But just pray there ain't any fresh snags in this spot.
Fresh ones? You've landed here before, perhaps?
Like I said, Carson, on this joint, you mind your business, I mind mine.
Oh, sorry, old chap. Go ahead. Both Angelo and I'll be barracking for you. With all the extra petrol we were carrying, friend Nagel ruled smoking out. So all I could do was bite on the stem of an unlighted pipe as the plane zoomed low over the stretch of water, with cliffs of trees and vines on either side. We went into a steep turn, and then down.
We might just manage it, Carson.
I rather hope so, old chap.
Right. Here's the water.
Nice work.
Yeah. We gotta dodge that left bank yet.
Yes, it is looming ahead somewhat.
That's why I'm running the starboard motor.
So, yes, veering away.
Though we gotta risk the whole box and dice taking a nosedive into the mud.
Yeah, seems we're making it, old chap.
Well, yeah, I guess we're down.
Yeah, congratulations. That's quite a pilot.
I ought to be.
Ah, blessed silence.
But we don't want it shattered. We gotta get busy. Wake up your buddy.
Angelo? Angelo, old chap, what is it?
I give thanks to the good spirits.
Well, ask him to stand by us a while yet. Carson, I'll launch our rubber dinghy.
I'll give you a hand?
Nope, you just watch that two-way radio. We'll need it.
So? Right.
You, Angelo, you better get a load of fodder. We'll be needing that, too. Especially if the kite goes up. Come on now, let's mosey off. Doggone it, Carson. We must have been ashore here for more than 4 hours.
Oh, I'm sorry, old chap. It's not 6 yet.
Yeah, but it's so gone darn dark.
It's the jungle crowding in.
Yeah, I guess so. Drat the jungle.
You don't like it, seems.
There's a lot of things I don't like about this world and the people in it.
Referring to present company?
I ain't over fond of your buddy. What's he doing over there? Talking to the good spirits or something?
Oh, he's standing by the portable two-way. Yeah, we should make a contact any minute now.
I'd be mighty interested to hear where that bomb's planted. And I hope I don't lose this kite, brother.
Don't we all?
Sure, but as long as that set of yours works, then we get rescued.
Now, let me say this, Nagel. It'll take a pilot and a half to pull off a landing as you did.
You reckon, huh?
If you don't mind me saying.
That ain't nothing. Up to what it'll be like if we gotta take off out of this neck of the woods. Now what?
Senori! Senori!
What is it, Angelo? The two-way?
Anaconda! Anaconda!
Anaconda?
Snake, Carson, swinging down on us.
Great heavens. Those fiery eyes.
And I forgot to grab a rifle in the hurried getaway.
And then this may do the trick.
Hey, what the heck's that?
Pipe.
Pipe, are you out of your...
Aim. Like so. Watch.
Say... It shoots.
So.
Well, I'll be a codfish. Carson, you frightened the thing off before it got any notions about swallowing us.
Yeah, it's quite a handy little article to carry around.
Yeah, you certainly gotten yourself some crazy pipes, bud.
Senori!
What this time?
His Excellency speaks to us.
Is this guy soft in the head, Carson?
No, he means our bird-watching friend's calling us.
You mean Rio calling?
So. And let's hope he can tell us where bomb planted in yonder plane of yours.
I don't understand you, Carson. I know I didn't tell you whereabouts in the nest the egg had been lodged.
No, you didn't, Sir Giles. Just where is it?
I say, old fellow, is there anything wrong? You sound rather keyed up.
I am, sir. Nagel didn't dump the egg after all.
What? He didn't? Great Scott, time's running out.
Yes, realize that, but where?
It's disguised as a fire extinguisher.
Fire extinguisher?
Suffering snakes, I never thought of that.
Carson, where are you?
And we've landed, sir. We're ashore.
Then mind you stay there. That plane's a death trap.
So, sir. But we'll contact you again. Got things to do. Signing off.
A gold-darn fire extinguisher, huh? Well, we got 3 on the ship.
And how about we dump them in the river?
Well,
hurry, old chap. Let's get the rubber dinghy floated and out there. As my friend said, time's running out. We left the trembling Angelo on the shore and paddled fast out to where the seaplane was moored. A quick dash through, and we had all 3 fire extinguishers. We hurled them into the river as far as possible from the plane, then we headed back to the shore, all tensed for the coming detonation. But it didn't come. We lit a fire and waited. We waited right through the night.
You know something, Carson? As well as being mighty tired, I got another feeling.
Yes, and that, old chap?
We've been fooled into tossing 3 good fire extinguishers into the river.
Yes, 'tis odd.
You said it, Bud. If one of them was a bomb all fixed to go up, it should have worked by now.
Of course, the water may have something to do with it.
Sure, though I don't get the setup.
Oh, what say we forget about it? Now that daylight's here, let's face the task of taking off.
Yeah, and some task it's gonna be.
Oh, I'm sure you can make it.
Well, thanks for the compliment. It wouldn't be the first kite I've crashed into a pile of jungle.
Well, let's hope Angelo's good spirits are riding with us again.
Sure. Especially with that extra load of gas on board.
Well, do you think, old chap, it might be an idea to jettison some of it?
And risk getting stranded someplace else on this joint? No, Carson. I guess we'd try with a full load. Besides, ain't I been called Whole Hog Herman?
Whole Hog Herman? First I've heard of it.
That's my nickname, Bud.
Interesting. Howsoever,
Senor Carson! Senor, as I feared, the evil spirits have been at work.
Oh, can it, brother? This spirits business is kind of getting under my skin.
You do not believe, Senor?
The only spirits I believe in are the kind that stream out of a bottle.
Then cast your eyes to the river, to your plane.
Huh? Carson, look!
So, smoke.
The kite's on fire.
Yes, afraid so.
We've been tricked into throwing them fire extinguishers overboard.
No, I don't think so.
You don't?
No. I'd say the fire was started by a small incendiary pencil. The extinguisher was rigged so that it would blow up the moment it was used to put down the fire.
Well, maybe, but look at that smoke curling up. Carson, we gotta get that fire stopped.
Yes, indeed, we must. Otherwise, this time we really are stranded. So there were the 3 of us on a narrow strip of riverbank under the cliff of jungle and smoke rising from midships on the plain. We had to beat that fire or someone was going to beat us for the grim prize of Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson is written by Michael Noonan and produced by Walter Pym for Artranza. Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
We were on the trail of our 3rd scientist. The sinister Chaco had been connected with a search for the lights that never go out. So we were in the wilds far north of Rio, hoping to find the ancient ruins where the lights were said to exist. But we'd encountered difficulties and delays. My Rio contact warned us by radio that a bomb was planted on board the chartered seaplane. The burly and brooding American pilot Herman Nagel brought the plane down on a difficult stretch of river between towering cliffs of jungle. The bomb was disguised as a fire extinguisher. We dumped it in the river and waited through the night for it to explode. But it didn't. Daylight came and then another shock. As Angelo tensely pointed out from a crude camp on the riverbank, the evil spirits had been at work upon the moored seaplane.
Smoke, Senori! The plane is on fire!
We can see that, Bud, without you yelling it out. Carson, this ain't funny. We've dumped them extinguishers.
So, Nagel, I see the whole thing now. An incendiary pencil was planted to start the fire. The fire extinguisher would have exploded the moment used to put down the flames.
Okay, that explains it, but that smoke's rising thicker every second.
Then let's throw our rubber dinghy and out there, quick, smart.
Hey, steady on. What are we going to use to stop the fire?
Everything necessary right on hand.
Well, water ain't certain. This is an incendiary pencil, you reckon?
Understood. But there's sand enough right underfoot on the bank. We'll load up some of the empty food cans with it.
Okay.
Lend a hand, Angelo.
That one, Senor. Here are the cans.
Right. Yeah, but Carson, this is going to be a suicide job if the fire gets near that extra gas we got piled on the plane.
Well, then let's hope Angelo's good spirits take over. But come on, let's get cracking.
It seems like we're holding it, Carson.
So, can't make out much, though, with the cabin full of smoke.
Almost.
Almost suffocating.
You must get more sand. Angelo.
2 more cans remain, senor.
Right. Hand one through.
Your hand touches it, senor.
I've got it. Stand by, Nagel. I'll toss this right into the heart of the flames.
Oh, brother. Brother, that's got it.
For the moment. Angelo.
Another can, senor?
So.
You have your hand upon it again.
Right. Got it.
Smoke's clearing a bit. Seems like it's in the lining of the cabin.
Yes, better chance of hitting center this time. Here goes.
You got it, I reckon.
It seems so. But what's that I hear?
That's just the water outside the hull.
Yeah.
I guess we've been rocking the boat a bit.
So. Yeah, the smoke's clearing a lot.
Yeah, like I figured, the incendiary gadget was planted in the lining of the ceiling. It's still glowing red hot, Carson. So we don't want anything falling on them tins of gas.
Well, we'll deal with that pronto, old chap. Point is, we've got the ship practically in one piece. Let's hope it hasn't damaged the controls. We wasted no time knocking out all the smoking lining and glowing metal. It left a large hole in the roof, but nothing serious. That was as long as the controls of the plane weren't damaged. As Nagel made a careful examination, I was wondering which of our rivals on this operation had organized the booby trap. The exotic Fay Corelli had warned us. Was it Helena Jansen? But she'd been convincingly sincere with her warnings. Was it Hetty Fitzhenry? Or my old school chum, Roger Deauville? Or had Fay been behind it and suddenly grown repentant? Nagel interrupted me. There was a cynical twist to his mouth.
I got bad news, Carson.
Some damage?
Yeah. One of the control cables to the tail fin burned through.
Oh, is that serious?
It'd be mighty serious if we tried taking off that way out of this neck of the woods.
Stranded, you mean?
Only as long as it takes me to repair it.
Well, then it can be repaired, okay?
Sure. I done heavier work on this kite than one cable burned through.
And how long, then?
Well, it ain't done quick. It'll be well into the afternoon before we can think of trying to take off.
Oh, well, can't be helped. Anything I can do to help?
Yeah. You just make certain you don't go lighting up that blast furnace, not with all that gas we got around.
Oh, the pipe. Well, have no fear. I'm just biting on the stem. Helps relieve frustration of the delay and all that.
And I guess you and your buddy, you better not go ashore. There's some of them big anaconda snakes lurking in the jungle.
After our brief experience last night, old chap, I won't be forgetting that.
Okay, then I'll get to work. Just as soon as I got that cable fixed, I'll start warming up. And don't forget, Bud, it's going to be mighty tricky business getting up out of here. Well, Carson, it took near on a couple of hours longer than I figured, but we're all set.
Well, then let's go. The rubber dinghy's on board. Angelo's all strapped in back in the main cabin.
There's just one thing.
The question of getting airborne.
It's not so much that, but where are we heading?
Well, you have the chart. There are 3 locations that we've selected.
Sure.
And we decided when we left Rio which one we'd investigate first.
Yeah, I'm clear on that.
There's something on your mind, old chap?
Look, Carson, I got no generous streak in me, and like I've said, I ain't interested in what's brought you and your buddy to these parts.
Yes, we're perfectly clear on that. You mind your business, I mind mine.
And it's getting to be like a theme song.
Yeah, it is rather.
Well, we'll leave it like that, but I ain't so gol-darn sour that I can let a helping hand go unpaid.
Helping hand?
You helped me save this kite, didn't you?
Oh, lent a hand, I suppose, but we'll do go on.
Well, that first location you got mapped ain't gonna lend you anything useful.
It's not, eh?
Now, don't go asking me why.
Oh, perish the thought. However, perhaps we'd better consult our chart again.
Nope.
No?
How about you leave it to me?
Oh, well, please yourself.
It's you I'm trying to please, Bud.
Well, then do so, by all means.
Yeah.
I think we understand each other. Go ahead.
Okay. Say, you got any influence with your buddy's good spirits?
None that I know of, Fred.
That's a pity. Because right now we're going to need help. Hold tight, Carson. I'm bringing her around for the takeoff.
think back to that takeoff, I find myself suddenly tensed once again. Would have been a lot easier if we'd dumped some of the fuel, but Nagel didn't want to risk being stranded later. It would have been less nerve-wracking had the stretch of river been straight. We shuddered off the water with one side of the jungle cliffs looming closer and closer. I closed my eyes.
You're doing fine, Daisy. But keep lifting. Keep lifting!
Indeed, Daisy, we're depending on you.
We're making it, Carson. We're making it. We're clear.
Now I open my eyes.
Oh. I nearly had mine closed, Bud.
Nagel, old chap, I'm not wearing a hat, but I doff my pipe to you. So.
Thanks.
As I've mentioned before, you're quite a pilot.
Did you know?
I rather think so. Been in and out of some tight corners in my time.
Yeah?
Yes, but why Daisy?
Well, I guess because she reminds me of one of the old cows I used to milk back home.
Oh, you come from the land, I take it.
Listen, Carson, I thought we agreed about something.
Oh, of course. Sorry.
You notice we're heading northwest.
Oh, yes, here we are.
We'll land in an hour or so. You and your pal Angelo can go ashore with a rubber dinghy. I figure you'll find what you're looking for.
Well, thanks, old chap. Though, I do wish we could lay our cards on the table.
But don't get me riled. I reckon I've stepped out of my part more than enough already.
And just what is your part?
Minding my own business.
Oh, sorry again.
You better be.
We'll land where you say and go ashore as you say. I've every confidence that this is going to lead to something interesting. Now, watch your paddle, Angelo. You don't want to overbalance this dinghy and dump the two of us into this swamp or river reach or whatever it is. Besides, we've got that two-way radio, so keep your mind on the job.
Forgive me, Senor, but many things occupy my mind. It is strange, is it not, that the pilot, Senor, does not desire to paddle to the jungle shore with us?
Well, he insists it's no business of his.
Is he to be trusted?
Is anyone, old chap?
But why is it that he brings us to this place?
Well, seems he's got a notion what we're looking for. It's a risk, I'll grant you, but we did see the mouldering ruins as we came into land.
Indeed, Senor. And clearly of great antiquity.
Well, we'll look 'em over at least. About half a mile through light scrub and we'll be there.
Senor!
Steady, old chap, you'll have us in the water. It's only thunder.
Forgive me, Senor. But as we approach this strange shore where perhaps dwell the eternal lights, I'm not myself. But lights!
It's only lightning.
Of course. Well,
though the storm's very close. Those clouds looked ugly as we were coming in. Howsoever, Angelo, there's a likely landing spot opposite. We'll head to it, then press on to the ruins.
The rain grows heavier, Senor. Soon it will fall upon us as a shower of lead.
It is thick, rather. Just as well we brought oilskin capes. You're keeping that two-way radio well covered?
Indeed.
And we'll press on a bit further. Top of the ruin should show up any moment now.
Very well, Senor. Oh, but how dark it is.
Yeah, it's only the storm. Come on. Yeah, it's getting quite slushy underfoot.
The trees, they grow thicker and taller, Senor.
So, you noticed from the air that scrub was almost jungle around the ruins. Must mean we're getting close.
Senor!
What now?
Beyond the top of the trees.
So, the ruins at last.
Senor, the light! The light!
Great Lucifer!
The light that never goes out!
The light was there, all right, gleaming weirdly through the rain. Angelo was trembling with primitive fear as that light beckoned us on to one of the most sinister interludes in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
The search for the grim secret of the Death Ray had taken us far into the unknown wilds north of Rio. We were seeking the ruins of some very ancient civilization, said to be the abode of strange lights that never go out. Storm clouds were gathering as Herman Nagel, the dour American pilot of the seaplane, swept down over some crumbling ruins and then alighted on a stretch of water half a mile away. Angelo, the native servant to my Rio contact, Sir Giles Davenport, helped me paddle ashore in the inflated rubber dinghy. The storm broke, and we pressed on towards the ruins through a tropical deluge. Then a weird sight stopped us in our tracks. Over the trees, the outline of the ruins could be dimly seen through the dark veil of the rain. Gleaming eerily was a light. Could this be one of the legendary lights that never went out? Something that had survived a long, shattered people who had known the secrets of atomic power? Angelo was trembling at my side as the rain poured down.
Senor, we must depart from here with all haste.
Not so fast, old chap.
Believe me, Senor, this is the abode of evil spirits. To remain here is to invite disaster.
Howsoever, we've come dash long way. I'd like to know reason behind that light.
But I am telling you.
Yes, you were saying, evil spirits. All the same...
Senor, from one generation to another, far into the dimness of the past, the legends have been handed down.
And then it seems there was something to them. Let's press on.
No.
Now listen, old chap.
No, I dare not advance one step. I must return to the rubber boat and the plane.
Angelo.
I go. Forgive me, Senor, but I am the victim of great fear.
That makes things deuced awkward. Seems I must follow the fellow and humour him. The lights are left to wait.
Senor, please do not consider that it was the act of a coward.
No, take it easy, Angelo. I understand.
It distresses me to fail you in this way, but in the gleam of that light I perceived something that was greatly evil.
Let it pass for the present. Yeah, well, where the blazes is the kite?
The kite, Senor?
Nagel's plane.
Oh, it is no longer where we left it.
That's what I mean.
Senor, you hear?
Sir, I can't say I like it.
Look now, through the rain. It approaches at great speed.
It's taking off.
Taking off, Senor.
See for yourself. Float's already clear of water.
Oh, indeed, it rises. Senor, what does this mean?
I rather fear that friend Nagel's decided to leave us to it.
He has deserted us?
It seems so.
Deserted? And close behind us are the lights that never go out. Senor, we are doomed.
It was all rather bewildering as we stood on the edge of that rain-swept stretch of water. The seaplane rose higher and higher, then vanished into all the low and heavy cloud, until we were left with the drone of the rain. I could forgive Angelo for succumbing to his primitive fears, for the light we'd seen was certainly uncanny. But I felt murderous towards Herman Nagel. It seemed that we'd walked into an ugly trap.
Did I not give you warning that he was not to be trusted?
Yes, so, old chap. I formed the impression he was a friend.
No. From the very first meeting, I perceived the evil in him.
Howsoever, there might be an explanation.
No, indeed. It can be so easily explained. He has been well paid to act as a friend and to lure us here, and then leave us to die.
Still, where there's light, there's hope, to misquote a saying.
If you refer to the light that never goes out, then we have little hope, Senor.
Well, must face up the situation. I'm sodden in spite of this oilskin cape. Best we use the rubber dinghy to form some sort of a shelter. But, how's that two-way radio of ours?
I have attempted to protect it under this cape of mine.
Let's hope it's still in working order.
Indeed. We must speak with His Excellency in Rio without delay.
So, but must wait for prearranged time.
Was it not decided that it should be at the hour of 6 in the evening?
Yes, it was. We've still half an hour to go. What with the rain and clouds seems much later. So we'll set up temporary shelter, then stand by for Sir Giles. Yeah, the situation's sticky, to say the very least.
The rain halts, Senor, but still the thunder speaks.
So Storm's still an offing.
But the plane of Senor Nagel does not return.
I doubt very much if we'll be seeing him today. And the light's failing fast. Landing would be impossible. This is one time man's best friend can't help as much.
The best friend of man? To what do you refer?
My pipes, old chap.
Oh, of course, Senor.
I'm afraid I haven't got one that gets us out of this jam. However, it's almost 6.
Oh, we must not miss His Excellency.
No, old chap. I'll open up in a moment. But to think of him lounging back in that Copacabana apartment while we two crouch under this slanted dinghy. Who'd be an undercover man?
You know, often I inquire to myself, Senor, what is it that lures you to this assignment of danger?
Oh, love of tight corners, perhaps.
There is little enjoyment for you in this one.
So, but on the other hand, I am rather anxious that this death ray should not fall into the wrong hands. Consider the tricks our rival agents have perpetrated. Imagine them with such a grim secret weapon in their hands. Would they think twice about innocent women and children, peace and harmony to gain their ends?
And those ends, Senor?
World conquest, perhaps. However, let's open up. Waveband adjusted. Now the switch. Give it a few seconds to warm up.
Oh, to hear the voice of His Excellency. Then I will believe that I have not been lured into the world of evil spirits.
Something coming through now.
Senor.
Heavy interference, all right. I will give him a call. Birdwatcher calling. Birdwatcher calling.
He does not reply.
I'll try again. Birdwatcher calling. Birdwatcher calling.
Oh, Excellency, answer, please.
That's the storm, Angelo. It's killing everything.
Then we are not able to inform His Excellency of our trouble?
I'm afraid not.
Then we are indeed left to the mercies of the evil ones who attend upon the lights that never go out.
Steady, old chap. I hear something.
Senor, from the radio there comes
I
only
know, static. Put an end to that, like so. Now to... Listen.
I hear something also.
So, growing roar.
Then they come. They come.
No, not your evil spirits. Let's get back up to high ground.
Towards the abode of the spirits? Oh, Senor.
That roar's floodwater.
Floodwater?
So, coming from a river or whatever leads into this stretch of water. We'll have to move fast, so lend a hand with the dinghy. We can't afford to lose it. We dragged the dinghy with the two-way radio to the nearest high ground. Seconds later, a white wall broke through the undergrowth and the water was a churning mass. It was pitch dark when at last the tumult died down, but the level of the water remained high. However, we were safely out of its reach. We rigged up the rubber dinghy as a shelter again. Angelo was nervously exhausted. He curled up on his oilskin cape and soon fell asleep. But I kept thinking of that light in those ancient ruins. Half an hour later, I was looking up as it gleamed under the glowering night. I moved nearer and nearer the tangled mass of stone and vine. Then I heard voices.
Sally, my dear Sally.
I'm here, Father, beside you.
Great Lucifer, what's this? Sounds like a young woman. English. In this forsaken place. Best I get nearer still.
Ah, my Sally, that I cannot see you.
Your sight will return just as fast as you lost it. This is only a passing ailment, Father.
I have lost all hope. Has no one come?
No one.
But I am certain I heard the engines of a plane.
I thought so too, but it might have been imagination.
Yeah, hoping as we are, we imagine so much.
It was just before the storm. It could have been the thunder.
Yeah. But what of the natives? Have they not observed anything?
The storm frightened them away. As soon as the thunder began, they vanished.
Indeed, yeah. They are timid people, full of strange beliefs. But the light will lure them back. It still shines.
Of course.
If it were to go out, my Sally, it might well stir something fearful within them and cause them to turn upon us for vengeance. It must not go out.
It's there, Father, still shining, so don't worry.
Oh, you are a good daughter to me. Yet it is cruel that I know you only as a babe in arms, then as a young woman when I am on the verge of eternity.
You mustn't speak like that.
I know it, my dear. I am dying. First I lost my sight, now my power to breathe. It began with the first visit of Charcot.
Charcot? How I hate the name. And how I wish I'd been here with you before him.
It is well that you were not. Perhaps upon you also his deadly curse would have fallen. But often I think in my darkness that I brought this upon myself.
You keep saying that, Father. I don't understand.
I pressed on with my researches into the dread death ray. It was wrong.
But you weren't going to do anything with it, only sell it to someone.
True, but I meddled, and now I pay the price. But mark this, my child, the world may well fear Charcot once he has the full secret.
He hasn't got it yet.
No, but piece by piece he gathers all the information.
And then he will sell it?
Sell it? Charcot? You do not know that monster. He will use it for his own purposes, as I have told you of them.
To conquer the world?
Yeah.
But it's impossible.
Not with a weapon such as this. Not when it is in the hands of one who is heartless and mad.
Father, calm yourself down.
Oh, I am so powerless, my daughter. Tears fall from these unseeing eyes of mine when I think of the world on the verge of another age of darkness. When I think of the part I have played.
The natives have returned the captives. The white men, they have him. Yes, they have him. Whoever you are, look out. Look out.
I can still hear myself groaning from that colossal crack on the head. Then oblivion. In the abode of the lights that never go out, I'd found scientist number 3. But I was temporarily out of action in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
Operation Death Ray had been full of surprises from the start. Now they were coming thick and fast. Through the tropical downpour, Angelo and I had seen a strange light gleaming at the top of a crumbling mess of ancient ruins. Believing this to be the abode of evil spirits, Angelo took fright and ran. I followed and so reached the place where Herman Nagel landed us, just in time to see the seaplane taking off and vanishing into the heavy clouds. We were treacherously stranded, it seemed. We made a temporary shelter with the rubber dinghy, and Angelo collapsed into a sleep of sheer exhaustion. But that light still beckoned. I decided to investigate, and at the base of the ruins I overheard our third scientist, a European, talking weakly to a girl with a fresh English voice. From their talk, I gathered that the sinister Chaco had been here first. Then I was struggling with a bunch of natives. Then came oblivion. When I woke, my head was throbbing, but it was still like a dream.
Oh, thank heavens you've opened your eyes at last.
Oh, my dear. Had I known you were beside me, my eyes would have opened much earlier.
Don't try to get up. You've had a terrible blow on the back of the head.
Yes, so it seems.
Is it very painful?
Oh, it is rather. But where am I?
In a room at the bottom of an old temple. The natives carried you here.
Violent little fellows, those natives.
But you were snooping. That's why they attacked.
Well, I dare say I must have looked a trifle furtive.
They thought you meant us harm. Why didn't you call out? If only you knew how long we've been waiting for you.
You were expecting me?
Naturally.
Oh.
Father's been saying all along that some of his friends from Rio would come here.
And I'm one of those friends?
Well, I imagine so. Otherwise, why would you be here?
Well, there could be other reasons.
What? Perhaps you're not a friend.
Now, steady, my dear. That juiced head of mine.
Perhaps you come from Chaco.
Chaco? Chaco? What the dickens are you talking about?
You don't know Chaco?
No, I don't know him.
Who are you then?
Let me sit up. Sit up and introduce myself. The name's Carson. Bruce Carson. I'm the representative of a British meat importing firm. I happen to be in this part of the world on general business, and to this particular spot in the course of survey for new cattle areas. The company hopes to open them up, you know.
Then you're not a friend of Father's?
Now, let's put it this way. I'm perfectly willing to be a friend, even if only on account of his daughter.
You say that you came here on a survey?
So?
By aeroplane?
That's right. We touched down on that stretch of water about half a mile away.
Then late this afternoon we did hear a plane.
So, just before the storm.
This is all so strange.
I'm finding a little that way myself. You see, I have a friend with me.
Where is he?
He's sleeping peacefully back there near the water. He was in a great state when first we saw those ruins. Stirred up all the age-old fear in his heart when he saw that light burning.
Why should it stir up fear in him?
He's a native of South America. He linked the light with some old legends.
There's nothing to be feared.
Then, what causes light?
Well, I can't tell you that.
Why not?
You must ask Father.
And, Father's a scientist?
Yes.
You know, dear, the situation's quite incredible. Here in the wilds, I find a fair sprig of English beauty. It rather bewilders me.
I came here to be with my father. He's a very sick man. His sight has failed, and every day he's been growing weaker.
Yet, from what I overheard, your father seemed to be a European of some sort.
That's right. But my mother was English. She took me to England before World War II. For 15 years there was no word of Father, but he managed to trace me, and then he asked me to come to South America to be with him.
And you came here, to this wilderness?
Yes, though only to find him alone, but for the natives, and terribly sick.
But what was your father doing in a place like this?
He wanted to be alone from the rest of the world. There were other reasons, though it's not for me to tell you.
Oh, I see. I overheard him calling you Sally.
That's my name.
Oh, yes, of course, but the other part of it.
Oh, Bruin. My father's Professor Bruin.
And what part of the old country are you from, Sally?
I was in London when his agents found me, just working as a receptionist. I'm afraid I wasn't anything special.
I rather think you are, dear. Howsoever, how long have you been here?
7 weeks, that's all. Though it seems an age.
How did you get here?
By a plane. A seaplane.
A seaplane? Who was the pilot?
Oh, some Brazilian. It was all arranged by the agent people in Rio de Janeiro.
Ah, I see.
But you sound as if you mightn't believe me.
Oh, I do. Yeah, but it's odd, as I said, finding you in this distant hole. Intrigued. Just getting the story.
Those people were supposed to come back a few weeks later, but we haven't seen them. And all the time Father's been getting worse and worse.
And from what you were saying, it seems he's had some unsavory visitor before you arrived.
Yes. A person called Charco. Father says that he's been sick ever since he left.
Nasty place to be sick.
Really, Mr. Carson, I've been frantic. We must get out of here. You must help us.
Not too sure I've any way of getting out of here myself.
But you came by plane?
So, best we don't bother about that. Now, first of all, I'd like to meet your father. Do you think I could have a chat with him?
Yes, of course. I'll tell him that you're a friend. It's through this archway and along the passage. I'll lead the way.
I'd keep saying that this situation was incredible, except that so many incredible things happened on this assignment. Sally Bruin was about 22, with chestnut hair, short on slight shoulders. It danced as she led the way through the ancient archway and along the rough-hewn passage, the stones grimed with the dust of centuries. The professor was in the vault-like room where I'd eavesdropped. Several small and ugly natives slipped away as we entered. The man was alarmingly frail, his skin a deathly colour, wrinkled over a gaunt head. I was face to face with another of the scientists, and death was at his elbow too. Sally introduced me, but to him I was no friend.
A friend? You call yourself a friend? You are from Chaco.
My dear Professor, as your daughter has explained, I'm a British businessman.
My daughter is poorly versed in the treacherous ways of your kind.
Father, if you could only...
Yeah, he is handsome, no doubt. It is the simplest of deceptions. But what more do you want? You have everything, my portion of the secret, even the satisfaction that I will shortly depart from this earth.
Oh, please, Father, don't keep saying that.
I am a dying man.
Professor, let me assure you, until this evening, you were quite unknown to me.
I was? Then it will be surprising to you to learn why I came here.
Yes, it will, sir.
You do not know,
No, assure you.
You do not know that I was fascinated by the stories of those ancient lights, believing them to be of atomic origin? You do not know that I built a laboratory here in the ancient ruins and continued my experiments, thinking that I alone might succeed in developing a death ray? This is all news to you?
More or less, sir.
You are from Charcot.
I'm afraid that's double Dutch to me, Professor.
No. Your identity fits very well.
How so?
Since I must inform you about your own affairs, it is known to me that an Englishman is one of the closest associates of the fiend Charcot. He is a man of polish, a traitor to his own class and country.
And his name, sir?
It could be Carson.
No, but it's not.
I do not know the name. But I do not trust you.
Father, dear, Mr. Carson says he'll get us out of here.
It puzzles me why he has come. But I have nothing more to give you. Nothing. Nothing except, perhaps, my life.
Father.
Steady, my dear.
The way he sighed.
The effort was too much for him. He's only collapsed.
Oh.
But he is in a bad way.
Mr. Carson, you must get him away from here. You must.
I'll do my best. And believe me, Sally, my intention is sincere. I do wish to be a friend. And if only I could convince your father of that. I had no idea what wasting disease was so steadily sapping the strength of the professor. But even though Chaco had beaten us once again to vital information, there were still things that Bruin could tell me. That's if he would accept me as a friend. It was indeed frustrating. Nagel had slipped off and left us. Angelo was scared stiff. The professor had fallen into a coma that could quite easily be his last. But to pass the time, there was the ingenuous Sally and the unexplained mystery of the lights that never go out.
Mr. Carson, I said you must ask Father.
So, but how can I ask him?
But, well, he's always impressed upon me how it must be kept secret from the natives. You see, it's only with the light that he has any hold over them. In this region, they're in their primitive state.
Well, then, put it this way. Have these lights been going from way back? You know, from the ancient times this temple here first erected?
That's the legend.
Not the fact, eh?
Oh, well, I suppose I could explain. You keep it to yourself?
Of course. Besides, how could I go spilling the beans to the natives hereabouts? They know their lingo.
All right, then I'll show you.
Where to this time?
I hope it's not going to frighten you.
Well, I don't scare easily.
We're going to a place of sacrifice.
Sacrifice, eh?
Yes, the vault where the ancients had an altar. We go behind it.
Ah, quite a place. What went on here?
Even Father can't tell you that. Perhaps the secret rites of the priests?
So the professor adapted it for his own secret rites?
Yes. This was his laboratory.
Quite a deal of equipment about.
It was all flown here from his agents in Rio.
I see. Anyway, the lights, the secret.
It's all very simple. Father explained so that I could handle the compressed gas.
Compressed gas?
Yes. You see, it comes from these cylinders and goes up through the ruins in a pipe.
Yeah, and comes out as a flame the other end.
That's right.
So that's all. But the natives hereabouts believe it's something supernatural.
They believe that Father brought the light with him, that he's a god of some kind, arisen again. But if the lights go out...
There'll be trouble.
Oh, Father's always warned me of that.
Oh, then let's hope they don't. Not before we get you out of here, anyway. What the blazes is that?
The stone slab, Mr. Carson.
Shut?
Yes.
Does it do this of its own accord?
No.
And someone's pushed it?
Yes, the natives. But look.
What now?
The pipe from the cylinder. It's not connected.
Great heavens.
It's the light, Mr. Carson. The light has gone out.
So there it was. I was trapped with Sally behind the altar of sacrifice in an ancient temple. She told me what to expect if that light went out. We were up against savage superstition in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
The apparent treachery of Herman Nagel, the American flyer, had left us stranded in a remote part of the Brazilian wilds. Well, that was bad enough, but now I was trapped behind the ancient altar of sacrifice in a crumbling temple. With me was Sally Bruin, the daughter of Professor Bruin, one of the 6 connected with the original Death Ray project. But this was scarcely the time to appreciate her sweet presence, her gentle English voice, or to tell her how the light danced on her chestnut hair. I had discovered how the eternal light had come to gleam above the ruins. But now it was out, and that meant trouble from the nearby savages who'd been held in its sway. As far as I knew, the faithful Angelo was sleeping half a mile away. Sally's father, almost wasted to skin and bone by some strange sickness, was up above, unprotected from the primitive vengeance of the savages. The slab that had shuddered shut would not budge.
It's no use, Mr. Carson. You'll never shift it.
Afraid you're right, Sally.
It falls into place from outside.
And locks?
Yes. You remember that shaft of stone I had to move?
Yes, I certainly do. Thought at the time that it would keep the big slab well in place.
Oh, this is ghastly.
Yes, it is rather.
And Father's up there with no one to protect him.
Now, steady, my dear.
But I just can't cope with it all. It was bad enough coming to this terrible place without all the things that have happened. It's so nightmarish.
We must keep our heads, Sally.
But what can we do?
And that light. Get it gleaming again.
Oh, it's no use. The pipe's not connected.
Well, what say we connect it?
Oh, you'd still have to get up on top of the ruins with a taper.
I see.
Oh, we're trapped. We'll never get out.
Isn't there any other way?
No. Father always told me there wasn't. You see, it was built for the priests who made the sacrifices. At least that's what Father said.
They were kept under lock and key.
Well, I suppose so.
It seems a trifle hard to imagine that. I can't understand it at all.
Well, I can. The light's gone out. We've no hold over the natives any longer. They don't do anything to Father.
Now, Sally.
But you don't know what they can be like.
I only need to fill the back of my head and I have a fair idea.
They're so terribly primitive.
Perhaps not as much as you think.
Mr. Carson, I don't understand.
How'd that pipe yonder get unstuck?
Well, I couldn't say.
You the only one who handles it?
Only me and Father.
Well, could he in his present state?
Oh, no. No, he can scarcely walk without help.
When did you adjust this last?
This morning. Oh, it was terribly careless of me.
Oh, my dear.
We'll never get out of here. Never.
I refuse to agree, my dear. There must be some way out. Well, perhaps I refuse to agree vocally, but as I went over and over the huge stone blocks that formed the walls, I had to admit that Sally seemed right. It was a weird place to be trapped, especially with all the neglected scientific equipment that had been gathered here by Bruin for his fruitless experiments. Chaco was the evil genius, and it seemed he would have no further trouble from me. Well, to pass the time and take Sally's mind off things, I drew her out, so getting the full story behind her presence in this wilderness.
I was born in England.
Oh, you were, eh?
Father was attending a university there for further studies, and he met my mother.
Then you went to the continent?
Yes, to Father's home in Warsaw.
You like it?
Oh, I'm afraid I don't remember it. You see, I left there when I was just 2.5.
Oh, back to England?
That's right. They didn't get on. Father was obsessed with his work. Mother was homesick for England.
Well, they separated?
Yes. Oh, but Mr. Carson, surely you don't want to hear anything so dull at a time like this.
Well, must pass the time somehow, dear. Besides, I don't find it dull.
There's nothing very interesting about me, I assure you.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
Truly. I went to an ordinary school. I did the ordinary things in a very ordinary way. Mother was such a clever person, she used to get so cross with me.
Your mother's not alive, of course?
No, she died just after the war. I was still at school.
And that left you alone?
Not quite. I went to live with Mother's sister in London, but she died soon after I started work there.
As a receptionist?
Yes, in a doctor's rooms.
Then you were quite alone?
Yes, and it was terrible.
Well, I can't imagine a girl like you wanting for company, Sally.
But I'm so hopeless. I don't seem to be able to say bright things or be gay or anything.
My dear, you just look helpless as you do. That'll be enough to turn the coldest male heart.
Life was rather monotonous. That's why I just went crazy about everything when the letter came asking if I was the daughter of Professor Jacob Bruin. We'd never heard from him after the start of the war, and Mother said he must have been killed.
And exactly how did you hear?
Through a solicitor. He'd been asked to make the search by Father's agents in Rio de Janeiro.
And so you came all the way out here?
Yes. I had a wonderful few days in Rio first, then I flew up to this place.
Yeah. By seaplane, you said?
Yes. Oh, and how it seemed to flap and shudder.
Quite an old bus, eh?
Incredibly.
Piloted by a Brazilian?
Well, whatever he was, he didn't speak English.
And what did he look like?
Oh, really, I took so little notice. Besides, Mr. Carson, I just can't think of things. Especially when we're locked in here, not knowing what those little brutes are doing to Father. We're trapped and there's no way of getting out.
Look, my dear, there's plenty of furniture hereabouts. The night's getting on. Why don't you try sleeping a while?
Oh, I couldn't. I just couldn't.
Oh, well, we're liable to be here for some time.
Forever. Till we're just bones like the ones that were left here by the lost people.
Oh, now, Sally, there's still a chance.
But there can't be.
In due course, someone's bound to wonder where I am. That's provided the evil spirits don't carry the day.
What's that you're saying, Mr. Carson?
No, never mind, dear. You try to rest. I'll look this place over again. It was useless, of course. Angelo was the only chance. But would he know where to look? And could he conquer his native terror of the place? Sally looked dreadfully pathetic. I wished I could do something to comfort her, but by this time words did little to help. In this echoing gloom, remote from the sounds of the jungle world, I too succumbed somewhat to the despair. But then there seemed to be some noise on the other side of the slab that shut us in.
Mr. Carson.
Yes, I heard it, Sally.
That's the locking stone being moved.
Yes, I guessed that.
They might be coming in after us.
Then we'll be prepared, like so.
What on earth are you doing with that pipe?
This pipe, my dear, makes a handy weapon. Fires a spring arrow. And for extra armament, I've another that shoots small bullets. So, stand by. The slab is moving.
Yes.
It's a friend, Sally.
Senor. Senor. You're safe?
So.
Oh, then I offer great thanks.
Stout work, old chap.
But hasten out, Senor.
Don't worry. Come along, Sally.
Oh, yes, yes. But who is this?
Yes, my good friend Angelo.
Oh, Senor. Early this night, I failed you. I am the cowardly one. I escape in sleep. When I awaken, you've departed, and I know where. This time I fight against the fear of my ancestors. I return to this place, and I find this strange light no longer burning. Perhaps the evil spirits have gone. So I approach. But I see a frightening sight, Senora, and I'm powerless to interfere.
And what was this?
A crime of violence.
Who? Where?
Above, Senorita. An aging gentleman.
My father. What's happened to him?
Your father?
Yes, but tell me quickly.
I fear he is dead.
Dead?
Stabbed by the savages, Senorita.
Oh, no.
Oh, now, Sally. Steady, my dear.
Please, Mr. Carson, take me to him.
Ah, Senor. The young woman mourns deeply.
Yes, it's a shock to her, Angelo. It's best we don't disturb her for a moment.
I see. One can offer little comfort at this stage of the sorrow.
Yeah. Well, we've got to keep our eyes skinned, just in case those savage devils make another sortie.
I do not consider they will return. Their work is done.
Yes. Well, we haven't your full story. You hinted something. How'd you locate us, for instance?
I followed one of the savages, Senor. He crept into the vault of the altar of sacrifice. There, he removed the stone which locked the great swinging slab that imprisoned you.
You say a native did this?
See.
Oh, I thought it was you. I heard you, as a matter of fact.
I merely examined the stone after he had departed.
What do you mean? He left us free to escape?
Indeed.
That's very, very odd.
That is not the only strange event that I observe. In the presence of the senorita, I do not inform you of all.
Well, go ahead. I'm all ears, old chap.
Well, when first I observed the aged gentleman, he is alone. With great difficulty, he has risen from his couch, and he has reached into a hidden crack in the wall, where he removes this.
This? What the deuce?
Examine it, Senor.
It's a notebook. By Jove! Scientific data.
Indeed.
Oh, shit. This might be something on the death ray.
That is what I think to myself when I observe him in the attempt to destroy it by burning.
I get it now. He really thought I was one of Chaco's men. But I suspected some of the information was still here, and it was.
But I whip it from his hand.
Good work.
And he collapses, moaning upon the bed.
Oh, I say. Angelo, it wasn't you who did the stabbing.
Oh, Senor.
Oh, sorry, old chap. Continue.
Well, I'm barely into the shadows of darkness again when the savages enter. Without ceremony or delay, they plunge their knives. Well, from their talk, Senor, it appears to me that the entire matter was arranged.
Arranged?
Indeed. When the gleam of the light vanished, it seemed it was a signal to them.
Oh, but, Angelo, that light was man-made, you know, in spite of all your fears.
Oh, I know that, Senor. And these natives also knew.
Great heavens. This grows more and more bewildering. One thing, anyway, at least we have this book. We've information on the death ray at last.
Senor, in a moment you will have a tearful cheek upon your shoulder.
Huh? What do you mean? Oh, Sally.
Mr. Carson, I feel so helpless. You must get me away from this hateful place.
Oh, certainly, my dear, certainly.
I seem so utterly deserted.
That's our trouble, too. You see, we arrived by plane, but it's deserted us.
But how?
Our pilot just took off into the clouds and vanished.
Then you're stranded here, too?
Yes, I'm afraid so. It's not exactly the friendliest of places for such a predicament. The burning question is, how are we to get out? Much time was to pass before I was to account for the strange actions of these savages. Meanwhile, it seemed that we had precious information. But without a plane to get us out, we were stranded badly in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson is written by Michael Noonan and produced by Walter Pym for Artranza. Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
Once again, the mysterious Chaco had been on the job before us. He'd been to the ancient ruins far north of Rio to extract what information he could from Professor Jacob Bruin. Now Bruin was dead, murdered by the local natives under circumstances which were to go unanswered for many, many weeks. But we had what seemed to be the first concrete gain in our search for the grim weapon of war. A notebook crammed with scientific jottings. Meanwhile, Sally Bruin was greatly distressed at the death of her father. Grief-stricken, this delightful young woman roused a fellow's protective instinct more than ever. She was desperate to get away from the place. But that went for Angelo and myself, too. The trouble was that we were stranded. Herman Nagel had vanished the previous evening with our chartered seaplane. At 6 the next morning, Angelo and I tried to contact Sir Giles Davenport in Rio. The two-way radio was working. He came through on the dot.
Yes, Carson. I'm getting you clearly enough, though the line's somewhat fogged at this early hour. But you say you've had some success with your bird watching?
Sir Giles, we contacted the particular specimen we were after, and we seem to have a very rare egg.
Oh, tip-top, old man. But when are you coming back?
I'm afraid there's a complication in that regard, sir. At the moment, we've no transport.
No transport? Man alive, what about that seaplane I chartered for you?
Well, it landed us right enough, shortly before a tropical storm broke. That's what prevented us contacting you last evening.
Yeah, I had a notion someone was trying to get through, but there was nothing but heavy static. But do go on.
Well, sir, as the storm got underway, our pilot Nagel took off and promptly disappeared into the rain and cloud.
Well, how do you account for that?
Well, I can't, sir, except that he wanted us stranded here.
Wanted you stranded? Why, the bounder.
I've been calling him much worse to myself, Sir Giles. But the point is, we're very anxious to get out of this place. Any further bird watching could be dangerous.
In what way?
Local natives aren't too friendly.
Then we must do something. Though my good friend Julius Grant assured me that this Nagel fellow was trustworthy. Rough diamond, perhaps, but straight.
I was inclined to agree wholeheartedly with Commander Grant, until this happened.
Well, Carson, we must get you out.
It looks like another plane.
Yes, I dare say that can be arranged. Now, old man, you were to go to one of 3 locations for your bird watching. If you could tell me which one...
Well, that's the trouble, sir. I don't know which.
Right, I don't follow.
We don't know which of the 3 locations this is, or for that matter, whether it's any one of the 3. You see, sir, Nagel seemed to know what sort of birds we were intent on watching. He suggested this spot.
Carson, I don't like the sound of this. It could well be a clever ruse to have you lost.
Yes, that's what I'm afraid of, sir.
Look, you stay put beside that radio.
Right, sir.
I'll get busy, chat with Grant. Let's see if I can raise him at this hour of the day. But have no fear, my dear fellow. We'll get you out.
Well, we certainly hope so, sir.
Depend upon it. I'll get cracking this moment. Let's say, in 1 hour. You got that?
You got that, sir. We open up in 1 hour.
Good. Then I'll sign off. Best of luck to yourself and Angelo.
Oh, thanks, sir. Well, that's that, Angelo. Turn her off in the meantime.
It would appear, Senor, that the flyer of the plane has lured us into a trap, as His Excellency suggests.
Can't entirely accept that. You see, old chap, he at least brought us to the bird we were after. Scientist number 3, Professor Jacob Bruin.
Perhaps it would appeal to his twisted mind to desert us in such a predicament.
Yes, he's a strange fellow, I must admit.
There is much to him that we do not know, Senor Carson.
True. Pity we couldn't get him to talk.
Talk, Senor? He will be doing a great deal of talk to his associates, gloating over the predicament in which he has left us.
Well, old chap, if Nagel's deserted us, then we must just wait and hope that Sir Giles can arrange another plane and locate us.
But this is the wildest of territory, Senor. Almost unexplored. Oh, it abounds with evil ruins and untamed tribes. How can he find us here?
Well, the radio will help. Now, you stand by it. Watch it every moment. And let's know if there's the slightest murmur from it.
Immediately, Senor.
And keep your eyes skinned for these local boys.
The natives?
Sir, give a yell if they show themselves.
I will, Senor. But where will you be?
Now, through this archway for the moment. I've been trying to persuade Sally Bruin to doze off and rest, but so far she hasn't. I'm afraid she's taken the death of her father very badly. Howsoever, must see what I can do. This ancient temple was the setting for treachery, all right. Huge stones, roughly hewn, caked with the grime of centuries, somehow emanating evil. Jacob Bruin had cleaned up a number of the vaults and chambers for use as living quarters, while behind the massive altar of sacrifice down below, he'd conducted his lone investigations into the death ray, until the sinister Chaco had arrived, robbed him, and put a strange blight upon his health. In one of the chambers, Sally Bruin lay dejectedly on the bed, her chestnut hair uncombed, her huge eyes staring dazedly. My heart went out to her.
You're very kind, Mr. Carson.
I wish I could do more, my dear, but... what are idle words at a time like this?
Well, I'm over the worst of it now. There'll be no more tears.
Don't worry about them, especially if it helps.
No. You see, I've cried myself dry.
Yes, it's been a terrible blow. I understand.
You don't mind if I talk about Father?
No, not at all. Matter of fact, I'm greatly interested to hear more about him.
Well, I've only really known him for 7 weeks. And in that time, he's been a sick man, daily growing worse. He still had his sight when I arrived here.
So, I gathered that.
So at least he did see me.
I'm sure that gave him great joy.
I was so concerned, Mr. Carson, all the way out from England, I kept thinking about it. He'd gone to so much trouble to trace his lost daughter, and I was afraid he might be horribly disappointed.
Oh, my dear, no man could be disappointed. But when did his eyes really fail?
About 2 weeks after I got here.
I see.
Then he seemed to lose his appetite, then weight, and then the will to live.
Now, steady, Sally.
There won't be any tears, I promised. He was such a kind man. It's so tragic that I should have lived all these years and only known him at the end.
Oh, that's life.
He used to tell me that after Mother took me back to England, and through the war years on the continent, and his isolation here, he often wondered where I was and what I was like. He was a very gentle person.
Of course, my dear. Of course.
Last night, he told you why he was here. What he was doing, I mean.
Oh, yes. Something about a death ray. His mind was wandering, no doubt.
No.
No?
He'd been working on that very weapon during the war in Europe.
You don't say.
But he thought it was wrong.
The war?
Oh, no, the death ray.
Oh, sounds a horrible sort of thing.
He used to tell me what destruction it could cause. Wipe out whole cities, make steel bridges twist and melt.
Great Lucifer.
It used to terrify me.
I don't wonder.
But all the time he was experimenting with it, he was deeply worried. Father was a man who had some feelings for other people. It distressed him greatly that all his information should have fallen into the hands of Chaco.
Oh, yes. He accused me of being an associate of someone called Chaco.
You don't know Chaco?
Oh, dear, the only Chaco I've heard of is a tract of land in the northern Argentine. Well, who the places is he?
He's a very evil person.
But as well as that.
He was a scientist who worked once with Father. I used to ask about him, but Father kept saying that even to talk of the man might bring still more trouble. He believed that his blindness and sickness were caused by Chaco.
Makes you shudder, eh? But, what nationality was he?
Well, I'm afraid I don't know. To tell you the truth, Mr. Carson, I was a little afraid to mention his name myself, just in case Father was right about it, causing still more trouble.
Well, Sally, this situation is rather incredible. Here I am on a survey for a British meat importing firm, and I run into death ray and murder.
Please.
Forgive me, my dear. And I also run into a very attractive young woman.
And such a helpless one. When I came out here to Father, I thought I'd found someone at last, and now I feel so terribly alone.
Oh, don't worry, Sally. We'll see that you're not deserted.
Senor!
Well, what's Angelo done?
Senor Carson!
Here, old chap. Come right through. The radio, huh?
Oh, no. Do you hear?
Here? What? Oh, the plane.
The one that left, Senor.
Nagel's seaplane.
See.
These massive stone walls absorbed all the sound. And best we get out and have a look-see.
It circles above the ruins, Senor, then heads to the stretch of water where it formerly came down.
It seems he's landing.
Mr. Carson, what's all this about?
It looks as if our truant pilot has decided to return. Come along. We'll get through to that landing site and out to the plane and the rubber dinghy. Friend Herman Nagel's got some explaining to do. The ruins were surrounded by jungle, but then it's thinned away to scrub for about half a mile to the stretch of water. We wasted no time in leaving that temple, and Angelo and I had 3 precious things with us. The captured notebook, the two-way radio, and Sally. She'd grabbed a few of her belongings, and we were helping her with them.
Oh!
Anything wrong, my dear?
Oh, nothing much. Just one of those sharp little branches that struck my face.
We've got to force our way through, you know.
Yes, I understand.
Senor, I no longer hear the voice of the plane.
Our friend Nagel's taxied to a stop, no doubt.
But is he able to moor the plane, Senor, alone?
Oh, that's a point.
You will recall that he had need of your assistance in that regard.
So, he's probably just floating, waiting for us to make an appearance.
It is strange, is it not, that he did not circle the ruins until we appeared?
Yeah, I've been thinking of that. That's all right. Now let's... Sally. Sally, why are you standing there trembling?
Mr. Carson, the natives.
The natives?
Senor Carson, they rise from the shadows of the trees in our path.
Great heavens, yes.
The arrows are ready in their bows. Their spears are poised.
It's a trifle awkward.
Oh, we're trapped.
Now, take it easy.
Senor, we must return at once to the protection of the ruins.
There doesn't seem much else we can do.
Oh, look, Mr. Carson.
What now, Sally?
Behind us.
Huh? More of the blighters.
And on all sides, Senor.
We'll never reach the plane.
No panic.
What hope is there, Mr. Carson?
Well, there's not much. We're unarmed. That is, barring a couple of my pipes.
Oh, no, Senor. Your pipes can have little effect upon these savages. Oh, even now they close in upon us from all sides.
Oh, they'll murder us, just as they murdered my father.
Yes, at that stage I didn't like our prospects of seeing the lights of Rio again. The little brutes advanced silently from all sides, their eyes fierce, all ready to let loose the rain of death. Our plane was back, but meanwhile we had another grim obstacle in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
It seemed that Herman Nagel, the dour American pilot, had no intention of stranding us after all. His seaplane flew low over those ancient ruins far north of Rio, then came down on the water about half a mile away. Our third scientist, Professor Jacob Bruin, had been treacherously murdered by the local savages. And now we'd buried him in the early light of morning. Now Angelo and I escorted his daughter, Sally, through the jungle and scrub to where we'd left an inflated rubber dinghy the previous night. The whole place emanated evil, and we were desperate to get away from it all. But the savages had other ideas. They were puny in build, almost untouched by white men. We were some 2/3 of the way through the scrub when they suddenly appeared on all sides. Their primitive weapons were all poised to fly as they closed in, silently, relentlessly. Sally had no doubt that we were destined to meet the same fate as her father.
It's no use, Mr. Carson. We've no protection.
Pipes, my dear.
Pipes?
An Afghan job with spring arrow. And this Turkish job turns into a small-bore pistol. Still a round or two left.
Ah, Senor Carson, your pipes have delivered us from many occasions of danger. But what avail are they now against arrows and spears?
Poor odds, granted.
But there is no chance.
How about let loose one of these bullets?
And bring the rain of death upon us?
Oh.
No, Sally, chin up.
Chin up, with those little devils slowly coming closer and closer.
Now, Angelo, old chap, you know enough of the backwoods lingo to powwow with these chappies.
Senora, I do not think I could do that. It is only with great difficulty that I could converse, and hardly at all when they are in such a warlike mood.
Yeah, well, then perhaps we'd better send out distress signal while we've chance.
Distress signal?
Yes, on two-way radio to Sir Giles in Rio.
Oh, it'll be too late.
You never know. Perhaps they only want to take us prisoner.
Yes. And Father told me what they do to their prisoners. They torture them with ants.
Senor.
What, old chap?
At the mention of torture by ants, I observed that one of the savages brings a grinning smile to his face.
So, eh? And what do you make of that?
Perhaps that they are able to converse in your tongue?
Fact, eh?
Oh, no, it's impossible.
Well, try them out. Now, look here now. How about you fellas holding your ground and all of us coming to terms of some sort?
Their faces are blank. It's no use.
Indeed. They poise their weapons even more dangerously.
Oh, yes, so they do.
How can you be so casual about things, Mr. Carson?
Oh, my dear, I just revel in such situations. Open up that radio, Angelo. Let's hope Sir Giles is standing by.
At once, Senor. At once. The switch is now on.
I'll give it a moment or two to warm up.
Look out!
What the blazes now?
Senor, with an arrow they've shattered this radio.
Well aimed.
They're determined to get us.
Yes. Odd that they should realize what we were trying to do. Savages, as a rule, aren't aware of the powers of a two-way radio set.
They're coming still closer.
Well, not going to call us today yet. Now, look here. This pipe fires bullet. Like so.
Mr. Carson.
Next time I aim at the fellow with the most feathers and war paint. Now, stand aside.
You've angered them, Senor.
Yes, I'll more than anger them.
Oh, don't. You don't know them.
And from their talk, Senor, it would seem that there is a strong urging to deal with us, now and forever. Oh, indeed, Senor. They lift their arrows and spears to take aim. Oh, with the Senorita, I agree that there is little hope. With your pipe, Senor, you have but antagonized them. In a moment, the rain of death will come. Senor!
That's a Tommy gun.
Look! They run!
Hey, brother!
Nagel! Stout fella!
Get going, a lot of you. The next burst won't be over your head.
I doubt whether there'll be any need for another burst. They're going, the lot of them. And so, another crisis passed. Although weeks later, when we were to recall it and examine it in detail, we would wonder whether we'd been in any great danger from the start. Now, for the moment, the incident was to remain one of the many puzzling and unexplained features of Operation Death Ray. At the time, I was more interested in thanking friend Herman Nagel on behalf of those present. But he was in a strangely hostile mood.
I don't want your thanks, Carson.
But we're most grateful.
See, indeed.
I was certain we had no chance.
Oh, old chap, you're not yourself.
I ain't, Carson.
What's the trouble?
I'm just debating whether I ought to give you a burst from this Tommy gun.
Me a burst?
Senor Nagel, you dare not.
Keep out of this, brother.
You will not harm Senor Carson.
I said keep out of this.
What's wrong now?
And you can stir that sob stuff, sister.
Now stand fast, everyone. I think Mr. Nagel has something on his mind.
Yeah, I have. I got no time for characters that go telling tales.
Telling tales? Really, Nagel, I can't make head or tail of this.
Weren't you in touch with Rio by radio at the crack of dawn?
So? With my friend there, Sir Giles Davenport.
Well,
I'm afraid I can't work it out, old chap. Unless you consider that tale-telling.
I do, Carson.
This is bewildering. Most.
Half an hour later, my Rio agents are on the radio to me, accusing me of stranding you and your buddy.
Well, Nagel, didn't you?
Suffering codfish. How much can a fella take?
Now, look, Nagel. I still can't fathom why you're upset.
Oh, you can't, huh? I guess you ain't even paused to think about it.
Well, as a matter of fact, I've given it quite a deal of thought. But I still haven't lighted on any reason why you so suddenly abandoned us last evening.
Maybe you didn't notice there was a storm, huh?
Storm? I assure you, that didn't pass unnoticed.
Well, I know enough about the layout of this place to realize what was going to happen. That stretch of water was due to take a wall of churning debris from a sudden flood upstream.
Indeed, that is what happened.
Ah, I see light at last.
Yeah, I figure it's about time.
Yeah, you had to get the plane out in case it was damaged.
In case? Brother, the damage would have been far beyond repairing.
Ah, now the whole thing's clear. You had no chance to warn us. You just took off, made for a more sheltered spot.
Yeah. Oh, it took a lot of gas getting there. That's why I didn't waste time circling them ruins till you came out waving. Does that make sense?
Joseph, yes. And, well, it seems to make me a most ungrateful fellow. I'm sorry, Nagel. Sorry to have doubted you for a moment.
Yeah, but it don't mean you can trust me from here on, bud.
We'll take a risk on that.
And maybe we ought to get out of here before them local boys start their play acting again.
Play acting, you say?
Forget it.
Mr. Carson, that wasn't play acting. Really, that...
Listen, all of you. Are we getting back to the plane? I ran it up on the shingle so as I could step ashore.
Oh, of course.
And I figure you've completed your pasture survey or your bird watching or whatever it was brought you to this gall-down back and beyond.
Actually, we have.
Just as well. Because we got only enough gas to get us back to Rio. And that's including all the emergency juice we brought along.
Well, then let's get back to Rio. And a safe landing, I hope. Angelo's good spirits were with us on the long grind back to Rio, across wild and impenetrable country that made us realize what a great chasm lay between us and civilization. It was sunset when we touched down, the sun turning the weird Sugarloaf Mountain into a rounded pinnacle of gold. A fairy tale setting. Hard to imagine that here, or close handy, the agents of many powers were vying with each other for the secret weapon that was frightening to contemplate. Once ashore, I gave Angelo the hint to walk some distance away with Sally.
It was a bit obvious, that, Carson.
Yeah? How so?
Giving your buddy the office to get the dame out of the way.
Oh, nothing unusual about it.
Nothing, huh?
I just wanted to, thank you for your help.
But I was chartered for this jaunt. I got paid half before we started out. As long as I get the second half, that's all the thanks I'm seeking, Carson.
Howsoever, we did seem to cause you unnecessary bother. What with the bombs and so on planted on...
That ain't the first time I've been in like situations.
You said.
Well, if I said anything, I was talking out of turn, so forget it.
But that incendiary did considerable damage. I'd like you to be recompensed for it.
Why?
Well, after all, old chap, perhaps it was because of me that the whole thing arranged.
You figure you're the only character with enemies, huh?
Well, I'm not saying I have enemies, but...
You needn't say it, Carson. Like I keep telling you, I ain't interested in your affairs.
Yes, you have mentioned it, rather.
You were satisfied with the service?
Say, old chap, most.
Then how about we quit talking to our pipe and just say so long?
Oh, steady on.
So long means goodbye. Scram.
Oh, an old chap. Must repart so abruptly.
You're getting me riled, Carson.
Howsoever, many things remain unanswered. I rather formed the impression that you'd taken your seaplane to the vicinity of those ruins at some previous time.
Oh, you did, huh?
Yes. In fact, I'm positive of it.
Maybe you're clairvoyant.
No. Just putting two and two together.
All right, maybe I have been. But that ain't any business of yours.
Well, I'd like to make it my business. At a price, of course.
Nope.
Nagel, have you, for instance, seen the young lady before, or do you know anything about her?
I know this much, Bud. She's one of the sweetest cookies I've seen in South America. And I've been in some places.
You know, Nagel, you're an elusive sort of fellow.
I find it safer to mind my own affairs, Mr. Carson. Didn't you notice what I had stuck up in the cabin of my plane?
Cabin? No, I don't recall anything particularly special.
Oh, you don't, huh? Well, I'll tell you what it was. It was this. Ask no questions because refusal may offend.
Oh, well, the refusal's not offending me, old chap, I assure you.
But I'm getting kind of offended by your persistence, Bud. Let me tell you something. If I was in your suede shoes right now, I'd be keeping an eye on that dame.
Which dame? You mean Sally? Miss Bruin?
Yep.
Oh, why so?
Well, because, Carson, she's the kind of a dame a guy don't meet up with very often. She's something really out of the box. So long, Mr. Carson. Take that any way you like.
Nagel turned his back on me, and I looked around to Sally. She was waiting, and she seemed pathetically alone. For better or worse, I was to have her on my hands for quite some time in Operation Death Ray.
Undercover Carson, secret agent. Operation Death Ray, an assignment in Rio.
The sight of Rio, its lights, its loveliness, and its lovelies, all combined to make a fellow forget those eerie ruins in the wilderness, the storms, the threats of the savages, and the callous murder of our third scientist, Professor Jacob Bruin. Besides, for the first time, we seemed to have some concrete information on the death ray. Angelo, the native servant of my Rio contact, Sir Giles Davenport, had managed to gain possession of a small notebook crammed with scientific jottings. We had high expectations from that source. I told Sir Giles all that had happened. In the urbane luxury of his Copacabana apartment, he was listening carefully. He was quick to seize on the many puzzling features and problems of the situation as it now stood.
Yes, Carson, I agree that this notebook may yield something.
You'll notice, Sir Giles, that it's been thumbed a great deal.
Indeed I do.
Angelo spotted the professor getting it from a secret cleft in the wall of that temple chamber. He was about to burn it. And he seemed to think I was some associate of Chaco's. Though that fellow was on the job before us once again, this apparently is something he didn't lay hands on.
Well, it means nothing to me.
We could go through it, sir.
Leave that to the experts.
Experts?
We'll send it express to the boys on the Thames embankment.
Oh, of course.
Besides, it'll be much safer in London.
So.
And they'll signal us if it contains anything worthwhile. However, this Chaco looms once again.
Yes, as you put it, sir, the evil genius.
More and more so, Carson. And you say that after he'd called upon Bruin, the poor fellow's health broke down?
Yes. He was blind in a matter of weeks. Then began to waste away. He told me he was near death in the brief and bitter short time I had with him.
Bitter?
He thought I was one of Chaco's men.
Oh, of course, old fellow. I was forgetting. If he only knew.
Yes, sir. If he only knew who I was, then he might have come out with something.
the identities of the other scientists we're trying to track down. He seemed genuinely anxious that this death ray should not fall into the wrong hands.
It must be colossally hideous for all this concern, you know, Carson.
Yes. Bruin believed he'd done wrong by setting himself away from the world and trying to crack the secret on his own.
Of course, there was nothing at all behind the lights that never go out.
Well, it seems that Bruin went to the ruins in the first place, partly to investigate the legends and partly to set up a secret laboratory. He rigged up a false light, worked by compressed gas.
Yes, you explained that.
The idea was to hold the local savages with the power he seemed to have. But that brings up another puzzling side to it all. I can't find a pattern for the way the savages acted.
Indeed. Most bewildering. Might one not go so far as suspecting that they were trained to give a rather realistic imitation of savagery?
What they did to Bruin was realistic. Most.
Yes, poor fellow.
Anyway, we know that 6 scientists landed here. We've accounted for Dr. Diaz, Anton Zarowski, and Jacob Bruin.
And we know that the ubiquitous Charco is one of them.
But that still leaves 2.
Well, old fellow, we must press on.
Have you had anything in our absence?
I fear not.
Then we're making a fresh start.
But this notebook may give us a lead.
Oh, yes, I'm not forgetting that. But, how long before we hear anything?
Let's see now. It'll take a couple of days to fly to London.
I don't suppose the embankment boys will tarry on the job.
Man alive, this assignment has the highest priority. It stirred up an absolute ferment internationally. Well, look at all the various contenders we seem to have here in Rio.
Yeah. Yes, and what stunning contenders some of them are.
Hankering after your lady loves, eh?
Just wondering whether you'd seen or heard anything.
Nothing. Not since Mademoiselle Corelli was so gracious to inform me that a bomb had been planted on that Dash seaplane.
Extremely gracious. Yeah, I must slip down later to the White Tulip Cabaret and thank her personally.
Old chap, you've enough with one woman on your hands at a time.
Oh, only one, sir? Well, I thought there was Hetty Fitzhenry, to say nothing of Helena Jansen. Oh, her a vote of thanks, too.
I was referring to the newcomer.
Oh, Sally.
Yes.
Yes, I booked her in at my hotel, you know.
Hey, you were saying?
Oh, she's dreadfully upset.
Oh, I can imagine it. Ghastly business. Coming out all the way from the old country to live with her long-lost father, only to have such a swift and tragic end to it all. What does she intend to do?
Well, she doesn't seem to know. She says she has no reason to return to Britain.
No people, Carson?
No, none at all.
I only saw her briefly, but I say she'd have the very devil of a time staying alone in the world.
I couldn't agree more, sir.
Hello.
Anything wrong, sir?
You know, my dear fellow, she's just the type of young woman I can imagine as a wife for you.
Oh, Sir Giles.
But there'll be hell's delight with the others. By Jove, this dashed assignment isn't without its moment for an old codger of a sideliner. But, Carson, I've got it.
I'm not too sure I like the sound of this.
No. Not announcing the banns or anything. I just remembered. Julius Grant was speaking to me yesterday. He's after someone to act as a part-time secretary.
Sounds interesting.
Most. He's compiling another book on his South American explorations. Wants someone to sift out data, research, type and so on. Wondered if I knew of any young lady in the British colony here who might be interested.
I say, that'd give young Sally a chance to keep her mind off things.
That's it, man. It'd be most agreeable work.
Well, then how about we put it up to the commander?
Indeed. But what's the hour?
Just gone 7, sir.
Then Julius will be at our club having his usual snort or two. Could do with the same himself. Come along, Carson. We'll get Angelo to drive us there in the rolls.
At present, the grim side of the hunt was still further behind us. We drove in upholstered comfort through the glittering streets, past the mosaic pavements and the open-air cafes where the throng enjoyed the warm evening. The club was fiercely British, but Commander Grant was the type of man who knew how to unbend. He'd travelled over vast expanses of South America, though now he claimed that most of his exploring was done from an armchair.
Oh, gentlemen, the very best.
Your good health, Julius.
Cheers, Sam.
By George, Carson, you stirred me up a day or two back.
Oh, how so, Sam?
Going off on that northward jaunt.
Oh, that. Dull, really. Looking over possible cattle-raising areas for my company.
Still, you were getting out into the wide open spaces. I've stagnated.
My good fellow, you've been pretty active in your time.
Well, reasonably. Did everything go to your satisfaction, Carson?
So, Sam. Got what I wanted.
Good. Well, it's a surprise to see you both here. Well, myself, Sir Giles, I was starting to think you'd deserted the place.
Oh, never that, old fellow. But there is an ulterior motive behind our tracking you down.
Hello.
You might recall that business about a secretary.
Secretary, Sir Giles?
Yes, a young woman from the British colony.
Oh, of course, yes. Someone to help me out get my papers and so forth in order. Yes.
Well, we think we have the very person, an acquaintance of Carson's.
It's very good of you, sir, to think of me. I merely gave it a passing mention, you know.
I don't know whether she can type, Commander, but I'm sure she'd jump at the chance of helping you out.
Well, just for an hour or two a day, you know. She'll be well rewarded for her trouble.
Oh, naturally, but Sir Giles suggested we might drop in and talk it over with you.
There's really nothing to talk over. If you think the young lady would care to take it on, then I'm only too pleased to accept her offer.
Actually, we haven't mentioned it to her yet.
Oh, I see.
We thought we'd clear it with you first.
I'm in your hands, gentlemen.
Then we'll leave the rest of the arrangements to Carson.
Fix it, sir.
Was that really what brought you down here?
No, old man. I rather pulled the wool over Carson's eyes. It seems years since I've touched a billiards cue.
But I'll warrant you still your old skills, huh?
Well, I'm gnashing my teeth for a game.
You are, sir? Well, then if you'll pardon me a moment, I'll have a table book.
We'll dine first, of course.
Understood. I'll make it for 3/4 of an hour. There won't be a couple of shakes.
Splendid. He's an awfully nice fellow, Carson.
Oh, yeah. Known him long, Sir Giles?
Oh, seems to have been around the place ever since I arrived. Though he went back to the old country for the duration of the old show. Now, the matters kept me here, of course.
Understood, sir. But the, commander?
First World War, Navy type.
Oh, I see.
Anyhow, we'll have a night off. I think we've earned it.
We dined well, and I left Sir Giles and the commander in a cheerful mood. Angelo had taken the rolls back to the Davenport apartment, so I walked to the White Tulip Cabaret, taking my time to peer at the windows of the many stores with their highly individualistic wares. I thought of dropping in at the hotel on the way to see how young Sally was getting along, but she'd said she wanted an early night. So I strolled on, entering the White Tulip about the time the exotic fae usually arrived.
Buenas noches, senor.
Oh, evening.
It is Senor Carson.
Sir.
Of course. I read with great interest of your arrival in Rio de Janeiro. You are a man of unusual interest, Senor.
Oh, how so?
Oh, those hobbies of yours. The pipes, the ancient weapons, the watching of birds.
Oh, something to pass the time, you know.
And now you come to pass a little more time at Blanca Tulipa,
More or less. However, wondering whether Mademoiselle Corelli's here yet.
Mademoiselle Corelli? But she is an acquaintance of yours.
Yes, that's right.
She has not arrived, Senor.
Oh, then I'll take a table and wait.
Senor, first, would you do me the favor of stepping into my office?
Why, sir?
It concerns the senorita.
Is anything wrong?
Much, Senor. If you will come this way...
Oh, of course, old chap. I don't like the sound of this. Well, my friend?
My name is Reliana, Senor. I am the part owner of the establishment.
Well, Senor Reliana, what's this about Mademoiselle Corelli?
You do not know?
Why else would I be inquiring, I ask you?
On the evening before last, she danced like a novice, Senor. She had something on her mind. Last night, she did not arrive to dance. Today, it is impossible to find.
Oh, impossible to find her? You tried her apartment?
Indeed.
Not there?
And I fear not.
I don't like the sound of this.
Nor I, Senor. You know her apartment, of course.
Sir.
Then perhaps you have knowledge of other matters which occupy her.
I'm afraid not, old chap.
I have reason to believe that is so.
Oh, my dear fellow.
I will not take any such answer.
Well, what other answer can I give?
What you know of the senorita. And it requires no expert knowledge of weapons to tell what I now hold in my hand.
It looks like a Luger with silencer.
See, and be warned, Senor. I will not hesitate to use it in order to gain my ends. Senor, what do you know of the senorita, Mademoiselle Corelli?
glamorous Rio, but with always something sinister lurking for an undercover man, it seemed. Apparently, Treachery had vanished after warning us about the bomb planted on the seaplane. Now there was the squat and menacing Reliana. What part did this Senor play in Operation Death Ray?